Chapter 1. Ian. The weather in Harrisonport is notoriously unpredictable, characteristic of tropical cities, where the morning sun can swiftly give way to torrential rain by afternoon. My head aches terribly. Upon awakening on a somewhat worn, rudimentary wooden bed, Ian opened his eyes, his cerulean gaze initially disoriented, but soon honing in on the moldy, wooden beams above. The July sunlight, which should have been radiant, was obscured by heavy drapery, rendering the room cramped and the air thick with stagnation. With each breath, a piercing pain surged from the depths of his skull, accompanied by a ringing in his ears as the briny coastal air mingled with the scent of decaying wood, invading his nostrils. The sensation was akin to that of a carsick traveler enduring a 4-hour journey, seated beside a middle-aged woman drenched in cheap perfume and afflicted with a pronounced body odor, incessantly chattering in his ear. A jarring stimulus coursed through his brain, igniting a wave of nausea that rose in his throat. Ian felt an urge to vomit, but his stomach was utterly empty, devoid even of bile. His cracked lips and parched eyes attested to his prolonged deprivation of food and water, while his feeble limbs and torso indicated a perilous state, his body teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet, he knew he must rise. Food could wait, but without hydration, his body would soon lose all capacity for movement. In such a predicament, with no one to assist him, death would become an ominous reality. With great effort, Ian propped himself up from bed. The delicate wrists of a child's physique felt particularly unsettling to him, and his pallid skin, almost sickly in appearance, deepened his unease. At that moment, he acutely perceived that the pain in his head was not solely due to the dizziness from dehydration. Rather, it stemmed from external injury. A bandage encircled his head, dried blood crusted over the wound, and the heavy sensation in his skull was a direct consequence of that trauma. How curious. Have I been abducted and knocked unconscious? Still groggy from his slumber and somewhat bewildered, Ian mused, surely not with such inefficiency. It would be more prudent to consult a maintenance AI. His profession was that of an aerospace engineer at East Asia Heavy Industries, specifically within the Vacuum Propulsion Research Center, tasked with the calibration and maintenance of the third lunar exploration rocket for the East Asian region. In simpler terms, he was merely a tool aboard the vessel. With the presence of a maintenance AI, his actual hands-on involvement was seldom required. His importance was even less than that of a water dispenser, and he frequently exchanged banter with colleagues about his role being merely a filler. However, the prospect of space travel was a lifelong dream for Ian, who had always harbored an insatiable curiosity and a yearning for the stars and seas. A water dispenser was just Theta water dispenser who truly cared. While conducting routine checks on the propulsion nozzles, Ian had been contemplating whether, after further training at the lunar base, he might have the opportunity to work at the 7th Space Machinery Ministry on Mars. There, the first-ever faster thermite spacecraft was under construction, and to be a part of such an endeavor would indeed render his life fulfilled. Then he found himself awakening here. Wait a moment, I have already been reincarnated, it's just that I'm only now recollecting it. Lifting his hand, he gently pressed around the injury on his head. Upon confirming that the wound showed no signs of festering or swelling, Ian couldn't help but furrow his brow. The mind of a child cannot bear my memories. They can only resurface gradually with age, in the form of dreams and inspiration. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he closed his eyes and meticulously reviewed the memories flowing through his mind. Birth, the shipwreck that claimed the life of a father he had never met, a kind and diligent mother who passed away prematurely due to illness, a young brother and a cold, callous stepfather who abandoned his family, an uncle terrifying and loathsome, akin to a demon. A soft sigh escaped his lips. 8 years have passed, truly like a dream. Ian opened his eyes in the darkness. A pair of crystalline cerulean eyes sparkled like precious gems. The boy murmured calmly, "But I am awake now." For a reincarnator, the most arduous task is to accept the memories of the past. The experiences of 2 lifetimes surge like a turbulent torrent, overwhelming the frail mind of a child. Yet perhaps Ian's current vessel possessed extraordinary aptitude, as his 80-year-old brain could accommodate the memories of 2 lives, with only a slight ache at the sight of his injury. That blow had been quite forceful. Ian's head felt somewhat heavy, indicating a mild concussion. Tierra Continent, Empire, Harrisonport. The people of white, spiritual energy Natives and immigrants, are we in another world or on a different planet? I suspect it is another world. Calmly assessing his current predicament, extracting keywords from his memories, Ian exhaled deeply. Though sighing was futile, he instead chuckled. An orphan in another world. With an abusive, half-mad uncle, what a hellish start. It matters not, one problem after another awaits resolution, and that is what makes it interesting. However, this smile brought complications. The cracked corners of his mouth tugged painfully, causing Ian to frown. He rose from the bed, cautiously maneuvering his weakened body through the narrow, dimly lit room, relying on his memory to locate the water barrel by the stone trough near the window. After drinking deeply, the moisture invigorated him, sharpening his thoughts. Ian drew back the curtain. The outside light was bright, and the street was devoid of pedestrians. The surrounding buildings were constructed from gray-white stone blocks, rugged and sturdy, their walls adorned with white vines and climbing ivy, beneath which the rocks bore the scars of years of battering from the sea breeze, exuding an air of antiquity. Following the path, he could clearly see a stretch of azure sea in the distance, fishing boats coming and going, painting a classical coastal port town scene. The scenery is quite lovely. Outwardly, even with a bloodstained bandage wrapped around his head, Ian could be considered quite handsome, his appearance transcending conventional notions of gender. With silvery hair and striking azure eyes, the boy still bore the innocence of youth, yet it was evident he would grow into a striking figure. Quite remarkable, indeed. Most adjusters do not possess such allure. Accustomed to the beauty of handsome men and women, Ian nodded in approval. His appearance in this life could be deemed clean and charming, certainly above average compared to the genetically enhanced populace of his previous life. Yet the evident signs of malnutrition and fatigue rendered him unusually haggard. Upon closer inspection, rolling up his sleeves revealed numerous scars on the boy's pale arms, old and new, overlapping in a way that rendered them impossible to count. My uncle is truly ruthless. I am but a child, not yet 10. Ian frowned slightly, tilting his head as he pulled at his collar, revealing the deep purple bruises that marred his neck. Just above the collarbone, no one could possibly clean this filthy abode. It was decaying, and unless it was demolished and rebuilt, the stench of rot would linger perpetually. He silently lamented, his hair a touch too long, obscuring the marks. As Ian swept his hair back, a wave of coolness washed over his neck, allowing him to clearly discern the size of the bruises. De force. Did my uncle truly wish to end my life? His gaze deepened, fixated upon the water's surface, while his fingers traced the contours of his collarbone, sliding downwards. Pain radiated through him. Though concealed beneath fabric, the boy's emaciated form bore a tapestry of varying shades of bruises and lash marks across his slender waist. While the wound on his head was the most grievous, it was evident that the boy's existence was far from pleasant. Being beaten had become a part of his daily life. Finally, his hands settled on his abdomen, and Ian's complexion suddenly paled as he gasped for breath. The excruciating pain sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. A wave of hunger intertwined with the tearing agony from overexertion in his lower back. This was clearly the consequence of prolonged labor without respite, the result of unhealed injuries. What a tragedy, he muttered softly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a bitter smile gracing his lips. The abuse and oppression, the senseless beatings, could be regarded as cruelty had he not awakened. Perhaps Ian would have slipped into eternal slumber, never to rise again. Yet if it were only this, it would hardly matter. He was still alive, was he not? In his previous life, although an engineer, history had not escaped him, and amalgamating the memories of his 8 years in this world, a realm reminiscent of the cusp of industrialization, countless children shared similar fates. Even if it wasn't Harrisonport, what apprentice in any locale enjoyed better treatment? Having lost their parents and relying on others, they endured what they must. At least his uncle provided them with sustenance. It is worth noting that among the child laborers of the pre-industrial era, who knows how many emerged unscathed, the familial ties of blood relations surely aided many were it not for the madness of his uncle. The two brothers might have grown up safely. The crux of the issue lay with that wretched uncle of his that he was truly a scoundrel. Young Ian may not have comprehended, but based on memories, he could ascertain that the limping man was an underground agent of the local populace, or rather, a tool manipulated by others, fervently addicted to a black mushroom extract native to the Bison Mountains. This addictive, naturally occurring substance was well understood. Those ensnared by it were akin to the deranged, no longer regarded as human, but rather as beasts. Thus, several days each month, his uncle, ever eager to provoke trouble, would seclude himself in his room to indulge in the mushrooms, reveling in a state of drunken stupor. Those moments were among the rare instances Ian could catch his breath and find a semblance of respite. In the past, in pursuit of his fixation, that man squandered every last penny and often resorted to borrowing money from Ian's parents, after the untimely demise of Ian's parents. Due to the customs of kinship and the emphasis placed on blood relations by the white people, he found himself burdened with the responsibility of adopting his two brothers. This not only squandered his time, but also depleted his meager funds intended for indulging in black mushroom extract. The clan members observed his predicament. He could not shake off this obligation. Coupled with certain personal reasons, the man frequently unleashed his pent-up anger upon Ian and his brothers, venting his resentment in violent outbursts. Who could endure this? Ian thought to himself, recalling those times. Before regaining his memories, Ian, still a mere child, had already been unable to tolerate such baseless abuse, living in constant fear of his own demise. The boy even secretly stashed a towel, silver coin in a corner, preparing for an opportunity to escape. Though somewhat naive, this was a form of choice and courage. Were he the Ian of today, he might well undertake similar actions, perhaps with even greater ingenuity. Only a fool would wish to coexist under the same roof as such a madman. However, the true crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Good heavens! With furrowed brows, Ian straightened his back and cast his gaze toward the adjacent room. That was the chamber of his 2-year-old brother. Even in the face of his own suffering, Ian could afford a sardonic smile at the thought of a person so depraved that he would inflict harm upon a child. What could he do but submit to him, given that he was in the late stages of cancer? There was no rush. He could gather evidence to report to the clan's elders or the city guards. If the situation grew dire, he could always make his escape. After all, his uncle, in pursuit of mushroom cultivation, would inevitably find time to prepare for him. He was not a mere child. Having lived 2 lives, he was merely contending with a violent abuser, and he possessed numerous ways to cope, rendering himself indifferent to the torment. Yet now, indigenous, trade, young children, blood sacrifices, offerings. Chapter 2, Psychic Energy, Sacrifice, Blood Offering. Even the most malevolent and twisted aristocrats of the empire would shy away from any association with blood sacrifices, at least in appearance. The port town of Harrison, where Ian resided, lay at the fringes of the southern ridge province of the empire. Adjacent to the sprawling Bays Mountains and the towering redwood forests. Apart from the empire's immigrants, numerous indigenous villages inhabited the redwood forest and coastal areas. These natives predominantly adhered to primitive totemic beliefs and the worship of spiritual entities, or revered various natural phenomena. Additionally, there were tribes that venerated intelligent magical beasts, as well as those that followed bizarre and malevolent aberrations. Regardless of whom these indigenous tribes worshipped, they were accustomed to blood sacrifices, and in certain circumstances, they did not shy away from cannibalism. Although tales spoke of their warm hospitality, their deep settlement within the Bays Mountains left many immigrants wary of venturing into the dense woods to engage with them. Who could discern whether they were the guests or the ones being graciously hosted? Ian's uncle, however, had established connections with these individuals, or rather, he had become ensnared by the black mushroom extract they provided, serving as their informant at the docks. While his uncle believed his actions were shrouded in secrecy, Ian, having awakened his memories, was astute enough to recall the peculiar behaviors and strange attire of those individuals. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a diminutive indigenous person, reminiscent of a child, adorned with intricate totemic tattoos on their exposed skin. Through careful deduction and the extraction of key memories, Ian surmised the nature of his uncle's dealings with these dangerous natives. It was a pure sacrificial offering. He was certain. Although the white people were not an exceedingly rare ethnic group, their bloodline possessed unique qualities, aligning them closely with psychic energy. The innocence and purity of a child's spirit made them the most suitable offering. It seemed the native tribes, in their recent quest to appease their deities, had found themselves lacking appropriate sacrifices and thus sought a transaction with Ian's uncle. How despicable, purebred scum. He began to contemplate rationally, from that scoundrel's perspective. He had already reached the age of 8, capable of performing minor household chores and odd jobs. As he grew older, he would be able to work at the docks, carrying goods and sorting fish, thus becoming a source of labor. This indicated there was still room for exploitation. However, his younger brother, at merely 2 years of age, was nothing but a liability, unable to work and incessantly crying. He would be seen as worthless by someone whose mind was already clouded by the effects of black mushroom consumption. To such a person, even discarding the child would be regarded as a profit, let alone selling him to others. This reasoning was all too easy to comprehend. As for the fate of blood sacrifice victims, that scoundrel clearly did not care. He deserved to perish. Ian had always maintained a low threshold for moral outrage, often empathizing with the thought processes of various severe offenders, to the extent that he nearly failed the political scrutiny upon boarding in his previous life. Being labeled as an abnormal thinker, yet this situation was excessive, it undeniably stirred his anger. Nevertheless, more than his fury, the thought of his brother weighed heavily on his heart. Anyone could understand that a child under 2 years old would be an incessant source of noise, and the complete silence in the room was evidently abnormal. Ian turned to face the door, pondering whether his brother had already been taken away and met with a tragic fate. After all, the other party was indeed his brother in this life, the very one he had personally sung lullabies to in order to lull him to sleep. The mere thought of a 2-year-old stranger encountering such horrors was enough to ignite fury within him. If his brother had truly been sent away, it would only serve to prove that the scoundrel had descended into madness beyond measure, placing Ian in a perilous predicament where he could strike at any moment, rendering all previous conjectures moot. With a grave expression, Ian furrowed his brow and murmured, "Even if I were a fool, I would surely notice my brother's sudden disappearance." It could not remain concealed for long, and given that he had sunk to such depths, rational judgment could no longer be applied to his actions. This was the most terrifying aspect of madness. The unpredictability of their actions rendered them utterly unfathomable. Initially, Ian had intended to endure the violent whims of that unscrupulous uncle for a few more days, gathering information about his surroundings before formulating a plan. However, if that despicable mushroom addict had indeed become entangled with the indigenous blood sacrifices, he would need to devise an escape plan with all haste. Farewell. This home could not be endured for even a moment longer. With a hint of sarcasm, Ian immediately set off towards the corner of the kitchen, where he had stashed the coins intended for his escape. Although he might typically be prone to procrastination, when his life was at stake, he knew he must act without delay. Yet, as Ian moved aside the pile of wood shavings and dust, his face became coated in grime, and he found that the coins he had accumulated were nowhere to be seen, causing a slight change in his expression. "Oh no." Ian gazed at the dust and moss in the corner, muttering to himself, "He has discovered it." Misremembering the location? How could that be? At present, Ian's recollection of his past was as clear as reading a book, and he was 100% certain that he had hidden the money right there. The only reason for the disappearance of his hidden coins was one. His unscrupulous uncle had caught wind of his intention to stash away money for an escape. And that realization had occurred quite recently. No wonder the scoundrel had been increasingly harsh lately. His body instinctively reacted with panic, fearing the impending violence. Yet Ian could not help but scoff inwardly. "It seems my escape plan has been compromised. That vile scoundrel likely awaited the moment of despair and confusion when I discovered the disappearance of the coins, relishing in my misfortune. In any case, the plan to hide money and flee had been uncovered, sealing off one avenue of escape. Moreover, upon further reflection, considering the escape plan from an adult's perspective, Ian could only shake his head. The past version of himself had never truly considered where to flee. Nor did he have any understanding of the terrain surrounding Harrisonport or the roads leading to nearby villages. Furthermore, his uncle would undoubtedly have the assistance of the indigenous people familiar with the area, making a simple escape utterly impossible. Reporting to the elders of the white people was also impractical. In this ignorant and feudal era, it was commonplace for parents to discipline their children and for uncles to beat their nephews. Should one be beaten to death, it would merely be the subject of gossip. Without solid evidence of his uncle colluding with the indigenous people for sacrifices to present to the elders, he would only be deemed insane if he attempted to have his uncle arrested at the first opportunity. As long as I cannot seize the moment, it would merely be a case of startling the snake in the grass. Faced with the exposed uncle, my chances of survival dwindle significantly. Even the slightest risk is unacceptable. Who would wager their life? However, to linger is equally unfeasible. Once he discovers my plan to stash away money and flee, the madman will undoubtedly escalate his punishments. It is entirely possible that he could fall victim to a sudden illness and, in his frenzy, inadvertently bring about his own demise. At that moment, He could easily dispose of my corpse in the mountains, claiming that I had gone missing while being mischievous. Although the loss of my sister's child would earn him scorn from our kin, he would remain indifferent. Contemplating this perspective, Ian shook his head. It is not just a possibility. He appears to be foreseeing the future. I must devise an alternative strategy to swiftly resolve this crisis. I need to find evidence of his collusion with the natives to support the blood sacrifice, but that is an exceedingly daunting task. This cunning uncle is mad. Not foolish. Such a significant matter would not reveal any telltale signs. Deep in thought, despite the dire situation, Ian's expression was not one of dread. Instead, he squinted and let out a soft chuckle. How intriguing. If fleeing and conventional reporting are not options, must I then resort to an ambush to eliminate him? It is perilous, yet I must prepare. Although hesitant, Ian earnestly contemplated this possibility, showing no aversion to the notion of murder. In fact, considering that he is a scoundrel who deserves death, a part of him felt a thrill of anticipation. He would not resist. He had nearly failed a political review in his past life. Ian's threshold for compromise, when it touches upon his core interests, is frighteningly low. In his previous society, no one encroached upon his interests, which rendered this less apparent. Pondering the dangerous plan, Ian spoke softly to himself. A smirk gracing his lips as he opened the door. Are the vital points of beings from another world akin to those of Earth? Just moments ago, I examined my own bones. The positioning of my ribs, heartbeat, and internal organs should be quite similar. Yet, I must not be too careless. A decisive strike aimed at the vital points cannot fail, for otherwise, it would be my own life at stake. Upon opening the door, Ian was unexpectedly greeted not by an empty bed, but by the serene sleeping face of his 2-year-old younger brother. The door creaked, yet it did not awaken him. The little boy, with his tuft of short white hair, even smacked his lips, his chubby cheeks indicating that he was living a more comfortable life than I. Why is this so? Initially, Ian was perplexed, but upon reflection, it made sense. The natives require offerings, and it stands to reason they would not desire a scrawny, bony child. Even pigs are fattened before being consumed. As he had not yet been sent away, perhaps I still have some time to prepare. Sighing in relief, Ian was about to close the door and leave, wishing not to disturb his brother's slumber. However, just before shutting the door, he noticed something unusual on his brother's tranquil sleeping face. Tendrils of deep black mist, tinged with crimson light, hovered ominously above his forehead, exuding an unsettling aura. Corresponding to the previously inferred pure sacrifice, the younger brother, as a preparatory offering, aptly reflected the ominous saying from Ian's ancestral home, "A darkening brow portends bloodshed." What could this mean? At this moment, the surreal scene before Ian left him momentarily stunned. He gazed intently at the dark red mist swirling above his brother's forehead, which faintly took the shape of an obsidian dagger, his eyes widening in disbelief. The design of this obsidian dagger closely resembled that of the indigenous people his inexpensive uncle had dealt with. Could it be? In an instant, as if struck by lightning, a searing pain surged through Ian's mind, prompting a short, involuntary whimper. He collapsed to the ground, pressing his hands against his head. His eyes tightly shut as blood flowed from his bandaged wounds, trickling down his cheeks. The agony was not confined to the wounds on his head. Deep within his brain, if it could be called physical, another part of Ian was transmitting a pain so intense it could render an ordinary person unconscious in an instant. It was the tremor of his soul, the shudder of his will. Were he an ordinary 8-year-old child, he would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, Ian remained unusually alert, fully enduring the searing torment as the metallic taste of blood filled his senses. Contrasting with the fiery pain, an icy chill emanated from his eyes, reminiscent of ancient glaciers. A profound and eerie coldness. This conflict between heat and frost seemed poised to ignite an explosion of extraordinary perception, rendering him momentarily blind in the darkness. Yet, within that obscurity, Ian glimpsed an infinity of light. He saw countless flickering fireflies emerging from the corners of darkness, coalescing like a radiant river, ultimately condensing into a shining star at the center of his mind, and gently shimmering. As he opened his eyes, a spark resembling fireflies flickered deep within Ian's azure gaze. The essence of his past and present converged, igniting a flame that had long remained unlit. Ian lifted his head, surveying the entire room. In an instant, every item, the tables, chairs, beams, windows, and even the burlap garments atop the table, revealed an array of colors, varying in depth and hue. Among them, 3 colors stood out as the most profound and luminous. Ian rose to his feet, his gaze fixed firmly on the black-red mist surrounding his brother. Then slowly turned his head. The boy looked towards a small bowl beside the bed, used for holding rice porridge, which emanated a residual pale blue mist. This azure halo shimmered with vibrant colors, its edges flickering with a subtle white light, instilling an inexplicable sense of safety. And finally, himself. Ian glanced at his own hands. Though it was merely for a fleeting moment, soon all the extraordinary phenomena vanished. Yet he still perceived the colors enveloping him. It was an abyssal black mist, so deep it obscured any trace of light, where ominous entities writhed and churned, akin to the dense clouds heralding an approaching storm. Amidst the sea of mist, a couple of crimson lightning bolts, as red as blood, suddenly cleaved through the fog, reflecting a ghastly hue within the boy's eyes. After a moment of silence, Ian broke into a smile. So, this is how it is. He extended his hand to wipe away the blood from his cheek and eyes. His voice filled with a dawning realization. This is psychic power. Ian slowly clenched his fist, causing the ethereal mist to disperse from his palm. My psychic power. Chapter 3. The mist. This is spiritual energy. Although Ian had never encountered this term in his previous life, through the memories of this existence, he could ascertain that the extraordinary phenomenon he had just witnessed was the unique ability referred to as spiritual energy in this new world. With his eyes closed, his mind transitioned from a realm of indistinct darkness to a gentle shimmer reminiscent of stars, drifting like snow in the northern wind. Feeling this wondrous power, unheard of and unseen, which did not exist in his former homeland, he smiled genuinely. How remarkable. Guided by instinct, he adjusted his will to condense the twinkling starlight and project it into his gaze. Accompanied by a sensation akin to the dizziness from excessive contemplation, a fatigue born of 3 days and nights spent checking papers, Ian opened his eyes, curiously surveying his surroundings. As before, under the faint glow of the fireflies reflected in his eyes, everything in his field of vision emerged cloaked in a myriad of colorful mists of varying depths. However, unlike the first time, he could no longer perceive the dark mist surrounding him. Yet, the blackish-red mist enveloping his brother remained vivid. The formless mist surrounding the slumbering child coalesced at times into knife-like illusions. Ian recognized that knife. The obsidian blade was edged with a dark red hue, evoking a sense of ancient bloodshed, and the strange sigils on the hilt added to the air of eerie mystery. The redwood natives along the Basin coast, prior to the arrival of imperial settlers with iron tools, frequently employed such obsidian knives. They used the stone blades to carve the flesh of their prey, extract the entrails, and select the tenderest portions as offerings to their totems or various deities of the mountains and seas. With this understanding, Ian was certain that the mist he witnessed was indeed a form of ominous spiritual energy, linked to the auspicious and inauspicious elements of his homeland's culture, foretelling the calamities that awaited both brothers, even revealing the manner in which they would face misfortune. As for the fact that he could not see the dark mist surrounding himself this time, Ian believed it was due to the principle of a physician cannot heal himself, nor can one predict their own fate. Previously, he had observed the dark mist surrounding the child Ian, but now, having regained his innate wisdom, it was only logical that he would not be enveloped by the colors of impending doom. The red and black signified dire omens, while the blue remained unclear. Instinctively, he sensed it was harmless, yet it likely held its own peculiarities. Casting a glance at the bowl atop the cabinet, the white-haired boy promptly closed his eyes, his frail body swaying slightly. Were it not for his support against the door, he might have indeed fainted. Engaging this ability felt akin to running a mental marathon, a considerable drain on his stamina. After concluding his perception, aside from an overwhelming fatigue, he experienced waves of nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. Ian strove to resist the drowsiness that surged within him. Analyzing and summarizing the effects and costs of this unknown ability, it felt much like the fatigue that follows excessive contemplation devoid of sustenance. This spiritual energy might indeed stem from some aspect of the mind and soul, yet it still relied on the material brain and physical form to operate. Difficult to comprehend. Intriguing. Although his physical state was precarious, Ian's expression radiated excitement. He lowered his gaze, fixating on his hands, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. What is the principle behind this? Perhaps it is too early to ponder such matters. Is the effect a manifestation of the malice others harbor towards my brother and me, or an instinctual deduction? Or perhaps, as his brain began to function, the onslaught of pain sent waves of dizziness through the boy, compelling him to lean against the door and slowly descend to the floor, halting his excessive contemplation. Pain, while undeniably uncomfortable, indeed allowed Ian to sense the impending crisis ahead of time. Quite remarkable. Although devoid of direct combat power, he could glean a wealth of information to aid in breaking through the predicament. After a considerable pause, regaining his composure, Ian turned to glance at the door behind him. His gaze was profound. The blood sacrifice was a fait accompli, judging by the color and density of the mist. It seemed that my demise might have occurred even before that of my brother. It appears my unscrupulous uncle intends to eliminate me once and for all, through psychic energy. Corroborating his suspicions, Ian felt a surprising lack of urgency and anxiety compared to before. Conversely, he nodded earnestly, his youthful countenance appearing rather endearing, if that is the case. Only one choice remains. I must devise a plan to eliminate that scoundrel. With the most innocent visage, I shall utter the most ruthless and venomous words. An 8-year-old child confronting a brawny adult, even one with a disability, seems almost absurd. Yet, if a child, harboring malevolence and possessing a mature intellect, were to scheme against an unsuspecting adult, the narrative becomes rich with possibilities. Not to mention, typical children often lack knowledge of their household items, and many tools suitable for traps may go unrecognized. Regardless, the human body is inherently fragile. Sometimes, a mere stumble can lead to fatal consequences. Ian was not without opportunities. Of course, even with that understanding, when he made this decision, his heart was not entirely certain. In fact, much of it was a gamble. Nevertheless, the sooner a threatening lunatic could be dealt with, the better. Who knows if his uncle might return with a few locals next time. This is an unfamiliar world. Although he had lived for 8 years, his understanding remained quite superficial. He had to take a chance. One path led to certain death, while the other, albeit fraught with risk, offered a glimmer of hope. Why not take the plunge? When should he rid himself of that vile uncle? Today. His gaze, initially tinged with tension, gradually settled into resolute calm. At that moment, Ian was determined, at any cost, even if it meant setting the house ablaze, he would eliminate that uncle. First, he would assess what this house had to offer. Having resolved to rid himself of that unscrupulous uncle, Ian began to seek out any tools within the house that could be of use. Ordinary knives and meat cleavers would serve no purpose. According to Ian's recollections, children in this world possessed significantly greater strength than their counterparts from his previous life, capable of wielding axes for chopping wood. Adults are similarly inclined. Ian's mind conjures up the image of a fisherman effortlessly carrying a gigantic fish, comparable to his own size, into the city to boast about his catch. This is rather unusual. In the previous world, humanity had largely undergone genetic optimization, resulting in remarkable robustness, and the inhabitants of this realm seem even more extraordinary. By proportional estimation, the strongmen here would likely not require any enhancements to grapple with a brown bear or to deliver a fatal blow to a wild boar, of course. Referring to the terrestrial version of these beasts, is every individual in this world genetically modified? Ian has yet to encounter the fauna of this realm, but they too ought to be rather astonishing. He furrows his brow in contemplation. Perhaps psychic energy can also augment physical prowess? In any case, one cannot rely solely on human data for calculations in this context. Otherworldly experiences are intriguing, albeit perilously so. Ultimately, it is utterly implausible for an 8-year-old child to ambush an adult with a knife. A pitchfork would be more reasonable, at least. A piercing wound to a vital area could prove fatal to an ordinary person, not to mention the potential for chemical and biological harm. However, Ian feels a twinge of concern. In a world infused with psychic energy, whether a punctured internal organ could truly slay an adult male remains uncertain. That individual likely lacks such capabilities. Otherwise, he would not remain obscure, preying only on children. There are ropes, vines, a grass fork, a bag of somewhat moldy flour, wooden skewers for roasting fish, and various tools for skinning and butchering. Additionally, several extremely sturdy, pointed salted fish catch Ian's eye, which he believes could undoubtedly kill or even stab someone. Can this really be consumed? Touching the surface still dusted with salt, the reddish-brown fish emanates a steel-like texture, stirring a profound reaction within Ian. Surely, this could withstand a bullet. The boy can distinctly sense that this salted fish, even in death, harbors an unwillingness to surrender, possessing an unfriendly desire to combat human teeth. Setting aside this vengeful, weapon-like fish for the moment, the rope can be fashioned into a tripwire. And although the points of the grass fork are not as sharp as he had anticipated, they could still prove lethal. The flour, with slight processing, could serve as lime powder, and when mixed with wall ash, could be utilized against a madman intent on taking his life, without concern for martial ethics. If not for the lack of immediate options, Ian would have preferred to resort to poison outright. As for the knife, it is not particularly useful. Its short length necessitates close proximity, and in the event of a significant physical disadvantage, it could easily be wrested away. Nevertheless, it can be repurposed as material for traps. This must be the very stick that knocked young Ian unconscious, unveiling the mysteries of his origins. The straight, hard birchwood bears dried traces of blood at its end. As the boy grasps it, he instinctively swings it, delivering a swift chop. Indeed, the humans of this world retain the instinct to wield a club, suggesting they too are formidable upright apes. Ian chuckles heartily. The instinct to use a wooden stick is imprinted within human genetics, although not entirely certain. It appears that the humans of Terra Continent have also traversed a protracted period of wooden and stone tool usage, not dissimilar to their earthly counterparts. Regrettably, the stick proved to be of little utility. The child could only wield it to wreak havoc upon the flowers and grasses lining the roadside, falling short of any significant impact upon others. Ian also noticed the bowl of kanji placed atop the cabinet. I recall that within the entire room, only 3 sources emitted light. My brother and I, naturally, were among them, while the remaining source was that bowl of kanji, enveloped in a mist of cerulean luminescence. The deep crimson hue signified peril and misfortune, but what did the pale blue represent? Ian remained uncertain. Thus, he approached and leaned in for a closer inspection. Chapter 4. Sleep powder. The porridge bowl, likely left in place after Uncle fed his younger brother in the morning, bore remnants of a light yellow wheat porridge at the bottom. This was far superior to the yellow rice porridge made from a mixture of wheat and bran that Uncle typically consumed alongside Ian. The bowl itself was inconsequential, merely a wooden vessel, but what mattered was its contents. It was perplexing that there were leftovers. This should not be the case. Setting aside the fact that Elon, his brother, could not possibly have such a small appetite, Uncle's miserly nature would never allow for waste. If a child could not finish, how could he? Elon was the name bestowed upon his brother by their mother during her pregnancy, meaning good at battle. That forsaken stepfather, hailing from Canaan Moor, was a formidable transcendent mercenary of half-elven lineage, and their mother had hoped her child would inherit his strength. Whether Elon was truly battle-ready remained unclear to Ian, but one thing was certain: his brother had a hearty appetite, consuming whatever was available without leaving a trace. Perplexed, Ian lifted the bowl, leaning closer to inspect it, only to furrow his brow in confusion. What was that scent? The aroma of wheat was mingled with an unusual floral fragrance, warm and inviting, reminiscent of osmanthus but more intense. Just as his eyelids grew heavy, threatening to succumb to slumber, Ian abruptly raised his left hand and sank his teeth into his left thumb. The refined sleep powder from the super flower, a potent anesthetic employed by indigenous hunters? Clenching his fist, Ian fixed his gaze upon the bowl of porridge and the white-haired toddler sleeping soundly beside him. Undisturbed by Ian's sudden movements, blood lingered on his lips, the metallic taste jolting him awake and filling him with disbelief. Had Osner truly fed this substance to a child? Those who indulge in such practices are unworthy of humanity. No wonder Elon was so quiet and well-behaved, almost unnaturally so for a typical 2-year-old. Naturally, what child could cry or fuss when medicated? Rather, could a child grow up under such conditions? Only by being fed such a concoction could Elon remain tranquil. A mere offering for the indigenous people's rituals. Following the surge of anger, silence enveloped him. Holding the bowl of porridge, Ian's brow furrowed deeply as he stood in contemplation. Though his fury towards Uncle Osner had become nearly uncontainable, he could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Was it truly possible that a hint of floral essence could induce such rapid slumber? Although his previous life had encountered substances capable of similar effects, none were purely natural. Surely, it must be magic? Or perhaps this was a form of spiritual flora. Ian recalled how his old classmates at the Institute of Biological Sciences often remarked that every living organism is an extraordinarily unique and meticulously crafted carbon-based factory, capable of producing complex compounds that modern biological industries struggle to replicate. Yet to derive such an effective sedative from them within a short time frame was utterly impossible. The true biological factories, capable of igniting the next technological revolution, were not the path humanity on Earth had embarked upon. This sleep powder is undoubtedly a rare commodity, coveted by hunters dwelling on the mountainside. Without the collusion of his uncle and the locals, who serve as intermediaries, he would never have acquired it. Indeed, as Ian furrowed his brow, he comprehended the situation. Aside from the unsettling notion of Elon being quietly sacrificed, the fact that the black mushroom extract necessitates immediate slumber for its effects to take hold. This substance is reserved for Osna's personal use. Moreover, Ian was disinclined to tend to Elon, not wishing to squander his brother's time that could be better spent earning money. Thus he resolved to let this bothersome little spirit drift into sleep. Wait, personal use. Yes, at that moment, Ian's gaze brightened suddenly. There must be a supply of sleep powder stashed within the house. Since this item is an essential for his uncle, it would not be carried on his person, thus a portion must surely reside at home. Naturally, even someone as despicable as Asna would not display such a thing openly on a table. He would undoubtedly conceal the sleep powder deeply, in a location where a child like Ian could hardly find it. Even though Ian was no longer the boy he once was, locating a target without a single clue would still prove exceedingly difficult. Yet now, circumstances had changed. Stepping out of the room, Ian's eyes glimmered once more with phosphorescence. Overwhelmed again, the boy spotted, in the corner of his uncle's room, beneath a cabinet and a jar, a faint blue glow illuminating unexpectedly. Leaning against the wall, he smiled. Scattered clouds released beams of sunlight as the damp air surged with the wind. At the edge of the immigrant district in Harrison Harbor, a slightly weathered wooden stone cottage stood, with the streets of the old area steeped in the earthy scent of rain. The summer rains along the coast were swift and fierce. Within mere minutes, the skies would darken, only to return to clarity shortly thereafter. In the glow of the setting sun, a tall, limping man, gaunt and skeletal, walked silently along the street, the dim light casting a long shadow behind him. His cheeks were sunken, adorned with a lengthy stubble, and his elongated, narrow eyes were slightly squinted, deeply set within their sockets, with darkened rings around them, giving his gaze an unsettling quality. Even so, he possessed a certain handsomeness, albeit overshadowed by a gloomy demeanor that did not suggest kindness. Though he limped, his pace was not slow, marked only by a slight unevenness. This was not due to a disability, but rather a congenital deformity. Below the calf of his right leg, the foot had been replaced by a dark blue-black tumor covered in a thick shell, with protruding blood vessels pulsating rhythmically, as if yearning to nurture something extraordinary from within. However, due to the flaws inherent within the embryo, this gestation had failed, resulting in the current state of grotesque aberration. Such unexpected deformities frequently occurred among the people of the white, and both kin and outsiders had grown accustomed to them. Although there was no discrimination, they were not permitted to marry or bear children, thus preventing the propagation of their lineage. Osner is indeed a dull and cold man, one who has never favored the expression of any emotions. His countenance perpetually wears a mask-like, parched poker face, rendering him rather unapproachable. Nonetheless, he is not one to instigate trouble nor to mock others with biting words. This man demonstrates unwavering respect and humility towards his superiors, a virtue that is undoubtedly esteemed by the dock supervisors. Thus, he leads a relatively stable existence, with no one perceiving a need for change in him. Yet, therein lies the very source of his disdain. Accounting at the docks? If it were not for his own deformity, if his family had not been exiled to the far reaches of the empire, if he possessed any semblance of psychic talent, if regardless, he ought not to embody the dullness he presently does. He deserves a more illustrious life. Contemplating this, a brooding anger flares within him, a loathing and resentment that even a vivid dream of blissful existence could scarcely dispel. He longs for release. With this thought, Osner lifts his gaze towards his dwelling. Squinting, he notices a small white figure peering in from the window. A boy with white hair, bandaged head, stands cautiously at the window, gazing out at the street below. The boy possesses clean and endearing features, his white hair contrasting sharply with his azure eyes. Yet blood seeps slowly from an unhealed wound, staining the pristine bandages a dark crimson. Witnessing this scene, Osner bows his head and chuckles darkly. A morbid sense of accomplishment swells within him. There are those who fear him, those who dread him, and those who tremble at his thoughts. This is the only moment he truly feels alive. Whether it be the silver coins hidden in the kitchen corner, the uncleaned lavatory, or the firewood left unchopped from yesterday, excuses abound. That boy will certainly confess his wrongdoing, and he shall not utter a word, nor extend forgiveness, for mistakes warrant punishment. Not to the point of death, for he could still be sold. The innards of a miner would fetch a high price among the forest folk not to be killed. Muttering incoherently, his spirits lifted, he quickens his pace, the grim man smiling with satisfaction as he opens his front door. There, Ian stands at the threshold, anxiously awaiting his arrival. Excellent Osner swiftly shuts the door behind him. He had intended to speak, but suddenly a bag strikes his face, blinding him momentarily as a choking cloud of dust, infused with a rich and familiar scent, envelopes his mouth and nose. Cough. How could he possibly find as he begins to succumb to the depths of a profound slumber? Ostner perceives Ian approaching slowly, armed with the very rope he usually employs for binding cured meats and a sharpened pitchfork. A wave of unease and terror surges within him, compelling him to scream. Yet, Ostner has no opportunity for further contemplation. Amidst the overwhelming aroma, he drifts into a deep sleep. Chapter 5. The blade, the vital sustenance and economic backbone of Harrison Port is fishing. When the fish migration occurs in April, a substantial portion of the workforce congregates to assist in processing the vast quantities of freshly caught fish. At long tables, they work in a seamless assembly line to prepare the fish for preservation. The first individual removes the head, passing it on to the second, who then guts the fish, ridding it of its entrails. The third person meticulously extracts the bones, leaving only the flesh, which is then submerged in a large barrel filled with brine, blessed by the local priest, for an entire day of curing. Subsequently, the cured fish will be dried in open spaces over the following days and sold to various merchant guilds. Orsina is well acquainted with this process. During the days when his sister and brother-in-law were alive, he was frequently summoned to lend a hand and earn some pocket money. Though his sister often chided him to save more for his future, he paid little heed, as the money was quickly spent on black mushrooms, soon depleted. Now, the mingled stench of fish blood and sea salt permeated his nostrils, while the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes filled his ears. Upon awakening, Orsina discovered himself firmly bound to the long table used for processing salted fish, his limbs and even his eyes restrained by ropes and cloth strips, rendering him immobile. The source of his predicament became apparent as he heard the familiar sound of a mosquito's wings. Instinctively, he sought to swat the pest, a reflex inherent to all humans. Yet, this motion was impossible. The resilient, waterlogged ropes held him fast to the table, leaving him to helplessly endure the incessant buzzing of the mosquito flitting about his ears, a veritable torment. On that table, which had processed countless fish, the lingering odor of fish and a hint of decay enveloped him. Bound there, Orsina felt an urge to retch. But with his mouth tightly gagged by a wad of burlap, he could only emit muffled, inaudible sounds. In that moment, he felt akin to the very sea fish he had once processed, laid upon the table, awaiting his fate. Indeed, it was his own nephew, Ian. That mischievous lad had stealthily attacked him with his sleeping powder, incapacitating him with a thrown lime bag. He had tied him to the table, but to what end? Realizing it was Ian only deepened Orsina's confusion. How had he discovered his sleeping powder? This substance was a rare commodity, significant in various circumstances and controlled by the Empire, making it exceedingly rare and generally unattainable for ordinary hunters. Its value could surpass that of a single hunting haul, reserved for the most exquisite beasts. Untouched by the slightest blade, Orsina had managed to procure it through connections with the natives, keeping it well concealed to avoid detection. That secret cabinet, even the finest hunters in town could not hope to locate it. Little did he know, within Ian's precognitive vision, the large sack of sleeping powder glowed as if marked, making it an effortless task to find. At this moment, Ostner found himself in a state of turmoil, acutely aware that the ropes binding his wrists had begun to loosen. After all, he was familiar with the ropes from his own household, which had served him for 7 or 8 years, worn and frayed. In truth, he had always relied on hand-me-downs from his sister, Ian's mother, never once purchasing anything for himself. However, since the decline of Ian's family, the opportunity for Ostner to exploit these second-hand items had vanished, leaving him with no motivation to replace the seldom-used belongings. How dare they conspire against me? Ostner seethed with hatred, gritting his teeth. His torment of Ian stemmed from the fact that children posed no real threat. Even if they rebelled, he could easily overpower them. And such thoughts did not trouble him, rather, they brought him a sense of comfort. Yet now, the nephew he had deemed harmless had unexpectedly revealed his fangs, biting back in a way that filled Ostner with both humiliation and dread. If Ian merely sought to avoid punishment, Ostner could have acquiesced, for he regarded the boy as nothing more than a child, easily deceived. However, he had resolved that regardless of whether he could break free from his bonds, once he had tricked Ian into untying him, he would ensure the boy's demise, selling the body to the indigenous folk of the forest, fabricating a tale that Ian had simply wandered off from the port and vanished. After all, since the fateful storm 8 years prior, which had caused the disappearance of Ian's father's guard unit, the security system of Harrison Port had yet to be fully restored. The crumbled walls remained unrepaired, with only the towers in various districts standing relatively intact. But those towers served as a barrier against external threats. In such circumstances, it was not unusual for a child to sneak out. In previous years, there had been reports of children being snatched by beasts near the river, a reality that persisted despite efforts to prevent it. There would always be those who ventured outside, much like himself. If it were not for such circumstances, he could never have formed clandestine connections with the natives beyond the city walls. Suddenly, the creaking of old wooden boards echoed through the air, announcing the approach of footsteps. Osner instinctively widened his eyes. He had intended to roar in fury or utter some words, but it dawned on him that his mouth had been completely stifled, rendering him incapable of producing any sound, be it to agree to terms, deceive, or plead for mercy. It was only then that a chilling realization struck him. Ian had blocked his mouth with no intention of engaging in dialogue. Muffled cries escaped him as he began to thrash violently, his body writhing like a worm. The man exerted every ounce of strength in an attempt to free himself from the ropes binding his wrists. Though difficult, it was not impossible. Yet, he soon felt an excruciating pain radiating from the center of his palm. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of a hammer striking nails resounded, as the nails pierced flesh and burrowed deep into the wooden table, securing his already bound hands in place. Ag! Osner's eyes bulged in horror. Had it not been for the cotton stuffing in his mouth, the intensity of the pain might have driven him to bite off his own tongue. Nevertheless, his breathing grew erratic, and as his vision blurred, he briefly succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, the sounds that greeted him were even more terrifying, driving him to the brink of madness. It was the sound of blades being sharpened, snick, snick, snick. The fish filleting knife was being honed, and in that moment, vivid images flooded Osner's mind. Fish heads being severed with precision, their bodies skillfully gutted and boned. Overwhelmed by fear, he lost control of his bowels. Alas, it was only then that Osner heard a youthful sigh. You should not have awakened, uncle. It would have been better for you to remain in your stupor. This solitary sigh shattered the silence, and it seemed to unlock Ian's tongue. I truly did not anticipate that you could be so easily subdued. So we have ample time, no need for concern. As he continued to sharpen the knife, the boy spoke in a rather cheerful tone, tinged with a hint of trepidation and reflection. To be honest, I was quite anxious before binding you. It was a stroke of luck, far more successful than I had imagined. Regardless of how meticulous the preparations, success is never guaranteed, and a single misstep could lead to demise. I had even anticipated that you might evade the sleeping powder, and I prepared a wooden trap in the hallway. A wooden trap? Despite the pain coursing through his palms and the tremors of fear racking his body, Osner's mind conjured images of the hallway in his home. Indeed, a section of wood had become waterlogged, creating a sunken pit beneath, and given his disability, he would easily stumble and fall. He had intended to find a time for Ian to repair it, and if he failed, to beat him for amusement. In addition, Ian continued, interrupting Osner's musings. I set a tripwire in the kitchen, which should suffice to deal with you. Ian's voice drifted back, though distorted by Osner's rapid heartbeat, making it difficult to comprehend. If you were clever enough to see through the sleeping powder, the water pit, and the tripwire, then my final resort would be to use a pitchfork, taking advantage of your limited mobility to pierce you. I was somewhat concerned that the skin of adults in this world is too resilient, so I made sure to sharpen it a bit. The mention of a pitchfork reminded Osner of tales from his childhood, recounted by elders in the capital. One involving a demon hunter who met his end at the hands of farmers wielding pitchforks. Though merely a story, it illustrated the vulnerability of human flesh against such implements. Finally, the boy said softly, "Do you smell the odor of the algae oil lamp in the fire pit, which I placed in the living room? If you somehow evade all traps and the pitchfork fails to kill you, I shall set this house ablaze, perishing alongside you." With that, the sound of sharpening ceased. The boy rose to his feet. Osner could distinctly smell the briny scent of the algae oil, and the warmth emanating from the fire pit engulfed him in a wave of dread. In that moment, he realized the grim fate that awaited him. How could a man, who has devised such an intricate plan to eliminate his own nephew, even entertain the notion of providing himself with an escape route or a chance at survival? His words were merely a means to gauge his own reactions, to ascertain whether he had accomplices or contingencies in place. He had already accepted that his demise would not stir much trouble. Thus, the man commenced a fervent struggle, the wooden table creaking beneath him, as if he yearned to utter something. I am still of use. I possess knowledge of many things. Why are the natives so eager for a blood sacrifice? Why has the garrison in Harrison Port been so weakened of late? Why have the merchant caravans dwindled in number? Why has the noble Viscount been so despondent as of late? The tempest from 8 years ago. He indeed knew a great deal. Yet, it proved utterly futile. You are terrified, are you not? Despite your fear, The boy's soft laughter drew near, imbued with a touch of gentle reassurance. Do not fret, uncle. I shall afford you no opportunity to cry out for help. You need not utter a single secret. I shall unearth them myself. Even with his eyes blindfolded, Asna seemed to perceive a pair of indifferent azure eyes, calmly scrutinizing his body, akin to a butcher gazing at a swine or a scholar observing a subject of experimentation. The watery glimmer of those eyes flickered in the darkness, followed closely by the glint of a blade. I shall show you no mercy. The sound of steel rending flesh echoed, a sickening, visceral noise. Chapter 6. The Horizon in the Dimly Lit Room. The flickering glow of the phosphorescent oil lamp delineated the contours of the space, revealing a weary boy with white hair, gasping for breath. On the long table, wrapped in oilcloth, blood trickled only slightly, a consequence of the minor fatal wound, compounded by the presence of a sedative, which had dilated the blood vessels prior to death. Fortunately, the calming effects of the sedative ensured that Asna did not struggle or scream in his final moments. Otherwise, he might have broken free from his bindings, alerting the neighbors to the dreadful scene. But now, Asna was deceased. No one could survive after having their trachea severed and suffocated for several minutes, at least, not Asna. The corpse could not remain in the house, but that was a matter for later. Staring at the lifeless body, Ian shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the grotesque expression that lingered on Asna's face in death. Scum like him deserved a fitting end. Rather than concern himself with the long-deserving fate of a sadistic child abuser, he found it more prudent to contemplate the essence of his own abilities. At this moment, Ian began to grasp the effects of the psychic power he had named the Foreseeing Horizon. Activating this ability consumed a portion of his strength, causing blood to surge towards his head. Simultaneously, everything within his field of vision became enveloped in a haze of various colors. Ordinary objects such as wooden tables, chairs, and ropes were cloaked in white, gray, or even translucent mist. These did not obstruct his sight and could easily be overlooked. However, the presence of blue indicated that an area contained something extraordinary, an object with remarkable properties. Blue signified the unusual. In simpler terms, it represented rarity, classified as rare. The superflower was one such rarity, currently the only one he had encountered. This was the essence of the Foreseeing Horizon's ability to identify unusual items. As for the future, whether there would be categories such as very rare, extraordinary rare, unparalleled rare, or, legendary, depended on his fortune in encountering such treasures. It was not an insurmountable challenge. Ian expanded his thoughts, meticulously pondering. Many areas around Harrison Port remained unexplored, harboring a wealth of rare herbs and materials hidden within the jungles and mountains. This was why numerous herbalists still frequented the port. The superflower, along with the black mushrooms his uncle consumed, belonged to this category of special herbs and materials. A simple collection could yield substantial profits when sold to the municipal hall and commercial guilds. Yet, he did not need to rely solely on the experience of seasoned herbalists. Groping in the dark for fortune, Ian merely needed to occasionally open his eyes and employ the Foreseeing Horizon to unearth considerable wealth. Moreover, this was only a fraction of the capabilities of the Foreseeing Horizon. If he were to draw a parallel, Ian felt that his psychic abilities bore resemblance to divination. After all, beyond detecting the rarity of objects, this power allowed him to glimpse into the future. Predicting the trajectory of what was to come was the true essence of this psychic ability. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, Ian found himself in the room of his younger brother, Elon. The latter, having consumed porridge laced with a sleep-inducing powder, remained in a deep slumber, likely to continue for some time. Activating his foresight, Ian suppressed the flutter of his heart as he surveyed the scene, reflecting, indeed, the ominous black-red aura had vanished, leaving behind only a faint swirl of crimson. This signified danger still lingered, yet it no longer constituted a life-threatening crisis. The demise of their uncle, Asna, had alleviated the immediate peril for Ian and Elon, yet the situation was far from resolved. First and foremost, Asna's death, or perhaps his disappearance, would inevitably be discovered by the inhabitants of Harrison Port and the White Clan. While it was unlikely anyone would suspect an 8-year-old child, Ian could deftly attribute his uncle's absence to his own reckless venture into the redwood forest to trade black mushrooms with the indigenous people. After all, many hunters had gone missing in the woods, especially a crippled one. Those from his clan, who vaguely understood the circumstances, would likely not pursue the matter further. However, this was not a foolproof plan. Ian and Elon were still children, and Asna had been their last remaining blood relative. Without the protection of kin, they would be relegated to the status of others' wards or apprentices in this rural locale. The best outcome might see them conscripted into the service of the Radiant Church. But even that was not guaranteed. It is worth noting that in the southernmost Harrison port, even the clergy occasionally toiled in the fields or ventured out to fish. Few wished to care for children. This represented a long-term crisis, while the immediate threat remained with the indigenous people. Osna's death did not signify the conclusion of the dealings he had intended. The natives, in desperate need of pure sacrificial offerings, had infiltrated the port before and were well aware of Osna's residence. It would pose little challenge for them to forcibly abduct Ian and Elon. I cannot perceive the fortunes that envelop me. I understand well that in most legendary tales, prophecies and divinations cannot predict one's own future. Ian extended his hand, gently pinching his brother's chubby cheek, lost in contemplation as he murmured, "Yet I can discern the fortunes surrounding Elon." Elon, merely a child of just over a year, was under Ian's guardianship. Their fates were intertwined. If I were to perish, he could not possibly endure. Conversely, any threat to my brother, while perhaps not as daunting to me, certainly warranted caution. With this realization, Ian's gaze brightened. He had come to an epiphany. Thus, by observing Elon's future fate and assessing the fluctuations of his fortune, I could indirectly ascertain my own destiny. Ian excitedly ruffled Elon's cherubic face, marveling at the delightful softness of the white-haired toddler's plump cheeks. I cannot see my own, but I can see my brother's. We are bound together, after all. Cocooned within his blanket, the white-haired child remained blissfully unaware, murmuring adorably in his sleep, oblivious to the fact that he had been unwittingly transformed into his brother's tool for foreseeing the future, a living comparative instrument. Yet, Ian's resolute determination to safeguard Elon stemmed from more than mere ability. Ultimately, Elon is the sole remaining blood relative he has in this world. His mother, frail and weak, passed away shortly after giving birth to Elon, overwhelmed by the burden of caring for 2 children alone following the departure of her second husband. Throughout the years, it has been Ian who has regaled Elon with tales and sung lullabies, and Elon has grown particularly close to his brother. With a quarter of elven blood and the mixed lineage of the white folk, Elon theoretically possesses immense potential for awakening his latent abilities, yet in reality, that potential remains unfulfilled. This unfulfilled promise is, indeed, the very reason why their half-elven stepfather from Canaanmore chose to abandon them. The child, with his silver locks and pointed ears, possesses a certain charm. Gazing at Elon's sleeping visage, the boy exhaled, allowing himself a moment of calm. Ian reached out, leaned down, and gently pinched his brother's ear tip, the remnants of the anger born from slaying Orsina dissipating from his countenance. The boy regarded his sibling with warmth. "Even if you were to become foolish, I shall nurture you to adulthood. For, after all, you are my only kin in this world." In whispered soliloquy, Ian rose and exited his brother's chamber. As he passed the long table, he absent-mindedly wiped the blood from his hands onto his uncle's clothing. Approaching the window, Ian cautiously surveyed the scene outside. For a fleeting moment, he thought he glimpsed a golden mist, but in the next instant, it vanished. What was that? Puzzled, Ian rubbed his eyes, ultimately concluding that it was merely an illusion cast by the flickering streetlight at the end of the alley. The coastal city lay silent in the dead of night, with only a few dim streetlights illuminating the vicinity of the city center. Those everlasting lamps, fueled by oil derived from bioluminescent algae, boast longevity. Yet they shine for no more than a month at best. Forcing them to light up only results in a flickering glow, a dance of light and shadow. Once he was certain of solitude, Ian drew the curtains tightly once more, his heart swelling with emotion. Harrison Port, Terra Continent. Although it appears archaic and feudal, Ian understands that this seemingly antiquated realm is, at most, a world on the cusp of the industrial age, fundamentally distinct from Earth in his past life. Not only does it possess spiritual energy, but it also harbors extraordinary phenomena such as sublimators and sleep powder. Is it a world of swords and sorcery? Of spiritual energy and miracles? Ian gazed out at the world beyond the window, exhilarated by the sheer sense of the unknown. Indeed, Terra is remarkable, he exclaims in admiration. For such has been his nature in his previous existence. Ian's aspirations are driven by this very sensation, this vision of the future. Hence, he yearns to traverse the starry sea, to journey into the dark and uncharted expanse. While ordinary souls might fear such silence and darkness, for Ian, transforming the unknown into a realm of knowledge to satiate his curiosity is the essence of existence. An otherworldly realm, one filled with spiritual energy, sleep powder, and a plethora of unheard of, unseen wonders? It could not be better. Swiftly, he secured the corpse with an oilcloth, fully convinced that his cruel and malevolent uncle had met his end decisively. Even if necromancy exists in this world, A decayed neck would be a trivial concern. Tonight, he must dispose of his uncle's remains. In the flickering glow of the living room, Ian let out a deep sigh. Acutely aware that the hunger gnawing at his abdomen had escalated to near pain. After the tension had dissipated, a sense of lethargy began to wash over his limbs. However, having just dealt with the body, the boy realized the imperative truth. He must first attend to his nourishment. Chapter 7. Dining after a long, arduous day. One's appetite naturally awakens. Ian made his way to the kitchen, where remnants of various ingredients awaited him. Among them were a piece of smoked venison jerky, an abundance of salted fish, a small jar of reddish-brown sea salt, a bowl of berries that emitted a distinctly sour aroma, and a small bag of flour tucked away in the depths of the cupboard. In a feudal society, the mere presence of ample meat could be deemed a considerable feast, if not a luxury. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. After all, on the continent of Terra, the physical constitution of humanity far surpasses that of the average medieval individual on Earth. Every adult could be considered a powerhouse, exhibiting enhanced productivity and a superior standard of living. Indeed, it seemed that a delightful meal could be prepared. Ian, undeterred by the passing of his uncle, believed that fish should not be wasted. The pike was relatively fresh, having already been gutted. He set a pot over the stove, filled it with water, and ignited the kindling with stored firewood. As the flames roared to life, he added some of the firewood he had chopped himself. Once the fire was robust, he tossed the cleaned jerky into the pot along with the water and berries and proceeded to scale the fish. As the water gradually bubbled and simmered, he crushed several berries that bore a resemblance to lemons, spreading their juice over the fish's exterior and interior. He then seasoned it with a layer of meat juice and salt, skewered it with wooden sticks, and placed it before the fire to roast. Gradually, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The exterior of the pike became crispy while the flesh remained tender. The mingling flavors of sour berries and savory meat juice whetted the appetite, and the broth bubbled vigorously, releasing a primal and rich fragrance. On this delightful evening, filled with the joy of eliminating a pest, a steaming pot of meat broth and roasted fish was a true indulgence. Ian had always believed that while life could be approached casually, meals deserved a touch of refinement. It should be nearly ready. Noticing the fish had reached the desired doneness, he removed it from the fire. Taking a bite, he was greeted by an initial scalding sensation on his tongue, yet he soon squinted his eyes in delight, mumbling, It tastes wonderful. Although the absence of spices and the lack of refined salt rendered the fish slightly bitter, its texture was undeniably crisp and distinct, the pure protein satisfying his hunger in a way that was incomparable. After savoring several bites of the roasted fish, Ian ladled a spoonful of broth and gulped it down. To be candid, the venison jerky in the stew was a bit coarse, lending a slightly tough texture, and the fat content was minimal. Yet it was quite chewy and served as a vital source of nutrition. The piping hot meat juice brimmed with a primal energy, complemented by the charred flavor developed from roasting the venison. With a serious demeanor, Ian swallowed the precious nutrients, experiencing a peculiar sensation that his body was swiftly absorbing all the sustenance, converting it into physical strength and growth energy. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion. Thoughtfully, Ian took another bite of fish. Terra's inhabitants, after all, were not earthlings. Their bodies were remarkably robust, and it was entirely understandable that their digestive capabilities would be superior. Yet for himself, perhaps due to the awakening of his spiritual energy, he now sensed that his physical form welcomed a myriad of nutritional sources, absorbing them wholly. Instinct and common sense informed him that an ordinary Terran, regardless of their digestive prowess, could not possibly experience a restoration of vitality merely seconds after consuming sustenance. Ian could distinctly sense his cells rejoicing, every organ and tissue within him fervently absorbing nutrients. This overwhelming desire approached a state of insatiable hunger, quickening his heartbeat and hastening his breath, as blood surged through his veins, delivering oxygen and nourishment to the very extremities. In the past, he could hardly consume such a quantity of meat. Yet now he merely sought to satiate his hunger, far from achieving fullness. As he savored the nourishment and chewed his food, Ian pondered deeply. His thoughts wandered to Orsina's grotesque right leg, prompting a frown. How peculiar it was. Do tumors typically manifest there in ordinary individuals? Such a degree of physical deformity, even resulting from genetic modification failures, was rarely observed. Perhaps it was intertwined with psychic energy and other forces? In any case, the true potential of the Terrans surely extended beyond the superficial understanding I possess. Concerning the anomalies within his own body, Ian could speculate somewhat. Setting aside the elements of Terran psychic energy, Earth had witnessed similar phenomena among genetic modifiers. In the Stellar Age, every inhabitant of Earth underwent genetic enhancement, transforming each into a semblance of a superhero, immensely strong, tireless, capable of autonomously regulating their hormonal secretions, and able to enter a state of peak performance at will. However, the various potent genetic organs designed to enhance musculature and fortify bones required sustenance, often of a specialized nature, for their maturation. Testing revealed that a perfect genetic modifier, if deprived of ample protein and carbohydrates during childhood, would experience stunted development of all genetic organs, potentially halting growth altogether. Consequently, a once superhuman individual could regress to the realm of the mundane. Naturally, those genetic modifiers who failed to fully develop remained stronger than the average human, yet still dwelled within the confines of humanity. Ian surmised that numerous ordinary inhabitants of Terranland might be in a similar predicament. They harbored immense potential within. Yet due to societal structures or insufficient productivity, the average Terran was unable to fully excavate the latent capabilities of their physique. The Terrans of yore must have been beings of far greater strength than their present counterparts, perhaps due to genetic modifications or the influence of magical or psychic entities. The terminology may vary, but the underlying essence remains consistent. Yet, owing to the severance of psychic energies, the cessation of magical tides, global nuclear conflicts, climatic upheaval, or even the impact of a meteorite, the once great civilization lost its productive capacity. Although the Terrans still retained the traits of their former elevated lineage, they had forfeited the corresponding powers. Engaging in mere conjecture, Ian refrained from delving deeper, simply overlaying his former earthly experiences onto this alternate world. Having consumed a plethora of novels and films, he naturally entertained various possibilities in this domain, yet such musings held little significance. A full stomach was undeniably preferable to an empty one, be it magic, psychic energy, or something else entirely. This assertion remained undeniably true. As Ian carefully savored the venison in his mouth, his gaze fixed upon the bubbling meat juices in the pot. A profound realization dawned upon him. The nutritional intake during one's formative years profoundly influences future growth. Consuming ample sustenance is invariably beneficial. Even the ordinary must ensure they obtain sufficient nourishment to attain strength. My psychic abilities can uncover the majority of the hidden special resources and materials within this world. This is the source of future wealth and the assurance of a stable life. With this thought, he resolutely bit through the already crisp fish bone, crunching it between his teeth before swallowing it down. His demeanor turned serious. The prerequisite is that I must grow steadily and receive adequate nutrition. Each meal is significant, each bite precious. Affirming this notion only encouraged him to indulge further. Before long, feeling fully replete, Ian rose to his feet. He once again activated his premonitory vision. Chapter 8. Golden as the realm of precognition unfurled before Ian. A world shrouded in ethereal mist materialized, steeped in mystery. However, this time, he felt neither headache nor dizziness. Instead, he experienced a slight sense of suffocation, which dissipated after a deep breath. Indeed, psychic energy is not merely an abstract capability residing within the soul. It also demands physical vigor. Only with a sound body and a robust mind can one harness formidable psychic power. Confirming his hypothesis, Ian could not help but chuckle softly. Awakening to psychic energy had heightened his physical cravings for sustenance. Perhaps this is a symbiotic relationship, where the soul and body mutually influence and enhance one another. He clenched his fist and swung his arm, feeling a tangible increase in strength. Having dispatched his uncle and satiated his hunger, the next task at hand was to dispose of the body. Although Ian was uncertain where a secure area lay to quietly and safely handle the remains of an adult, he possessed psychic abilities, allowing him to glimpse into the futures of others. Earlier, while preparing meat broth, he had already begun simmering a porridge, and now that he had finished eating, the porridge had cooled to an appropriate temperature. He lifted the bowl of porridge and, adding a bit more, made his way to his brother's room. At that moment, Elon had just awakened, the white-haired toddler neither crying nor fussing, but instead gazing vacantly at the ceiling with his deep violet eyes. Ian felt an involuntary frown form on his face, thinking he had been perhaps too lenient with that scoundrel Asna. The condition of Elon was evidently a result of being forcibly sedated too many times with super sleep powder, leading to a dulled neural response. Regardless of who one is, undergoing complete anesthesia invariably inflicts some degree of permanent cognitive and neurological impact. Moreover, the sedative effects of super sleep powder surpass all natural anesthetics, leading to even more significant repercussions. Though the Terra people are far sturdier than ordinary humans, it is likely that such effects may gradually diminish with growth. Yet it is implausible to believe that no harm was done. Ian could only await and hope for Elon's ability to grow normally in the future. It's all right. He's already gone, he reassured himself. He lifted the bowl of porridge, feeding his brother spoonful by spoonful, softly urging, "Open your mouth, drink your porridge." Despite Elon's somewhat dazed expression, he consumed the porridge without hesitation, and each time Ian had to exert effort to extract the wooden spoon from his brother's mouth. Noticing a hint of grievance in Elon's small eyes, it was a good sign that there was still some semblance of feeling. At least he was not numb. Witnessing this, Ian felt a modicum of relief. Wanting to eat is a hallmark of a normal person, at least a hearty eater. He feared the day when Elon would lose the desire to eat, for that would signify true folly. Once he finished feeding, he set down the bowl and coaxed his brother back to sleep. After Elon drifted into a deep slumber once more, Ian activated his precognitive vision, contemplating earnestly. At that moment, Ian resolved to dispose of the body by the riverside forest to the west of the port. The riverside jungle is the area he is most familiar with outside the port after 8 years, though in close proximity to Harrison Port. Its location by the river attracts numerous wild beasts from the Bison Mountains. Disposing of a corpse in the jungle would ensure that, within a single night, no one would know how Osner met his demise, leaving not even a bone behind. With this thought, the faint crimson mist enveloping the white-haired child suddenly transformed. Once a translucent hue, it now deepened to a vivid scarlet, rich and dense, as if it were about to drip. Drawing in a sharp breath, Ian slightly raised his gaze, peering through the red mist that shrouded Elon. It seemed that discarding a body to the west would yield no favorable outcome. Compared to the previous fatal scenario, the ominous presence had merely shifted slightly. This dark aura suggested an inevitable consequence, a fate that would transpire unless one exerted effort to alter it, whereas the sanguine mist merely signified danger. The fates of Elon and Ian were intricately intertwined. Should Ian find himself in peril, the likelihood of the orphaned child meeting an untimely end loomed large, particularly given that Elon appeared somewhat dazed from an excessive intake of sleeping powder. The deeper the misfortunes of Elon and the prophetic visions, the graver the consequences of Ian's actions. If the riverside to the west proved unviable, Ian contemplated an alternative. He closed his eyes, envisioning a plan to dispose of the body by the official road north of the port. This thoroughfare served as the sole artery for trade and transportation between Harrison Port and numerous inland cities of the southern provinces. Its drawback lay in the frequent passage of people, while its advantage resided in the diminished presence of beasts, thus ensuring safety, even with the crowd. Their hurried pace provided an opportunity. Should he find a secluded corner to dig a pit, the corpse would remain concealed from prying eyes for months, provided no heavy rains disturbed the ground. Over time, the identity of the deceased would fade into obscurity. As he pondered this, the deep crimson mist surrounding Elon began to dissipate, albeit only slightly. Danger still lingered. This was promising and effective. Once Ian confirmed that the flow of mist in the prophetic realm was real-time, he felt immense satisfaction. It indicated that his psychic abilities were far more potent than he had anticipated. With Elon as a reference point, he could nearly predict the outcomes of all his actions. In other words, as long as he possessed sufficient physical strength, he could discern the most favorable path among all possibilities. Though merely a tendency, the ability to glimpse the threads of the future was invaluable. Finally, Ian shifted his thoughts once more. He resolved to dispose of the body near the lakeside woods to the west of the port. The lakeside forest had not always existed. It was formed 8 years prior when a tempest ravaged the southern peaks, causing the Ivok River upstream to flood and carve a new tributary, resulting in a low-lying lake east of the port. Thanks to this, Harrison Port was essentially encircled by rivers, dense forests, and mountains, ensuring its safety even when parts of the city walls were toppled by the storm. In the lake and forest, there are numerous beasts, yet none particularly perilous. After all, this is a newly emerged terrain, and the formation of a dangerous ecological niche takes time. Moreover, the locals of Harrison Port would not idly allow excessively dangerous creatures to settle near their town. Every autumn, they organize hunting parties to eliminate such threats. Ian had initially concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, the lake woods were far more treacherous than the official roads. He had firmly resolved to dig a grave in a secluded corner beside the road to conceal a body. However, an unexpected premonition heralded an unimaginable outcome. Under the gaze of the boy's azure eyes, a faint crimson mist began to swirl, illuminating the sleeping Elon, who was softly smacking his lips. This radiant glow became dazzling. akin to the brilliance of a newborn sun. Before Ian could fully comprehend the situation, a vibrant light, adorned with an unexpected hue, materialized before him. "What?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stood, astonished, gazing at his brother. Golden red. Chapter 9. Anticipation. A mist of golden red hue delicately emanated from Island, dissipating into the surroundings, while simultaneously surging forth from the white-haired boy. The color, a perilous shade of crimson, was interspersed with threads of golden brilliance, intertwining to create a mesmerizing spectacle. As time progressed, within the realm of precognition, the entire room appeared to be suffused with this radiant golden red light. In the stillness, Ian could not help but swallow hard, even with his astute mind. He found the scene somewhat incredulous. Golden? He observed the sanguine mist without much concern, for at his age and strength, danger was an omnipresent companion. It would be more peculiar to encounter a lack of blood-red essence. One merely needed to gauge its intensity. "Let me take a closer look." Ian stepped forward, intently scrutinizing the swirling mist enveloping his younger brother. The sanguine aura was slightly less intense than that by the riverside, yet still heavier than on the main road, indicating that the journey to the lake woods to bury the body would undoubtedly harbor risks. Would he encounter coyotes? Or perhaps wild boars or bears? In Ian's recollections, the outskirts of the Bison Mountains surrounding Harrisonport posed no significant threat from ferocious beasts. If there were any, the pioneers and settlers of yore would never have chosen this locale to establish a town and port. In terms of lethality, various venomous insects and miasmas far surpass these creatures. It is well known that mosquitoes are among the deadliest of non-human entities. Although the elders of his clan often spoke of numerous entities possessing spiritual abilities or extraordinary mutations on the continent of Terra, endowed with various peculiar powers, these formidable beings roamed vast territories. They typically thrived deep within the forests, seldom encroaching upon human settlements. In the lakewoods, encountering such monsters was inconceivable. Should such an encounter occur, the blood-red essence emanating from Island would coalesce into torrents, akin to a tsunami, necessitating Harrisonport to brace for casualties numbering in the dozens or even hundreds. Estimating the density of the sanguine aura, Ian surmised he might only face a wild boar or a wolf, though perilous if he were to use his uncle's body as bait. Death was not a foregone conclusion. Moreover, he still had plenty of sleeping powder left. A handful tossed in the face could turn the tables on any predator. Most importantly, what did that splash of gold signify? The golden mist represented what? Ian was uncertain. Yet an instinctual feeling whispered to him that it was an omen, a most auspicious one, indeed, a harbinger of great fortune. Though he had not encountered every color, Ian, drawing from his experience in various games, had developed his own standards for rare items. Blue represented rare, above which lay extraordinary, and higher still, legendary. Even legendary might not compare to gold, for gold likely signified mythical. What had transpired to warrant such immense good fortune? Was his precognition reliable? Ian could not help but raise his head, gazing in the direction of the lake and the forest. He murmured, a treasure of unparalleled rarity, a legendary opportunity perhaps? Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I understand that. But soon, he shook his head, resolute in his decision. Enough of this, it is indeed unjust not to go, since every choice bears its own peril. And one must venture forth. Why not choose the path that holds the possibility of good fortune? Not to mention, my spiritual energy seems quite reliable at present. Even if it were not, I must proceed. Given the circumstances at hand, I have no right to be plagued by indecision. With my mind prepared, Ian closed his eyes, shutting off the foresight granted by his abilities. When he reopened them, the once crystalline azure of his gaze had dimmed. This was a peculiar trait he had discovered regarding his spiritual energy. Whenever he, or indeed any adept of the Terra continent, employed their abilities, a faint glow emanated from their eyes. The eyes serve as windows to the soul, and spiritual energy is akin to the fire of the spirit. Thus, it seems reasonable that light should pass through these windows. However, this may render it difficult to conceal the fact that one possesses such energy, making it challenging to secretly use one's powers to spy on others. Yet, this is not entirely disadvantageous should other practitioners attempt to pry into my essence. I would be able to detect their presence. Ian remained ever optimistic in this regard. His uncle Osna's body was wrapped tightly in a canvas, for the wound was deep yet small, resulting in minimal blood loss. With Ian's original strength, moving an adult would prove quite challenging, even for a typical resident of the Terra continent. However, having awakened his spiritual energy and after a hearty meal, he felt invigorated, his senses sharpened. Even the injury inflicted by his uncle had nearly healed, A tingling sensation coursed through him, a clear sign that the wound was rapidly mending. For a moment, he was astonished by the surge of strength now. Lifting and dragging his uncle's body was no longer a daunting task, a feat only typical of a robust adolescent. The night had deepened. As Ian departed from the house, redolent with the scent of decaying wood, it felt as though he had stepped into another realm. Before him lay a new world, and the boy, reborn, could not help but smile. Indeed, whether through transmigration or reincarnation, I have left my homeland behind. Ian lifted his gaze to the starry sky of Terra. The tranquil black expanse above bore few drifting clouds, and the stars were rather sparse. Only the solitary silver moon hung high in the heavens, casting a delicate veil of light across the landscape. The sea swelled, and the chorus of insects filled the air. As shimmering motes danced between the sea and sky, resembling a dream painted upon a dark canvas. The stars are few. What a pity. Is this a phenomenon unique to this world? I distinctly remember a time when the stars were abundant in my childhood. Gazing at the horizon, the boy mused to himself. Yet, it is not without merit. I have lost the starry sky of Earth, but in return, I have gained the celestial dome of Terra and an entire new world. Before this moment, allow me to behold the myriad wonders that I can witness, sights never before encountered on this earth. In the stillness of a midnight town, a young boy, filled with anticipation, laboriously drags a lifeless body towards the lake forest. A golden mist follows closely behind him, infused with curiosity and a shared sense of expectation. Chapter 10. A glimpse. The midnight lake forest was far from somber. The moonlight filtered through the trunks and broadleaf branches, casting an enigmatic and desolate glow. It trickled sparsely from the dense canopy, dotting the black, loamy soil with silvery specks. A silver-haired boy dragged a corpse wrapped in oilcloth, traversing deep into this secluded woodland away from the path. The heavy body sank into the carpet of decaying leaves and soft earth, necessitating considerable effort to haul it forward, leaving a conspicuous trail behind. The primordial jungle was truly absurd. The tropical thicket by the sea was unbearably humid at night. Ian's thin linen garment clung to his skin, dampened by a mixture of sweat and moisture, creating an uncomfortable sensation. He had to remain vigilant of the deep green moss underfoot, a slick and wet substance that cloaked every inch of the jungle, whether on tree roots, stones, or decayed wood. A careless step could lead to a fall. After dragging the body for a while, Ian paused to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. He muttered, "This layer of decaying leaves must be at least a foot deep. I suspect I could simply cover the body beneath them without digging a grave." That said, Ian still carried his shovel. He had no intention of sparing this exertion. He was acutely aware that the traces left by dragging Osner's body would be hard to conceal. However, the transformations of the lake forest were swift. Within a few days, everything would return to normal. He harbored no fears that the drag marks would be discovered. Even if they were, it would likely be dismissed as the work of a frenzied wild boar. Initially, Ian had contemplated carrying the body, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Not only would that require greater physical exertion, but the burden would cause him to sink into the soft ground and leaves with each step, much like trudging through snow. Strangely, despite needing to rest intermittently, he had yet to feel the debilitating fatigue that hindered his movement. On the contrary, the more he exerted himself, the more he sensed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surging from within, radiating throughout his limbs. Ian placed a hand on his abdomen, deep in thought. The roasted fish and venison he had consumed earlier seemed to serve as a wellspring of strength, a warm flow emanating from his core, allowing him to pause briefly for breath before feeling invigorated once more. With each exertion, he found himself replenished, his fatigue dissipating, leaving him refreshed and mentally alert. Undoubtedly, this was a result of his exceptional digestive capacity and the efficiency of energy conversion. The sustenance he had ingested swiftly replenished his strength, enabling him to venture deeper into the lake forest. Yet, he knew hunger would soon follow. Feeling the vitality coursing through him, Ian was acutely aware of the cost of this extraordinary energy, prompting concerns about the future. How much food remained at home? It seemed there would not be enough for many meals. To ensure his normal growth and development, he would undoubtedly require more sustenance. Fortunately, being near the coastal port, there were numerous rivers and lakes nearby, making fishing and foraging relatively uncomplicated. Yet, despite these challenges for Ian, the quest to secure an ample food supply remains a formidable task. After all, one cannot expect the Air Force to procure fish from the market every time. His destination lies deep within the lakeside woods, specifically at the edge of one of the secluded ponds. One reason for this choice is its remoteness, but more crucially, Ian requires a substantial amount of water to accomplish a task of great significance to him. To this end, He has meticulously packed various tools in bags intended for wheat, persisting in this endeavor even with his mobility hampered. Naturally, despite the arduous journey, Ian remains ever vigilant. This acute awareness allows him to detect the peculiar sound of breathing emanating from the nearby thicket. A shadow lurks within the canopy of a broadleaf tree, remarkably concealed and moving with an eerie silence, not even rustling a single leaf. Had it not been for Ian's heightened senses awakened by his psychic abilities, he might have overlooked the subtle movement of moonlight nearby. Without hesitation, Ian takes a step back, instinctively reaching for the pitchfork behind him. Fully aware that danger lurks in the woods and thus armed himself. Acknowledging that it has been discovered, the shadow no longer conceals itself. Leaping down from the tree with a foul, mingled stench trailing behind it, Ian hears a low, guttural growl and, without a moment's thought, he thrusts the corpse of Orsina forward, hurling it at the shadow. Naturally, the creature does not wish to be struck by the body of a grown man, deftly springing off the corpse to land safely nearby. However, losing the advantage of a surprise attack, it now glares menacingly at Ian, gripping the pitchfork tightly. The boy focuses intently on the leopard before him, noting its wide maw filled with yellowed, sharp teeth and a long, blood-red tongue dripping with viscous saliva. It is a female leopard. This species exhibits significant sexual dimorphism. The male leopards are ferocious and untamable, capable of reaching over a meter in shoulder height and weighing more than 200 kilograms, while the females are smaller and more docile, typically weighing no more than 50 kilograms and often serving as companions to the indigenous people in hunting. The good news is that this is a female leopard, evidently undernourished, likely weighing no more than 30 kilograms. The bad news is that a feline predator's inclination to slay human offspring is as casual as sipping soup. Ian, now barely over 1 meter and weighing about the same as the beast, exhales deeply, his hands firmly clutching the pitchfork, one hand grasping lower for stability, ready to extend and stab if necessary. His gaze remains fixed on the leopard, and Ian perceives that this female is wary of him. Otherwise, it would have already launched another attack. He understands that his role is solely defensive. Against a feline predator, he lacks the privilege of initiating an assault. Unless Ian steps forward, causing the leopard to arch its back in anticipation of an imminent strike. However, in a surprising turn of events, the boy kicks the corpse of Orsina forward instead. The corpse rolled, the oilcloth that enveloped it unfurling, releasing a pungent aroma of blood and flesh. In that moment, Lin Bao was momentarily distracted, the scent intensifying his hunger and instinctively diverting his attention. Meanwhile, Ian gripped his pitchfork tightly, gazing intently at the distracted Lin Bao as he stepped forward, a golden glow trailing closely behind him. This golden radiance had been following him for quite some time. At that moment, as daylight lingered, the sun cast its brilliant light, and the warm summer breeze stirred the air. The slate-gray clouds drifted westward, and at the horizon, the boundary between sea and sky was marked by scattered stars dotting either side of the line. The dim twilight hung over the skies of Harrisonport, with an orange-red glow blanketing the ocean, extending all the way to the streets. The old knight strolled along the deserted thoroughfare, his gray-brown eyes fixed on the distant sea and sunset. The man appeared weary from travel, as if he had not found a moment's peace in a long while. He was robust, his features not particularly aged, yet his hair bore a mix of gray and white, hinting at premature aging. Although he no longer possessed the strength of his youth, he managed to remain within the town, concealing the traces of his existence while living unnoticed among the populace. Harrisonport, once a modest outpost established during the Age of Exploration, had now transformed into the southernmost port of the empire, a vital link between the fiery lands and the maritime trade routes of Canaan. Had it not been for the rebellion decades ago and the storm 8 years prior, it might have become the most resplendent gem of the southern empire. In the past, the man had harbored expectations for this port that far surpassed those of others. Yet, as time wore on, Harrisonport, like many other cities on this land, inevitably succumbed to stagnation. With a sigh, the old knight slightly shook his head, acknowledging the gradual passage of time. Even the mere sunset could evoke a cascade of memories. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued his leisurely walk. The eastern port had borne the brunt of the storm's fury, and few resided there now. The entire street was devoid of life, with only the faint flicker of lights visible at night, quickly extinguished. It was a place where one could easily remain hidden from prying eyes. However, today, the old knight sensed an unusual odor, a faint whiff of blood emanating from a dilapidated house, accompanied by the sounds of 2 children, one large and one small. Raising an eyebrow, he stealthily approached the window. The glass was foggy and rough, obscuring the view within, yet the man's keen eyes pierced through the haze, revealing the stark reality inside. There stood a boy, pitchfork in hand and a cloth bundle cradled in his arms, quietly waiting behind another window. The boy gazed out at the street, his expression composed, yet numerous wounds marred his body, with a bandage on his head still seeping blood. It was evident at a glance to the old knight that this child had suffered domestic abuse and could no longer endure the torment inflicted by his parents. Such a scene was all too familiar, prompting him to shake his head in dismay. The years spin in a life of evasion, coupled with the harrowing scenes witnessed on the northern front, eclipsed the atrocities observed today. Such grim scenarios and acts of retribution had been witnessed numerous times in the factory cities along the western coast. This epitomizes the essence of an era in which he once fought but ultimately succumbed. Domestic violence. The children represent the future of the empire. How can they be treated in such a manner, even left to fend for themselves? Such desperate resistance is almost certain to fail. For how can a child possibly triumph over an adult in violence? Were it to pass him, he would have acted without a moment's hesitation, delivering a lesson to that wretched parent and then brandishing his sword, commanding local officials or nobles to reflect upon why such horrors occur within their domains. Yet now, in his current state and amid the prevailing circumstances, the old man shook his head slightly. Even if he were to slay the abusive parent, the child would still be unable to survive in this border port on their own, especially as they would bear the infamous stain of having slain a blood relative. And with his status as a wanted man, it would be impossible to take a child with him. That would only endanger them further. A deadlock. The old knight sighed deeply. He had intended to leave, yet found himself lingering. He resolved to discreetly assist the child when the time came. Above all, he could not bear to witness a child's demise today. As for the future, that could be addressed when it arrives. Who knows if a miracle might occur? However, what transpired next clearly exceeded the old knight's expectations. As the sun set, a limping man, his expression dark and his gait unsteady, staggered back to the old man's dwelling. The boy by the window gripped his pitchfork and cloth bag tightly, preparing himself in the corridor. It was about to begin. The old knight thought to himself, perhaps the moment for him to intervene was imminent. Yet that moment never arrived. What? Concealed outside the window, the old knight, poised to act, was astonished to see the boy, a member of the white people, effortlessly subdue the obviously drug-addicted man with stealth and sleeping powder. The boy then employed an inexplicably adept technique to bind the man securely to a fish-scaling table. After accomplishing this, the boy took a sip of water and paused for a moment. What followed was the sharpening of a blade. Sharpening a knife not only enhances its edge, but also solidifies one's resolve. The old knight recognized that the boy, having relieved himself of the man, regained his composure through this act of honing his weapon. He had made up his mind. The man regained consciousness, struggling incessantly, seemingly attempting to speak, yet unable to utter a single word due to the cloth stuffed in his mouth. The boy merely observed coldly, then spoke, driving the man into a frenzy. So much so that in his terror he lost control and then, with decisive swiftness, drew the knife. Resolute. The old knight could only watch in astonishment as the boy ended the man's life. In that moment, he could not help but exclaim, "What a fine specimen." In the past, he would have been unable to resist the urge to take the boy as his squire, recognizing in him a promising talent, rare even among the military families and noble clans of the frontier. To his surprise, such a gem could be found in this remote harbor. However, now he felt a tinge of anxiety. After committing murder, had the boy devised a plan for handling the aftermath? The act of killing, fueled by fleeting passion and courage, could indeed be accomplished, yet disposing of the body would prove far more challenging, a task that far eclipses the act of taking a life. Given the boy's strength, it would be arduous to transport the corpse beyond the city limits for burial. If he were to dismember the body, he must exercise utmost caution to avoid leaving behind excessive traces and blood, for the hunters in Harrison Harbor were numerous, and any sign of foul play would be easily detected. Moreover, with no adults at home, the situation for a 7- or 8-year-old boy could hardly be an improvement over daily abuse. What would he do ultimately? The man stood outside the window, holding his breath, torn between heaviness and anticipation as he awaited the boy's next move. Such unforeseen events were enough to compel him to pause and observe before the coastal anomaly unfolded. Yet, the scene within the room left the old knight astounded once more. The boy turned, retrieved the stored embers from the brazier, ignited the hearth, poured water into a pot, and took out jerky and fish. Astonishingly, he began to prepare a meal in front of the lifeless body. cooking meat and grilling fish before a corpse that had only recently drawn its last breath, savoring the food with palpable enjoyment. Such psychological fortitude might not be remarkable for a seasoned veteran, yet for an 8 or 9-year-old boy, it was enough to draw attention. A gifted one. At this moment, the old knight discerned the faint luminescence emanating from the boy's eyes, and he could not help but applaud this quality. The boy's watery-hued pupils flickered with a gentle glow, not merely a reflection of moonlight, but rather a radiance originating from within, emblematic of a gifted one. This quality transcended the mere notion of excellence. Even in noble families where both parents were gifted, having undergone psychic stimulation since gestation, such advantageous conditions did not guarantee the child would awaken their abilities. The awakening rate seldom exceeded 30%. Ultimately, the demands of psychic power on willpower are exceedingly high. Except for those born as chosen ones with innate awakenings, all others who develop psychic abilities must possess a will and resilience that surpass ordinary individuals. This is the crux of the matter. Successfully rebelling against and killing abusive parents was no mere coincidence. Gazing intently at the boy within, the old knight found himself increasingly intrigued by what the boy would do next. He observed as the boy, after finishing his meal and regaining some strength, began to tidy the scene, organizing the body, opening windows to air out the stench of blood. Subsequently, the boy ventured inside, caressing his younger brother's face and feeding him porridge. The old knight heard the boy's soft murmurs, words imbued with determination and resolve to protect his kin. What a good child, he thought. After ensuring the safety of his younger brother, the boy with silvery hair and azure eyes dragged the lifeless body out into the night. Meanwhile, the old man with hazel eyes donned a deep blue cloak, and together they traversed the stark shadows. The knight, guided by the moonlight, silently followed in the wake of the boy. Chapter 12. Benevolence, such remarkable strength. Is it the dormant power awakened by psychic energy? Truly impressive. He marveled at the innate talent of the child from the White Clan and acknowledged the wisdom of his choice. The thicket by the river in the west of the city is the territory of the indigenous people, teeming with ferocious beasts. Recently, a transformation has been looming, causing the beasts to become restless, and the natives have even established a temporary camp there to handle the corpses, a place where survival is nearly impossible. In contrast, the lake forest to the east of the city, though frequented by many, is limited to a few established paths, allowing corpses to be swiftly consumed by various predators and insects, rendering it the safest option overall. This must have been a carefully considered plan prior to taking a life. Otherwise, such a prompt and judicious decision would not have emerged so quickly. Moreover, the boy's actions upon sensing the beasts lurking nearby left the old knight in awe. The beasts do not possess the concept of weaponry. Spears, swords, and knives are merely extensions of human teeth and claws. The boy grasped the spear with both hands, one position below the prongs, seemingly shortening his attack range, enticing the beast to pounce. Yet, at any moment, he could extend his reach and strike with his own lethal claws. This level of awareness is rare, even among seasoned warriors. It could either stem from a prestigious lineage or be a testament to his extraordinary gift. At this point, the old knight realized he need not continue observing. The boy's imminent thrust would unleash a force of at least 150 to 200 pounds, surpassing the strength standard for adolescents. Likely a manifestation of the potential activated by a psychic awakening. A mere underdeveloped forest leopard, akin to a large feline, stood no chance against a prepared individual armed with combat skills and the prowess of a budding psychic. And indeed, the reality unfolded as such. The silver-haired boy advanced, and in the moment of hesitation from the leopard, driven by the presence of the corpse, he suddenly unleashed his claw. The spear cut through the air with a fierce gust. The beast, astonished by the sudden elongation of the upright creature's claws, was swiftly pierced through the neck. The sharpened prongs, weighted by the boy's mass, drove the leopard forcefully into the ground. The creature had no strength left to howl. Its world plunged into darkness. It was quite simple. He hadn't even needed to use sleeping powder. A forest leopard is indeed perilous. Though it poses no significant threat to an adult capable of battling a grizzly bear in the Terra world, it remains a deadly adversary for a child. His ability to slay this creature stemmed entirely from the combination of a long-handled weapon, skill, and the allure of the corpse left by his unfortunate uncle. The demise was fortuitous. The body proved to be a substantial aid. With a sense of relief, Ian nodded and activated his psychic energy, surveying the surrounding thicket. Then, with a mere hint of caution, the silver-haired boy's eyes widened in astonishment. What? In that instant, as he activated his ability, he beheld crimson and golden hues. The golden aura stood steadfast like a towering peak, while a dim, blood-red glow silently approached, gliding through the shadows of the forest like a ghost, hastening toward him. Thud. With an abrupt surge of adrenaline, Ian yanked the pitchfork from the lifeless body of the lynx and, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself at the lurking crimson shadow with the utmost speed and force. At that very instant, within the forested lake, a native, who had been stealthily maneuvering through the underbrush in preparation to capture Ian, found himself bewildered. He could not fathom why a mere child was wandering about with a corpse. Although trade caravans had dwindled in Harrison Port recently, it was unlikely they had sunk to the depths of starvation that would drive them to cannibalism, let alone that the child appeared to be seeking a meal amidst the trees. Nevertheless, he thought little of it. His tribe was in dire need of a child of that age as a sacrificial offering. He had merely intended to tame a lynx, and serendipitously, this opportunity presented itself. Just as he was about to strike, the diminutive native hunter, not much taller than Ian, was astonished to see that Ian seemed to be aware of his presence all along, thrusting the pitchfork directly at him. With a ferocious roar, the hunter abruptly exited his stealthy state, harnessing his strength to launch a counterattack. The natives of the redwood forest, generally malnourished and of short stature, possessed the agility and stealth that made them formidable hunters in the jungle. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the fierce jab was merely a ruse. The hunter, poised to close in, suddenly found himself disoriented as a handful of fragrant powder struck his face. In that instant, his vision vanished. Perhaps a seasoned combat expert could maintain composure in such a situation, but how could an ordinary native possess such steadiness? The hunter became flustered, his strength waning. Consequently, in the next heartbeat, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Still bleeding, the deliberately sharpened pitchfork pierced through his body, while Ian, with a fierce glare, exerted his full weight and force, pinning the hunter firmly to the ground, the prongs embedded in the earth. Cough, cough. Yet the hunter was not yet deceased. The agony and the terror of impending death triggered a surge of adrenaline, compelling him to continue struggling. He swung his obsidian knife with all his might, aiming to plunge it into Ian's neck. The strike came too swiftly. Ian, preoccupied with maintaining his grip on the pitchfork, was unable to withdraw. However, he tilted his body, ensuring the knife could not reach his neck, at most grazing his arm. Avoiding injury was no longer feasible. Thus, he resolved to minimize the damage. At that moment, a hand shot forth, striking down like a bolt of lightning. It clamped around the wrist of the native hunter, powerful enough to force him to relinquish the knife, which fell from his grip. "Well done, child." A voice of admiration echoed, accompanied by the hunter's anguished cries and the sickening sound of bones shattering. Still gasping for breath, Ian lifted his gaze, filled with confusion and a hint of surprise, toward the source of the voice, seeking the owner of that formidable hand. At first glance, the boy failed to notice a weary man, somewhat weathered by time, nor did he perceive the expressions of admiration and even surprise that adorned the stranger's face. Instead, he was captivated solely by a pure, radiant mist, which shimmered with a crystalline translucence. The golden haze swirled around him, emanating a fragrance known as benevolence. Chapter 13. The night in the searing heat of July, during a sweltering summer night, a slender crescent moon hung high in the sky. Yet the heavens were bereft of stars. The once resplendent Milky Way was now obscured, as if a shroud of inky mist had enveloped the vast celestial sea. Nevertheless, the scorching winds from the fiery desert rushed forth, igniting the dimly lit night. In the absence of starlight, the moonlight shone brighter than ever, resembling a second sun. Beneath the silvery luminescence, a tall man, shrouded in a golden haze, stood with long, gray-white hair, appearing to be in his 40s or perhaps even older. His gaunt cheeks and deep-set eyes bore the marks of age and weariness, as if he had been weathered by the trials of time. Yet, despite this, he stood as resolute as an iron tower. Ian observed as the man extended a hand, gently placing it upon the head of a struggling indigenous hunter. With a twist, the hunter's anguished cries were abruptly silenced. The man, having so easily extinguished a life, turned his gaze to the lifeless body of Asna, then glanced sideways at the silver-haired boy. He was scrutinizing. Simultaneously, Ian examined the man's attire. A sword, its blade over a meter in length and unsharpened, hung from his waist. It resembled more of a ruler than a weapon, bearing signs of deliberate wear, as if it once bore a noble family crest. He was cloaked in a deep navy cape, wrapped tightly from head to toe, clearly intended for nocturnal endeavors, rather than a mere wandering knight or forest hunter. The two exchanged glances, each observing the other intently. coughing lightly. Ian reined in his astonishment at the sight of the golden haze and the realization that this was his fortuitous encounter. To his surprise, he discovered that the figure before him was indeed a living being. Yet, this revelation perhaps boded well. Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on the pitchfork in his hand. A series of movements interpreted by the knight as a reaction of sudden shock at their unexpected meeting. "Rest assured, child," the man said, stepping back with hands clasped behind him, signaling his lack of malice. For the first time, he was not following behind but standing face to face with Ian, earnestly examining this boy who had repeatedly astonished him. What an unexpected marvel. It was not merely in other respects, but in the simplicity of the moment. The child before him was remarkably handsome. Could there truly exist such a beautiful child? He resembled the fabled fairies of the lake. The old knight marveled slightly, noting that despite Ian's youth, his features held the promise of a striking future, in stark contrast to the cherubic faces of noble children from the imperial capital. Yet, children from the southern immigrant districts were often more frail, given the scarcity of resources. Certainly, from his complexion, demeanor, and actions, Ian did not resemble the typical offspring of fishermen or peasant families. Upon reflection, the pale inhabitants of Harrison Port stirred a faint recognition. Could they be part of the lineage exiled decades ago? Not merely that. The old knight observed that this rather extraordinary boy of the white tribe exhibited an unusual calmness, even in his breathing. As he scrutinized the boy, the latter returned the gaze, scanning him from head to toe, taking note of the ragged tears in his clothing and the indelible bloodstains of yore, as well as the scars adorning his face and hands, analyzing them with earnest intensity. If one were to articulate it, the boy's demeanor resembled that of learned alchemists assessing the value of their experimental materials, a blend of commercial acumen and an abstract detachment from the mundane. Very well. The old knight could not help but chuckle. The boy's mind was sharp and clear, replete with logic and strategic foresight. His decisive calmness in the face of the indigenous hunter's stealth and counterattack was indicative of exceptional qualities. Thus, the man nodded and commended him. "You have performed admirably. From your initial retaliation against the abuser to your subsequent choices regarding the handling of the corpses, your response to the jaguar and the natives was impeccable. Truly well done." Did he know from the very beginning? The knight pondered, coming to a realization. So that was it. Had he been observing since that moment? But if that were the case, why had he not perceived the golden light when he chose the banks of the Western River and the official road? There must have been dangers in those directions unknown to him, sufficient to deter this benevolent elder, preventing him from noticing the knight himself. Or perhaps the perils ahead were not of a lethal nature due to the elder having intervened to mitigate part of the disaster. Gold. Such an opportunity of this caliber must be seized, and the elder had shown kindness and offered assistance. For this alone, he ought to express his gratitude. Thus, as their gazes met in a moment of subtle silence, Ian took the initiative to speak. "Thank you for your kind words, sir. You may call me Ian." The boy, no more than 8 or 9 years of age, nodded slightly, his voice pure and earnest. "I appreciate your earlier assistance. May I ask your name?" "A name?" The old knight raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback that the boy was inquiring about his name. Was this truly the time for such questions? He shook his head slightly, bemused. Is this really the moment to ask for names? "Do you not know?" "Of course I do," Ian replied with a smile, "but without your help, I fear I would have been injured. What would I say to the physician if the indigenous hunter's blade had cut my right arm? In this sweltering July heat, my wound could easily become inflamed and suppurate. In such weather and medical conditions, would I survive? All these are uncertainties. I wish to express my gratitude, which is why I require your name. You are no ordinary child." Squinting, the old knight asserted, "Your psychic abilities must pertain to mind reading or emotional perception. You have sensed from the outset that I harbor no malice, which is why you have been so audacious. No wonder you were able to detect the indigenous hunter, whose stealth was not inconsiderable. However, do not place excessive faith in your abilities." At that moment, the man smiled, but soon, his expression turned cold and indifferent. The aged knight stepped forward, as if poised to extend his hand and seize Ian by the throat. "My previous lack of malice does not imply that I harbor none now." Chapter 14. Invitation. In an instant, a palpable malice surged forth. At the moment the man reached out, Ian perceived a mountain trembling. A colossal rock-like hand descending from the heavens, utterly unavoidable and insurmountable, prompting him to hold his breath as the world dimmed before him. While not everyone possesses the innate ability to manifest spiritual energy, anyone can, through diligent cultivation, refine their inner will and spirit, awakening latent potential to unleash unimaginable power and an overwhelming presence, even the vitality of life itself. At this moment, the man employed a technique known as phantom form, a sublime method that mimicked the oppressive force of titans from myth. He believed that a child of 8 or 9 years could harbor no secrets before him. Yet Ian remained resolute, showing no inclination to retreat. He stood motionless. Though surprise flickered across his features, it was overshadowed by a calm acceptance and unwavering resolve that, having made a choice, he would not regret it. Thus, the impending strike transformed into a heavy wave of the hand. With forceful intent, the old knight feigned ferocity, declaring, "I am a wanted criminal of the Empire. Should you not flee, I shall take your life." His words were laced with humor, yet underscored by gravity. He could not reveal his name to anyone. If discovered by the Empire, not only would he face dire consequences, but the child before him would also be ensnared in the fallout. This child was composed, rational, and courageous. Perhaps a future pillar of the Empire, or humanity itself, should not be entwined in such sordid schemes. But what purpose did such thoughts serve? The old knight felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. No matter his musings or those of others, the world was fraught with ugliness. Sons betray fathers. Subjects betray sovereigns, and followers betray their dreams. Such treachery is the root of their failures. It is why he has wandered so long, a fugitive for years, until now. "Thank you for your mercy, sir." Ian's words interrupted the man's self-reflection. At that moment, Ian perceived the golden light emanating from the gray-haired man as gentle and fervent, devoid of malice, tinged only with a hint of regretful sorrow. Keenly attuned to the man's state of mind, and recognizing him as his opportunity, Ian spoke without hesitation. "And what of being a wanted criminal? Does that not mean I am in a better position to assist you?" "Assist?" The man raised an eyebrow, regarding Ian with a serious gaze. "You do not even know my name, yet you claim to know how to help me?" "Indeed," Ian affirmed earnestly, nodding. "Allow me to reiterate. I am Ian." The boy placed a hand on his chest, bowing slightly in formal introduction. "I am of the white folk from Harrisonport. My forthcoming proposal can not only aid you but also benefit myself." With that, he straightened and gestured for the man to look beside him. There lay the body of Osner, a corpse. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing the man to react subtly. "Are you implying that?" he began, only to be interrupted. At that moment, the white-haired boy tilted his head back, gazing at the starry sky, and quietly confessed, "To be honest, I have just slain my vile uncle. He was addicted to black mushrooms and attempted to take my life, even intending to sell my brother as a sacrifice to the natives. I devised a means to eliminate him, yet this only addresses a temporary crisis. The troubles arising from his death pose an equal danger to me." Lowering his gaze, Ian's azure eyes scrutinized the aged man. "Sir, it is evident from your attire and demeanor that you are living under an alias. I must ask, are you a fugitive? If so, then our interests align perfectly. I surmise that you are in need of a new identity, and I require a new uncle. Though this proposition may strike you as abrupt, we both understand that it is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. To invite an imperial fugitive to masquerade as the uncle I have just killed? 30 years ago. Such a notion would have elicited hearty laughter from the old knight, not out of mockery, but in admiration of Ian's candor and the resilience, composure, and audacity behind such a choice. He would have gladly consented and looked forward to sharing a drink with the boy when he came of age. Yet now, the man found himself devoid of that former freedom and ease. Neither the Empire nor the natives grasped the true essence of this transformation, merely reacting in panic by calling for reinforcements and conducting rituals. However, the man understood that the sudden tempest 8 years prior, along with the unrest caused by the sea creatures before it, was merely the prelude to the genuine transformation to come, or perhaps the initial tremors of a catastrophic revelation. Turning his head, the old knight's gaze seemed to penetrate the forest as he looked towards the southern sea. In his eyes, the emerald waters emerged, revealing the dark shadows lurking beneath. These shadows were distinctly angular, bearing the marks of human construction, ancient and towering, akin to mountains submerged in the ocean. This was the very purpose behind the initial establishment of Harrisonport. Yet all of that was now in the past. Decades had flown by, and those who knew the secret had long since perished, their descendants blissfully oblivious to their inherited responsibilities. Except for me. The man harbored his own mission. He wished to keep his presence in this location concealed from all, even if it meant assisting others. To do otherwise would be an act of negligence towards his own safety and that of those aware of his existence. The Imperial hounds would indiscriminately tear apart anyone in their path until they obtained satisfactory answers. Yet, if he were to disguise himself and lie in wait. What a splendid idea! Observing the smiling Ian, the aged knight remained silent for a considerable time before slowly nodding in agreement. He exhaled deeply, acknowledging, "Indeed. It is a brilliant plan. Yes, to pose as this child's uncle, although numerous troublesome details must be addressed. It is a far more favorable cost than living in constant hiding, ever vigilant against pursuers, unable to reveal even a hint of one's true identity. He is undoubtedly a wanted criminal of the Empire, and whatever choice he makes carries immense risk. Yet, does the child before him not place himself in peril as well? To Ian, he remains a stranger, merely wary of the possibility that his identity may be revealed, while the child must grapple with the fear of whether his life remains within his own grasp. Ultimately, even though Ian wields formidable weapons and possesses inherent awakened powers, he is still but a child of less than 10 years. His life source has not yet been activated, and his abilities have yet to reach a level that can directly influence reality. How could they possibly penetrate his skin? If he stands there allowing the child to strike him with the fusion weapon, to break his skin would mean that all his years have been in vain. Years of hiding have indeed rendered him weak. With nothing to lose, what is there to fear? Embracing this thought, a smile crept upon his lips. The old knight nodded slightly to the boy. Ian, representing eternity. A beautiful name. Your parents must surely love you dearly. As he spoke, the old knight's expression remained calm, seemingly non-committal to Ian's proposal. I regard your suggestion as a transaction, but I shall refrain from providing an immediate response. Do not rush now. Go and attend to what you must do next. Chapter 15. Analysis. I extend my heartfelt gratitude. On the other hand, despite not receiving a definitive response, Ian remained unfazed. He felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders, experiencing a newfound sense of ease. Was there a need for haste? Certainly not. Regardless of whether this proposal would come to fruition, his immediate safety was assured. It is important to note that his forthcoming endeavors in the midnight woods by the lake were fraught with peril. The presence of such a formidable old knight, radiating a golden aura, was an unexpected stroke of fortune. At this moment, Ian turned around, retrieving a rope to bind the bodies of the lynx and the native to his uncle. After testing the weight and confirming it was manageable, he proceeded, dragging the corpses onward. Both the lynx and the native's assaults were merely anticipated interludes. His destination remained the edge of the lake woods. Meanwhile, the old knight lingered behind, not immediately following Ian, but instead closing his eyes in contemplation. Ian. The man's mind echoed the name, pondering. The white folk of Harrison Port, perhaps. To the east of Whale Song Cliff and south of Fiery Flame Land lies the Bison Mountain Range, bordered by a narrow coastline where countless towering redwoods thrive, enveloped in a tropical rainforest climate. Over a century ago, pioneers designated this area as imperial territory, and decades passed. Imperial settlers established several small port towns here, with Harrison Port being the largest among them. Thus, humanity's reach extended to the southernmost coastal regions of the continent. However, apart from these few towns, the majority remained untamed jungle. The man was acutely aware that Harrison Port was nearby, and the original settlers of Harrison Port comprised several families of exiles, banished from the imperial capital or the frontier, cast to the edges of this world. Among them, indeed, was a faction of the white folk. It was not inconceivable for a chosen one to emerge from such a family, awakening their powers in childhood. The white folk appeared a millennium after the cataclysm. A group of humans with heightened adaptability to spiritual energy and radiation, typically residing near the energy cores of towns with high radiation. As distancing from the pristine natural forests often incited adverse reactions, leading to various deformities in newborns. Yet, even among the white folk, to awaken such powers at such a tender age, exhibiting such intellect and composure. Muttering to himself, the old knight's tone grew complex. When was the last time I encountered such an extraordinary youth? Perhaps over 50 years ago. During the time when the empire was beset by famine and on the brink of collapse. My mission. The old knight sensed that Ian had already ventured far, his strides never faltering. With a sigh, followed by a soft chuckle, he continued along the trail, trailing the boy. After all, those duties did not conflict with the care of a child. The forest was damp, thick with moss and vines, and the ground beneath, littered with decaying earth and obscured roots, posed a challenge even for the most seasoned hunter. Yet, it appeared that a weary, gray-haired knight traversed the forest floor with an ethereal grace, treading upon decayed leaves and brittle branches, akin to a phantom gliding silently through the woods, not disturbing even the faintest chirp of an insect. Attuned to the sounds and traces ahead, the old knight realized that the boy had come to a halt, seemingly having discovered a suitable location to tend to the corpse. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted through the wind. Blood? Confused, the old knight murmured to himself. Why? Could it be that he encountered foes once more? Yet, he sensed no danger within his immediate vicinity, no creature that could pose a threat to Ian. However, mere seconds later, a faint sound of flesh being severed echoed through the trees, illuminating his understanding yet leaving him perplexed. Was it the act of dismembering a corpse? Having ventured beyond the city limits into the woods, why resort to such measures of concealment? The pungent aroma of blood, despite the sparse presence of beasts in the lake's forest, would surely attract them from afar. Even with the assurance of his protection, such unnecessary actions should not be undertaken. The old knight believed that the composed child would not engage in such absurd behavior. Ian surely possessed his own thoughts and intentions. Therefore, he resolved to draw nearer to investigate. Following the traces forward, the man, gazing across the open space towards the lakeshore, beheld a scene that even he found profoundly shocking. Beneath the moonlight, the shimmering silver waves danced. The wind stirred gentle ripples against the rocky shore, causing a thin mist to rise. Amidst this nocturnal lakeside tableau, the white-haired boy sat upon the rocks, resting, panting with fatigue. His tattered gray-brown robe could not conceal his skin, with his delicate calves far paler than the average, visible through the ragged holes. In this moment, he quietly tilted his head back, gazing at the starry sky above. The slender boy's eyes sparkled like stars, reflecting the moon's glow. Though the dim canopy of night harbored but a few stars, and those remaining grew increasingly faint, his pale aqua eyes remained fixed in contemplation. This was but a fleeting respite. Once the interlude concluded, Ian lowered his gaze and resumed his previous task. Like a sprite, the child produced a knife and, with a deliberate motion, began to sever the body laid upon the rocks. The scene was rife with contradiction and stark contrasts. His gaze upon the corpse was calm and earnest, akin to an ordinary person observing a stone or a researcher scrutinizing their specimen, even imbued with a hint of reverence. The sound of flesh being cut resonated. Initiating human analysis, primary dissection sample, male of the white folk, Osina, ancillary dissection sample, male indigenous hunter, wild female forest leopard. It can be established that the humans of the Terra world, excluding humanoid beings such as elves, bear an identical appearance to Earth humans, possessing the same anatomical structure and features. By comparing Osina and the indigenous hunter, it can be inferred that the white folk are a population exhibiting a fixed genetic trait of albinism, while the indigenous people have undergone adaptive evolution due to severe malnutrition. Tailored to life in the jungle, the skin of all three dissection samples is remarkably resilient. The typical human skin is thin, supple, and elastic. However, it remains uncertain whether it is a unique trait of the Terran race or the peculiarities of Osna that render his dermis exceptionally thick and resilient, akin to a smooth cocoon. Furthermore, the subcutaneous fat is substantial, allowing for greater energy reserves and enhanced resistance to frigid temperatures, as well as a slower rate of heat loss in water. The indigenous hunters, in contrast, lack these characteristics, yet their skin resembles the dry, tough bark of trees, exhibiting a hardness that is only slightly inferior to that of actual tree bark, placing them on par with the forest leopards. While it is understandable that the wild beasts of this realm, such as the forest leopards, possess such robust skin, it is perplexing that both the indigenous people and the pale-skinned folk share a nearly equal level of dermal toughness. Coupled with considerable strength, the humans of this world, even relying solely on their physicality, present an extreme danger, comparable to that of a jaguar or even a bear, aligning with my previous conjectures. Yet, I must reconsider my earlier assumptions. Further dissection reveals that the skeletal structure of the Terrans diverges from that of Earth-S humans. The ribs of Osna and the indigenous hunters feature several fused into a sturdy bony plate that safeguards the heart. Self-testing through pressure confirms that I, too, possess this skeletal characteristic, suggesting it is a common anatomical feature among the Terrans. Why are the muscle fibers so densely packed? Moreover, the structure is unlike any natural musculature. Natural muscle groups do not exhibit such a pristine and aesthetically pleasing form. Instead, they bear a resemblance to synthetic muscle fibers used in space engineering. It is no wonder that their strength is formidable. Wait, why is there a smaller stomach encased in muscle near the abdominal area? It feels quite firm and does not appear to be in actual use, yet it bears a resemblance to the gizzard of birds. However, I suspect that, given the opportunity, it could potentially be activated. If activated, it would enhance digestive capabilities, allowing for the consumption of many substances that ordinary individuals cannot digest. With skin akin to leather, an impressively active heart, nearly perfect muscle fiber groups, and this secondary stomach, Are Terrans truly natural beings? Chapter 16. Curiosity. The sounds of flesh being sliced and bodily fluids flowing paused momentarily as the knife-wielding figure appeared to be taken aback by an unexpected revelation. Sinking into contemplation. However, the cutting sounds soon resumed, and the analysis of the human form continued. The bodies of Terran humans bear no semblance to naturally evolved beings. Their structures are overwhelmingly intricate, often superfluous, and at times, self-contradictory, sufficient, yet perplexing. One might liken them to a crooked, gnarled tree, unsightly and lacking in beauty, yet still capable of survival, even thriving robustly. In stark contrast, the flesh of Terran humans resembles that of a tall, straight pine tree, imbued with a sense of vitality and health. The more rational structure of their lungs, the remarkably robust liver, and several unknown organs whose functions remain elusive, all present a vivid tableau of life. Upon reflection, it seems to bolster the structural integrity of the spine. Indeed, their resilience to impact is significantly enhanced. Typical shocks are unlikely to induce concussions in a Terran brain. They are truly equipped in every regard. Terrans are armed to the teeth. Even on Earth, achieving such results would necessitate genetic modification from the embryonic stage. Speaking of which, that gastric organ appears strikingly familiar. Resembling the gourmand type 3 auxiliary digestive organ, a sophisticated genetic apparatus reserved for elite exploratory members of alien colonies, far beyond the reach of the average individual. The tools at hand lack the capacity for cranial dissection. However, the findings are sufficient to draw a conclusion. Terran humans are akin to a superior race, comparable to the new humans. Their physical robustness is astonishing, even in the absence of civilization, driven solely by instinct and basic animal intelligence. They can adapt to nearly any natural environment, making extinction a formidable challenge. Coupled with the enhancement provided by psychic energy, the latent powers underlying this world may far surpass my imagination. Ah, wait, that leg. In the depths of the night, the lakeside forest, illuminated by moonlight, was surprisingly clear rather than dim. Around the corpse wrapped in oilcloth, blood oozed forth, yet it did not spill haphazardly. Ian, wielding a fish filleting knife, had a delicate face partially covered by a rudimentary cloth, serving as a mask. In his gem-like azure eyes, the reflection of his uncle's grotesquely disfigured corpse stirred no emotion, akin to how one might regard a stone by the roadside. Yet now, within those tranquil eyes, a rare tremor emerged. A wisp of anomalous mist ascended from the corpse's distorted right leg, a pale blue halo. Setting down the small knife, he washed his hands in the lake's waters, nodding thoughtfully. The precognitive vision he had activated not only allowed Ian to discern objects in the moonlight but also revealed the shimmering mist enveloping the malformed leg, covered in shell and keratin. This was no ordinary phenomenon. Even in the case of tumors or cancers, a typical human would not exhibit such distortions in the leg. Furthermore, that pale blue halo? Ian furrowed his brow in contemplation. It is worth noting that the absurdity of super sleep powder, an unreasonable hypnotic, is already quite remarkable, being merely blue in hue. What, then, is this faintly blue aura, only slightly inferior to the sleep powder? Driven by curiosity, Ian approached and meticulously sliced through the grotesque flesh along the crevices of the shell. After considerable effort, he extracted a deformed L-shaped bone. This bone was exceptionally sturdy. It was the very essence enveloped in that pale blue mist. Ian attempted to cut it with an iron knife, only to find the hardness comparable to high-quality iron-nickel alloy. The L-shaped bone measured approximately 15 centimeters in length, 10 centimeters in width, with a cross-sectional edge length of about 4 centimeters. Its form was grotesque, adorned with numerous corrosive indentations, which even formed peculiar patterns. When Ian held it, he felt its substantial weight. Although it was not as heavy as an equivalent volume of steel, it was significantly heavier than an ordinary bone. Clearly, this was not a type of bone that could arise from a typical organism. After all, ordinary human bones could not withstand sawing. If this leg were to fully develop, Ian pondered for quite some time, but could not fathom what kind of creature such a deformed bone could belong to. Yet, its hardness alone was formidable. It must surely belong to a metallic leg, or at the very least, possess the strength of military-grade prosthetics, capable of withstanding bullets. He rubbed his aching hands and nodded at the battered corpse of Asna. Even if the humans of this world were not the result of genetic modification, they must possess a developed psychic or magical civilization. At least, my knowledge offers no alternative explanations. Regardless, the mysteries of the continent of Terra are layered upon layers, igniting profound curiosity. All brutal pleasures ultimately culminate in brutality, Asna delighted in the torment of Ian and his brother, yet his demise provided Ian with invaluable insights, resolving many of his perplexities. Can the physiological knowledge of Earthlings be applied to the people of Terra? Are they also flesh and blood? If combat is inevitable, where do the vital points of the Terra inhabitants lie? Now, these questions have found their answers, which is quite delightful. It is time to tend to the corpse. Ian stood up, easing the strain in his lower back from prolonged bending. He then grasped a farming spade, preparing to dig a grave in a vacant space by the lakeside to bury the body. At that moment, the old knight, who had observed Ian's dissection process from beginning to end, also stepped forward. Previously, he had stood by, preventing other forest beasts from approaching, but now he approached Ian. Walking alongside him, the two walked along the lakeside beneath the moonlight, the man gazing at Ian's bloodied hands. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Why do you do this? Although the question lacked specific reference, how could Ian not grasp its meaning? Uncertain of the ethical standards in the world of Terra and whether his actions were a desecration of the dead, he noted that the old knight did not intervene. The man's brow was furrowed, yet he did not display any intent to stop him. In fact, there was a hint of astonishment. This was an important and necessary endeavor. Thus, the silver-haired boy spoke simply, his voice tinged with weariness. The prolonged exertion, coupled with the activation of his precognitive vision, had once again awakened a sense of hunger within Ian. However, after a moment of reflection, he gathered his spirits and earnestly elaborated. I wish to explore the intricate structure of the human body. Chapter 17. Hope. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its reflection shimmering on the clear waters of the lake, where the stars twinkled in the night. The silver-haired boy exchanged glances with the silent man, a sense of curiosity lingering in the air. This notion of curiosity, which others might dismiss as absurd or trivial, and even find the dissection conducted by Ian to be quite terrifying, was known to the old knight as a perfectly valid reason, especially for him. And for all those who sought to elevate their mastery of true form and bloodline powers, harboring a curiosity about one's own bodily structure could even be considered an asset. Understanding the significance of dissection, the aged man nodded slightly and continued to inquire. But why here? Why create such a scene of blood and flesh at home? Ian shook his head in exasperation. Isn't it obvious that I would be the one responsible for the killing? Beyond the necessity of water to cleanse the tools in my hands, the sheer volume of bloodshed is so pronounced that even the neighbors can smell it. Without hesitation, the elder followed up with another question. Was this a spur-of-the-moment decision, or was there a prior plan? Ian replied without a moment's thought. Both, really. It was only after slaying my uncle that I entertained this idea. After all, such a large mass of flesh would be a waste to discard. I might as well study it. At this moment, the old knight felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, he raised an eyebrow and posed one final question. Even if the lake and forest are safe, do you not fear that your dissection might attract wild beasts? With a profound implication, he added, if I were not here to drive them away, what would you do? They would surely feast upon this pile of remains. In his possession was a sleeping powder. Ordinary beasts would merely serve as a meal. Even if a horde of wolves or tigers were to appear, it would suffice for him to abandon the corpse and retreat to safety. The old knight fell into silence. At that moment, he had made a decision. What gives you the audacity to extend an invitation to me? Yet, the elder lowered his gaze and spoke softly, Ian. Even if your spiritual energy can discern my goodwill, you, with your intellect, must understand that if necessary, I would not hesitate to disregard the life of a child. This is neither gratitude nor a mutually beneficial arrangement. The moment you encountered me, you had already formulated your invitation and the rationale behind the risk of potential failure. Please, enlighten me. Ian silently lifted his head, gazing at the starry sky above. The heavens of the Terra world appeared notably dim compared to Earth. Aside from an overly bright moon, only a small patch of the sky was adorned with faint stars. This was clearly not a normal starry expanse. The secrets of the Terra firmament echoed the mysteries of the Terra land itself, perplexing yet intriguing. Just like a question yearning for an answer, he felt an inexplicable desire to know more. Except for one uncle. Lowering his gaze, Ian earnestly studied the old knight's face and articulated his thoughts fluidly. I still need a guardian, a teacher to impart more knowledge to me. Though my uncle is a scoundrel, without him, there would be no one to teach me the letters of this world and other knowledge. Moreover, the absence of adults in the household makes life in Harrison Port quite troublesome. Indeed, the old knight nodded in agreement, acknowledging. It is indeed dire when only children are left at home. In the Empire's customs, when a child's parents have perished in the frontier regions, the family's inheritance is seized. The lands are redistributed, and even the children themselves become mere property, their future fates uncertain. You may take his place. From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I knew this was my greatest opportunity, one capable of altering the course of my entire life, a chance to acquire further knowledge. Ian smiled at the solemn elder, who had now found a suitable area and commenced digging a pit, which required your consent. Initially, the boy had intended to bury only his uncle, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he found it necessary to inter an additional native and a forest leopard, thereby multiplying his labor manifold. However, just as Ian had begun to dig a few shovels full of earth, a hand reached out and took the farming spade from him. The frowning old knight gestured for Ian to step aside and then proceeded to demonstrate the fluid motions and techniques of properly using the spade for excavation. His actions were evidently far more adept than those of the boy, who had never wielded a spade in any lifetime. After 5 or 6 minutes of demonstration, the old knight had already shaped the pit into a rudimentary form. Few children in the Empire possess your desire to read and write. They are often oblivious to the significance of knowledge, he remarked, observing Ian's actions while offering guidance on strength techniques and correcting his flawed movements. Even the offspring of nobles and scholars share this ignorance. They regard knowledge as a tedious and worthless pursuit. Instead of learning to read or write their names, they yearn to master martial skills, achieve great deeds, and become influential figures within the Empire's governance. Yet, they too do not permit the dissemination and spread of knowledge, he mused silently. Understanding a civilization begins with its script. The pit had grown sufficiently large to accommodate several corpses, and the boy pushed his uncle's body, along with that of the native and the leopard, into the void, then covered them with earth, burying those who sought to end his life. To truly comprehend a civilization, one must learn to read and write, to grasp the essence of a world. Breathing wearily, Ian remarked softly. Similarly, the journey of exploration into the unknown requires them, whether for interpretation or documentation, whether to reclaim or to forge anew. What is your name? My teacher, if you consent, my quest for the future must commence with the knowledge you impart. He lifted his gaze to meet that of the man, who once again locked eyes with the aged figure. He heard the child's innocent and crystalline voice. I wish to know. Curiosity. The knight gazed into the light within Ian's eyes, pure, a yearning to know, to explore, to venture forth and illuminate the unknown. This was a child brimming with infinite potential, or perhaps a reflection of humanity itself. He may become a slayer of vile beasts, a vanquisher of monstrous entities, an adventurer traversing the wilderness, or perhaps he will emerge as an explorer journeying across vast mountains and rivers, wandering throughout the entire continent of Terra. He might delve into the mysteries of psychic energy, seeking the truths of the world long buried in dust for humanity. He could also excavate the origins hidden within human genetics, deciphering the divine powers bestowed upon all beings by the civilizations of the bygone epochs. He may rise as a hero, become an intrepid adventurer, or even serve as a pioneer of his generation. Yet he could also remain obscure, merely a child of the borderlands, stained with the blood of kin, his future uncertain. Indeed, it may become even worse. He could transform into a frenzied creature, driven solely by the whims of his own curiosity. All these futures and possibilities hinge upon his choices, just as the trust once placed in him by his sovereign 50 years ago. Hilliard, my knight, take it far away, as distant as possible, away from the imperial capital, away from the Quenner Plains. When all is said and done, you may use it yourself, or hand it over to whomever, bury it if need be. As long as it does not fall into the hands of those rebels, all futures will hold hope. Hope, curiosity, and the courage to choose. I am Hilliard Lecce, a teacher, a knight. The weary man lifted his gaze, his gray-brown eyes meeting those of azure. Thank you. In that moment, he beheld the boyish, joyous smile, unmasked in its entirety. Ian laughed freely, his delight unmistakable. A golden halo reflected in the boy's eyes, a hue visible only to Ian. The wind swept across the lakeside land, stirring ripples that mirrored the fragmented and dim stars. The sultry summer breeze continued to surge through the woods, while the brilliance of the heavens gradually faded, akin to a torch that briefly flares before abruptly extinguishing upon the earth. Raising his head, Hilliard's gaze was met only by the pitch-black firmament and the bright moon. Devoid of any clouds, yet obscured shadows still shrouded the stars, stripping from humanity's eyes the symbols of eternity and the distant. In the year 766 of Terra, the majority of stars visible within the Terra star domain were obscured, leaving humanity to behold only darkness, save for the sun, moon, and a few remaining planets. The 14 great star mages from the Observatory of Knowledge leapt from the celestial tower to their demise. The aftermath of the imperial tyrant's death during the Dark Moon turmoil 2 decades prior had gradually subsided. The noble houses and various factions along the border remained motionless, with turbulent currents lurking beneath the surface. The exploration team of the Church of Light returned from the endless ocean and the New World, bearing ominous omens. While the farmers of the Quinner Plains lamented the scarcity of rain, and the denizens of Whale Song Cliff awakened from their dreams, gazing into the profound depths of the sea, filled with apprehension and dread, fishermen in the borderlands celebrated a bountiful harvest, while the aged Khan of the Celestial Court commenced festivities for his 90th birthday. The joys and sorrows of all in the world remained disconnected, as the prison star abyss takes shape. Yet still, there are those who gaze upon the stars. I do not know if this is right. With hands engaged, they assisted Ian in shoveling the earth to conceal the body, while Hilliard closed his eyes. Yet, in his mind, the image of those eyes lingered. The flames igniting in Ian's cerulean gaze were not merely a manifestation of psychic energy, but a curiosity more radiant than the sun itself, and a desire more blinding, more perilous than anything else. It was akin to his own past, as well as that of the former sovereign. That was the light of hope. Should he prove worthy, I shall bestow upon him all my knowledge and the keys to the future. If I err, I shall not utter an apology. Only the starry sky shall bear witness to his words. In Harrison Port, beside the Ian residence, the warm, humid night breeze swept through the streets, and the everlasting lamp at the intersection flickered gently, casting an uncertain glow from the algae oil within. A diminutive figure emerged from the shadows of the house. Stepping forth from the cover of foliage, a black obsidian knife at his waist, his dark brown skin adorned with obscure patterns that glimmered with an uncanny sheen. Several indistinct shapes trailed closely behind him. They approached the door of the Ian abode, silently and stealthily. The door creaked open, and the figures stepped inside. Chapter 18. The trap. The night breeze stirred, rustling the foliage, as a diminutive figure stealthily approached Ian's doorstep, a path well-trodden and familiar to him, devoid of any sound. Yet, he soon detected an unusual scent, his nostrils flaring in caution. He raised a hand, signaling the other shadows behind him to halt their advance. The metallic tang of blood filled the air. Unlike the scent of animal blood, the aroma of human blood was distinct, one that the shaman of the forest children recognized with clarity. Although tainted with numerous impurities, it remained infinitely purer than that of any beast. Whose blood could it be? Had Osna finally dispatched his larger nephew? The figure heard no voices from Osna or the others. His keen senses informed him that within the room lay only a young child, breathing softly in slumber, the designated sacrifice, a boy named Eland. Osna. The figure felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, his whisper tinged with a peculiar and archaic accent, a remnant of the wild forests, yet undeniably in the language of the Empire. They had agreed that both nephews would be delivered to them. The sacred ritual demanded the blood and entrails of the purest and most innocent, alongside the flesh and brain of the strongest and most resilient. The spirit of the mountain tide would accept only these 2 types of offerings. Osna was indeed untrustworthy. Never mind. Standing still, the figure contemplated for a brief moment before gently shaking his head. As long as it was not the youngest who was slain, it posed no issue. Children of 8 or 9 were not uncommon, and even though Harrison Port was heavily fortified, they could easily abduct a few from the nearby fishing villages. Osna was likely not in the house, probably dealing with his nephew's remains. A pity. For even if not fresh, the child's entrails would have made for a fine offering, and the flesh wasted. With a sense of regret, the figure felt a pang of hunger. Only those who regularly consumed flesh and blood could unlock the primal source of power. It was only through abundant nourishment that this essence would surge forth from the depths of the body, akin to how a spring gushes forth only when well fed. Yet, resources were scarce within the tribe, and flesh-eaters were few. Even he, a novice on the shamanic path, could not guarantee himself daily sustenance. The great shaman often proclaimed that by consuming the blood and flesh of the brave, one could inherit their strength. Though the blood of a child bore no power, it was prized for its purity. Alas, it had been squandered. He shook his head slightly. Since Osna was absent, he would take the young child with him. After all, that mushroom addict only desired the black fungus, and the tribe would still need him as an intermediary to procure resources in the port. With this thought, the figure glided towards Eland's room, his steps light. Then he misstepped, unwittingly treading into the trap that Ian had laid for Osna. The coastal region had been plagued by incessant rains for years, rendering the homes of immigrants precarious. The floors were merely laid with a thin layer of stones and planks for cushioning. Only the newly constructed houses in recent years boasted solid stone foundations and walls of rock bricks. The dwelling of Osner is by no means a new house. The soil beneath its foundation has long since subsided, causing the wooden planks to dangle precariously above a pool of murky water. Ian made slight modifications, rendering one of the planks so fragile that it shattered upon stepping on it, revealing a nest of wooden spikes, with a fish-cleaning knife ominously thrust into the earth beneath, serving as a trap to pierce an unsuspecting foot. Yet, Osner never had the chance to encounter this trap, as he was swiftly subdued by the powder of slumber, never experiencing the intricately devised peril Ian had prepared for him. This, however, benefited the shadowy figure that followed. In an instant, the figure's foot was pierced by the knife, nearly eliciting a cry of pain. But being a shaman among the Red Cedar natives, he possessed a resilient spirit and swiftly stifled his scream. Furthermore, the knife was encrusted with rust and filth, and the pool was filled with foul, muddy water. If the wound was not treated immediately, mobility would be compromised, and he risked succumbing to the curse of the rust spirit, leading to convulsions and ultimately death. Be cautious. The house, the trap. He urgently instructed the three tense figures behind him, who had begun to draw their weapons and scan the surroundings for potential threats. The young shaman, without time to ponder why traps might exist, crouched down to extract the knife from his foot and tend to his injury. But why was there a trap? Had Osner set it? Who was it meant to ensnare? Surely not them. That inept mushroom collector could not possibly devise a scheme against their singular channel of black mushroom powder. Could it be a precaution against thieves? Even so, such reasoning felt far-fetched. What thief would target this dilapidated abode? One must admit, the house instilled a profound unease within the indigenous shaman. The situation seemed to spiral beyond control. At that very moment, Ian was traversing the vicinity of his home with his newly acquired mentor, Hilliard. Ian felt a sense of satisfaction, though he maintained a facade of calm. The effects of the spiritual energy were indeed lucid and remarkable, surpassing his expectations. Merely burying a corpse by the lakeside and taking a bath had led him to encounter a mentor who exuded an air of profound mystery and concealed secrets. Though Hilliard had said little, Ian could surmise that a man with a weathered visage, who had evaded the Empire's pursuit for over a decade, must possess considerable skills and a compelling backstory. Not only that, but he also demonstrated a noble character, displaying principles even in the face of someone who appeared merely as a child. Presently, he seemed like an ordinary man, openly acknowledging his past injuries and diminished abilities. Yet he had once been a formidable knight. Earlier, Hilliard had elucidated his reasons for remaining in Harrisonport. Ian had learned that an impending anomaly was set to occur in the vicinity of the South Sea, and Hilliard had come to address this very change. It was rather ironic that a wanted fugitive would be concerned for the well-being of the Empire's citizens. Such a notion was quite thought-provoking. Why indeed? Would a knight of noble character and evident prowess find himself reduced to a state of nationwide notoriety and wandering in exile? A compelling question. Yet, truth be told, Ian was hardly concerned. As he mentioned to Hilliard by the lakeside, he indeed requires a new uncle, while the other party equally necessitates a completely new identity. The young child seeks the support of an adult, even if the latter cannot physically be present, and conversely. The adult requires the child as a facade for their own identity, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chapter 19, The Plan at This Moment. Ian's teacher spoke with an air of naturalness, softly articulating his scheme. When the time comes, you shall say that while gathering super flowers in the mountains, you suffered an injury to your face due to your impaired mobility, resulting in an infected wound wrapped in bandages, rendering you unable to be seen. After a few months, once the autumn and winter wheat is harvested at the port, we can emerge during the New Year festivities. By then, I believe everyone will have forgotten what my uncle looked like. Even if someone suspects something amiss, we can easily attribute it to the facial injury. This was indeed a flawless plan. Osner already possessed superflower pollen, an exceedingly rare material that could fetch a handsome price even in small quantities. If not for Ian's uncle's obsession with consuming black mushrooms, which led him to exchange all his wealth for these powders, he could have renovated the entire house. With the pollen, one could survive for months without work, not to mention Ian's intention to remain industrious. He planned to assist a few familiar fishmongers, after all. They were all compatriots from Harrisonport and the White Tribe. With his wit and cleverness, earning a living would never pose a problem, and he would gain a deeper understanding of the circumstances surrounding his homeland. As for Osner, he had always been a gloomy and solitary individual. Colleagues did not favor him, and the consul hardly appreciated him either. It was easy to gloss over matters, especially with the universally applicable excuse of a facial injury. Not to mention, The infamous scarred mark in the port was a man who had been stung by a poisonous bee in the mountains, leaving his face riddled with pits and swellings. By that time, the white wig would likely be ready, and the white tribe of Harrison Port typically gathered only when summoned by the elders. The first year might require a stroke of luck, but as time passed, memories tended to self-correct, culminating in remarks about how their teacher had either gained or lost weight. With his thoughts concluded, Ian recognized the myriad risks embedded in this plan, understanding it required a degree of luck and was far from foolproof, laden with potential pitfalls. However, his intrinsic nature was one of cheerful optimism. After all, things couldn't get worse, so why not take a chance? The majority of the world seemed engaged in a contest of misfortune, and while his plan may appear somewhat naive, many others were equally misguided. Thus, it posed no real issue. Weighing the pros and cons, as long as the likelihood surpassed 50%, Ian was willing to take the gamble. Especially since the situation was not as dire as it seemed. He felt confident in the success of this endeavor. To this, Hilliard merely regarded Ian, who had meticulously outlined his plan, with a thoughtful gaze. The old knight shook his head. "You overthink things, my apprentice." He had once possessed a remarkably cheerful disposition, and now that he had resolved to be Ian's mentor, Hilliard naturally refrained from adopting a somber demeanor, choosing instead to feign a look of deep concern and weariness. Yet, this did not imply that he would forget the past. Rather, it was precisely because of Ian's presence, this apprentice of his, that perhaps a realm of unforeseen possibilities awaited him. In contrast to the bleak and despairing future that looms ahead, one that seems almost insurmountable despite one's preparations. Nurturing a new seed at least allows him to discover a glimmer of color in the twilight years of his life. Given this, why not display a touch of strength, enabling this astute apprentice to gain a clearer understanding of the true essence of the world? "Look." The former knight raised his hand, gesturing for the boy to observe his head. As Ian, somewhat perplexed, lifted his gaze, the boy was astonished to witness Hilliard's once grayish-white hair fading visibly to a pure white. Originally, Hilliard's hair color was a grayish-brown, and even in old age, it bore traces of variation, but now it had transformed to a whiteness akin to that of the white folk. Moreover, as Hilliard extended his hand again, directing it toward his eyes and face, accompanied by the movement of muscles and the flow of blood, his eye color and countenance suddenly bore a striking resemblance to Osner. Such sorcery exists. Witnessing Hilliard's drastic transformation, Ian was finally moved, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it truly this effortless? With mere muscular contractions and the infusion of bodily fluids, one can achieve an imitation that is nearly 70 to 80% accurate, or even better. This must be magic." Swallowing hard, Ian felt a sense of incredulity. It is worth noting that his uncle and the old knight did not share identical physiques or appearances. Compared to Osner, Hilliard was evidently more robust and slightly taller. However, these discrepancies could easily be masked with a slight stoop or careful concealment. Human memory is prone to blurring. No one can distinctly recall the faces of acquaintances from months past, and even if one senses a slight incongruity in physique, it would merely lead to the conclusion that one's own memory is at fault. Moreover, even Ian, as a nephew, found his teacher's ability to disguise himself eerily similar. With Hilliard possessing such prowess, it would be a trivial matter for him to masquerade as Osner. No wonder this unassuming teacher could live incognito for over a decade, even while being sought by the Empire. Seeing the genuine shock on Ian's face, Hilliard couldn't help but feel uplifted. Mastering flesh and blood, wielding control with ease, was merely a technique employed by advanced second-tier sublimators. He smiled and shook his head slightly, saying, "However, given my current physical condition, it is impossible to maintain a perfect simulation for an extended period." Though this frugal apprentice was undeniably youthful, he exuded the aura of a meticulous adult, daring to confront the perilous uncle and swiftly eliminating the indigenous hunter upon sensing danger. Resolute and decisive. Yet, despite his remarkable qualities, he remained merely a child oblivious to the world of sublimators. Though he had lost most of his power due to the plague, the control over his own body had not waned. Furthermore, Ian's innate talent was exceptional. The ability to spontaneously awaken psychic powers indicated an extraordinarily strong will, a vital factor in unlocking the power of the blood source and becoming a sublimator. Although the specific category of psychic ability remains unknown, even the most rudimentary form of emotional empathy, when honed to perfection, can effortlessly grant one the mastery over their own emotions, as well as the capacity to perceive every subtle shift in an adversary's feelings and hormonal fluctuations. This skill proves invaluable, enabling one to enter a state of utmost professionalism and focus, whether in everyday life or in the throes of battle. Moreover, the opponent's psychic power is far from an ordinary emotional empathy. It embodies a complexity and nobility that demands a deeper, more sincere longing to forge such strength. Chapter 20. Crisis. Hilliard understood well that every psychic is, at their core, an individual of remarkable mental resilience, akin to a spirit as unyielding as granite. Thus, they are inherently destined to transcendence. Without an exceedingly strong self-will and a steadfast spirit, one cannot possibly endure the agony of bodily sublimation or mutation resulting from the consumption of numerous elixirs and potions. It is also inconceivable that one could maintain control over their physical form amidst such suffering, absorbing the essence of various sublimating herbs and magical beasts within the potions, awakening the divine power of the inner source, and ultimately merging into a sublimated bloodline or true path, transcending ordinary life to become a true sublimator. While the individual possessed talent, lacking guidance, they would have no chance of embarking on the path of sublimation, even if recognized by the local sublimators of Harrison Port. They could never reach the second energy level in their lifetime, let alone ascend further. Yet, with his guidance, everything would change. Could Earth's technology achieve this? At this moment, Ian found it truly astonishing. The ability to perfectly control every muscle of his body, even to the extent of shape-shifting? It sounded simple, yet was immensely challenging. With such mastery over one's physical form, even if one's body were pierced, one could likely contract their muscles to prevent bleeding. In the past life, genetically modified warriors could not accomplish such feats. Well, they could, but it would require an additional muscle control system. However, in the world of Terra, it appeared that mere cultivation and enhancement of willpower could suffice. A strong self-will could even enable direct control over the body. Truly, the realm of psychic energy is extraordinary. Ian could not help but whisper to himself, indeed, this is a world that seems paradoxical, a technology unimaginable back home. Ian raised his gaze, scrutinizing Hilliard's familiar yet foreign visage, and upon realizing the difficulty in distinguishing it, he murmured, "It seems this identity is not of great significance to you, dear teacher. Indeed, with such abilities, the vast world holds no bounds. Yet, it is not so simple. Disguising oneself as a stranger lurking locally is evidently riskier than masquerading as someone who inherently belongs there, as the former cannot withstand scrutiny." However, Hilliard lifted his hand, shaking his finger, indicating that Ian was evidently being too complacent. Perhaps in the frontier regions, one might navigate murky waters. But in the great cities of the Empire, identification is essential. Mere likeness is insufficient. Blood type and fingerprints must also match. Moreover, psychics do not require blood or muscle observation to discern individuals. They observe the field of will, which presents inherent dangers. Upon hearing this, the boy pondered carefully and found truth in it. Since the world of Terra possesses such shape-shifting technology, it likely also has corresponding discernment techniques. Matters were not as simple as he had imagined. In this unfamiliar world, one cannot merely apply the reasoning of home. At this moment, Ian and Hilliard had arrived at the vicinity of Ian's residence. The boy, who had originally walked with ease, suddenly lifted his head, gazing at his home. His eyes glimmered with a faint light, his gaze solemn. There, within Ian's prophetic vision, a thick white mist coiled in the hidden corners of the room, seemingly engaged in some task concerning its feet. Beside this dense white mist, 3 grayish-white misty figures lurked in the various recesses of the house, appearing to be on high alert. The entire room was enveloped in a pale red haze, yet the most profound crimson was emanating from the small shadow adjacent to the dense white mist. That was Elon's essence, an aura fraught with the imminent peril of death. Simultaneously, Hilliard narrowed his eyes, having discerned the anomaly within the dwelling earlier than Ian. This aura, the indigenous folk of the redwood forest? While interring the bodies alongside Ian, he had overheard mention of the collusion between Asna and the natives. Thus he was not particularly surprised. It was not an insurmountable challenge. Hilliard, sensing the presence of 4 adult auras within, intended to advance. Although he had lost his original transcendent powers due to the upheaval 3 decades prior, even with merely the remnants of his physical strength and skills, dispatching these few natives would be effortless. By the rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths, the old knight was certain that none of the 4 natives possessed first-tier capabilities. During the Empire's zenith, they would not even qualify as apprentice scholars, merely trained ordinary individuals. "Wait, teacher." Yet he noticed Ian standing before him, the boy's expression serious as he gazed at his home. With gravity, he stated, "My brother is now in their grasp." At this moment, Ian's heart bore a slight revelation. It seemed that observing one's future through the fluctuations of others' fates indeed had its shortcomings. With Hilliard present, he was unlikely to encounter peril in the lake forest. In other words, the shifts in his own destiny represented merely that layer of pure gold. Conversely, the crisis faced by Elon, left behind after his departure, was the true blood red. Next time, I must contemplate the potential of foresight, for various color combinations and differing interpretative methods yield entirely disparate answers. Ian furrowed his brow. What he needed to consider now was how to eliminate these natives without endangering Elon. Meanwhile, as the boy pondered, Hilliard raised an eyebrow, surprised to find that Ian's psychic abilities included a form of clairvoyance, allowing him to perceive information even he could not hear. However, this was not entirely unexpected. Psychic powers are often multifaceted, and their bearers tend to possess heightened senses. Now, what he most desired to ascertain was the reaction of his apprentice. "What do you intend to do?" the old knight inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of harshness. "If your brother is indeed in the hands of the natives, rescuing him would be exceedingly challenging. I cannot guarantee his safety if they wish to extort a ransom. You must consider the implications of your actions." "Yes, I have thought it through." Ian gazed at the house, his light azure eyes flickering with intent. "Teacher, there are 4 individuals inside. One leader is situated in the living room, while 3 guards are positioned behind the back door window, by the inner window, and in the corridor between the kitchen and the hallway." He deftly pointed out the locations of the 3 native guards for Hilliard. "To ensure ventilation and disperse the scent of blood, I opened the kitchen window beforehand. It serves as an entry point. If it pleases you, I would appreciate your assistance in neutralizing those 3 guards. As for the native accompanying my brother, I shall handle that matter myself." Chapter 21. The offering. Hilliard refrained from questioning how Ian could discern the guardians from their leader. It was a known trait of psychics to grasp information that eluded common understanding, a fact to which he had long grown accustomed. "I cannot guarantee your brother's safety," the old knight stated succinctly. "This is a matter for you to endeavor alone. I trust you are prepared for failure." He perceived that Ian had already devised a strategy for countering the indigenous attack from the outset, though he had not anticipated their swift arrival in such numbers. With that in mind, he resolved to observe how Ian would respond. "That will suffice, teacher, thank you," Ian replied calmly. "When I confronted my uncle, I had quite a few preparations within the house, most of which went unused, but perhaps they can be repurposed now." With that, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward alone, making his way into the house. As he entered, the floorboards creaked beneath his weight. The metallic scent of blood had dissipated, replaced by a lingering aroma of the meat and fish he had previously cooked, wafting through the corridor. The dim glow of the oil lamps in the living room cast shifting shadows upon the mottled wooden walls, reminiscent of the ambience when he had departed. Ian sensed a hunter concealed in the corridor, peering through the gaps in the wooden wall, their expression betraying surprise that the visitor was not the anticipated Osina, but rather his nephew. This was indeed unexpected, yet it held no bearing on their duties. They merely needed to remain vigilant for any neighbors or guards who might notice the unusual circumstances. Feigning ignorance, Ian relaxed his breath and crossed the corridor. The trap on the floorboards had been expertly repaired, appearing indistinguishable from the outside. Ian surmised that the reason these redwood natives lingered in his home was their intention to converse with Osina. In his childhood, Ian had often drowsily witnessed his uncle and unfamiliar figures engaged in conversation during the night. At that time, although he had not awakened his memories, he possessed enough acumen to keep his awareness concealed. It was from that moment onward that young Ian began to prepare, seeking to hide a few small silver coins in hopes of escaping this home. His presence would undoubtedly astonish the natives, yet it might also sow seeds of doubt, thereby granting Hilliard and himself an opportunity. Steeling his resolve, Ian entered the living room. Here, a figure awaited him. "It is you," came the rough sound of the imperial tongue. The figure, tending to a wound on his foot, rose to stand, his eyes, marked with a hint of slit pupils, fixed intently upon the boy. Ian lifted his gaze in kind. The young native bore no hair or eyebrows, his skin a deep brown, his body adorned with a labyrinth of strange tattoos, and though he was only slightly taller than Ian, the feathered collar around his neck attested to his identity as a shaman. The Sequoia natives are diminutive in stature. Even the most robust hunters among them stand at merely around 1.56 meters. Indeed, they are considerably more slender than the imperial folk, yet their movements are exceedingly nimble. Endowed with a degree of night vision, heightened olfactory senses, and greater resistance to toxins, making them natural hunters of the forest. During the era of imperial expansion, Numerous colonizers perished in conflicts with the local natives, leading to parents in the southern hills using the phrase to be taken by the natives and eaten as a means to frighten their children. Thus, Ian is well aware of the circumstances surrounding them. Elon, swaddled in a blanket, rests upon a chair beside the shaman. The white-haired child sleeps soundly, oblivious to the imminent peril and the blood-red mist enveloping him. It is indeed difficult to fathom that Asna has perished. The shaman's countenance reflects astonishment, his lips twitching, causing the peculiar tattoos on his body to contort. He often claims his nephew is exceedingly clever, the finest material for sacrifice, warranting a higher price. Yet he likely never anticipated that one could be so astute. Indeed, he is the optimal offering, the shaman asserts with certainty. Ian remains silent in response. Or have you perhaps already conveyed this entire affair to the guard? A mere child, capable of killing his uncle and remaining so serenely silent. The shaman speculates that Ian must have informed the local guard of Asna's connections to them, seeking protection. Perhaps a contingent from the Harrison Port Guard is already on his heels. However, this conjecture is swiftly cast aside. No, the boy states calmly from the far end of the living room. If I inform the guard, my brother shall surely perish. I would never do such a thing. He is the sacrifice. The shaman gazes thoughtfully at the child beside him, then turns his attention back to Ian. You are as well, but perhaps not at this moment. With a grin, the feathered shaman reveals an unusual smile. Ian, I remember your name. Do you intend to inherit your uncle's role and become our collaborator? You are quite astute, Ian. With my assistance, you could live comfortably and freely. You are far wiser than your uncle, not prone to the madness of that mushroom eater. He extends an invitation. We, the Mountain Bone clan, delight in collaborating with intelligent individuals. The shaman presumes that Asna met his demise amidst the stupor induced by mushrooms. Ambushed in his slumber by his own nephew, a foolish death he could have anticipated. The shaman's proposal is not a whimsical notion. They indeed require someone to furnish them with information about Harrison Port. While a child may be inconvenient, he would be easier to manipulate. Numerous native tribes inhabit the vicinity of Harrison Port, and many engage with the port's inhabitants. Yet Asna was uniquely his collaborator. Had it not been for Asna's provision of food, tools, and occasional sacrifices, the shaman could not have ascended to his position at such a young age. Asna's demise is undoubtedly a loss. However, that mushroom-eating lunatic was exceedingly difficult to control. Replacing him with Ian, this clever child, may not be such a poor choice after all. At the very least, he could serve as a sacrifice. The astute individual inevitably makes the right choices. Thus, the shaman bore a peculiar smile, harboring disbelief that Ian would opt for self-destruction. As for Elon's fate, the shaman deemed it unnecessary to speak. There was no need to negotiate with the child. This was merely a stepping stone to gain the favor of the great shaman, an essential element for the tribe's survival. Chapter 22. The newborn true intellects do not barter with you. Once the shaman concluded his words, Ian, feeling that the moment for action had arrived, shook his head and tightened his grip on the pitchfork. Only a fool would willingly become a slave under your control. Such folly. The shaman, devoid of any anger, merely shook his head, contemplating that perhaps Ian was not as clever as he thought. Your uncle has long since sold you to me for 30 taller silver coins. You are, by all means, my slaves, my property. Sensing a faint noise behind him and realizing that Hiliad had commenced his actions, Ian succinctly remarked, "Fool." The shaman scoffed, understanding enough of the language to recognize the insult, but before he could respond, he summoned his guards to seize the boy. A strange scent wafted through the air, instinctively. He sniffed, and his expression shifted dramatically. Blood. The shaman scanned his surroundings, his voice laced with fear. Where did this blood come from? Just as the shaman was engulfed in uncertainty, Ian lifted the pitchfork and toppled a nearby brazier. The charcoal, concealed beneath a layer of ash, reacted with the air, instantly igniting with a crimson glow, sending sparks flying. Boom. The oil-soaked long table, along with the combustible burlap and clothing stacked beside it, was immediately engulfed in flames, casting a fierce light that illuminated the hall and revealed the shaman's astonished face, alongside Ian's impassive demeanor. The wood of the old house was already parched, and he had deliberately spread all the oil in critical areas. This was initially a plan devised by Ian to incinerate Osner in a moment of desperation, but his uncle proved utterly useless, rendering the plan moot. Now, however, it served to benefit this native shaman before him. The dry timber and dried grass prepared in advance quickly turned the decrepit house into an inferno, the terrifying heat and blinding light momentarily disorienting the shaman. The Redwood people excelled in nocturnal operations, able to see clearly even in moonless nights. Yet, conversely, they were intolerant of bright sunlight and overwhelming flames. A madman. We must flee. This singular thought consumed him as his eyes struggled to adjust to the blinding light. The shaman clutched his staff tightly, waving it erratically to fend off potential attacks. Who could have anticipated that someone had already prepared to set their own home ablaze? Under the current circumstances, regardless of Ian's eventual outcome, the burning home would undoubtedly attract the attention of the surrounding residents. If they did not leave now, they would truly be trapped. The shaman, unable to discern the situation within the room, assumed Ian was equally blind. However, he did not need to see the boy, who had his eyes tightly shut. Yet, Ian, having awakened his psychic abilities, was unconcerned with the mere veil of eyelids, allowing him to peer through the flames and perceive the direction of the dense white mist. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian stepped forward, employing the force technique Hilliard had previously imparted for digging. With a powerful twist of his waist and a forward thrust of his arms, he thrust the pitchfork forward. Boom! The sound of a dull collision echoed. And even though the blinding fire momentarily dazzled him, the shaman managed to deflect a direct strike, his staff wedged firmly between the prongs of a pitchfork. Yet, he could not suppress his astonishment. How could this be? Such power was not typical of an ordinary child. There was no time for contemplation. The shaman intended to retreat and lessen the impact, but the pain in his right foot, a result of stepping into Ian's trap, made him falter. His staff, which had been steadfastly bracing against the pitchfork, slipped askew and fell aside, taking the pitchfork with it. Was it to be a brawl? At this moment, although the shaman felt a sense of caution, he remained composed. After all, he was an adult. How could he possibly be bested by an 8-year-old child? Without his weapon. It was not an ambush, and he was prepared. Smack! A pouch of sleeping powder struck the shaman's face. The delicate fragrance, under the intense heat of the flames, became rich and lingering. Truth be told, the application of lime to the face was indeed unparalleled. If this lime were also toxic, it would be utterly unmatched. After this, the shaman still wished to resist, having undergone rigorous shamanic training. His resistance to the sleeping powder was far superior to that of the common folk like Asna. However, he was already somewhat incapacitated, and Ian seemed completely unaffected by the flames, his actions unhindered. After throwing the sleeping powder, Ian lunged forward, knocking the shaman to the ground. He reached out, gripping the shaman's neck firmly. How could this be possible? The sleeping powder, the heat, and the lack of oxygen made the young shaman's eyes bulge, his face reddening. In the blazing firelight, he could only see Ian's eyes, which had finally opened, shimmering with a pale azure halo. A sheen reminiscent of light mist danced around the boy's pupils. Yes, it was spiritual energy, merely a sacrifice whose life had long been purchased. Just before losing consciousness, the feathered shaman let out a final, hate-filled, jealous, and fearful roar, as if expelling all the air from his lungs. Soon, like his unfortunate partner Asna, this ill-fated shaman fell into an eternal slumber from which he could never awaken. As Ian released his grip, the flames were nearly licking at his feet, the searing heat singeing the edges of his garments, sparks flying and creating more rips in his already tattered trousers. Ian gazed at the third life he had taken that day, exhaling wearily, shaking his head, and calmly murmuring to himself, "You are merely a sacrifice for the tribe and the totem." It is truly pathetic and laughable that a sacrifice would wish to offer up another. Then he turned aside, enveloping himself in mist that transformed into pure white. No longer the vivid crimson of Eland. Ian strode purposefully towards the corridor where the flames had yet to spread. He opened the door and found Hilliard waiting at the threshold. The old knight nodded with a smile, seemingly commending his apprentice's performance. Beneath the starless night sky, the crimson glow resembled a spark upon this bleak land. He glanced back at the fierce blaze, instinctively tightening his embrace around the still sleeping Eland. The boy now able to hear the gasps of their startled neighbors. He turned to the side, gazing in the direction of Hilliard. The features and hair color of the other had transformed into that of Asnara. Ian smiled as well. It was over. He remarked, "It is also a new beginning." All that was once familiar had been consumed by flames. Thus, the boy stepped forward, walking towards Hilliard along the moonlit street. It was time to embrace rebirth. Chapter 23. Fire in the dead of night. Harrison Port, typically shrouded in silence, was suddenly engulfed by a roaring inferno, illuminating the darkened harbor. The flames surged forth, consuming buildings with fervor. The fire cast a glow over a portion of the eastern harbor, reflecting upon the surrounding waters, causing the fish caught in the rising tide to be starkly visible, their shadows darting frantically beneath the surface. Many were awakened by the abrupt brightness and the acrid sin of smoke. Fathers roused their children, wives nudged their husbands, and amidst the confusion and innate fear of fire, neighbors hastily fled their homes, clutching their most cherished possessions, oblivious to their disarray, whether lacking trousers or wearing their clothes askew. Was it the house of the limping Osner family? Observant onlookers quickly discerned that the fire's reach was limited. To be precise, only one dwelling was affected. The blaze appeared formidable, but given the rain that had fallen the previous afternoon, it was primarily the wooden structures within that ignited. The main beams and roof remained intact, and the wind was not favorable for the fire's expansion. This realization brought a sigh of relief to the neighboring residents. Ultimately, Harrison Port is a city encircled by rivers and the sea. Extinguishing a fire of this magnitude was hardly daunting, and soon, individuals began to gather water to combat the flames. Yet, in the assurance of their own safety, acquaintances of the Osner family recalled the critical concern. The burly fisherman lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. It was one thing for the limping man to be lost, but Ian and Elon, the two boys, were also inside. The Osners were not particularly well-liked, and the reclusive nature of their patriarch meant that few fostered concern for his well-being, even among kin. However, the brothers, Ian and Elon, were different. Though they shared the same mother, their fathers differed. Excluding the foreign Canaanite mercenary, their parents were well-regarded locals. Ian's father had once been a member of the harbor's guard, tasked with investigating the lairs of sea monsters, frequently slaying these creatures. He would share portions of the meat with neighbors and relatives. Tragically, 8 years prior, a violent storm, unseen for 3 centuries in the South Sea, obliterated the guard while they were at sea, claiming Ian's father among its victims. Almost everyone remembered that day. The sky roared with thunder, lightning branching like trees across the heavens, illuminating the tumultuous sea below. Ian was born in the midst of that tempest, simultaneously losing his father, as countless others lost husbands and sons. Many homes were devastated. Fishing boats capsized and sank, and the city walls on both flanks collapsed under the storm's fury. The abnormal tempest cast Harrison Port into mourning. Lingering in somber tones even to this day, the harbor had yet to fully regain its vitality. While Osner himself was not endearing, the clever and spirited young Ian was a different matter altogether. With this thought in mind, a well-meaning neighbor of the same kin as the white-skinned folk doused himself with a bucket of water and shielded his head with a damp cloth. He wished to approach the scene of the fire to assess the situation inside the house. This man, the fisherman who had spoken earlier, was named Sinan. His skin, darkened by years of labor upon the sea, bore no visible connection to the white folk, save for his white hair. Yet his robust, leathery skin resembled that of fish scales beneath the surface. Years ago, Sinan was rescued by Ian's father from an assault by a horde of reef otters. After Ian's father passed away, with his mother still alive, this kind-hearted fisherman often found excuses to provide a few fish to help them. He was indeed no stranger to danger, nor was he a fool. He had his own interests at heart. Sinan reasoned that he would approach the fire, offering assistance if possible, and at the very least, he should display a sense of duty. With such loyalty, how could they not choose him as the leader of the fishermen? However, just as this audacious fisherman neared the burning house, he was taken aback to see a familiar small figure moving in the glow of the flames. Ian held a white-haired child in one arm and dragged a bloodied, white-haired man with the other. The boy, stepping into the shadows illuminated by the firelight, staggered away from the groaning structure, which was on the verge of collapse. Ian. For a moment, the fisherman stood frozen, unable to fathom how such a scene could unfold. But soon, he regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly approached Ian, lifting both him and the child, Island, in one arm, while his other grasped the evidently unconscious Asna. He then retreated with determined strides towards safety. Sinan possessed the strength to manage this. He often moved catches heavier than the combined weight of the 3 before him. As he withdrew, he inquired in confusion, "What happened? How did the fire start? What has become of Asna?" Though it was merely a fleeting glance, Sinan could discern the deep, bone-exposing wounds on Asna's face, as well as severe knife wounds on his arms and body. Fortunately, Asna was tall and robust. While these injuries were grave, they did not appear immediately life-threatening. But why had he been stabbed? Sinan's first thought was that Asna, that disgraceful rogue, had been attacking Ian and had received a few stabs in return. Yet, it seemed implausible. How could an 8-year-old possess the strength to engage in combat with an adult and inflict such deep wounds? As for Asna's weight, perhaps he was the type who appeared slimmer in clothes? Yes, a Redwood native. In Sinan's embrace, Ian was quietly sobbing, stuttering as he spoke. A native sneaked up, trying to take my brother and me away. He had smoke, but I couldn't sleep because of a headache, so I noticed. Uncle and the native fought and accidentally knocked over the fire basin. Soon, having brought the two brothers and the severely injured Asna to safety, Sinan had a basic understanding of the events that transpired. Ian's fragmented account, interspersed with childish sobs, tugged at the hearts of those around, yet surprisingly conveyed the essential details with clarity. After Ian repeated his narrative, everyone grasped the gist. The natives from the redwood forest had infiltrated the harbor, intending to stealthily abduct Ian and Island using sleep smoke. Island had naturally been rendered unconscious, but due to the injury Ian sustained days prior, he was unable to sleep and detected the sinister plot involving the smoke. As Ian shouted to awaken Osner, startling the natives, the limping fellow unexpectedly erupted with vitality, engaging in a fierce struggle with the natives who sought to forcibly abduct the two brothers. Although Osner was hindered in his movements, the cramped quarters allowed him to leverage his naturally robust physique, gritting his teeth against the pain of his wounds. He wielded a pitchfork in one hand while using his bare hands to grapple with the natives, ultimately suffocating and impaling several of them. During the tumultuous scuffle with the last native, Osner accidentally overturned the fire basin, typically kept in the kitchen to store embers, but recently placed outside to dry clothes that had begun to mold. Sparks ignited the garments, which in turn set ablaze the oil lamp that had tipped over, and soon the flames spread to the nearby furniture and floor. What followed was a scene that everyone witnessed. Ian, unable to extinguish the fire, exerted all his strength to rescue his brother and their unconscious uncle. What a remarkable lad, strong and courageous. The sequence of events unfolded seamlessly and logically, leaving Sinan without a hint of doubt. He affectionately rubbed Ian's face, commending the boy's decisiveness. Had Ian hesitated even for a moment, the three of them would surely not have escaped the inferno. However, the keen-eyed fisherman noticed that throughout his speech, Ian was tightly clutching a small pouch. The pouch appeared primitive and rugged, clearly of indigenous design. What could that be? Among the onlookers, a sharp-eyed herbalist also discerned this detail. Accustomed to traversing the mountains and forests where keen sight was paramount, he had initially overlooked Ian due to his preoccupation. Yet just moments ago, he caught a faint whiff of floral fragrance, recalling Ian's earlier mention of sleeping smoke. Concerned about the spreading flames and noticing the herbalist's clothes were worn backward, he was suddenly compelled. Ian, show me that package. Let me see it. Chapter 24. The Elder Bring It Here. Although it was claimed to be a gift, the gestures of the individual clearly indicated an intention to seize it. The herbalist was well aware of the value of Suboair's sleep powder. If that small pouch indeed contained the powder, it could represent a substantial fortune of at least several dozen taler coins. The taler, also known as the Great Silver Coin, is the principal currency issued by the empire, with the profile of the emperor engraved upon its obverse. In addition to the taler, there exist smaller silver coins, known as the bison, which are the local currency used in the empire's 5 southwestern provinces. When the currency held its value, 1 taler equated to 12 bison, making the taler an unaffordable luxury for the average individual. Even the bison was not commonly utilized, as it was further divided into the penny copper, with 10 pennies equating to 1 bison. In a market where prices are stable, 1 bison could purchase a pound of mixed beef, while a penny could buy a sizable loaf of dark bread. What a windfall! As the prospect of acquiring this treasure loomed closer, the herbalist's breath grew heavy with anticipation. Several dozen taler could amount to 3 years' worth of his total income, assuming he abstained from food and drink, was fortunate enough to avoid insect bites, jungle fevers, and illnesses. While this substance may hold little value for the natives, it was exceedingly rare and precious to the empire's citizens. Of course, the herbalist failed to notice the subtle smirk curling at the corners of Ian's mouth. The plan was unfolding seamlessly. Everyone was preoccupied with the fire, and the self-inflicted wound on his mentor was sufficiently convincing to deceive all onlookers. Hilliard was clearly a master of combat. The simulated injury appeared as if it had been sustained in a genuine struggle, devoid of any discernible flaws. Not to mention, the ability to control muscle tension rendered the so-called wound merely a superficial cut. Next, a display of wealth would ensue. Even if the herbalist did not take the initiative, Ian would discreetly scatter some sleep powder, prompting all nearby to naturally conclude it was carried by the natives. The powder clutched in his hand was merely 1/3 of the original pouch. He had already used another third to deal with Osner and the natives, leaving enough to sustain both himself and Hilliard during their recovery without the need for labor. After all, if this substance were not valuable, it could not ensnare Osner and transform him into the natives' eyes and ears within the city. The one-third of the sleep powder that might be lost or spilled served merely to rationalize the entire endeavor and divert attention, preventing anyone from scrutinizing the fire and other matters for inconsistencies. By the following day, the incident would have passed, and the most perilous moment would have already receded in the struggle for the sleep powder. However, just as Ian intended to allow the herbalist to seize the powder from his grasp, the fisherman's sign erupted in fury. This Bryn fellow, who usually pilfered trivial plants from the natives, dared to snatch away little Ian, whom he had rescued from the flames. He had not even laid a hand on him, yet it was Sinan who was to be overshadowed, although Sinan had not truly saved him. He clearly positioned himself as such, and the herbalist's actions afforded him no respect whatsoever. "You scoundrel!" he exclaimed, raising his hand, prepared to strike. However, before anyone could react, Sinan, who had just raised her hand, landed a punch on the face of the herbalist. "Elder Pewter has arrived." Gasps of surprise erupted from the side of the road. Ian, equally astonished, lifted his gaze towards the street corner. Accompanied by the hurried, heavy footsteps, several pharmacists from the port, along with Elder Bai Ji Min, who had rushed to the scene, arrived promptly. Elder Pewter, unlike the typical frail old man one might envision, was a stout 70-year-old, standing just over 1.60 meters, with thick, bushy eyebrows and a sizable gray beard. "What is going on here?" His voice boomed, resonating with authority as he strode over. A pair of sturdy legs moving with vigor, he approached the herbalist, pointing a finger and rebuking, "Are you stealing from a child? Taking from your own siblings?" "I merely wished to see what it was, to avoid danger." The herbalist retreated, waving his hands in a flustered attempt at justification. Yet, it was evidently futile. Elder Pewter moved beside the bewildered Ian, shielding the boy behind him. He then extended his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the still explaining herbalist. The sound of the slap cut through the air, exhibiting a force unexpected from an elder, sending the herbalist tumbling to the ground, his knees buckling as he appeared utterly dazed. Even so, the slapped herbalist could only endure, suppressing any discontent, and, through the stars dancing in his vision, offered repeated apologies before scurrying away, covering his face amidst the spectators' gleeful or scornful gazes. What transpired? How could the Osana family catch fire? Did he ignite his trousers while roasting his legs? Seizing the moment, the elder widened his eyes, surveying the scene and gathering information from others present. "No, Elder. Let me explain. It was the natives. This time, Osana truly resembled a man." In a moment, voices rose in a cacophony, prompting Elder Pewter's furious admonitions. Once the crowd quieted, he began to inquire individually about the circumstances that unfolded. The Bai Ji Min people held a strong familial consciousness, predominantly gathering in grand clans, surnamed villages within the Empire's heart, or forming their own settlements, governed by the eldest and most authoritative elder who managed internal affairs. The branch of Harrison Port had been stripped of its surname, territory, and all wealth decades ago for political reasons, exiled from the imperial capital to this coastal port south of the Bison Mountains. In truth, the entire region south of the Bison Mountains predominantly consisted of such immigrant communities, comprising either disgraced officials or exiled families. "Good child, you performed admirably tonight. These spoils rightfully belong to you. Though the family lacks a surname, it must not lack rules." Comforting the now calm, yet still somewhat fearful Ian, Elder Pewter lifted the slumbering Elon into his arms. As he gazed upon Elon's eyelids and inhaled the scent of his hair, the seasoned Elder Pewter was adept at discerning the traces and aroma of Super's floral powder. Ian's words rang true. It appeared that this savage tribe was indeed well prepared for their pure sacrifices. Subsequently, Elder Pewter shifted his gaze to observe the wounds of Osina, who was being tended to by the physician. The knife wounds were undoubtedly severe, and the natives had indeed struck with ferocity. What astonished Pewter most was not merely the brutality of the injuries, but the courage exhibited by Osina. It was quite remarkable for such a typically silent and sullen individual to possess the audacity to withstand such grievous knife wounds and slay 4 natives. If not for some aberration, with such talent and resolve, he might have truly ascended to a higher state of being. Of course, it was also possible that he had indulged excessively in mushrooms, losing his grip on reality. Although Pewter harbored a certain prejudice against Osina, he would not indulge in excessive malice, considering the man had fulfilled his duty to protect his bloodline. It seemed that, at times, one truly must be pushed to reveal their true nature. Chapter 25. Sublimation. Elder Pewter was perplexed by the situation. After all, the last time he had seen Osna was over 6 months ago. It was entirely reasonable for someone to have gained weight and stature over such a lengthy period. Not to mention that the grotesque tumor on the man's leg had not changed, and while his face bore scars, he still resembled Osner. It was clear that sleep would elude him this night. The natives had grown increasingly unruly, even setting fires in the harbor. There was a possibility of further assaults, and he needed to make a trip to the town hall. He casually attributed the fire to the natives, fully aware of how to appease the town hall officials and the local lord with words they wished to hear, as a representative of the white citizens. At this moment, with numerous white citizens gathering and dousing the flames, the fire had considerably diminished, nearing extinction. Only the smoldering wooden frames and the gradually collapsing ruins continued to radiate heat, warping the air around them. Having assessed the situation, Elder Pewter had made up his mind. He turned to the fisherman, Sinan, who stood beside him, and instructed, Sinan, take Ian and the others to that house to rest. You know, the one by the dock. Yes, Sinan replied without hesitation. The surrounding residents had just been praising his bravery and righteousness, allowing him a brief moment of glory. Though the dark-skinned fisherman appeared inscrutable, he was secretly elated. After delivering his message, the elder turned his gaze to Ian, contemplating thoughtfully. The boy was remarkably composed, not crying or fussing, and was able to recount the events with clarity, quite unlike most children his age. While he appeared somewhat timid, there was genuine courage within him. Moreover, with a truly endearing appearance, his large, expressive eyes seemed to speak volumes. Elder Pewter couldn't help but muse that if this child were still in the imperial capital, he would undoubtedly attract the admiration of many noble young ladies once he matured. Alas, good boy, go to sleep. Osner needs to recover. And you and your brother should rest well. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, the elder spoke in a deep, soothing voice to Ian, do not be afraid. Your uncle and our kin will protect you. The boy looked up, gazing intently at Elder Pewter. I trust the elder, he said earnestly, his sincere tone bringing a satisfied smile to the elder's face as he stroked his beard and chuckled. Quickly now, go rest. It's the time for you to grow. Ian then followed Sinan to a small house beside the dock. Compared to the dilapidated surroundings of the eastern harbor where Ian had previously resided, the streets near the dock appeared considerably less worn. The coastal breakwater was adorned with unique spirit seawood, its stout trunks and dark brown, rock-like roots intertwined with grayish-white stones, resisting the onslaught of the azure waves. This house had once belonged to the Motala family, but was destroyed in a storm 8 years prior, leaving no survivors. After repairs, it had remained unoccupied, and now it was perfectly suited for their needs. The dark-skinned fisherman affectionately ruffled Ian's hair, reassuring him, this is the inner harbor, rest easy. No matter how fierce the natives may be, they cannot reach us here. Thank you, Uncle Sinan. Ian seemed to finally exhale a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the modest seaside dwelling. He murmured softly, at last. After bidding farewell to Sinan and ensuring his younger brother was comfortably settled beneath the blanket, Ian activated his precognitive vision for the final time that day. A serene, white aura swirled around him like clouds in the sky, although a faint trace of sanguine energy lingered. Who among the living could truly claim safety and peace in this world? As Ian's gentle manipulations stirred him, Island awoke, his amethyst eyes gazing vacantly at his brother. He was well behaved, refraining from tears, though Ian secretly wished for him to cry. Today, your brother will keep you company as you sleep. Closing his precognitive vision, Ian's crystalline azure eyes dimmed. Securing Island with a cushion, he began to recount the peculiar tales he had spun in the past, when his memories had yet to awaken. And he was still the child Ian, he would tell whimsical stories to lull his brother to sleep. In those days, Ian would weave fragments from his dreams, tales of towering steel edifices piercing the clouds, loftier than the mountains by the harbor, of wondrous magic webs connecting all souls, allowing one at the edge of the earth to know what transpired at the other end, or colossal iron ships belching flames from a vast, watery sphere, embarking towards a resplendent expanse of stars. The starry sky, the starry sky. Even in mere storytelling, Ian found himself momentarily lost in reverie, gazing out at the sparse stars dotting the night sky over Harrison Harbor. He lifted his head in contemplation, as if the iron ships from his dreams were materializing into reality, navigating the boundless sea of stars. These were fragments of memory, threads woven through 2 lifetimes of obsession. Ian stared at the starry heavens, his gaze lingering in quiet contemplation. The first night was not so bad, after all. After a considerable time, Island had succumbed to slumber, and Ian lowered his head, peering out at the tumultuous ocean waves. He murmured softly to himself, if the beginning was hell, then this is, at the very least, not so dire. Having resolved his first life-threatening crisis in this foreign world, the threat from the natives still loomed, and his existence remained unprotected. Unless he could attain strength, greater strength that would ensure his survival and grant him peace of mind. But that was a concern for tomorrow. Lying down, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the sound of the tides as he drifted into a deep sleep, devoid of dreams. Upon awakening, it was already midday. The sun's rays streamed through the curtains, casting a radiant glow upon Ian's white hair. Slowly opening his eyes and rising, Ian stretched like a cat. The tattered edges of his clothing revealed that the bruises on his abdomen and chest had vanished, even the most severe wounds, such as the one on his head, now merely faint red marks. After awakening, Ian felt an invigorating sense of well-being. Even the slight dizziness from overexerting his spiritual energy the previous day had completely dissipated. It seemed his wounds had healed remarkably. Had his self-healing abilities improved so significantly? However, after a low rumble in his stomach, he gently patted his abdomen and sighed. It was indeed easy to feel hungry. Since awakening his psychic abilities, his appetite had increased, a small price to pay for mastering such power. Turning his head, Ian beheld the familiar sleeping face of his younger brother. This little fellow seemed to have grown accustomed to slumber, sleeping soundly even in the brightness of day. Raising his gaze to the other side of the room, he noticed Osina, wrapped in bandages and smeared with ointment, lying peacefully on a wooden bed, seemingly lost in a deep sleep. He had been brought in after the healer had treated his wounds the previous night. Yet, this was clearly a ruse. Upon sensing Ian's awakening, Hilliard, disguised as Osina, opened his eyes and regarded the white-haired boy with a gaze that was rather intriguing. "Good student. You certainly cried convincingly last night," he remarked. "Teacher, you excel at feigning serious injuries as well," Ian replied. The two exchanged glances and shared a hearty laugh. Although they were still strangers to one another, it was undeniable that they were infinitely more amiable than the grotesque child abuser and mushroom-crazed uncle, or any potential pursuers. Ian needed Hilliard, and Hilliard saw promise in Ian's future. In light of this, familiarity or strangeness seemed trivial. However, Ian's expression soon grew serious. "Teacher," he said as he got out of bed and stood before Hilliard, who had also sat up, slightly bending forward. "You were once a sublimator, were you not?" Upon hearing this, Hilliard's demeanor shifted, and he sat up straight. "Indeed." Then, Ian earnestly inquired, "Teacher, I wish to understand the source of a sublimator's power, and how one can become a true sublimator." Relying solely on fire, traps, and ambushes to vanquish foes was not a sustainable strategy. Such preparations and luck could not be counted on every time. If the natives were to retaliate, he could not afford to be entirely defenseless. Ian yearned for strength, and for the realm of Terra, becoming a sublimator, the stuff of legend, might be the most legitimate and expedient path. Naturally, Ian had many other questions about psychic energy, the history and races of this world, and the past of the land and nation beneath his feet. He sought knowledge, but there was no urgency. Thus, he approached the most critical topics with earnest inquiry. When it came to wisdom, he was always sincere and unreserved. "A good question," Hilliard said, sitting at the edge of the bed, straightening his back. In response to his student's query, Hilliard smiled. "This is precisely what I intended to share with you last night, the essence of a sublimator and the path of their cultivation." Chapter 26, Transcendence. The tumultuous sound of the sea surged through the window. The small seaside cabin lay shrouded in dust, neglected for some time. Yet, Hilliard and Ian paid it no mind as they sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other. "How much do you understand about the Transcendence?" the old knight inquired. "At least enough to spell the word correctly," Hilliard replied, skeptical of Ian's knowledge. He nodded slightly and continued, "Are you familiar with the aberrations and monstrous beasts?" "Indeed," Ian responded, well aware. "I have seen them before. How could the immigrants living in the southern ridge be unaware of these otherworldly creatures? The formidable beings that could harness psychic energy and roam the wilds were the stuff of legend among the populace. It was said that some of the totems revered by the indigenous people were powerful beasts that were benevolent towards humanity. Their protection had thwarted the imperial armies, compelling them to acknowledge the autonomy of the natives within the redwood forests. The aberrations of the sea were even more common, Ian recalled, from when he was 4 or 5 years old, standing at the harbor with his mother, watching fishermen band together to drive away a massive sea serpent. This serpent, a deep greenish-black, stretched over 30 meters in length, its scales more resilient than steel. Its long tail thrashed about, creating whirlpools in the ocean to aid in engulfing schools of fish. Neither harpoons nor crossbows could inflict harm upon it. Ultimately, it was a merchant ship under the command of a viscount, risking sinking, that managed to drive it away. All beings share a common origin, progenies of the sun. Whether flora or fauna, beasts or aberrations, and even we humans, all bask in the sun's resplendent light. Thus, every creature is akin to a sibling. However, as time flows, all things evolve, each acquiring distinct gifts and abilities. Hilliard turned his head, the sunlight filtering through the curtain and window, serene and quiet. He extended his hand, allowing the sunlight to cascade over his palm, bestowing it with a golden hue. The old knight spoke with calm conviction. An ancient myth, the common progenitor of humans, elves, dwarves, and various sentient beings obtained the fruit of wisdom, thereby gaining intellect. Conversely, the progenitors of the beasts, those with formidable physiques and an array of extraordinary abilities, were bestowed with the fruit of life, granting them extraordinary might. Turning back to Ian, the knight asserted earnestly, "The unity of wisdom and the power of life is known as transcendence. Transcendents are those who traverse the path of transcendence, pursuing the ultimate elevation. In simpler terms, a transcendent is an entity that, through wisdom, attains a power that rivals or even surpasses that of aberrant beasts." Mythology, you say? A solar cult? An unexpected science? Ian's education in culture and history did not falter. He understood that what Hilliard described was merely a fragment of an intricate mythological framework, deeply intertwined with the legacy of the transcendence. Worship of the sun was not uncommon. Rather, the sun held a significant position in nearly every myth and legend. Moreover, from the perspective of energy transmission, the sun indeed serves as the origin of all beings, with every creature being a sibling beneath the nurturing embrace of this celestial parent. As for the keywords wisdom fruit and life fruit, Ian made a mental note to inquire further at a later time. For now, he had another question he wished to pose. "Teacher," Ian furrowed his brow in confusion and asked softly, "how can one unify the powers of wisdom and life?" "Through consumption," Hilliard replied succinctly. "This is the essence of the ascendance practice. The exotic beasts themselves harbor the power of the life fruit. Through wisdom, one refines their elements, extracts their quintessence, and employs alchemical methods to concoct potions and elixirs from the materials of these beasts, allowing humans to absorb the power of the life fruit and gradually elevate their standing on the path of ascension. As for the results, Ian, you may touch my arm." Hilliard raised his hand to reveal his arm to Ian. "I am a knight of a certain prominent figure and was once a high-tier ascendant. However, in past battles, I suffered from the corruption of primal toxins that nearly obliterated all my ascendant organs, including the spiritual neural system and other advanced structures within me, which were completely dissolved. In other words, I am essentially a mere mortal now, stripped of the divine powers of a high-tier ascendant. Yet, even so," clenching his fist and flexing his muscles, the elder emphasized, "the essence of my life has undergone a transformation, rendering me far stronger than the average person and even some lower-tier ascendants." At that moment, Hilliard's visage had returned to its true form, no longer resembling Asna. While he could not be described as strikingly handsome like an elf, his features were nonetheless well-defined. His straight nose and slightly curled, gray-brown hair exuded a dignified military presence, and the wrinkles on his face did not make him appear overly aged. Rather, they bore the gravitas of time upon a knight. "Very well, teacher," Ian replied affirmatively, extending his hand without hesitation to touch Hilliard's arm. He had longed to feel the body of an ascendant in this world. Surely it was extraordinary. However, upon actual contact, he discovered that the skin he touched merely resembled skin in appearance. The sensation, the boy's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a layer upon layer of finely textured, smooth scales, crystalline shells that were both sturdy and flexible, impervious to water and fire, akin to a personal coat of chainmail. Beneath this skin lay not the conventional flesh and blood, but an extraordinarily soft yet potentially incredibly hard non-Newtonian fluid. Ian even felt as though he were touching a humanoid crane in his prime. Hilliard could likely lift an entire house with ease, if not far more. Raising his gaze, Ian met Hilliard's eyes. The elder knight's dark brown irises appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Ian keenly discerned that the pupils continually adjusted in response to the surrounding light, contracting and expanding in accordance with the distance of observed targets, akin to a high-precision reconnaissance camera that meticulously encompassed every detail within its field of vision. This power, Ian's breath quickened for a moment. This unprecedented possibility is precisely what he has been pursuing and exploring all along. Noticing the boy's gaze, a mixture of anticipation and longing, Hilliard nodded with satisfaction. Clearly, the astute boy before him had grasped the crux of the matter. The teacher's physique is truly exceptional. Releasing his grip and calming his mind, Ian earnestly summarized, though it may appear to be merely ordinary skin, muscle, and eyes, Each possesses extraordinary capabilities. Beneath the seemingly human exterior lies a hidden reservoir of remarkable power. Chapter 27. True form. Ian finds himself in dire need of power. In this unfamiliar world, a feudal society that offers no protection to children, relying solely on law and morality is feasible, yet such measures may arrive too late, rendering them utterly meaningless. In a society that lacks civility, only strength derived from oneself can ensure safety. The psychic energy and sublimatas embody this very strength. Ian had once believed he would have to depend on his psychic abilities to gradually grow stronger, and only, in some distant future, could he aspire to attain such power. After all, aside from psychic energy, sublimators were undeniably the domain of the elite, a heritage possessed solely by nobles and prominent families. However, that is no longer the case. A mentor stands before him, willingly imparting invaluable knowledge about the means to acquire strength. Indeed, as Ian contemplates, Hilliard nods in agreement, stating, "My skin armor is derived from the glimmering armored dragon, my eyes from the silver ice dragon, my muscles from the Abaddon dragonette," with a raised index finger. The old knight signals Ian to listen attentively to the crucial points. These elixirs cannot be indiscriminately absorbed. The pairing of each sublimata organ is of utmost significance. He advises, "You should be able to discern the commonality in my power." "Yes," Hilliard continues, lowering his finger. "The spinal column and skeletal system of a wyvern combined with the eyes of an eagle owl may not present any conflict, as they are both aerial predators, and their nervous systems can be compatible. However, if you were to construct a respiratory system akin to that of a coastal swordfish and supplement it with other organs from a wyvern, how could you guarantee an adequate supply of oxygen in the thin air of high altitudes?" Observing Ian deep in thought, the old knight chuckles. "Consider this. The eyes of certain crustaceans can perceive dozens of colors of electric currents and light. Without the corresponding neural processing areas, you would surely descend into madness. Recklessly consuming elixirs could lead to the best outcome being a physical deformity akin to your Uncle S. While the worst would be a grotesque dissolution into a mass of flesh and blood, still alive, but devoid of the ability to think or recognize the external world." "I understand," Ian replies, somewhat perplexed. "If the consequences of haphazardly combining the sublimata organs of extraordinary beings are so perilous, why do sublimatas not entirely mimic a single extraordinary creature?" "Huh. A splendid question." The old knight laughs heartily. Rising to his feet and gesturing for Ian to do the same, he remarks, "What you propose is the most prevalent system within sublimators, the bloodline lineage. Humans are not perfect, nor are extraordinary beings. While mimicking their powers is indeed formidable at times, harmonizing different organs to reconstruct a system proves to be a superior approach. For instance, the vertebral structure of the onyx armored dragon is exceptionally robust, capable of supporting its formidable and resilient physique. However, due to its prolonged subterranean existence, its eyes and limbs have regressed, rendering it ill-equipped for combat on the surface. Thus, we can entirely forego the onyx armored dragon's eyes and limbs, substituting instead with the keen vision of the silver ice dragon, which can penetrate through blizzards to discern situations from kilometers away, as well as the formidable appendages of the Abaddonette. I comprehend now. It is a matter of sets versus individual components." Ian's brow lifted in understanding. By utilizing the materials of the onyx armored dragon for enhancement, one could transform into a humanoid onyx armored dragon, naturally possessing exceptional subterranean combat capabilities, yet also inheriting the inherent weaknesses of the onyx armored dragon. This is the set effect. However, if the intention is solely to capitalize on the defensive capabilities and endurance of the onyx armored dragon, one could create a defensive-focused enhancement system by pairing it with other individual enhancement organs, thus circumventing conflicts while minimizing weaknesses. Ian conveyed his thoughts to Hilliard in the local dialect of Terra, and as expected, the old knight, despite his surprise, once again marveled at Ian's acumen. "You are indeed correct. It is precisely so. The system that mimics the powers of extraordinary beings is known as bloodline, much like an inferno dragon, which is entirely a creature of enhancement, from its bones to its teeth, from its lungs to its stomach, and even its scales and tail all are endowed with an unfathomable strength. Consequently, its corresponding enhancement system is the inferno dragon bloodline, wherein all extraordinary organs coalesce to produce a synergistic effect, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. By appropriately combining enhancement organs from various bloodlines, one can forge a comprehensive system of inheritance, which can then be termed true form." Hilliard's voice was grave as he fixed his gaze upon his student. stating, "The enhancement bloodline and the path of true form constitute the two principal advancement systems for enhancers. Only those who cultivate according to the bloodline true form can truly be regarded as enhancers. Those who merely awaken by chance or acquire fragmented inherited diagrams will never surpass the second level of power." The old man's words were resolute. Ian nodded slightly, fully grasping this concept. Sharp teeth, devoid of robust jaw muscles and a sufficiently strong mandible, cannot fully express their potential strength. Similarly, the Inferno Dragon's potent breath, without sufficiently powerful lungs, an efficient circulatory system to supply energy, and unique enhancement organs to store draconic breath, could not possibly wield such formidable power. While acquiring the Inferno Dragon's fangs or claws may indeed confer strength beyond that of an ordinary individual, they would remain inferior to one with a complete system of enhancement, merely a fragment. It is akin to a comprehensive industrial system composed of clearly defined factories, departments, and research facilities. The absence of any component would hinder progression, and even if one were to manage, significant flaws would persist. The principle of bloodline true form follows the same reasoning. The former is a successful paradigm that optimizes by emulating nature, while the latter assembles to create an entirely new system. Thus, he endeavored to summarize, those who cultivate according to the true form of their bloodline, achieving 10 sublimated organs, are often significantly more powerful, by perhaps a factor of 10, than those who merely gather 10 sublimated organs without deeper understanding. Ian raised his gaze to his mentor, a slight smile gracing his lips. The combination list of sublimated organs required for the true form of the bloodline, the specific training methods, the order of cultivation, and the essential nutritional diet and potion supplements are all invaluable secrets. Indeed, Hilliard exchanged a knowing smile with the student. Ian comprehended far more profoundly than he had anticipated, thus eliminating the need for extensive explanation. He stated earnestly, "Every family, every sect, treasures not gold or silver, but the advancement charts of their bloodline's true form and the corresponding potion supplement formulas." At this moment, the old knight raised his hand, crystalline scales shimmering anew on his arm, gently pressing against the center of Ian's chest. Once, he was a high-level sublimator of the true form lineage. His true form was named Immovable Fortress, a legacy that reached the 5th energy level, representing the pinnacle of true form inheritance. Chapter 28. Belief: the elevation of an ascendant's energy level derives from the ancient myth of Terra, wherein the Father of Heaven crafted the boundless celestial domain in 7 steps, suspending the sun, moon, and stars upon the celestial ladder. With each ascent to a new level, the ascendant undergoes a profound transformation. Every step forward reveals a distinct vista. The 5th level, in comparison to an ordinary individual, signifies a quintuple metamorphosis, rendering one a true paragon of humanity, a legend traversing the earth. Most legacies upon the continent of Terra enable ascendants to transform 2 or 3 times at most, making the attainment of the 5th level a rare and precious phenomenon. It is a true esoteric secret, an invaluable treasure. An ascendant at that level may indeed embody its name, existing as an unshakable fortress, an impregnable bastion. When Hilliard uttered the term immovable stronghold, Ian felt as though he beheld a majestic mountain, steadfast amidst tempestuous storms. Regardless of the calamities or tumultuous waves, or even earthquakes and tsunamis, it remained utterly unyielding. Such is the might belonging to the most powerful guardian archetype. Of course, that level is beyond your reach for now. Even if one were to pursue cultivation, it should commence from the elementary sand armor apprentice, gradually advancing along the path of rock-forged knight and lord of stone. Nevertheless, even the most rudimentary sand armor apprentice can manipulate sand into armor, cleave through solid rock with bare hands, and render most sword, spear, and axe strikes inconsequential. They can also hold their breath and conceal themselves within the earth, diminishing their life waves, sustaining themselves for days without food or water without compromising their vitality. Speaking slowly, Hilliard placed his hand upon Ian's chest. "This is the power you will possess as an ascendant." The boy did not flinch. He keenly sensed a palpable warmth emanating from the old knight's palm. Instinctively, Ian activated his foreseeing vision. In an instant, the world transformed into a hazy realm, where he beheld Hilliard's palm, aglow with a golden mist, coalescing into a pale golden orb. It flowed, spun, and radiated heat akin to flames, even resembling the sun. Then, it surged into his body. Ian focused intently. At the moment the golden orb entered him, he felt an intense warmth in his chest, as if a torrent of heat surged forth from a furnace where their bodies met, coursing through him with each heartbeat. He became acutely aware of his muscles, veins, bones, and even internal organs, all becoming strikingly clear. With every thump of his heart, he could discern precisely where the blood flowed. Yet, this clarity was fleeting. His internal organs were unharmed, all functions operating normally. However, both he and his cells felt ravenous. It seems he must prepare more sustenance to replenish his body. The old knight meticulously scrutinized his studentess' hands and gestured for Ian to remove his jacket. He examined the areas of the boy's body that had previously borne bruises, pressing and manipulating certain pivotal tendons and bones, inquiring if Ian felt any pain or itchiness, emphasizing the importance of reporting any unusual sensations. Ian naturally responded truthfully. "Quite well," he remarked. "However, you lack any extraordinary bloodline or mutations. It is peculiar. Given your uncle's condition, your bones should have been more resilient. After all, he is a failed steel transformation, whereas you have successfully awakened your spiritual energy, which should at least provide a solid foundation for fortified bones." During the examination, the old knight noticed numerous tears in Ian's clothing and shook his head slightly. It is indeed remarkable to remain unscathed in such a household. At that moment, Ian suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, what does the absence of mutations and hidden injuries signify?" "Serious implications, akin to your uncle. His mutations are overt, and even normal sublimation organs he cultivates may undergo malignant transformations. Though ordinary individuals may not exhibit tumors or deformed limbs externally, their internal organs likely bear some mutations. The essence of life is compromised. Thus, even if they embark on the path of sublimation, it is challenging to progress far. Consequently, the majority of ordinary individuals, even if they receive a legacy, cannot break through the second or third energy levels throughout their lives." Extending his hand, he patted Ian's shoulder and smiled. "Of course. You need not worry. The awakening of spiritual energy signifies that your life essence is sufficiently intact. Advancing to the third energy level poses no issues. I have just examined your internal organs. They are quite healthy, without any mutations, so cultivating my legacy will pose no problems." "Is that so?" Feeling the teacher's gentle yet firm pat on his shoulder, Ian's mind was clouded with contemplation. Setting aside the newly introduced term celestial catastrophe, congenital deformities, as referred to in earthly terms, undoubtedly correlate with genetic diseases, whereas in the world of Terra, they represent a compromised life essence. Genetics and life essence should be somewhat analogous concepts. Individuals with severe genetic damage, if they forcibly attempt to elevate their life essence, will only result in mutations. It is somewhat akin to genetic modification. Ian mused, if genes are not repaired, those born with deformities, even after gene modification, will be unable to develop the correct genetic organs. His awakening of spiritual energy essentially represents the fusion of memories from two lives, distinguishing him from most spiritual practitioners in Terra. In other words, the ability to awaken spiritual energy may not necessarily indicate the completeness of his life essence, especially considering he has an uncle with severely compromised life essence, which in earthly terms categorizes him as part of a high-risk genetic disease demographic. Thus, he lifted his gaze and tentatively inquired of Hilliard, "Can a compromised life essence be healed or restored? Since you have awakened spiritual energy, it evidences your aptitude is undoubtedly above average. You can pursue both the paths of a spiritual practitioner and a sublimator." "I understand," Ian affirmed with a nod, raising his hand to observe his fist, clenching it tightly and then releasing it. Gazing at his own delicate, pale, and frail wrists and fists, the boy lifted his head to look at Hilliard. "Teacher, when may I commence my training as a sublimator?" Hilliard scrutinized the expression of his student. After a moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, "Now, being a sublimator is neither a profession nor a characteristic, nor is it an elevated status. It is a way of life. The journey of a sublimator can begin at any time." The aged knight's gaze became solemn as he fixed his eyes on Ian's. Speaking in a deep tone, "Ian, I understand your longing for power, and indeed, you require strength. However, you are but 8 years old. You must comprehend that at your current age, embarking on the path of a sublimator would yield little reward for great effort. Even members of the imperial family only formally begin their transcendent journey after puberty. Of course, starting early is not inherently wrong. Yet it will undoubtedly be a far more arduous and challenging road. Not to mention the watchful eyes of the Sequoia natives. Having lost 3 hunters and a shaman this time, they may not directly infiltrate Harrisonport to assassinate, but they will certainly keep a close watch on Ian, seeking revenge. Ian desired power and indeed needed it. However, beyond this reason, Hilliard harbored a flicker of hope within him. Young children are generally unable to undertake the training of a sublimator, not only due to the necessity of continually adapting to new physiques and strengths, but more importantly, their capricious and impatient natures. Few would expect an 8 or 9-year-old child to persist in monotonous training and meditation daily, solely to become accustomed to suffering and to control their thoughts. Yet, if it were Ian, if it were this child who could slay 3 enemies in a single night and still drift into peaceful dreams, Hilliard felt that he could. Indeed, he could achieve even more. Your Majesty, observing Ian, who appeared to be deep in thought, the old knight could not help but murmur to himself, perhaps, as you say, we can always have faith. Chapter 29. The Genius. I am acutely aware of the arduous path that lies ahead. At this moment, it seems to validate Hilliard's thoughts. In response to his mentor's counsel, Ian replied unequivocally, but I need it. Therefore, I shall proceed. He exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Excellent. It appears you comprehend your own needs. Hearing this satisfactory reply, Hilliard ceased further discourse. He raised his hand once more, his index finger erect, and intoned gravely. The cultivation of the sublimator begins with the source seed. The source seed embodies life, and the essence of life is the wellspring of sublimation. Next, earnestly experience the power of the virtual source seed. You are still too young. Your body cannot endure this more than a few times, so cherish each opportunity. Upon witnessing his pupil signal that he was prepared, Hilliard pointed his finger towards Ian's heart. Buzz. This time, the old knight's fingertip bore an unusual heat, and the golden specks within the premonitory vision coalesced more than before. At the moment of contact, Ian felt as if his very blood had been heated, coursing through him, and even the sound of his heartbeat resonated clearly in his ears. Thud, thud, thud. Listening to the surging tide of his blood, Ian immersed his spirit entirely, his will seemingly pulsating in rhythm with the beat of his heart, circulating through his veins, encompassing his chest, back, face, neck, limbs, and then converging back at his heart. After merely this single cycle, the boy's body trembled slightly. He found himself somewhat unsteady, beads of sweat breaking out all over him. His already thin clothing became drenched, as if he had just emerged from water. Life. Ian remained oblivious to this fact, yet he distinctly sensed all the pulsations. He began to understand that the searing, furnace-like gust emanating from Hilliard's fingertip, along with the heat that surged from his heart throughout his body, constituted the power of life, and the origin of it all seemed to arise from that fiery point at his heart. In that instant, a thread of power emerged from his heart, entwining and radiating throughout his being, flowing interminably with the circulation of his blood. Though his youthful heart was tender, it resembled a seed, destined to grow robust and become a resilient giant tree, stirring the cacophony of rustling leaves. Could it be happening so swiftly? Even so, he was an unprecedented genius in the northwest of the empire. Merely by experiencing the virtual source seed could he independently coalesce the source seed and embark on formal cultivation. This disciple of mine. Very well. He fell silent. After several minutes, when Ian concluded his meditation and voluntarily raised his gaze towards him, the old knight finally spoke. The true meaning of a sublimator is one who elevates the essence of their life source through the source seed within. One accumulates the power of essence to enhance their life quality, thereby becoming extraordinary. Coalescing the source seed is the first step for all psychics and sublimators to elevate their life tier. However, the process of coalescing the source seed is perilous. To attempt it recklessly is to court one's own demise, leading to cardiac arrest and the failure of internal organs. Hence, pioneers have sought a path, guiding successors to attempt comprehension through the virtual source seed. Then, endeavor to cultivate the source seed on your own. If you are unable to do so within this month, I shall grant you a second virtual source seed. However, due to your tender age, you may only endure the bestowal of 3 virtual source seeds at most. Should you remain unprepared after 3 attempts, you will be unable to pursue the path of the sublimator until your body undergoes further development during puberty. After delivering these grave words, Hilliard chuckled heartily, extending his hand to gently pat the boy's back. Do not worry, Ian. Trust me. You are undoubtedly a prodigy in this regard. His tone conveyed unwavering conviction. According to him, what Ian needed most at this moment was ample nourishment to replenish his vitality. Although the boy bore no lingering ailments, he had indeed endured hunger under his uncle's care for several years. Without sufficient sustenance, his future journey towards sublimation would be significantly hindered. To say nothing of the hunger, even the pulsations of the virtual source seed would be indistinct to him. Each experience of life's rhythm would send blood surging through his veins, exhausting his physical energy. If Ian were to articulate it, this would deplete a considerable amount of blood sugar, stimulating his entire body's vitality and effectively healing most afflictions of affluence while strengthening his constitution. The prerequisite, however, was a substantial supply of blood sugar. Otherwise, he might inadvertently exhaust himself to death. Meanwhile, Ian sat on the bed with his eyes closed, still attuned to the lingering resonance of life's flow within him. It seemed that a wholly new organ had emerged within his heart. It appeared to exist, yet felt illusory, vibrating gently with the heart's rhythm, releasing a delicate stream. That was the virtual source seed, this sensation. While earnestly sensing the feedback bestowed by the virtual source seed, Ian's expression lacked the exhilaration of first encountering sublimation training. Instead, it bore a hint of peculiarity. Why does it feel like a second heart? The boy murmured, no, this is indeed a second heart. If we consider the genetic modifications on Earth as a tangible second heart, he had sensed a familiarity from the beginning, now fully confirmed, on the continent of Terra. A heart of source material is coalesced from life, source essence. The challenge of cultivating the source seed perhaps lies in the difficulty the Terrans face in controlling an entirely new organ they have never possessed. It is akin to the inability of an ordinary person to conceive the sensation of having a third hand, let alone how to control it. Hence, the virtual source seed serves as a buffer, allowing one to gradually acclimate to the presence of this novel organ. Unlike Earthlings, who undergo modifications from the embryonic stage, Terran sublimators achieve their mastery through postnatal cultivation, rendering them ill-equipped to adapt to such an extraordinary sensation. Their training entails a level of difficulty and peril comparable to undergoing heart surgery. It is no wonder that without the virtual source seed for prior adaptation and the guidance of predecessors, the path of sublimation is fraught with peril, nearly guaranteeing demise. In this realization, Ian opened his eyes, a smile blossoming on his face. Indeed, I am a genius. Meanwhile, along the southern coast, in the redwood forest of bison, a strange and foreboding atmosphere enveloped the scene, as numerous pairs of eyes coldly fixated on the distant Harrison port across the river. Chapter 30. The natives on the coastal side of the Bison Mountain Range. Countless towering giant redwoods seemed to pierce the clouds. These magnificent trees, averaging over 100 meters in height, stood resilient and awe-inspiring, akin to the natural keels of warships. Some of the redwoods, aged over 150 years, whether imbued with magic or not, could be equated to sublimated spiritual plants. A network formed by hundreds or even thousands of these redwoods could create a natural realm of spiritual energy, imbued with a vague collective consciousness of the trees. When the southern expedition of the Empire arrived at the redwood forest of the South Sea, they were overjoyed, believing they had discovered an exceptional natural stronghold for warships, leading to the establishment of the precursor to Harrison Port. The vast expanse of the redwood forest, coupled with the strategically located deepwater harbor, was precisely what a large coastal city required. The expedition believed they would construct a grand port in the remote southern ridge, transforming the area into the largest commercial city in the southern province, thereby extending the human frontier further into the uncharted South Sea. Moreover, the untouched Bison Mountain Range, though wild and primitive, concealed treasures beyond human imagination. The spiritual energy field itself would gradually coalesce into natural resources, giving rise to more unique sublimated plants. Beneath the roots of ancient tree clusters, some of which might have been rooted for millennia, there could already exist solidified high-purity elemental crystals or even primal gemstones. Here, one could find fruits capable of curing all ailments, tree sap that could revive the dead, sublimated mineral veins buried deep within the earth and within the profound caverns, remains of magical beasts more precious than gold, as well as land rich in resources. For the expedition seeking to forge a new homeland, this place appeared utterly perfect. Yet, they overlooked a crucial point: the indigenous people who had long inhabited the redwood forest. These natives revered the consciousness of the trees and worshipped the formidable local magical beasts, residing in over 100 hostile tribes within the lush redwood forest. While primitive, the natives possessed raw strength and exceptional hunting skills. Among them were those known as shamans, capable of harnessing the local spiritual energy and even controlling magical beasts in battle. What ensued was war. The conflict between the natives and the Empire's expedition continues to this day. Several of the most hostile tribes around Harrison Port have been annihilated, their worshipped magical beasts and primal tree spirits slain and burned, their corpses repurposed as materials. The remaining tribes tend to be more docile and are willing to trade with the Empire. However, the Empire cannot freely enter their sacred lands or acknowledge their autonomy. Otherwise, while the Empire may not face defeat, Harrison Port is destined for destruction. Thus, a clear demarcation of territory exists, with both sides refraining from crossing the line. As evening descends, on the western bank of Harrison Port, alongside the Ivok River, a group of redwood natives gathers amidst the dense foliage and thickets of the jungle. There are 15 of them, most appearing indifferent, as if awaiting something. Upon the faces of the indigenous people and their exposed skin lie peculiar markings of varying lengths, which not only aid in their concealment within the dense forest but also embody ancient blessings that bestow upon them a measure of strength. Akitu, the shaman, along with 3 hunters, has perished. Stripped of any embellishment, devoid of fervent emotional outbursts, the indigenous tongue is simple. Yet the anger and fear conveyed in the tone of the speaking hunter resonate palpably across the faces of all present. The ritual is set to commence tomorrow. Without sufficiently pure offerings, we cannot attain the blessing of the great shaman. A hunter could not help but voice his trepidation and ire. Akitu was one of the few shamans of our tribe. He is dead, and we. The fear stems from the inability to fulfill the great shaman's demands, while the anger is directed at the Empire's people. Their tribe is a rare breed of moderates, willing to engage in trade with the Empire for mutual benefit, even in dire need of offerings. They refrain from pillaging villages like the more ferocious tribes. Instead, they endeavor to barter with resources and currency. To them, it is unequivocally evident that something has gone awry with Asna, the individual with whom they had previously negotiated. He had promised to deliver his 2 nephews for $30, only to renege and summon the Imperial Guard, resulting in the deaths of their shaman and several skilled hunters. What? Asna unleashed his latent fury and killed Akitu and his companions? What absurdity! They had encountered Asna before. A feeble wretch, muddled by black fungus, any hunter present possessed the confidence to claim his life in a single breath. The Empire must pay a price in blood. From the dim shadows, a raspy, deep voice emerged. At the sound of it, all the indigenous voices raised in anger and curses fell silent. A towering hunter, adorned with a scale crown, slowly rose from the shadows. Unlike his compatriots, most of whom stood at a mere 1.30 m to 1.40 m. This indigenous warrior's height exceeded an astonishing 2 meters. His muscles coiled powerfully. Even while standing still, he towered over everyone. It was evident that the scale-crowned hunter was the leader of this band. He spoke slowly. I have made other preparations for the ritual. While it may not dazzle the great shaman, it will suffice to prevent dissatisfaction. As for the Empire, let a dove deliver the message to their lord, surrender the murderer, or prepare for retribution. The one who killed Akitu must pay in kind. Observing all the hunters present, he calmly declared, furthermore, we have already procured the offerings. Asna and his nephews are our property. Their attempts to deny this are futile. Find them, kill them, sacrifice them. The Serpent Crown Hunter issued his commands, and all the other hunters silently bowed their heads in submission to his authority. Beneath the waning sunlight, a dozen shadows vanished among the dense aerial roots and intertwined branches, moving with utter stealth. Among them, a portion advanced towards the direction of Harrison Port. At the same time, as the indigenous people stirred, Elder Pewd of the White Folk, accompanied by several attendants, hurried towards the heart of Harrison Port, a lavish and magnificent edifice. This was, in theory, the residence of the local highest official, the imperial nobleman, Viscount Grant. Chapter 31. The Labyrinth. The governorship of Harrison Port is held by the noble Grant Viscount, appointed directly by the former emperor of the empire. This once was a source of pride for the Grant family, but with the ascension of the new emperor, circumstances have grown delicate. Since the tumultuous Dark Moon Rebellion decades ago, Harrison Port and the entire southern immigrant zone have been forgotten, even deliberately overlooked. Even 8 years prior, when a catastrophic storm akin to a natural disaster struck Harrison Port, neither the imperial capital nor the southern provincial governor offered any response. The promised aid and construction funds remained long undelivered, resulting in the continued disrepair of city walls and some peripheral streets within the port. However, this has not diminished the grandeur of the Viscount's estate, which stands as the most opulent structure in the entire harbor. Elder Pewd traversed the garden adorned with vibrant flora, arriving at the marble courtyard where several sublimated plants, with their unique properties, flourished in splendid hues. They swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze, releasing a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Yet, Elder Pewd remained indifferent to the beauty surrounding him. The stout elder of the White Folk, guided by his attendant, made his way to the inner part of the courtyard. At noon, the air was filled with the aroma of wine. The Grant Viscount was hosting yet another banquet. Elder Pewd could even discern the flickering candlelight, the pale yellow candles infused with myrrh and focus herb ash, serving as meditation candles aiding in sublimation practices, each worth over 17 silver thalers. "Ah, Elder Pewd, you've arrived," exclaimed the Viscount, who, clearly inebriated, was embracing a slender, red-haired beauty. This nobleman, with his deep brown hair and flushed visage, appeared youthful, unmarked by wrinkles despite nearing 60, a testament to the longevity bestowed by his status as a sublimator. He abruptly pushed the beauty aside, eliciting a playful protest from her, before chuckling and beckoning Elder Pewd to sit. "Come, join the feast. I've been awaiting your arrival." With graciousness, Elder Pewd slightly bowed and took a seat opposite the Viscount. In Harrisonport, there was no civil officer. His role as the civil deputy stemmed from his responsibility for the Viscount's private military and his position among the white folk elders, governing the community while serving the Viscount. A glance around revealed that the central banquet table, aside from the usual stews of fish and seafood typical of coastal cities, also boasted pork chops and venison, while a platter of lamb chops adorned with spiced meat sauce lay before the Viscount. The basket held fine whole wheat bread, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Yet, beneath this semblance of abundance lay a certain austerity. Theoretically, a luncheon for an imperial viscount, the governor of the port, and a sublimator should feature the finest seafruit oil, exquisite wine, and refined white bread, with the main course centered around beef and lamb to ensure sufficient nourishment. But, alas, Harrisonport's situation was unique. The new immigrant zone lacked imperial support for development, and resources were scarce, aside from an ample supply of fish. There were few pastures to provide fats and meats, rendering all types of livestock a rare commodity. Viscount Grant finds himself constrained by political circumstances, rendering further advancement improbable. Consequently, he lacks the motivation to diligently pursue his ambitions, instead opting to meander through life and relish in a semi-retired existence. Lamar and Yam have already made my acquaintance. The Viscount raised a goblet of mead, laced with a considerable amount of potent distilled spirits, and downed it in one gulp. Though inebriated, his exalted constitution allowed him to regain clarity at will. He turned his head slightly, his light blue eyes fixing upon Elder Pewd, and spoke in an officious tone. "It is utterly intolerable that those lowly redwood savages have infiltrated the city and assaulted imperial citizens, thus violating the dignity of the empire. However, as you are aware, the situation at the port is dire. We lack the funds to expel these pests, and the port's guard is currently understaffed. We can only bolster our defenses to prevent further incursions into the city. Any substantial action must await the arrival of year-end aid." Lamar serves as the port's financial officer. William holds dual roles as the city defense officer and the safety officer. Harrisonport once had a judge, but 8 years prior, he met his unfortunate demise during a storm, struck down by a descending armored shark. His successor waited 3 years for the imperial appointment documents, which were never issued. Frustrated, he left the city 5 years ago, his whereabouts now unknown, likely devoured by natives or beasts. Thus, the Viscount reluctantly assumes the role himself. This arrangement is not standard. Yet no better alternatives exist. It is rumored that there have been developments in the imperial capital, perhaps due to trade demands from Whale Song Cliff and Canaanmore, leading the imperial center to once again focus on the south. Harrisonport is poised to receive imperial aid for the first time in 3 decades by the year's end. The native assaults stem from a desire for pure sacrifice, Elder Pewd stated, downing another glass of mead infused with high-proof spirits, his dwarven lineage rendering him particularly appreciative of such unadulterated stimulation. After setting down his cup and exhaling a breath of alcohol-laden air, his deep blue eyes sparkled with intensity. He addressed the Viscount. "I am well aware of Osner. He is tainted. This wretched lad frequently sneaks out of the city to trade with those savages, indulging in black mushrooms. I've seen it all. He is undoubtedly a bad seed. However, those savages have gone too far. They deliberately infiltrated the city, demanding that Osner provide them with his 2 children as sacrifices. We, the white folk, cannot tolerate this, for the sake of family. Even the limping will fight fiercely. This is the truth behind the assault. My lord, I implore you to overlook his transgressions in light of his courageous stand against the redwood natives, and consider granting some restorative incense and potions for the psychological trauma inflicted. Young children were affected by the native sleep powder, resulting in severe aftereffects. He formally requested, the white folk shall remember your generosity." In summarizing the evening's revelations, Elder Pewd was nearing the truth. Unbeknownst to him, he lacked insight into Osner's true intentions. Nevertheless, it was his duty to project unity and camaraderie among the white folk in the presence of outsiders. Matters concerning Osner and the drugs were easily addressed. His aberration, immersed in dreams, was not surprising, and he felt considerable sympathy for the child's plight. However, the concept of a pure sacrifice. Grant, the Viscount, merely nodded in agreement to this request, having no intention of punishing Osner. He himself occasionally indulged in the black mushrooms, which hardly raised eyebrows within the circles of imperial nobility. As for the potion, it held little monetary value for him, especially when compared to the worth of the services provided by Elder Bude. The white folk comprised 1/7 of the population of Harrisonport, second only to the primary ethnic group of the empire, the Plains people. Elder Bude was not only a dear friend but also a tribal elder, with whom he maintained a cordial and cooperative relationship, both professionally and personally. The notion of saving face was paramount. Yet, upon hearing the term pure sacrifice, Viscount Grant's brow furrowed instantly. Could it be true? Was the situation this dire? Should he notify the bishop? His complexion swiftly shifted from crimson to pallid, as the transformative nature of his being metabolized the alcohol. With a sigh, he murmured in relief, "Fortunately, aid is on its way. Otherwise, we would be powerless against those indigenous forces that ought not to be underestimated." The people of the South Ridge were well aware that pure sacrifice was one of the grand rituals shared among all indigenous tribes. Permissible only with the blood of children and the souls of warriors, second only to the highest order of ancestral rites. Such occurrences heralded significant events and anomalies. The bishop stationed at Harrisonport was a formidable second-tier transcendent, having reached the stage of radiance, a truly ascetic figure of poverty, whose prowess eclipsed that of Viscount Grant, who was not solely focused on his cultivation. However, the bishop had recently been touring various coastal villages and even ventured to the northwest colonies to expel the sea beasts that had begun to stir in the wake of the typhoon season, often disappearing for 1 or 2 months at a time. "The decision rests with you." Viscount Grant remained lost in thought, knowing that Elder Bude would not be foolish enough to believe he truly needed to provide an opinion. He merely emphasized one point. 8 years ago, prior to the storm, those wild men had also performed a pure sacrifice to secure the protection of the spirit of the mountain tide. Their shamans were more astute in this regard than we, unwilling to engage in such risky rituals without just cause. Moreover, my lord, the number of magical beasts and transcendent flora surrounding the port has been increasing. Should we encounter an anomaly akin to the extraordinary storm of 8 years ago? At this juncture, Elder Bude accentuated his tone. It would suggest that these phenomena are highly likely connected to the labyrinth. Chapter 32. The Fish Market, a labyrinth? After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Grant swirled the wine in his glass, pondering deeply. He recalled the knowledge he had once acquired and found great merit in Elder Bude's assertions. The labyrinths are peculiar regions that emerged across the continent of Terra following the calamity of the Celestial Fall. Over 6 centuries ago, a violent earthquake heralded the discovery of the first labyrinth within the Moro Mountains, where a village was consumed whole, following the failures and obliteration of local exploration teams. Including one led by a retired officer of the 3rd tier, the Empire dispatched a 4th-tier Legion commander to lead an elite squad for exploration. Ultimately, they unearthed a substantial quantity of the exceedingly rare, transmuted metal known as Morian steel from the labyrinth's core, an extraordinary living metal capable of transformation with spiritual energy and possessing regenerative properties. Today, labyrinths are regarded as regions of ultra-high density spiritual energy fields resulting from the natural transformations of the world post-celestial fall. It is believed that within their cores lie not only exceedingly rare treasures, but also formidable magical beasts. Some have even claimed to have retrieved relics from ancient civilizations within these enigmatic structures. Allegedly, the renowned armament of Apocalypse, passed down through the Duke of Junling Castle's lineage, was reconstituted from such relics discovered in the labyrinths. Each emergence of a labyrinth is invariably accompanied by significant climatic anomalies or celestial phenomena, as well as geological upheavals. Conversely, the appearance of a labyrinth generates a phenomenon of heightened magical energy in the surrounding areas, leading to the formation of an ecological niche centered around the labyrinth, replete with rare transmuted flora, potion ingredients, and unusual magical beasts. This aligns perfectly with the recent developments observed in Harrisonport. As for why the Viscount places faith in Elder Bude's hypothesis, the rationale is simple. While others may remain oblivious to the origins of the white folk of Harrisonport, he, as the head of the Grant family, is well aware of their expertise in this domain. Had it not been for unspeakable missteps leading to their disgrace and exile, The white folk would undoubtedly hold a prominent position in the realm of labyrinth studies. An emergence cycle of 8 to 10 years, then? This suggests a medium to large labyrinth. At this moment, Viscount Grant was fully alert, contemplating this possibility. And a smile of excitement spread across his face as he vigorously nodded to Elder Pewd, exclaiming, "The precursor to a labyrinth's emergence is the local abundance of resources. Valuable beasts and transmuted plants will proliferate, attracting adventurers and explorers from nearby. Coupled with the resumption of imperial aid and the reopening of maritime trade routes from Cannon Moor and Whalesong Cliff, this presents a splendid opportunity for the reconstruction of Harrison Port. If executed properly, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of His Majesty." Elder Pewd, unfazed, lifted his glass for a sip before picking up his knife and fork to commence his luncheon. Viscount Grant had assumed the governorship of Harrison Port from his forebears only a few years prior, during a time when the late emperor had passed and the realm was engulfed in the tumult of the Dark Moon Rebellion, leaving the entire southern immigrant district in a state of political oblivion. After languishing for 30 or 40 years, they were now on the brink of resurgence, and certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. They would not relent. Within the confines of the Viscount's estate, after Elder Pewd took his leave, the rosy hue on the face of the somewhat inebriated Viscount Grant gradually faded. A shaman, along with 3 hunters, has not escaped? This seemingly youthful noble pondered for a moment, gently nodding as he casually twirled the wine glass between his fingers. The crimson liquid appeared to defy gravity, swirling steadily in a delicate blue glow that surrounded it, not spilling a single drop. The Grant family's ancestral bloodline, submerged lizard whale, at the second tier, endows the exalted with the ability to manipulate various liquids within their line of sight, a potent legacy among the higher water elemental bloodlines. For the Viscount Grant, controlling the wine glass and the alcohol within his own body was merely instinctual. He murmured to himself, "A deformed leg of a white dweller can achieve such a feat." Huh. Shaking his head lightly, the Viscount couldn't help but smile, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. "Pewd still wishes to play the fool with me. I shall indulge him. One can only say that those natives are simply unfortunate, utterly unlucky. My lord, those natives have sent a message of protest via messenger pigeon." The noblewoman with long brown hair, previously so intimate and languorous, now approached him with a demeanor of respect and restraint. "The tribe of the Akata shaman threatens to cease trade unless the murderer is handed over. Otherwise, they will retaliate with all their might. Without a shaman, they dare to speak so boldly. I admire the audacity of these diminutive beings, for it is such tenacity that allows them to bite." Taking a sip of his wine, the Viscount replied nonchalantly, "But should they dare to bite me, it will not end well. If they refuse to trade, we shall find others to engage in commerce. As for handing over the murderer, it is truly absurd. I have yet to address their breach of the agreement by trespassing into the inner city, and they have the gall to provoke me? Retaliation? Let them retaliate. I am eager to see how much more blood they can spill." Setting down his wine glass, the Viscount embraced the red-haired beauty. Drawing her close, "Send someone to watch over Asna. No, the deformed cannot awaken spiritual power. Keep an eye on that child from the Asna family. Monitor Ian. To find such a young white dweller with spiritual abilities in my own territory is quite unexpected." Amidst the delicate breaths of the red-haired beauty, he calmly issued his instructions. "Although Pewd is my friend, Harrison Port is my domain. The white dwellers would do well to keep their heads down." Meanwhile, as Elder Pewd was courteously escorted away by the maid, he stepped out of the Viscount's residence, greeted by a sudden afternoon downpour, with swift, fine raindrops elongating into slender strands in midair. Several attendants approached with umbrellas. "You go buy some fish and chicken, along with some wheat. And take this box of herbs to the Asna family. Be sure to inform that troublesome boy that I have settled his matter. He must give up the black mushrooms and avoid associating with the natives. When the time comes to heal Elon, even if he is deformed, he is still a fine lad within the tribe. And you, summon Captain Red. I wish to inquire about the guard and the recent activities of the natives this evening in the council hall." The elderly man with white hair instructed his 2 attendants to run errands, but after a moment's contemplation, he gestured dismissively, saying, "Never mind. I shall personally visit the brothers Orsina and Ian Aaron." Since Ernesto's demise, the port had been in turmoil. Indeed, I have scarcely found the time to care for the children over these past 2 years, and our clan owes much to their family. Moreover, he murmured, his expression contemplative, "it is certainly not quite normal." It seemed he wished to articulate further thoughts, but the old man shook his head, sighed, and urged his attendants, "Hurry along now." The attendants complied, An elder Pewd walked toward the fish market under the rain. The market remained bustling and vibrant, with no one allowing the customary light rain to hinder their activities. Yet, in this lively setting, Elder Pewd spotted a white-haired boy who, by all accounts, should not have been present. Ian, who ought to have been resting indoors, was now wandering through the fish market with an expression of keen interest. Chapter 33, A Fortuitous Discovery. The Bison Mountain Range, which stretches nearly 1,000 kilometers from the northwest to the south, is punctuated by a perilous depression at its midpoint, a canyon torn asunder by geological upheaval during the cataclysmic fall of the heavens, and the very source of the Ivok River. The towering peaks of the coastal mountains are often shrouded in ominous clouds, while the canyon's mouth below is cloaked in an array of lofty redwood giants that obscure the sunlight, resembling colossal wooden sentinels. Nestled within this rugged terrain lies a somewhat dilapidated port city, encircled by formidable natural barriers. Harrison Port, situated at the base of the mountains by the sea, along the riverbank, and adjacent to the canyon, stands as the southernmost gathering place of humanity within the civilized world. At this moment, it is afternoon. Yet the sky is overcast, casting a dim light akin to that of twilight. On the gray stone-paved roads of the port, dockworkers hurry about their tasks, while fishermen have long ventured out to sea before dawn, laboring in the distant waters. Rain has been falling for half the day, manifesting in various forms, some like cascading waterfalls, others sporadic and gentle, some striking like hammer blows, while others fall softly like silk. The rain today is quite ordinary, merely a swift summer shower familiar to the residents of the southern seas. Looking up, one might see countless silver threads descending from the gray clouds, merging with the azure expanse of the ocean. Elder Pewd stands on the side of the street, his brow slightly furrowed. For this venerable man, the light rain that splashes and rises in soft, white mist does little to obscure his vision. He easily spots a boy ambling through the fish market, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. A sense of perplexity fills his heart. The elder muses to himself, how did he come to be here? Ian strolls through the rain. For the Terra people, such precipitation is hardly noteworthy. Unless one were submerged for an extended period in frigid waters around freezing, they would not even suffer from the chill. Even an 8-year-old boy, unbothered by the sensation of damp clothing, can roam freely in the inclement weather. Within the fish market, the boy examines the various half-alive sea creatures in their tubs and baskets, his gaze filled with wonder. Considering Ian's need to gather ample nourishment for his ascent, potatoes and roasted fish may prove insufficient and lacking in balance. Hilliard has left him a pouch of local silver coins, 35 talents in total. This was originally intended for negotiations with the locals, for bribery or purchasing items during critical moments. However, now that he possesses the identity of Ursina, acquiring supplies and conducting inquiries has become significantly easier, rendering the coins unnecessary. Thus, it seems prudent to use them to bolster his own health. Hilliard's words were, "Buy whatever you wish to eat, do not be stingy. Understanding the joys of life will help you endure the trials of your training." He harbors no concerns about Ian's spending habits. In the old knight's eyes, his student is intelligent, perceptive, patient, and possesses considerable self-discipline, qualities worthy of trust. After imparting his counsel on the necessity of caution in training, the old knight departs once more. Ian comprehends this well. Hilliard has come to Harrison Port out of a sense of mission and remains concealed within its confines. The other party undoubtedly has their own affairs to attend to. Such abrupt disappearances are likely to recur in the future. One must learn to adapt, live independently, and cultivate oneself, without relying on others for constant care. Judging by Hilliard's countenance, the old knight appeared rather pleased, suggesting that the identity of Asna indeed proved advantageous, as he had gleaned the clues he sought in Harrison Port. With wealth at his disposal, he ought not to deprive himself. It must be said that the 35 thalers left by Hilliard constituted a considerable sum. The thaler, a unique silver alloy, is remarkably durable, nearly impossible to replicate or damage through common means. Its value as an inscription additive or in normal smelting and forging ensures its resilience against depreciation. One thaler can be exchanged for 12 small bison silver coins, while each small coin can be traded for 10 penny coppers. A single penny copper can procure over a pound of wheat, a substantial loaf of dark bread, and 2 can purchase a reasonably sized long loaf. Before his mother's passing, Ian had familiarized himself with local prices. Due to the scarcity of local ranches, cattle, sheep, and pigs were costly, while fish and meat were exceedingly affordable. Thus, one thaler could buy 6 pounds of prime beef or 15 pounds of mutton, and over 20 pounds of pork. If one were to engage in casual conversation with farmers or fishermen, They could acquire 4 lively hens and a crowing rooster, or an entire barrel of salted fish. An average farmer, toiling throughout the year without calamity or misfortune, might save 1 or 2 large silver coins, enabling them to purchase new farming tools, raise a few more chickens, or, every few years, acquire a young lamb. It would take a lifetime to amass enough to buy a calf. The Osna family, excluding the value of the sleeping powder, had revealed a total of 12.5 large silver coins, predominantly small coins and penny coppers, with only 5 genuine thalers, one of which had been discreetly given to the boy by his mother before her demise, intended as a last resort. This was already quite astonishing, considering that Osna himself was merely a common clerk at the docks, earning a maximum of just over a thaler a month, along with some material compensation. Yet, Hilliard produced 35 thalers, all neatly arranged, gleaming and devoid of any tarnish. This bag of coins was nearly a pound in weight, sufficient to purchase a dozen fine iron swords. The blacksmith, viewing it as a wholesale transaction, might even throw in a few wooden shields and daggers. Such a use of silver coins could hardly be attributed to a noble lord. Upon receiving the pouch, Ian felt compelled to voice his thoughts. In the folk tales of Harrisonport, a marquis in disguise carried only 100 thalers for the sake of ostentation, and though it was merely the emperor's golden burden, it illustrated the extent of exaggeration. He and his brother Elon, in the eyes of their uncle and the local shaman, were worth at most 30 thalers. Their teacher, wanted for an indeterminate time, possessed a third of a marquis worth. Who knows what his identity had been? Clearly, sustenance was assured. Ian shook his head slightly and sighed, pondering that the teacher's coins were too bright and new to spend. They would need to be aged in the ashes of the hearth to appear less conspicuous. After preparing the porridge and ensuring that Island was well fed and peacefully asleep, Ian buried the silver coin given by his teacher in the warm ashes of the hearth. With a cheerful heart, he stepped outside, clutching an old thaler and a handful of smaller silver coins, ready to follow the memories etched in his mind to the fish market, where he intended to procure some nutrient-rich seafood. 1 thaler was more than sufficient for his culinary needs. Acquiring more would not align with his current status and identity. As for the training regarding the virtual source seed that Hilliard had advised him on, Ian felt quite confident. The most challenging aspect of condensing a source seed lies in the creation of something from nothing, sculpting an organ akin to a second heart that could harmonize with the pulsations of life throughout his body. Ordinary Terrans could hardly fathom how to control a second heart, much like a typical person would struggle to conceive of the manipulation of a third hand. Thus, the likelihood of success in the initial attempts remained exceedingly low. However, the virtual source seed allowed individuals to gradually adapt to the existence of this newly emerged organ, significantly diminishing the failure rate. Nonetheless, even with such advantages, only a select few could successfully condense a source seed within a few months. Ian, however, was different. He felt no need to adapt, or rather, Earthlings did not require adaptation. The Earth's inhabitants of the same era were all genetic modifiers, equipped with 2 hearts, 2 stomachs, and 3 lungs. Furthermore, Ian was a scholar-type modification, possessing even more fragmented specialized modification modules. Manipulating this organ that ought not to exist was as effortless for him as breathing. After all, it was not a true genetic organ but rather a seed of source essence from a different system. Mimicking and analyzing it still posed some challenges. Murmuring to himself, Ian softly stated, 1 week should suffice for complete adaptation. However, to be prudent, I shall take 2 weeks to learn more about the path of ascension before attempting it. With this thought in mind, the silver-haired boy traversed the rain-soaked street towards the fish market, reflecting on Hilliard's words. What I must do now is maintain a healthy routine, sleep early and rise early, eat and drink abundantly, and exercise daily. At this moment, the cacophony of the fish market was already audible. Situated beside a fishing dock in the northeastern district of Harrisonport, the market was brightly lit. Fresh sardines, 1 penny per plate. Delicate and flavorful sea eels from Odell Reef, ice cubes provided free of charge. 2 oysters for 1 penny, 1 basin for a barrel. Bioluminescent algae from the coastal redwoods. 3 basins for a bundle, 5 bundles for 1 thaler. A bottle of algae oil for 2 basins. Even though dusk had fallen, the fish market remained bustling with activity, filled with the shouts of fishermen and vendors mingling with the briny scent of the sea. As the largest fishing port in the Southern Empire, Harrisonport produced seafood sufficient to supply a significant portion of the southern provinces. Merchant caravans from various towns and cities converged here to negotiate partnerships with shipping fleets, seeking a stable supply of fish and meat. Occasionally, this locale would yield some extraordinary fish of beastly proportions. For instance, amidst the din of merchants, Odell Reef had once produced colossal sea eels measuring over 8 meters in length, with some reaching up to 15 meters. Their spines and muscle tissues met the standards for potion materials and were purchased by a wealthy merchant from the provincial capital, Nauman City, at a price of $170 each. It is said that beyond the Odell Reef, in the deeper waters, reside two colossal sea eel behemoths revered by the indigenous redwoods as the spirit of the rising tide and the spirit of the roaring waves. The surrounding giant eels are their descendants. Thanks to these legends and the actual bounty they yield, a pound of Odell eel meat commands a price of 3 bison, surpassing even that of beef. Ian is well acquainted with this place. In the past, to support his family, he worked as a fish sorter with the aid of several familiar fishermen, earning quite a commendable reputation. The fleet to which Sinan belongs even expressed interest in hiring him as their accountant at the dock once he matured, offering 3 pennies a day along with 2 fish. However, this time Ian's visit is purely as a customer and to seek a fortunate find. Let me see amidst the crowd. Ian's figure is unremarkable. He casually meanders to a corner between 2 stalls, unnoticed by anyone. Then he activates his prescient vision. Instantly, the hazy world in the rain transforms into a more nebulous realm of various colored mists. Gray, white, and blue coalesce into a tricolored luminous fog, reassembling the entire fish market. To his surprise, there truly are some rare marine products. A bag of sleeping powder, valued at approximately $100, with only a third expended in dealings with Othina and the indigenous priest, leaving him with more than half. Moreover, the monster-grade materials previously sold at the market were also acquired at a price of $100 or $200, indicating that the entire set of blue materials is priced at this level. Remembering the direction and general shape of the blue mist, Ian satisfactorily deactivates his prescient vision. Although uncertain if he can procure any, a successful find would at least yield a profit of $100. Currently, Ian has no intention of revealing his psychic abilities. While showcasing his talents could attract the attention of elders or local nobility, he believes that requires a fortuitous moment to ensure he can benefit from it. After all, the continent of Terra is not Earth. A cautious approach and a strategy of concealment are always prudent. Of course, being discovered wouldn't be entirely detrimental. There are 3 blue mists in total. The first is located within the Silver Scale Fleet Shop, a relatively powerful fleet within Harrison Port, capable of confronting weaker monsters and venturing into the open sea to capture some rare catches. They are also the principal producers of Odell eel in Harrison Port. With just a glance, Ian identifies his target. It is a freshly slaughtered eel, its tender flesh resembling gel, yet remarkably firm, encased in a solid block of ice, awaiting passing buyers. Odell eels are notably ferocious and large, making it difficult to keep them alive on shore unless customers place advance orders. Otherwise, the eel meat is sold frozen post-slaughter. Upon sighting this eel, Ian instinctively feels a surge of hunger. Despite the pervasive fishy odor of the market, his appetite stirs from the depths of his being. For a fleeting moment, he instinctively felt compelled to approach that direction, his throat betraying him as he began to swallow. Yet, Ian did not take a step forward. He quickly regained his composure, bowing his head to conceal the brief lapse in his demeanor. What a close call. Exhaling, the boy raised his gaze, still shaken, and remarked, "I never expected such a strong reaction. It seems that consuming that eel must indeed confer significant benefits to the body." At present, what Ian lacked most was nourishment. If he could sufficiently replenish his body with nutrients, his familiarity with virtual organs would likely allow him to accumulate source material and coalesce into a true source seed in less than a week. For an ordinary individual, consuming high-energy foods could lead to nutritional excess, even resulting in weight gain. However, for an ascendant possessing source seeds or virtual source seeds, the majority of nutrients would be refined into pure source material, intended to support future modifications of sublimation organs. Moreover, those foods that inherently contained a portion of source material could only be minimally absorbed by ordinary individuals, who might even experience digestive issues. Only ascendants could fully assimilate the source material from such foods. Thus, even if an ordinary person were fortunate enough to acquire a blue-tier source food, the benefits might be negligible, possibly even resulting in discomfort, mistakenly attributed to the freshness of the ingredients. The eel before him undoubtedly contained a measure of source material. He noted that purchasing eel in his current capacity seemed somewhat peculiar. A pound of eel flesh costing 3 bays, equivalent to the wages of a lowly deckhand for a 10-day period, was indeed a luxury item. Who among the impoverished would indulge in such extravagance? Ian memorized the location and turned his attention to the other blue haze. The second blue haze was situated within the Red Hook fleet, a store associated with a deep-sea crew rivaling the Silver Scale fleet. There lay a freshly bled, currently frozen tuna, approximately 2 meters in length, submerged in a stone trough the size of a small boat. Beside the trough, a fisherman carefully extracted a vial of pale blue elixir from a box, cautiously dripping a single drop into the trough. In an instant, a visible white mist ascended, accompanied by a rush of warm air, swiftly followed by an icy chill. With a bright flash of pale blue light, the water in the trough, along with the tuna, was entirely encased in solid ice, resembling a massive block of glass. On the other side, several fishermen adeptly maneuvered the trough, extracting the substantial ice block and placing it into a nearby glass display freezer. This, with wide eyes, Ian fixated on the scene, his gaze locked on the trough and the elixir. His mouth slightly agape as he felt an overwhelming urge to activate his foresight to discern the color of that potion. This was the first time he had encountered something truly akin to magic within the world of Terra. Yet, observing the expressions of the fishermen and crew, it appeared to be an everyday occurrence. Everyone regarded it with nonchalance. Was it an alchemical potion? It must be related to ascendance. Ian pondered, mentally cataloging terms such as ice congealing potion and platinum iridium workshop, before turning his attention back to the tuna. The tuna exudes a subtle gray metallic sheen, its eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Even in the soft glow of the algae oil lamp during this twilight hour, its extraordinary presence remains unmistakable, igniting Ian's appetite even more than the previous eel. Within his foresight, blue mist coalesces in certain areas of the skin and at the connection point with the cerebral matter. Should he consume it, his skin would become remarkably resilient, potentially granting him a modicum of control over water currents. This represents a far more valuable essence than the previous eel, verging on what Professor Hilliard referred to as potion material. However, Ian promptly turned away, for this tuna was priced at a staggering $20. Clearly, the fleet recognized the tuna's uniqueness. He simply could not afford it. In Ian's estimation, this tuna was indeed a rare material. For such a sizable specimen, he believed that even $200 would be a worthy investment, and he could certainly find a bargain. Yet, apart from the merchant fleet, no one else was likely to purchase it, making the prospect of parting with $20 utterly ludicrous. The last hint of blue mist resided within the stalls of the White Chamber fleet. This fleet, associated with the White People, operates close to the coast and is home to 3 oyster and shellfish farms, without any significant competition from other fleets. The blue mist emanated from an ordinary salmon, a migratory fish abundant in Harrison Port, with the upstream of the Ivok River serving as a gathering point for salmon during their migration. Now was not the time. Every few years, at the end of autumn, countless salmon navigate the turbulent Ivok River, ultimately reaching the snow scene in the heart of the Bison Mountains, where the climate remains frigid year-round, a habitat favored by the salmon. This particular salmon was quite impressive, weighing around 12 pounds, plump and rich in fat, appearing exceptionally delectable, with scales faintly shimmering with hints of blue. However, such qualities would only be discerned through meticulous observation. Upon further inspection, no other significant effects? Ian once again activated his foresight, confirming that the blue mist surrounding this salmon was slightly inferior to that of the eel and tuna. Yet it was dispersed throughout the flesh, the result being enhanced digestibility and nourishment. Unlike other enhancements, this salmon seemed to be oriented towards healing and recuperation. He felt that consuming it would alleviate the subtle bruises and accumulated where within his body. His spirits lifted. This was precisely the ingredient he needed at this moment. Isolated enhancements could yield little strength. As Professor Hilliard asserted, the true path of sublimation requires a gradual progression aligned with the inheritance of one's bloodline's true form. Haphazard consumption would only lead to confusion. Thus, this salmon, devoid of any particular attributes and merely containing pure essence, was the most precious of all. Having made up his mind, Ian began calculating the price, preparing to make a purchase, at merely 2 finny per pound. For such a sizable fish, it would cost approximately 2 bison and 4 finny, sufficient to last him 2 days. Its effects likely rivaled that of the eel, thus proving to be a profitable choice. Ian? As Ian stepped forward, delighting in the prospect of purchasing a salmon, he was suddenly greeted by an exuberant exclamation. "What brings you here?" Ian's expression subtly shifted as he composed himself and turned to see a bronze-skinned fisherman striding towards him. This was Sane, the very first to offer assistance the previous night, who had guided Ian and Hilliard to their new abode. The dark-skinned fisherman had seemingly been boasting about the day's catch to his friends when he spotted Ian and came rushing over like a gust of wind. He waved his hand and in a familiar tone asked, "Looking to buy fish?" "Hello, Uncle Sane," Ian replied with a polite nod, adding, "Yes, my uncle is injured, and I wish to buy a fish for him." Before Ian could finish, Sane interrupted him with a grand gesture, declaring, "Which one do you wish to purchase? Consider it a gift from me." Sane was indeed in high spirits. Having bravely rescued Ian's family from the flames and thwarted the attempts of herbalist Blinn to seize the sleeping powder from Ian, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Although the latter was crafted by Elder Pute, Sane believed he had played a significant role. Throughout the day, the fishermen aboard his boat praised his courage, inviting him to join them on future outings, recognizing that having a reliable and daring leader was a boon. Thus, he had achieved what he had long aspired to over the past few years, establishing his own crew. As for the fish, the port's seafood was inherently affordable. Even the most ordinary laborers could enjoy a meal of fish every few days. As an experienced fisherman soon to possess his own vessel, Sane could effortlessly afford to gift one. "Oh, but how can I accept?" Ian took a slight step back, feeling a bit bashful. His hands clasped behind him as he nervously tightened the coins in his grasp. After a brief moment, he raised his hand to reveal a few finny coins and a single bison. "I do have money." "Aha, truly, there is no need for such formality." Glancing at the coins in Ian's palm and observing the thoughtful demeanor of the white-haired boy, Sane could not possibly accept any payment. He regarded the seemingly shy boy before him and mused, "What a sensible and obedient lad. If only my own children could be so well-mannered." The tall fisherman gently pushed Ian's hand back, saying, "No need for formality. Your home has been burned down, and now is the time for assistance. Your uncle seems to have changed his ways, even coming to thank us. It appears we need not worry any longer." Sane concluded, "At the end of the day, we are all kin. Go ahead and choose. I shall also provide you with a small bucket of seaweed." Soon enough, Ian received the salmon, its innards and scales expertly cleaned, along with a small bucket of seaweed. They all knew Ian's father and recalled how remarkably intelligent Ian was. 2 years prior, he could effortlessly calculate figures that the rough men around him struggled to comprehend. They believed this boy would undoubtedly achieve great things. This was the essence of their kindness. Of course, Ian's undeniable charm contributed to their goodwill as well. Exiting the fish market with the pristine salmon and seaweed in hand, Ian pondered thoughtfully, one might say. Being handsome, perhaps it is a form of charisma. Chapter 35, Ethnicity to Ian's Astonishment. Professor Hilliard sought out Sine and the fisherman in the afternoon to inquire about news. With a warm smile and a wave, he bid farewell to Sine and the other fishermen, preparing to depart with an unexpected delight. Inquiring among the fishermen, it appeared that the professor's objective lay at sea. However, Ian was uncertain of Hilliard's precise intentions and chose not to ask. He was confident that the professor would reveal his plans in due time. For now, it was time to prepare dinner. As for the other blue mist, yet Ian was different. His spiritual energy seemed uniquely attuned to identifying hidden treasures. He had fortuitously acquired a fish, a boon he would not forget. Accepting gifts from others posed no psychological burden for Ian, and he recognized Sine as a genuinely good person. Should the opportunity arise, he would assist them in discerning the true value and rarity of their catches. While he could benefit from the situation, there was no necessity to exploit it endlessly. However, as Ian was leaving the fishing market, he noticed a group standing by the roadside in the dim light of night, shrouded in a fine drizzle. At the heart of the gathering stood a stout, short-statured elder with white hair, gazing intently at him. Elder Pute? Raising his head, Ian wore a look of surprise. This was no disguise, for he truly did not expect to see him there. "What brings you here?" "Indeed, you are the child of Ernesto." He then approached Ian, presenting a lacquered, chestnut-colored box sealed tightly. "Take this. Within lies a herb, berry a calming grass, that can alleviate mental strains." The elder spoke succinctly, then gently patted Ian's head, advising, "Now, come with me. Accompany this old man for a stroll." With that, Elder Pute extended his hand, inviting Ian to take hold. His tone was gentle, leaving no room for refusal, and Ian displayed no hesitation. He obediently nodded, grasped the elder's hand, and together they began to walk slowly down the street. The street leading from the fishing market directly connected to the main thoroughfare, which served as the central artery for the town. Almost every merchant guild had established their offices and shops there, and heading westward from that point led to the barracks of the guard and the constabulary. Beyond that lay the city walls and the Ivok River. Most pedestrians on the street hurried along, among them a number of white citizens who, upon seeing Elder Bude, paused to greet the venerable figure who had watched over them all as they grew. Your father, Ernesto, was once the captain of the port guard, a first-level transcendent. While acknowledging the greetings of the white citizens with a smile and a nod, Elder Bude continued to converse softly with Ian. You may not recall him, but your mother surely spoke of his name. The elder's hands were rough and strong, resembling stone, as he held Ian's hand gently. His voice deep and clear. He once aspired to take over the role of constable after the retirement of Night Yam, and was also among the candidates for elder after my departure. He was a principled, resolute young man with a profound sense of responsibility. Ian remained silent, attentively absorbing every word spoken by Elder Bude, suddenly approached by the other party. The conversation veered towards the past circumstances of their parents, clearly not a genuine attempt to reminisce with this 8-year-old child. Setting aside other matters, the boy's father had perished in a maritime disaster alongside many colleagues from the harbor guard long before his birth, an event he could scarcely comprehend. The tempest 8 years prior had draped the entire city in mourning, shattering countless families, and Elder Bude had been overwhelmed with responsibilities. How could he possibly concern himself with the plight of one solitary family? As anticipated, Elder Bude continued, over the years, our clan has indeed owed your family a debt. It was this recent indigenous attack that has awakened me to this reality. Fortunately, thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, you have remained unharmed. Otherwise, when I finally rest beneath the earth, I would not know how to face your parents. After a brief pause, the elder spoke calmly. I have already instructed someone to inform Asna that the coastal residence will be made available to you at no extra cost. You need not worry about the herbal remedies. They have been generously provided by the esteemed Viscount Grant and are of excellent quality. There is no need to be overly courteous to him. He must have, no. He surely discerned something. Despite receiving entirely favorable news, Ian's vigilance had soared to its peak. Yet, he felt no sense of impending crisis. There was no need for foresight. Ian understood that even if he revealed his awakening to spiritual abilities, it would not pose any issues. Look, Elder Bude merely harbored suspicions, and he had already extended such abundant gestures of condolence. If the elder were to ascertain that Ian had indeed awakened his powers, would he, as an elder of the white folk, seek to suppress this 8-year-old child? Such a degree of paranoia would surely indicate a severe mental state. The elder would undoubtedly prioritize Ian's development, and based on the hints in Elder Bude's words, one could even assert that he would assist Ian in embarking upon the path of ascension, potentially grooming him as a future elder-in-waiting. This was the treatment one would expect of a spiritual adept. If Ian were not, then Elder Bude would not emerge at a loss. The silent, silver-haired boy and the elder traversed the bustling central avenue, passing the stone edifice of the Huaiguang Church, crowned with a soaring spire and clock tower. Not far ahead lay the most splendid Viscountess mansion, perched on elevated ground, allowing a sweeping view over much of Harrison Harbor. Along their journey, they encountered a merchant caravan from the southern provincial capital of Nauman, guided by the sheriff, with their high-spirited steeds adorned with exorcising bells. Making their way to the Eastern District's warehouse area where all goods were to be transferred and transported. However, they did not pause. As Elder Bude led Ian through half the city until twilight descended, and the street's algae oil lamps flickered to life, casting a dim and uncertain glow, they arrived at the city wall in the western part of town. Lord Bude. The patrolling guards recognized Elder Bude. They were well aware that he was an old friend of Viscount Grant and served as the local civil deputy. Although, in theory, he merely assisted the Empire in managing the white folk, to these ordinary soldiers, he was undoubtedly their superior. Not to mention, their direct superior. Deputy Captain Reed of the Guard was also of the white folk. A soldier clad in light armor, distinguished by his prominent red nose and black beard, stepped forward with a solicitous smile, inquiring if the esteemed visitor intended to leave the city. It was already evening, and the main gate had closed. He offered to guide them to another exit. No need, the elder interjected, raising his hand. I have brought this young lad to broaden his horizons. He continued with a calm demeanor. How many flies are there today? I surmise quite a few. Show us, he added succinctly. The soldier glanced sideways at Ian, seemingly recollecting something, and chuckled heartily, his beard quivering. Ah, you mean the boy who survived the natives and turned the tables on them? That explains the abundance of flies today. Understanding the unspoken cue, he refrained from further chatter and led Elder Bude and Ian onward. The walls of Harrison Port had suffered significant damage from a tempestuous storm 8 years prior, with numerous strikes from lightning and fierce winds. To this day, The northern and eastern walls remained unrepaired, while the western side had been prioritized for restoration due to its proximity to the indigenous autonomous region. This location served as a clandestine trading point between Harrison Port and the Redwood natives. Ian surveyed the trading area, where a bonfire crackled with the aroma of burning resin, warding off mosquitoes and ants. Various furs, meats, and peculiar herbs dangled from rudimentary racks and wooden boards, awaiting the discerning eye of visitors. A few itinerant merchants squatted behind their goods, engaging in casual banter, punctuated by raucous laughter and lewd gestures. A notable inspection? How rare, one remarked. Typically, affluent individuals within the city would send servants to procure the indigenous specialties. Ben, how many flies are there today? The red-nosed soldier inquired directly, approaching a limping merchant. His Excellency Pewd wishes to take a look. The limping merchant, taken aback by the unexpected attention from a prominent figure, stood in astonishment for a moment. Under the soldier's impatient urging, he finally rose and awkwardly bowed to Elder Pewd, saying, "Your Excellency." Please observe behind him lay a one-wheeled cart covered with a filthy hide, the noxious stench emanating from it overpowering even the resinous scent of the bonfire. The red-nosed soldier grimaced, instinctively retreating a step. However, Ian was momentarily taken aback. The putrid odor was familiar to him. He had encountered it before. It was reminiscent of the scent that wafted from his Uncle Osner's decaying body after he had slain him. The smell lingering as he dissected the corpse by the lakeshore. The limping merchant peeled back the hide, smiling ingratiatingly at Elder Pewd and Ian. The flies have congregated here these past few days, he seemed to say more, but Ian's full attention was fixated on the merchandise within the cart. Corpses. The cart contained several twisted bodies of the natives, their skin dark and adorned with strange patterns. The natives remained hostile towards us, occasionally dispatching scouts to gather intelligence about the city, while we too sent out our own to glean the truths hidden within the forest. Ian, this is merely what has been discovered. Most scouts remain undetected. The elder did not mention the potential consequences of the scouts from Harrison Port being discovered by the natives, as it is well known that the indigenous peoples never squander food. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed outside the trading post. Two armored soldiers, equipped with crossbows at their waists, pushed a cart while engaging in loud banter. Upon entering the trading post, they quickly noticed the red-nosed soldier and Elder Pewd, their expressions instantly freezing, and their conversation abruptly ceasing. Look, the white-haired elder turned his head, gesturing for Ian to observe. Though you may not discern it, those are the scouts from the tribe that seeks to abduct you and Elon as sacrifices. Indeed, Ian murmured, fully aware of the implication. Each indigenous tribe bore distinct tattoos, and the markings on the corpses and the cart pushed by the elder were evidently different, originating from several tribes. The bodies that the soldiers brought forth, slain by crossbows, bore a striking resemblance to the shaman he had killed. Ian, the city is not safe. The natives will seek vengeance for blood. They will undoubtedly attempt to kill you and all those who have caused them harm. Elder Pewd's voice resonated, calm and indifferent. We are the same. This feud has persisted for decades, even centuries. Have you taken this in? Then let us depart. Understood, Elder, Ian replied dutifully, his compliance noted by Pewd, who hesitated before departing. As he watched Ian vanish from sight, Elder Pewd squinted and shook his head, reflecting, this lad, at his core, is utterly unafraid of me, nor of those natives. With such audacity and impudence, if our clan were still in the imperial capital, what a charming young man he would be, capable of deceiving numerous noble maidens, destined for a brilliant future. With this thought, the elder could not help but smile wryly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Oh, if it were truly so, I, a half-dwarf of the white folk, would likely never ascend to the position of elder. He turned and departed from the XE district. Elder Pewd's musings were, of course, unknown to Ian. With a start, Ian opened his eyes, his gaze alight with excitement. A stark contrast to the timorous demeanor he had displayed in the presence of Elder Pewd. He could not help but murmur to himself, indeed, they have noticed the discrepancies in Professor Hilliard's actions against the natives. If it were the original Osna, it would have been utterly impossible to kill that shaman and the 3 hunters. Ian had already contemplated this. Anyone familiar with Osna who pondered seriously would surely recognize the anomaly. But what of it? What he wished to conceal was not his own psychic abilities, but rather Hilliard's identity. In this world, psychics are not particularly rare, and the white folk are relatively abundant in such talents. A white boy awakening his powers at death's door, aiding his uncle and turning the tide against several natives, surely that is more rational than Ian personally slaying his uncle and colluding with an imperial fugitive to disguise his actions. is it not? It is a common trait among humans to cease deep contemplation upon encountering an answer that appears reasonable. Moreover, the indigenous peoples seem relentless, continuing their attempts to assassinate me. I must remain vigilant, yet it is also possible that Elder Pewd is deliberately attempting to intimidate me, hoping to elicit the revelation of my identity as a psychic in search of protection. Nevertheless, this is not of great consequence. They could never fathom that I possess strength far beyond their expectations, until I successfully condense the source species and embark on the path of transcendence. It would be foolish for him to venture out of the city in pursuit of danger. While his psychic abilities indeed flourish in the wilderness, safety must always take precedence. One must be alive to reap rewards. This is a truth understood by those who are wise. This day has proven to be exceptionally fulfilling. And Ian suddenly feels a pang of hunger in his belly, producing a gurgling sound. Ah, I wish to think no more. With a chuckle, Ian lifts the salmon in his hand and strides toward the kitchen. It is time to eat. The pale blue salmon, nourishing to the body, is undoubtedly delicious. Let me ponder how to prepare it. Moments later, he arrives at a decision. Salt-grilled salmon it shall be. Chapter 37. Ingredients. Roasting over an open flame is, of course, a relatively safe choice. The boy removed his drenched clothing and laid it beside the fire pit to dry while he began to prepare the salmon. Grasping a filleting knife, he moistened it on a whetstone, skillfully slicing off the fish's head, then severing the body, and finally detaching the tail. Soon, he intended to create a broth from the head, tail, and bones, ensuring none of the fish went to waste. Next, he carefully split the fish along the spine, meticulously extracting the bones and scales, leaving behind nothing but pure flesh. This salmon was indeed of exceptional quality, its meat appearing remarkably tender, emanating a subtle sweetness that made Ian swallow hard, the pangs of hunger surging within him. Regrettably, a lack of spices and oil hindered him. Otherwise, searing the flesh and bones before simmering them into a rich broth would have elevated the dish far beyond mere salted water. Ian lamented the missed opportunity back on Earth. He often cooked for himself and possessed considerable culinary skills, yet he was unable to fully unlock the exquisite flavors of the salmon. Grilled fish was a commendable alternative. After all, high-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking techniques. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic. Once he had prepared the fish, he coated it in a layer of reddish-brown sea salt to marinate, then retrieved a silver coin from the ashes of the fire pit and kindled the flames. As he prepared to roast the fish, he also intended to tend to the herbs gifted by Elder Pewd. At the very least, he had categorized the myriad colors revealed in his precognitive vision, synthesizing a rudimentary system. Upon activating this foresight, the world before Ian transformed into a realm of swirling mists of various hues, where items could be classified into different categories and ranks based on their rarity and quality, ranging from ominous to auspicious. Black and red represented the fortunes of fate, while gray, white, blue, and purple indicated the value of objects, with gold remaining an independent category that defied easy classification. Instinctively, Ian discerned that black signified an unavoidable death crisis, a fate sealed unless one fought desperately to alter it, akin to an 8-year-old child grappling with a deranged uncle entwined with indigenous tribes through mushroom-induced madness. Red, on the other hand, represented bloodshed and peril to life, though not necessarily fatal. It was more like the choice to venture north, where one might encounter a pack of jungle leopards. Avoidance ensured safety, and even in confrontation, victory was not impossible. The subsequent colors represented the rarity of an object. Gray dominated Ian's precognitive vision, symbolizing the inferior, flawed, or aged, as well as unrefined raw materials such as sand and soil, crumbling bricks, or a decade-old wooden table. White, slightly less prevalent than gray, denoted the ordinary, the normal, or newly produced furniture, along with processed materials like kiln-fired bricks, glass, and algal oil. The shades of white varied in intensity. The faintest approached gray, resembling a 6-month-old red sandalwood chair, while the most vivid was that of an exquisite iron shortsword displayed at the blacksmith shop, valued at approximately $5, a testament to the blacksmith's craftsmanship. As for the hue of blue, it is a rarity that transcends all ordinary and commonplace materials, predominantly associated with sublimation substances, exhibiting extraordinary effects akin to the aberrant bones of Asna and the super sleep powder. Lastly, the color purple is indeed rare. Even Ian is uncertain of its significance, as it was merely a fleeting glimpse he caught while passing the Viscount's estate, a shimmering glimmer from afar. In all of Harrisonport, only the Viscount's manor emanates this purple light. In contrast, other locales, regardless of their wealth or mystery, merely exude a blue mist. Inferior gray, ordinary white, rare blue, and exceptional purple that delineates the hierarchy of items Ian has come to comprehend. As for the golden radiance emanating from his minter, Hilliard, Ian remains perplexed about its classification. Is it a matter of fortune or rarity? And does gold belong to the realm above purple, standing as an epic or legendary essence, or even a myth? Everything remains shrouded in ambiguity, compelling him to categorize it separately. The only certainty he holds is that the brilliance of gold possesses the power to alter his destiny. At the fish market, Ian has affirmed that his abilities indeed allow him to discern the rare ingredients hidden among the multitude of ordinary ones. No matter how dense the grayish-white fog may be, it cannot obscure the brilliance of blue. "Let me see," he murmurs, activating his prescient vision to scrutinize the herbs within the box. The burly of focus grass resembles sharp blades, yet is more acute in form, its tips akin to pine needles. Cloaked in a deep green hue with a thin layer of fine white fuzz that pricks upon touch, emitting a faint scent reminiscent of pine resin. This herb typically grows alongside sharp grass, and only a skilled herbalist can differentiate it from the surrounding weeds based on the distinct shape of its tips. Inside the medicine pouch lies dried focus grass, which offers enhanced concentration effects but operates at a slower pace. In contrast, freshly harvested focus grass possesses a lighter green tint, serving as an immediate pain reliever, albeit lacking in concentration properties. To Ian's eyes, everything appears shrouded in mist. Within his prescient vision, the medicine pouch manifests a pale blue hue, primarily due to the presence of several auxiliary herbs within the box. The focus grass, as the main ingredient, is blue, while the other materials are merely ordinary white. Thoughtfully, it has been divided into 10 portions. Muttering to himself, Ian retrieves a packet of herbs from the box, examining it intently for a moment before unwrapping it and placing it into the boiling purified water. As the herbs submerge into the liquid, a second breath later, steam rises, filling the room with a delicate fragrance reminiscent of a light spring rain on a cool day. The concoction requires half an hour to brew, which conveniently coincides with the grilling of fish. The fire is now robust. As the cedar wood burns, a natural woodsy aroma permeates the air. Ian skewers the succulent fish onto wooden sticks, positioning them beside the flames. And then he waits, under the intense heat. The salt crystals initially applied to the fish begin to crystallize and flake away, the outer layer of the fish becoming dry and wrinkled before splitting open, revealing the tender flesh within. Delicious oils seep forth, continuously dripping down as the fire roasts them, occasionally causing the flames to flare up momentarily, crackling with fervor. The room was soon filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs and the rich scent of grilled fish. Ian, who had long been enticed by the delicious smell of the steaming meat, couldn't help but marvel. Such exquisite fish, even if consumed raw without being sliced, would surely delight the palate. He removed a skewer of perfectly grilled fish fillets, which in his augmented vision shimmered with a faint blue glow, enveloped in a mysterious mist that exuded an enticing and delectable essence. Ian, who was already quite famished from his time at the fish market, swallowed hard and took a hearty bite. Instantly, the searing warmth of the fish filled his mouth, the subtle saltiness of the sea complementing the tender, rich flavor of the meat, creating an exquisite taste experience. As he chewed the juicy fillet, he distinctly felt his teeth glide effortlessly through the fish, the unique texture melding with the briny taste of the ocean as it slid down into his stomach, which had been yearning for this moment, now beginning its process of digestion. While he took another bite, with each morsel consumed, the blue mist within his abdomen unfurled, and a sensation of satisfaction and refreshing comfort coursed through his entire being, dispelling fatigue, even reaching the very tips of his fingers and toes with a tingling sensation, a testament to the invigorating flow of blood surging to the extremities. At that moment, Ian sensed his vitality swiftly rejuvenating as the virtual source seed, his second heart, began to function. He felt a surge of newfound energy rising within his digestive system, a life force distinct from mere physical stamina, sweeping through every corner of his body, revitalizing his muscles and organs. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to realizing that what he had perceived as robust health and vigor was, in fact, a state of suboptimal well-being, far from reaching his physical limits. Moreover, at this moment, the boy keenly sensed a small whirlpool emerging at the location of his heart, where the virtual source seed resided. It was pulsating and rotating, akin to the rhythm of blood circulating through the heart, extracting and purifying that unique life force, known as source essence, from his digestive system and bloodstream. Subsequently, This refined essence was distributed throughout every part of his body. Not only that, but his physical energy surged even more, his senses sharpened as well. Now, Ian felt infinitely more vigorous than before, progressing toward a state of unprecedented vitality. The aroma, initially perplexing outside, was now confirmed within the confines of the room. The old knight exclaimed in astonishment. The scent of herbs, along with the sublimated essence of source food? How did that boy acquire such treasures? With curiosity in his heart, he hastened into the room, just in time to see Ian placing 4 succulent, oil-slicked grilled fish fillets onto a wooden platter. Master, you've worked hard this evening. Upon noticing the old knight's return, Ian, who had just finished brewing a concentrated herbal potion and was preparing to set it aside in a dark corner for the day, turned his head. He greeted him with a smile. Here are the freshly made fish fillets. Unfortunately, there are no sauces or oils. Otherwise, the flavor might have been even better. Chapter 38. The fragrance of the herbal concoction was refreshing, yet it was the rich aroma of the fish that captivated the senses. While many extol the virtues of savoring the fresh taste of fish and seafood, Ian, regrettably, was of a more robust palate. Without chili, his meal seemed lackluster, and he eschewed ketchup with fries, preferring a sprinkle of salt and pepper instead. As for fish, one would expect at least a drizzle of steamed fish soy sauce, but alas, none was present. Ian's dissatisfaction with the Terra continent stemmed from the scarcity of spices and various condiments, where even refined salt was deemed a luxury, leaving one to rely on coarse salt for everyday cooking. Dining? There was no urgency in that regard. Upon entering the room, Hilliard scrutinized the fish fillet on the plate. The orange-hued flesh was steaming, perfectly cooked, with the oils oozing out, enticing the appetite, accompanied by a small spoonful of salt. In the heart of the empire, salt commanded a high price, but this was only true for refined salt. In Harrisonport, coarse salt was abundant. Not to mention the nearby villages had salt flats, and the Bison Mountains were rich with rock salt mines waiting to be exploited. The culinary skill was remarkable and the aroma enticing. Feeling a genuine hunger, Hilliard turned his head and remarked, "Your luck is quite extraordinary to have found a primordial beast." Wait. Suddenly, gazing into his disciple's cerulean eyes, the old knight appeared contemplative. He corrected himself, a hint of realization creeping in. "No, it is not merely luck. Is this your psychic ability?" Since Ian had not, like most children, pried into where he had been that afternoon, Hilliard chose to respect Ian's secret. Drawing from his own experience, Hilliard inferred, through Ian's demeanor, the presence of a native in the room, and the attribute of discerning a primordial beast hidden amidst the fish. These traits suggested that Ian possessed a psychic ability characterized by emotional perception, clairvoyance, high-precision observation, or even source material observation. In summary, it was an exceedingly rare composite observational psychic ability. This kind of ability, while lacking direct combat prowess, greatly assisted the growth of an awakened, proving to be increasingly valuable as one ascended to higher tiers of energy. Were it not for this psychic ability, Hilliard would likely not have considered taking Ian as his disciple, for he would ultimately depart. If a disciple lacked the potential to grow stronger, why should he be brought into the perilous world of the sublimators, risking entanglement due to his identity? Yet, without taking the other as a disciple, he would remain oblivious to Ian's talent on the path of sublimation. "Your psychic ability truly brings forth fortune," he mused, glancing once more at the steaming fish fillet. Noticing Ian's smiling expression, the old knight shook his head, saying, "You should eat more. These dishes are quite beneficial for someone like you, just beginning your journey. Yet for me, they hold little effect." "It is merely dinner, master. Consider it tuition," Ian insisted. Observing his student's earnest gaze, Hilliard chuckled softly. "Very well. I shall indulge a bit, to sample your culinary skills." Without pretense, he stepped forward, fork in hand, and took a bite of the fish. Instantly, Hilliard's eyes sparkled with delight. Ian had skillfully prepared the fish, leaving no bones or remnants, merely tender, succulent flesh that was roasted to perfection. A gentle press of his tongue against the roof of his mouth released the rich juices nestled within the fish's fibers. A flavor profile reminiscent of the enchanting taste of enchanted salmon that he had not savored in quite some time. Admittedly, by his discerning standards, the flavor was somewhat mild. However, it would be unfair to compare the seasoning preferences of an 8-year-old child to those of a court chef. It was hard to fathom. Hilliard mused in astonishment. Could it be that my student, apart from his cultivation, is a natural-born chef? With proper guidance, his discerning eye for quality ingredients alone could elevate him to the rank of a distinguished royal chef. When Hilliard turned his gaze again, he was met with Ian's curious expression. "Master, The boy inquired, "What is a primordial magical beast? Are there many types of magical beasts? Is this small fish considered a magical beast?" Ian was genuinely intrigued by this knowledge. After all, he was still young in this life and was unaware of many common knowledge aspects of the continent of Terra that others might take for granted. It just so happened that his teacher appeared to be well-versed, and beyond common knowledge, perhaps he possessed many secrets as well. Of course, Ian was primarily interested in understanding the origins of the food he had consumed. The primordial magical beast is an ordinary natural creature that transforms into a magical beast after being infected by the energy field, commonly referred to as magic and spiritual energy by the general populace. Hilliard explained, setting down his fork. He pondered for a few moments, organizing his thoughts before continuing. The magical beasts that people usually refer to are scientifically classified as native magical beasts, which inherit the genetic lineage of primordial magical beasts. They are optimized species that stabilize the beneficial bloodlines. The majority of magical beasts on the continent of Terra are native magical beasts. A small number of primordial magical beasts continuously emerge, with the weaker ones often becoming prey. While some of the more exceptional primordial magical beasts contribute to the diversity of native magical beasts and enrich the complexity of bloodlines, however, there exists another type of magical beast that does not adhere to this evolutionary chain. They have existed since ancient times, seemingly without origin or derivation. With this, Hilliard raised his hand and gazed thoughtfully at his palm, stating softly, "They are known as ancient magical beasts, the most powerful and enigmatic among all magical creatures." At this point, the old knight noticed Ian's attentive demeanor and chuckled. "To elaborate on these details would be akin to giving you a biology lesson on magical beasts. I shall explain it further when time permits. As for now, since you have already tasted magical beast flesh, it is reasonable to anticipate that your source quality accumulation and essence condensation will undoubtedly exceed my expectations." Nodding to encourage Ian to sit up straight, Hilliard spoke earnestly, "Ian, the question that follows will determine the path of your future cultivation. I must ask you, which legacy do you wish to pursue? Which bloodline or true form to cultivate?" Upon hearing this, Ian, who had been similarly taken aback, paused slightly, perplexed, and inquired, "Isn't it like you, Master, inheriting the unmoving stronghold and starting your training as a sand armor apprentice?" He vividly recalled the expression on Sir Hilliard's face when he spoke of his own legacy earlier that morning. The old knight appeared as if rejuvenated by 50 years, brimming with vigor, evidently filled with immense pride and satisfaction. Ian had assumed that his mentor would guide him to cultivate the same true form. "That true form, while most suited to me, may not necessarily be appropriate for you," Hilliard replied, shaking his head. He continued candidly, "Moreover, while the true forms of the unmoving stronghold lineage are undeniably powerful, the requisite alchemical materials and rare components from various magical beasts are exceedingly precious. As a sand armor apprentice or a rockborn knight, one might manage to rely on common magical beast materials for a while. However, once one reaches the realms of Stone Lord or Apostle of the Lofty Mountains, the necessary materials predominantly consist of organs from extraordinarily powerful magical beasts, and the supplementary ingredients are rare plants that are worth their weight in gold. As for the unmoving stronghold, Hilliard's expression turned wry at this point. Its core materials require components from 3 unfathomably powerful ancient magical beasts, or rather, ancient dragons: the heart core, spinal gel, and ethereal neural network of an ancient dragon, even I. Back then, pausing momentarily, the old knight shook his head. Hilliard continued, "Do you comprehend? Power comes at a price. Certain bloodline true forms can only be cultivated by transcenders from great forces. You are my disciple, more systematically trained than an ordinary wild transcender, yet in terms of resources, your situation is not significantly better than that of a rural transcender. This afternoon, I shall also venture out to survey the distribution of magical beasts around Harrisonport, preparing to delineate several bloodline true form legacies most suitable for you tonight, ideally relying solely on the materials from nearby magical creatures to advance to the second tier. By then, you will likely be in your 20s, strong enough to ensure your own safety and roam freely across the continent in search of even more superior materials, relieving me of concerns for your future." After speaking, Hilliard offered no further words, yet Ian understood well. The old knight could not have anticipated that his spiritual energy could so easily procure magical beast flesh as sustenance, suggesting that the future would likely be abundant, and the pace of cultivation might surpass even his own expectations. Consequently, future considerations would need to be adjusted, for if it were Ian, he might indeed discover materials that are difficult for others to acquire. However, Hilliard could not be certain of this and could only leave the choice to Ian himself, whether to pursue a path of great promise, albeit fraught with challenges, or to tread a smoother, steadier road, though its destination may not reach lofty heights. Indeed, one must also take into account the objective circumstances. Furrowing his brow, Ian murmured softly to himself. He lifted his gaze to the old knight and asked, "So, master, aside from being a sand armor apprentice, what other legacies can I choose from at this moment?" He did not intend to change his allegiance immediately. He merely wished to hear about other options. Chapter 39. Beasts of the world. The surroundings of Harrison Port are remarkably fertile, with a profusion of magical beasts born from the rich interplay of land and sea. In the towering redwood forest, one can also find numerous creatures devoid of elemental affinities, yet endowed with formidable vitality. Each harbors materials suitable for potion crafting within their bodies. Given Ian's inquiry, Hilliard provided a thorough elucidation. At this moment, he resumed his true form, shedding the guise of Orsina, and seated himself to explain. "Today, I focus solely on the marine beasts. However, to be candid, the terrestrial beasts around human settlements are merely magical wolves, colossal bears, and gigantic wild boars, hardly noteworthy. It is only in the depths of the mountains that one encounters a greater variety." The old knight procured a cup of water, using it as ink to illustrate his analysis upon the table for Ian. This place is Harrison Port, situated along the southeastern coast of the Bison Mountains. To the south lies the Sighing Cliff, with the Odell Reef adjacent to it, where the Tunglon giant eel and vortex sea serpent dwell, quite perilous. To the northeast, there exists a treacherous reef area, abundant with fortress corals and reef otters, as well as some rare shells and labyrinthine algae, posing a significant danger. To the east, in the shallows, there are schools of tide fish, with the Fish King being a favorite among fishermen. In the deep sea, one may encounter armored sharks, which are of moderate danger. They typically do not attack humans unless one enters the water clad in armor or bears wounds. As he followed the elder's explanation, Ian gained a newfound clarity regarding the distribution of magical beasts around Harrison Port. The boy discerned that the wealth of information gathered in a single afternoon was a testament to Hilliard's earnestness in the matter. Lastly, in the waters near the Sighing Cliff, there exists the thunder jellyfish, which is exceedingly hazardous. These jellyfish can fly and are particularly active during thunderstorms, indiscriminately assaulting any creature that encroaches upon their territory. Upon concluding his discourse, the old knight paused to ponder, then remarked, "The fish schools, giant eels, and sea serpents can be associated with the sea dragon bloodline, which possesses the potential to ascend to the 5th tier of inheritance. However, it is not the true dragon bloodline. An additional purification ceremony is required, involving the blood of an ancient dragon of the same lineage for transformation, a task as complex as that of the immovable fortress. Yet, without pursuing the sea dragon bloodline, the path narrows significantly. Aside from some exceedingly rare and secretive inheritances, most giant eels and sea serpents only reach the 3rd tier, while the Fish King of the tidefish can only aspire to the 1st tier of wave strider." Hilliard's tone bore a hint of disdain, but the reality was far from trivial. In truth, based on the knowledge of ascenders previously shared between Hilliard and Ian, achieving the 3rd tier on the continent of Terra is regarded as a mark of considerable strength, equating to that of a heroic figure whose deeds are immortalized by bards. To illustrate, the governor of Harrison Port is merely of the 2nd tier, sufficient to hold the title of a hereditary baron, while a 3rd-tier individual could rise to the rank of a general within the empire. Attaining the 1st tier confers a status above the common populace, granting one audience with local nobility and numerous privileges. For an ordinary self-cultivating ascender, possessing a 3rd-tier inheritance is akin to divine fortune. They may spend their entire lives unable to transcend the 2nd tier, thus achieving noble standing, let alone securing high office within the empire. Even the perfectly inherited legacy of the Wavebreaker cannot be attained, leaving one to merely become a fragmented ascendant. Yet, in Hilliard's seemingly indifferent tone, it is evident that this is insufficient. The reef otter possesses both water and earth attributes, making it a potential material for the Sand Armor Apprentice's potion, albeit somewhat reluctantly. For stable advancement, the potion materials should preferably be the eye crystals of the salt sea sand lizard, the heartstone of the swamp behemoth, or the petrified venom sac of the obsidian scorpion. The old knight slightly shook his head, clearly disapproving of the quality of the reef otter. The thunderhunt jellyfish serves as a primary potion material of the lower tier for the authentic Aurora Titan, brimming with potential, yet exceedingly perilous. As for the rare pearl and the labyrinth algae, one can create mirage illusions while the other can confuse the mind. perfectly combining to form a lineage of fairy blood, which is rather promising, capable of advancing to the 4th tier. With a select few special branches such as High Elemental Fairy, Nature Fairy, and Silver Fairy possessing 5th tier potential. Regarding the final Ironclad Shark, if paired with the Windrider Swordfish and the Tier of the Whale, a unique water elemental crystal, it could advance into a higher true form, the Tidal Envoy. Hilliard held high expectations for Ian, perhaps exceedingly so. He believed that without the 4th or 5th tier of advancement forms, this bloodline's true form would not be worthy of Ian's pursuit. However, even among bloodlines with 5th tier potential, the difficulty and intensity of advancement vary significantly. The Indomitable Fortress is the most challenging and powerful among them. Is that so? After listening to the old knight's explanation, Ian was lost in contemplation. At this moment, his resolve solidified. He wished to choose the strongest legacy. Who wouldn't he desire to grow stronger? When the opportunity to select the finest path presents itself, one would surely regret not attempting it due to the challenges of advancement. Yet, Hilliard's words were practical. The materials from the 3 ancient dragons could not be easily obtained. They belonged to the most formidable forces on the continent of Terra and demanded utmost effort to acquire. The Indomitable Fortress is indeed one of the strongest legacies, isn't it? After some reflection, Ian spoke up to inquire of Hilliard, what materials are required for its lower-tier potions? Should he still pursue the path of the Sand Armor Apprentice? Hilliard noticed Ian's serious demeanor and shook his head. Ignoring advice will only lead to future suffering. However, he was not disappointed. Rather, he smiled and encouraged. No legacy is inherently the strongest. The strongest is always humanity itself. As for the materials, it is simple. Any magical beast with a connection to earth elements can serve as the primary ingredient. If you are unafraid of peril and willing to tread this path, then I have nothing more to say. No. Ian shook his head, explaining, according to your perspective, the Water Dragon bloodline, the Aurora Titan, the Tidal Envoy, and even the Fairy bloodline are all formidable legacies, but the true form of a bloodline is clearly not something one can master merely through knowledge of cultivation. Is it? Ian gazed at Hilliard's solemn visage. As a novice in the art of armor crafting, I am fortunate to glean a wealth of knowledge and skills from you, my mentor, and to avoid certain missteps that others must inevitably encounter. This journey is far more arduous than you might presume. The old knight sighed softly. Yet Ian remained undeterred. There is no need to rush into the uncertainties of the future. I shall confront those tribulations when the time comes. You, my esteemed teacher, are the embodiment of unwavering fortitude. With your guidance, I will assuredly establish a solid foundation in the initial stages of my training. Most importantly, the boy concluded, to disregard the invaluable lessons imparted by a teacher would be a grave folly. Such wisdom is meant to be embraced. Chapter 40 Guidance That is not how teachers employ it. With a wave of his hand, Hilliard reproached with a hint of amusement when I mentioned the difficulty of traversing. It stems from my status as a fugitive. Do you truly believe that this legacy remains unmonitored? Should an ascendant from the Empire detect your emergence as a new practitioner of the Immutable Fortress, would they not ponder upon your lineage? You would undoubtedly become the Empire's most wanted criminal of the new generation. Indeed? Ian raised an eyebrow, astonished. Aside from you, teacher, are there no other practitioners of this true form within the Empire? They are incapable of mastering it. Gazing up at the ceiling, Hilliard murmured, this legacy contains certain flaws that I have endeavored to rectify, yet I have not yet consolidated the amendments. Moments later, he lowered his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Ian's face. Hilliard slowly continued, you have a valid point. With me as your mentor, neglecting the training of the Immutable Fortress would indeed be a waste. At that moment, a compromise surfaced in his mind. You may utilize the spine crystal of the reef otter as the primary material for the potion of the Sand Armor Apprenticeship. The spinal crystal of the reef otter possesses a dual elemental efficacy, serving as a component for both water-based and earth-based true form potion materials. If supplemented with additional stabilizing ingredients, it can harmonize the advantages of both, simultaneously categorizing you as an ascendant of both water and earth attributes. However, this is merely at the 1st tier. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, specialization becomes imperative, and by then, you will likely have discerned the path you wish to pursue. The choice lies between adopting the Guardian-type true form of the Immutable Fortress or, for instance, the water-based true form of the Tide Messenger. At this juncture, Hilliard furrowed his brow to emphasize, this is merely a unique circumstance within the true form lineage, where the stability of bloodline inheritance is exceedingly high, yet compatibility remains low, rendering such maneuvering unfeasible. Furthermore, this will necessitate an increased demand for second-tier potions upon your ascension to that level, in order to compensate for the current deficiencies. What Hilliard articulated was a method frequently employed by numerous prominent aristocrats and powerful factions in nurturing their heirs. They possessed the means and resources to set their children upon the path of ascendance at a tender age, affording them a plethora of choices. Yet, even after navigating through adolescence, undergoing specialized training, and cultivating the ability to meditate and guide the circulation of their innate essence, these children often lack the breadth of life experiences. They remain incapable of clearly discerning their strengths and weaknesses. Nor can they select the most suitable legacy from their family's myriad of true forms. The path of ascendance must not be delayed, however. If one cannot identify the most fitting path, future growth may become exceedingly arduous. Thus, the transition from the first tier to the second tier can provide young practitioners ample time to contemplate the future they genuinely desire. As for those of the bloodline ascendants, choices are non-existent. The descendants of established bloodline ascendants inevitably follow the same path as their forebears. This encapsulates the fundamental distinction between the two great lineages of inheritance. Nevertheless, even so, the cost of having more choices entails that, once the next heritage to be advanced is formally confirmed, the demand for potions at this level will double, if not more. This ought to be a grave concern, for the price of potions of the second level is such that even nobles cannot afford an abundance. Yet, the old knight turned his head towards the still-warm fish fillet on the table, contemplating Ian's potential powers. He chuckled softly, remarking, "Perhaps this is not a dilemma for you. Just heed your teacher." Ian naturally had no objections. This is the advantage of having a mentor, who can always rely on their wealth of life experience to find a path that is both feasible and suitable for the present circumstances. As for now, what he must do is still to condense the source seed. In the system of transcenders on the continent of Terra, condensing the source seed is the foundational entry point. A first-level apprentice is one who condenses multiple transcendent organs. An elite of the second-level constructs a systematic framework of transcendent organs. With the source essence circulating throughout the body, a master of the third level materializes the source essence, refining it into life energy, maximizing the extraordinary powers bestowed by magical beasts, and even transcending limits through wisdom to manifest the heart-light body. Ascending further leads to realms that surpass human limitations, where one may even earn their own title in the myths of yore. That is the realm of glory and demigod. Hilliard holds great expectations for Ian, believing that the student he stumbled upon has the potential to surpass nearly all his previous apprentices. It would be an utter waste if such a promising seedling were not nurtured into a high-level transcender of the 4th or 5th tier. Ian, you have just consumed the flesh of a primordial magic fish. Though diminutive, its blood and flesh are rich in source essence, and a portion of it should have already been refined within you. With a gentle tap on the table, Hilliard signaled the boy to perk up and listen. The automatic operation of the source seed is too sluggish, resulting in considerable wastage. Therefore, I will teach you a breathing guidance technique that can accelerate the extraction of life essence from the source seed. The cultivation of a transcender is remarkably akin to constructing a house. The source essence is essential for a transcender to refine transcendent organs. It can be likened to bricks, glass, and wooden planks. These are the building materials. Food, whether it be ordinary wheat flour, pork, beef, mutton, fish, or even the flesh of magical beasts, can yield source essence. These can be understood as raw timber, clay, and gravel, raw materials. The quality of the source seed determines the quality of the source essence extracted from food, akin to the strength, resilience, and adaptability of bricks. The breathing guidance technique dictates the speed at which a transcender extracts source essence from food, paralleling the processing speed of transforming raw materials into construction materials. Lastly, the inheritance of the true form of one's bloodline serves as the architectural blueprint. The higher the level of inheritance, the more exquisite and grand the structure becomes, with increasingly complete functions, sturdiness, and resilience against destruction. Food, source seeds, and breathing guidance techniques are all indispensable. Lacking any one of these is akin to limping forward, even with extraordinary talent. One would find it challenging to keep pace with others. Moreover, inheritance holds paramount importance, surpassing all three, even with the most exquisite materials and the swiftest construction pace. If the foundation is flawed from the outset, or if essential elements such as staircases, kitchens, washrooms, and bedrooms are absent, the edifice is destined to collapse, rendering it uninhabitable. In Hilliard's perspective, Ian's psychic abilities assure the procurement of sustenance, complemented by his exceptional aptitude for cultivation, which undoubtedly stems from a high-quality origin. Thus, by merely mastering the art of guidance and inheriting his legacy, one's future accomplishments are assured to be remarkable. Chapter 41. Breath Indeed. The elders of the White Clan are not fools. If they truly wish to ascertain your capabilities, you may freely reveal your identity as a psion. As Hilliard escorted Ian to the outer courtyard in preparation for the practice of breathing techniques, he was already aware of Ian's experiences from the previous night and had listened to his account of Elder Pude's actions. The old knight nodded slightly, acknowledging the boy's response. Do not worry, psions are undoubtedly the primary focus of cultivation. As a psion, even the local lord will allocate resources to you, which is a significant achievement. For any local lord wishing to gain rewards and elevation, the metrics of psions within their domain are of paramount importance. However, the timing of your revelation is entirely up to you. As for the locals, rest assured, if anyone far beyond your capacity seeks to do you harm, I will certainly intervene. The implication was clear. If the opposition were of similar strength, it was best for Ian to confront the challenges himself. Ian understood this sentiment, which aligned with his impression of Hilliard. The old knight was clearly not one to provide excessive care for his disciples. Rather, he relished in encouraging students to challenge themselves and enhance their abilities amidst adversity, just as he desired. Thus, Hilliard and Ian settled cross-legged in the backyard, where the evening air was cool after an afternoon rain, and the sea breeze brought an unexpected tranquility. The instruction of the breathing guidance technique commenced here. Although termed a technique for breathing guidance, it did not necessitate an attempt to accelerate one's breath intentionally. Ian envisioned the coals in a hearth. Their combustion is slow and serene. Yet, should air be blown into them by a bellows, the flames will blaze fiercely, capable of melting iron into liquid. The human body is akin to this. The food consumed daily serves as a form of coal, and the act of breathing, is it not akin to the wind that stokes the fire? The human body itself is a furnace that continuously fuels its own flames, and a transcendent being enhances the integrity and efficiency of this furnace. Ian, imagine. Picture the operation of the source seeds in harmony with the flow of your blood. Slow and natural, much like a gentle breeze stirring a stream. However, this is far from the limits of the source seeds. By employing your breath to activate the source seeds, you propel their function akin to a tempest filling the sails of a ship or the currents driving a water wheel. The old knight instructed Ian to place his hand on his chest, attuning to the rhythm of his heartbeat, the network of blood vessels, and the patterns of muscle and organ function. He continued to guide him. Adjust your breathing. It is merely a self-suggestion. The essence of this practice lies in guidance, gathering the fragments of source essence dispersed throughout every blood vessel, allowing the power stored deep within your body to be unleashed and subsequently refined into pure source essence by the source seeds. Control your heartbeat, making it slower yet more forceful. Bring your body to a state of relative stillness, perceiving the ebb and flow of blood coursing through you, circulating to every extremity. In doing so, you will become aware of the fragments flowing within your body, akin to wheat ears bathed in light. The term wheat ears in light is commonly used among transcendent beings on the continent of Terra. It symbolizes all the power bestowed by the sun and the fruits of life, serving as the wellspring of all extraordinary abilities. The golden wheat, ripened under the sun's embrace, mirrors the essence formed from the quintessence of life. If blood is regarded as the tangible flow of sunlight, and the essence as the life-giving wheat, then the art of guidance is akin to the process of hastening the wheat's growth. Ian listened intently to Hilliard's teachings, striving to synchronize his breath with that of his mentor. However, at the tender age of 8, his metabolism was exceedingly rapid, and his lungs and chest had yet to fully develop, making it challenging to match the respiratory rhythm of an adult. Even for him, it was difficult to truly calm his mind in a short span, to gather and condense the fragments of essence within. Nevertheless, Ian excelled in imagination, observation, and listening. Closing his eyes, he awakened his premonitory vision. Instantly, he beheld his instructor's form, radiating a golden luminescence. Upon closer inspection, he could discern streams of pale golden warmth and orbs of light swirling within that body, intertwining and constructing a complex yet remarkably orderly structure. Breathing, gazing, listening, and mimicking, Ian's heart experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Breathing, contemplating, analyzing, and summarizing, Ian's mind engaged in a fervent flurry of activity. He had noticed that Hilliard's breath was long and enduring, powerful yet unintrusive, akin to a flowing river. It lacked the sudden lethality of an explosive detonation or a thunderous strike, yet it possessed a formidable, surging strength. The cadence of his breath blurred the lines of perception, while Ian should have easily discerned the rhythm of inhalation and exhalation. The old knight's breathing left him in a state of confusion, resembling an endless inhalation or a perpetual sigh. What manner of breath was this? Cough, cough, cough. There is no need for urgency. You are performing remarkably well. Truth be told, Hilliard was quite content at this moment. The unique physical characteristics of children often hinder their training, yet conversely, if one could overcome the limitations of youth and successfully wield the art of guidance under such circumstances, Ian's future stability and practice would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. The art of guidance can fortify the lungs and expedite the refinement of essence. Yet it cannot affect the muscles or hone one's willpower. Upon concluding his thoughts, the old knight spoke. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange some physical training for you to strengthen your body. He emphasized, regardless of the legacy, each has distinct requirements for physical prowess. The apprenticeship of the sand armor demands exceptionally high standards, necessitating extraordinary strength and constitution to meet the foundational conditions for consuming potions and condensing sublimated organs. It is rather true that the more formidable the inheritance, the higher the foundational qualities required. If one believes that possessing a powerful legacy allows for a relaxation of training, they will undoubtedly face severe consequences. Setting aside other considerations, the drastic alterations and stimuli induced by potions can be lethal to an unprepared aspirant. Just as demonstrated moments ago, a mere distraction can render the body incapable of keeping pace with the demands of breathing techniques. I understand, Master. As I regained my composure, I fully grasp the significance of the physical qualities emphasized by Hilliard. It is merely a matter of class attribute requirements. I comprehend that the more potent the profession, the greater the foundational prerequisites. This is entirely natural. On Earth, such a framework has been sufficiently explored. I had always contemplated enhancing my physical strength, for indeed, the physique of the Terrans is remarkably exceptional. Without proper training, I remain unaware of my own limits. Let us proceed once more, but this time at a slower pace. Agreed. All sounds were drowned out by the clamorous July tides, and what once was a hurried rhythm gradually transformed into a tranquil and elongated cadence. With each breath, the latent power slumbering deep within my being began to awaken, slowly reviving. Before long, Ian succumbed to slumber. Chapter 42. Exercise. It is no wonder, after all, that slowing one's breathing and calming the body bears a resemblance to slumber. In essence, the so-called techniques of guidance are akin to a controllable deep sleep, enabling a swift restoration of vitality and the awakening of latent energies within the body. The progress is indeed rapid. Noticing that Ian has truly fallen into a deep and restful slumber, Hilliard is not irked. Rather, he feels a sense of comfort as he gently applauds. Only with a tranquil heart can one slip into sleep in an instant. The thoughts of a child are often tumultuous and scattered. How can one simply fall asleep at will? While the innocence of a child's mind is often perceived as pure, it is, in reality, a reflection of ignorance. Their thoughts are chaotic, and at times, they themselves are unaware of their intentions, possessing a rather tenuous sense of self. They are often oblivious to danger and the fear of death, which explains why they might neglect the approaching carriage or suddenly dart out from the roadside. Thus, genuine spiritual cultivation typically commences only after the tumult of adolescence has subsided, when one's thoughts stabilize and are no longer swayed by hormonal fluctuations. Only families with a rich legacy and ample mentors to guide the process can initiate training at an earlier age. Yet now, the 8-year-old Ian is likely to master it within a week. Hilliard muses that this may also be due to Ian's awakening of spiritual energy. For practitioners of the guiding technique, the effort is often halved, given that their power springs from the mind, which is the same source as the technique itself. Even so, Ian's innate talent is at least comparable to his own. Perhaps he lags in physical prowess, but having not awakened his spiritual energy until the age of 8. One could argue that the disparity is not significant. He cannot help but sigh. There are still children in the Empire who go hungry. Still individuals who struggle to find sufficient sustenance. Our endeavors. Hilliard shakes his head, choosing silence thereafter. He gently lays Ian upon the bed, tucking him in with a soft blanket before the old knight steps out, vanishing into the night. A night devoid of dreams. When Ian awakens, he feels invigorated and completely at ease. His mind is refreshed, and it even seems that the flow of his spiritual energy has become more fluid. The boy cannot help but marvel at how unprecedentedly well he slept last night. It may very well have been the most comfortable slumber he has ever experienced. Activating his precognitive vision, he surveys his surroundings, noting that the mist shifts at a pace that is indeed swifter than before. Regrettably, this sensation does not last long, as he soon fully awakens to find that it is already the following morning. Deep sleep, He contemplates, recognizing the disparity between subjective and objective time. This guiding technique, having only just been introduced, has already afforded him such restful sleep. Setting aside its ability to accelerate the condensation of primal matter, this alone warrants earnest exploration. A good night's sleep may sound simple, yet how many truly seek it in vain? However, it is evident that this slumber comes at a cost. As Ian merely unveils the blanket, a wave of hunger surges within him, as if he has not eaten for 2 days, leaving his stomach painfully hollow. At that moment, he caught a whiff of the fragrant fish soup wafting from the hall. Awake? It was time to stretch a bit, though the air was still too warm. Rising, he made his way into the hall, just in time to see Hilliard bringing up a pot of perfectly stewed fish soup. After assessing the freshly awakened Ian, he advised, "The oatmeal is also ready. Please take some fish soup to feed your brother. He stubbornly refuses to let me do it." Ian, already enticed by the rich aroma, felt his stomach rumble audibly. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and agreed, turning to head outside for some stretching exercises. Hilliard followed closely behind, intending to observe Ian's self-directed workout, offering guidance on proper warm-up and exercise techniques to gradually instill a consistent fitness regimen in him. While the training lacked the intensity of combat techniques and did not serve as a precursor to various fighting skills, it was entirely sufficient for loosening the body and invigorating the muscles. It is often said that wisdom is a divine gift. True chosen ones need not the guidance of others, for they can develop their own martial arts and legacies. He found himself murmuring in reflection, "I was once skeptical, as even I could not achieve this, but unexpectedly, I have encountered someone who can." Had Ian been privy to Hilliard's musings, he would have surely chuckled inwardly. Although genetic modification has become commonplace on Earth, biological machinery requires regular maintenance to function optimally, especially given that his workplace is in the weightlessness of space, where one must remain physically active to avoid space-related ailments. This set of exercises, while simple, effectively targets the most crucial parts of the body and represents the pinnacle of modern fitness methods. Since Ian already possessed a workout routine, Hilliard felt no urgency in that regard. In that moment, he observed Ian's exercise habits, noting the deficiencies in his routine, preparing to refine and enhance it before developing subsequent training plans based on that foundation. 20 minutes later, Hilliard called a halt. Ian curiously examined his bowl, discovering vibrant green wild vegetables, likely foraged by Hilliard from the forest last night, possessing a unique blend of fragrance and bitterness, perfect for cutting through richness and refreshing the palate. Clearly, Hilliard's culinary skills were commendable. Ian ate in silence, not devouring hastily but rather finishing the bowl of fish soup with notable efficiency. This must have been simmered for quite some time, along with these wild vegetables. Satisfied, he set down his bowl and fork, raising his gaze to Hilliard with curiosity. "Teacher, you didn't sleep?" "I do not require sleep. I am perpetually in a state of slumber," Hilliard replied, tapping his temple with his index finger. "Half of my brain sleeps while the other half remains alert. The second level of consciousness allows for this." Noticing Ian's contemplative expression, he inquired, "What is the progress of the source species? There is already some semblance of structure." Ian nodded, having come to understand the internal architecture of the virtual source species. Ultimately, it is not complex. It resembles a simplified turbo engine, with blood serving as its driving force, or more aptly, the essence fragments contained within the blood. When one consumes food, a portion of the energy within transforms into essence fragments, disseminating throughout the bloodstream. The heart, in its rhythmic pulsation, facilitates the circulation of blood, while the source entities absorb the essence fragments entering the heart, compressing them into a high-density, high-pressure true essence, which is stored for future release to enhance physical strength or to refine and elevate the organs. Hence, the art of respiratory guidance can invigorate the source entities, enabling this turbocharged engine to accelerate. A fully operational turbo engine. Is it not an entity that inhales endlessly and exhales without cessation? Although Ian has completely deciphered the structure of the source entities and can transform virtual essence into true essence once sufficient accumulation occurs, he does not intend to pursue fame through speed. Instead, he wishes to continue sensing, familiarizing himself, and ensuring he can achieve perfection before consolidating. After all, cultivation, much like repairing a spacecraft, cannot be rushed. Should any uncertainties arise, inquiries are welcome. If one intends to attempt, a day's notice is appreciated, as he will assist in observation during the consolidation process. Hilliard harbors no doubt that the source entities will challenge Ian. He nods, pats Ian's shoulder, and encourages him. Morning exercises, evening practices of the guidance art, and the rest of the time is yours to decide. I believe in your self-discipline. As for the potions, there is no need for haste. That is the final step. Indeed, Ian understands well that nothing can be rushed. Although awakening his spiritual energy seemingly imbues him with considerable strength, it fundamentally merely activates his body's potential, representing a gradual depletion. His physique remains quite frail, akin to that of an 8-year-old boy who has endured hardship and seldom enjoyed a full meal. After breakfast, Ian resumes his training at home, while Hilliard disguises himself as Osner and ventures out. To outsiders, Osno appears to be gravely injured, yet he is inherently disabled, engaged in clerical work at the port. Minor injuries do not impede his ability to write. Moreover, the physical resilience of the Terrans is astonishing. What Ian perceives as severe injuries may merely be slightly worse than a lifted fingernail in the eyes of the locals. Stabbed twice? Surely, a mere application of saliva would suffice for healing. This is no jest. Ian suspects that the bodily fluids of the Terrans possess genuine disinfecting properties. At this moment, at home, Ian endeavors to master his spiritual energy's premonitory vision. After numerous attempts and validations, 2 hours later, he gains a deeper understanding of premonitory vision. Chapter 43. Targeting activating the precognitive vision requires approximately 1/3 of a second, expending energy comparable to delivering a powerful punch. Even with Ian's enhanced stamina, he cannot consecutively activate and deactivate it more than 20 times. It is not a matter of lacking the physical capacity, but rather that the mental strain associated with invoking the precognitive vision is overwhelming. Much like an ordinary individual, one may possess the physical ability to throw 20 punches in succession, yet without the proper technique, one would inevitably experience fatigue and discomfort in the elbows and arms after repeated movements. Ian believes that through extensive practice, he can gradually enhance both the speed and resilience required for activating the precognitive vision, mastering a more scientifically sound method of invocation. Maintaining this vision also demands physical energy. This expenditure is relatively modest. Provided he is well fed, Ian can sustain the activation for over a minute before feeling fatigued, akin to brisk walking, and can recuperate after a few minutes of rest. Moreover, Ian discovers that the range of the precognitive vision expands continually upon activation. The world, shrouded in the mist of precognition, forms a circle approximately 100 meters in diameter, centered around Ian. Within this vicinity, he can detect crises and opportunities instantaneously. However, as he is still human, his field of vision is conical. Thus, skilled individuals like Hilliard can evade detection through blind spots when Ian is not vigilant. As Ian maintains the precognitive vision, the radius of this circle expands at a rate exceeding 1 meter per second, and the energy expenditure escalates sharply with this growth. When he sustains the vision for a full minute and the radius reaches 110 meters, he finds himself utterly incapable of enduring the intense physical drain. Ian speculates that if he can regulate the range of the precognitive circle, keeping it from expanding uncontrollably, he could extend the duration of the vision. In the future, he envisions the possibility of maintaining the precognitive circle continuously throughout the day. This would make it exceedingly difficult for anyone to launch a surprise attack against him. Although this is not currently feasible, Ian is convinced that the precognitive vision is controllable with prolonged practice. He notes this in his mental preparation notebook as a training objective to pursue daily. The list of training tasks is extensive. After training relentlessly until noon, feeling fatigued, Ian boils a pot of water to prepare some barley porridge. While igniting the flame, he reflects, the synergy between spiritual energy and physicality is paramount. Neither can be neglected. To adhere to this training regimen, I must consume at least double the amount of food to ensure growth rather than physical depletion. According to Hilliard's insights and his observations, Ian realizes that the physical limits of Terrans are remarkably exaggerated. Even ordinary individuals who have yet to embark on the path of ascension, if they persistently train, can hone their bodies to such extremes that they are capable of grappling with and even overpowering a fully grown bull with their bare hands. This bull is not of the earth. The Terra bull is a colossal creature, averaging over 2 tons, its body adorned with plates of cartilage, a veritable biological tank. While beef cattle may be commonplace, the riding bulls are even more robust, surpassing their kin in strength. When roused, they can easily demolish a small dwelling. Knights take great pride in taming a riding bull, earning the esteemed title of bull rider, synonymous with renowned strength. However, Ian is more fascinated by the anatomical structure of these bulls on the Terra continent, pondering how they can grow to such imposing sizes. Regrettably, much like on Earth, The bowls of Terra serve as the backbone of agriculture and a source of various strategic materials. A single bowl can till land 100 times more than an ordinary farmer, while its sinews can be fashioned into great bows. And its leather and bones serve as natural armor materials. The price is staggering. A well-developed adult bull commands a terrifying sum of $250. Even more in Harrison Port, equivalent to a farmer's decades of toil without sustenance. Thus, the plan to dissect a bull must regrettably be deferred by Ian. Even while pondering over a pot of porridge, Ian does not forget to occasionally activate his clairvoyant vision, honing his psychic abilities. Should anyone be inside, they would observe the boy with silver hair, his eyes intermittently glowing with a crystalline azure luminescence, flickering like fireflies before swiftly dissipating. Yet, during one casual glance, Ian suddenly sensed something amiss. Raising his gaze towards the window, he discerned suspicious activity outside. Standing before the hearth, Ian rose, his expression solemn. The glow in his eyes intensifying as he focused on a dubious figure beyond the wall, outside the cottage. Is someone watching me? Within his clairvoyant vision, a wisp of pale mist resembling a human form traversed the street. This was unremarkable in itself, unlike the place Ian used to inhabit. The new residence chosen by Elder Pewd for Ian and Healy Yard is situated in a bustling seaside neighborhood, teeming with pedestrians during the day. Who could it be? Why? Surely not a native? How brazen. The boy pondered for several moments before approaching the window and calmly peering through the crack. He observed a man passing by on the street, crossing to the opposite side and turning the corner. Mere moments later, the man re-emerged, passing the door again, feigning nonchalance while surreptitiously scrutinizing the windows and entrance of the house. Ian focused intently and realized that the man was an acquaintance. Bruin, the herbalist seeking to pilfer my sleeping powder? Raising an eyebrow, Ian recalled the events of the previous night when he and his mentor performed before an audience. At that fire scene, a neighbor had noticed the valuable sleeping powder in Ian's bag, attempting to seize it, only to be thwarted and reprimanded by Elder Pewd. Leaving in disgrace, the figure loitering outside was none other than Bruin, the herbalist. At this moment, he feigned casualness while intermittently surveying the state of Ian's residence. His gaze was fixated on the windows and the entrance, his lips moving in hushed murmurs, the content of which remained a mystery. It appeared he was being watched. Ian shook his head slightly, understanding the situation. After all, not to mention other matters, the medical establishment in Harrison Port had been acquiring this natural substance, which could serve as a painless anesthetic at exorbitant prices. The guard brigade also had a keen interest in materials capable of capturing high-value prey, even magical creatures, without harm. Blades are merciless, and the slaying of magical beasts inevitably compromises the integrity of their bodies. Whether through arrowheads, sword marks, or traps, the premium pelts, flesh, and bones of such creatures would sustain damage, preventing them from fetching the highest prices. However, should there be sleep powder, capturing them alive would present an entirely different scenario, thereby preserving the quality of pelts and innards, which would command a different value altogether. The trade in pelts, alongside various exotic processed botanical products, constituted the very essence of commerce between the Empire's immigrants and the indigenous Red Cedar people. As long as such commodities were available, there would be no concern over their sale. What a clumsy reconnaissance! Who would engage in such activities in broad daylight? Did he not have a job? Or perhaps he was not merely coveting the sleep powder but had ulterior motives. With a quiet scoff, Ian, noticing the bustling crowd around, decisively opened the window. He took a deep breath and called out loudly to the man still passing by outside. Blinn, why do you loiter at my doorstep so frequently? Chapter 44. The Sacrifice. The boy's voice rang out, startlingly loud and abrupt, causing passers-by on the street to glance up in astonishment towards Ian's direction, only to redirect their gazes towards the white-clad man who stood frozen in place. You. Curiosity mingled with contemplation as the crowd regarded him. And within mere seconds, one could see the color drain from Bryn's pale face, rapidly becoming flushed. Caught off guard, he raised a trembling hand, pointing at the grinning Ian. Yet he found himself unable to articulate a single word. The herbalist, exposed and flustered, hastily retreated, as the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, evidently having sensed something amiss. Whether this was an act of audacity or timidity remains unclear. As Ian watched the man disappear around the corner, he shook his head and closed the window, letting out a sigh. The security in Harrison Port is truly dismal. Perhaps I should prepare a few more traps at home? It was indeed a consideration worth pondering. When time permitted, he would consult Elder Pewd to discuss Bryn's behavior. The pursuit of wealth was one matter, but with children at home. Should the man persist in his intentions and attempt to enter while both he and Hilliard were away, any harm befalling Elon would be intolerable. Yet, one cannot guard against thieves indefinitely. He extended a ladle into the pot, stirring the grains that had settled at the bottom, redistributing them evenly. Meanwhile, within the Redwood indigenous tribe, the great shaman Animu of the deep marsh stirred the contents of a large pot with a bone staff, mixing the medicinal residue at the bottom with deliberation. At this moment, he too was preparing a porridge. Nestled at the foot of Elephant Bone Mountain, the marshland of the Redwood Forest was once a coastal region near a lake. However, due to a cataclysmic earthquake over 4 centuries ago, the geological structure underwent a dramatic transformation, redirecting the once mighty river into what is now the Ivok River that encircles Harrison Port. The lake lost its water source, drying up. Yet through enduring tropical storms, it gradually morphed into the shallow marsh we see today. The ancestral lands of the Redwood tribe lay at the base of Elephant Bone Mountain. According to ancient texts, they once possessed the art of taming elephants, communicating with them, and collaborating in labor and combat. However, environmental changes led to the gradual extinction of the redwood elephant herds, causing the skill to be lost, altered, and eventually evolved into the practice of training ordinary beasts as companions and hunting partners over the centuries. Great Shaman Animu stood at the entrance of the shamanic tent, leisurely stirring the pale purple medicinal paste in front of him. Flanking the tent's entrance, 16 totem poles surrounded 32 diminutive yet fierce-looking indigenous hunters who knelt respectfully, heads bowed, with bows and short guns resting at their sides, awaiting the shaman's summons. Raising his gaze, Animu observed a misty white light emerging at the horizon of the South Sea, obscuring the distant landscape, a sign of a monumental storm on the brink of arrival, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, yet unmistakable to the initiated. The entire jungle pulsed with life, breathing and whispering, imparting warnings that only the great shaman could perceive. The totem poles trembled ever so slightly. The spirits of the mountains and tides were forewarning, and the spirit of the jungle echoed the same. Animu of the deep marsh closed his eyes and spoke softly, "Blood." The 2 hunters closest to the great shaman slowly rose, their movements delicate as if fearing to disturb the omnipresent spirit. From their robes, they retrieved ancient vases inscribed with verdant runes, then cautiously approached either side of the cauldron, presenting the vessels before the great shaman. They did not dare to lift their gazes. These revered and feared hunters bore the marks of blue-black tattoos and scars, emblems of honor and valor. Yet, in the presence of the great shaman, they appeared as submissive as children. Animu raised a vase. Age had dulled his senses, rendering him unable to discern the myriad scents of the world, yet he could perceive the rich, spicy aroma of blood within, fragments of an adult man's furious soul. In contrast, the scent of the other vessel was pure and innocent, as pristine as a mountain spring, imbued with a sweet fragrance reminiscent of a child untouched by the trials of life. It was not entirely sufficient, yet it sufficed. Animu inhaled deeply, pouring the contents of both vases into the cauldron and stirring. The bubbling concoction absorbed the disparate essences, a faint purple hue tinged with a hint of red emerged, as unseen glimmers flickered and coalesced, vibrating the air with echoes of a man's despairing roar and a child's terrified wail. This soft resonance stirred a gentle breeze, encircling the emaciated figure of the shaman. The initial pair of hunters had withdrawn, and as Animu spoke again, a second pair rose. They respectfully offered a large and a small wooden box to the great shaman. Inside lay 2 skulls, one belonging to an adult human, the other to an infant not yet 2 years old. This was an improvement. A glance at the 2 meticulously cleaned skulls, stripped of all flesh and blood, brought a slight nod of approval from Animu, prompting the hunters to display their delight before retreating slowly. Without further ado, the elderly man, his hair white and skin a deep brown, extended a hand to grasp one skull. His frail hand, seemingly lacking strength and breath as faint as a flickering candle, gently kneaded the bone until it crumbled into a smooth powder, carried away by a whispering breeze into the cauldron. The wind surrounding the great shaman intensified. With the call to summon, 2 more hunters rose, presenting their meticulously gathered offerings: blood, bone, flesh, sinew, the essence of life, brain, eyes, tongue, skin, the perception of life, lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, the endurance of life, intestines, stomach, gallbladder, heart, the vitality of life. Beginning with blood and culminating in heart, 16 of the most tender, 16 of the most robust. A total of 32 distinct essences, the most potent and spiritually rich components required for the pure sacrifice. What has become of Aceto? At last, As the two hunters offered the heart of a child and the heart of a warrior, the great shaman suddenly inquired, "Is he dead?" "Yes, indeed, great shaman." The two hunters, taken aback by the inquiry, soon spoke with trepidation. The archdruid's attempt to infiltrate Harrison Port has failed, resulting in his demise at the hands of the Empire. Therefore, we have been sent to replace him and present this crucial information. "Ah, I see," came the reply. However, Animu did not wait to hear more. He waved his hand, signaling the hunters to retreat, and then shook his head slightly. They had indeed noticed the signs. The archdruid had acted recklessly, stirring the concoction within the cauldron. The grand shaman Animu of the deep marsh mixed the essence of flesh and entrails, blending the very essence of life itself. With an indifferent expression, he declared, "Yet, those imperial beings must also pay a price. The price of life." Chapter 45. The turbine. The blood of a warrior must be repaid with the lives of 100 subjects of the Empire. As he spoke these words, his hands remained unceasing. The great shaman gently extracted 2 still pulsating hearts from the box, their vibrant red hue captivating. He then tenderly placed them into the cauldron, which had transformed into a molten crimson substance akin to magma, resembling the viscous fluid of boiling blood. With the heart sinking into the potion, the ritual reached its culmination. As breath was held, a visible shimmer of spiritual light flickered. The murky mixture in the cauldron instantaneously became pure and profound. The red blood paste morphing into a substance reminiscent of ink within mere breaths, an ethereal blood ink. At the moment the blood ink took form, a tempest arose seemingly from nowhere, and a chorus of ancestral voices echoed from the mountainside, reverberating through the totem poles. The call spread forth until it reached the base of the redwood swamp, where the sudden gust swept through every branch and trunk of the forest, creating a cacophony. The mists and noxious vapors above the swamp rose in a vibrant display of colors. At this moment, 32 hunters knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves beside the tent. Animu lifted the potion pot, extending his hand into the seething, crimson liquid, which was countless times hotter than boiling water. Subsequently, the elder used his hand as a brush, dipping into the blood ink and signaling the hunters to raise their foreheads. He then slowly etched blood-red patterns upon their brows. Each hunter could not suppress their joy, only to be swiftly overtaken by pain, gritting their teeth to endure as the vibrant patterns spread into the flesh of their foreheads, permeating their muscles and organs, causing their breaths to deepen. Among a few hunters who adapted exceptionally well to the blood ink, minute scales began to emerge. The air was thick with the earthy scent mingled with the briny essence of the sea, heralding the awakening of the spirit of the mountains and tides. Animu meticulously inscribed the patterns upon the foreheads of all 32 valiant hunters, yet he did not halt his progress. Instead, he continued towards the redwood swamp. In his ears, the vibrations of the totems and the calls of spirits coalesced, surging like a tide. As time elapsed, the roaring and tumultuous sounds gradually became clearer, ultimately transforming into a deep and haunting murmur emanating from the swamp's depths. Life. Only 2 hearts remained, one large and one small, both vividly red and pulsating fiercely, imbued with an immense life force. The Lord of the Mountains, the Son of the Sea, the rhythm of the tides, and the calls of the earth. This is an offering uniquely yours, a tribute to your vitality. Chanting ancient sacrificial verses, the old shaman stepped into the heart of the mire. He then placed the potion vessel upon the murky waters and turned to depart. The redwood swamp quivered slightly, the trees within the forest swaying. At the center of the swamp, the muck began to whirl, drawing the potion pot into its depths, where an unseen spiritual resonance erupted in a resounding roar, followed closely by the sound of greedy slurping. If one were to gaze from the mountainside, a formidable shadow could be faintly discerned, reverberating and pulsating within the depths of a marsh revered as sacred by the redwood tribe. Its form undulates and coils, with 6 crimson sources of light flickering beneath the mire. It writhes at the bottom of the quagmire, emitting resonant rumbles and howls that elude human hearing. The pure sacrifice occurring on the ancestral lands of the redwood natives has, for the moment, evoked no aberrations. Yet, undoubtedly, something has transpired. As evening approached, Ian ignited the hearth within the dwelling, stirring the charcoal with a fire poker, causing a flurry of golden-red sparks to leap from the crevice between the stove and the pot, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. As the flames grew, he added more kindling, and once satisfied that the porridge was well on its way to being prepared for dinner, he rose to fetch from the cupboard the herbal infusion that had been steeping for a day. Suddenly, a thunderous boom shattered the somber sky, followed by the onset of a torrential downpour in Harrison Port. Holding the potion, Ian turned his gaze toward the window, where fine raindrops enveloped the entire landscape. The storm clouds above churned ominously, concealing the unformed thunder, while sporadic bolts of genuine lightning illuminated the harbor and the coastline. Such severe tropical weather was highly unusual. With a slight shake of his head, Ian noted the 5 rumbles of thunder he had heard in just 3 minutes. Well aware that the meteorological conditions in this otherworldly realm held far more variables than those of his homeland. However, the frequent summer thunderstorms in Harrisonport, occurring every few days, and the way they attracted swarms of lightning jellyfish to the nearby cliff of Sighs, clearly fell outside the realm of the ordinary. The flashes of lightning, shimmering and dissipating within the clouds, carried an unsettling aura that instinctively troubled Ian. He harbored a foreboding sense that his teacher's mission was intricately linked to the true cause of this bizarre weather. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. After a day of steeping, the herbal infusion exuded a peculiar fragrance. If Ian were to describe it, he would liken it to a blend of peppermint-scented floral water infused with a hint of cooling oil. Merely inhaling it brought a refreshing chill from his nostrils to his lungs. Upon closer inspection, Ian discerned that the water at the surface differed from ordinary water. Activating his precognitive vision, he observed a ghostly blue aura emanating from the upper half of the vessel, affirming his hypothesis. It appeared that the effective components of the focus herb and other botanicals were a substance lighter than water, and after simmering and resting overnight, the medicinal essence had floated to the surface, representing the simplest and most effective method of purification. While his mind reflected on these conclusions, Ian's hands remained busy. Entering the room where his brother Elon lay, he deftly followed Elder Pute's instructions, using a clean wooden spoon to scoop a spoonful of the potion and administer it to his drowsy sibling, still lost in dreams. He then extracted the remnants from the bottom of the herbal jar, which had transformed into a pale green powder, and applied it to Elon's temples and forehead. Stirred from slumber by the potion's effects, Elon opened his eyes, gazing at Ian with a look of recognition that lingered for several seconds before he broke into a serene expression and drifted back into a deep sleep. The results were quite promising, with a noticeable sparkle returning to his eyes. Ian was not surprised by this, for prior to administering the potion to Elon, he had already utilized his precognitive abilities to predict that the elixir harbored no danger, and in fact, would be exceptionally beneficial. Soon, he too followed suit, consuming a small amount of the remaining concentration potion as instructed. As the liquid passed his throat, he initially felt nothing, but before long, a slight tremor coursed through his entire being. A chilling sensation spread along his throat, stomach, and throughout his digestive tract, radiating outward to envelop his whole body. This sensation abruptly revitalized Ian, who had been feeling somewhat lightheaded and fatigued after practicing his psychic abilities all afternoon. It was akin to awakening from a daze after a cold shower, momentarily invigorating him, even when well-fed and physically rejuvenated. Prolonged use of psychic energy could evoke a torment akin to the exhaustion of sleepless nights spent overthinking. At his most fatigued in the afternoon, Ian felt as though his brain had transformed into a heated, swollen mass, throbbing with discomfort. The potion is indeed remarkable, Ian mused. Though he was acutely aware of its considerable worth, a mere single pouch could fetch $7 or $8, and a few bags together could equal his uncle's annual salary. The elder's decision to bestow an entire box of potions upon him could hardly be termed generous. It seemed almost inconceivable, like tossing money into water to listen to the splash. It could only be surmised that such a precious resource to commoners was merely a consumable for the nobility and influential figures, a trial of sorts. After all, if it posed no threat, why not utilize it? As Hilliard had yet to return, Ian did not wait for him and finished his porridge, thus concluding his dinner. Having satisfied his hunger, he sat quietly by the window, closed his eyes, and, while the effects of the concentration potion still lingered, endeavored to sense the source seed. Guided by his teacher Hilliard and bolstered by the recent consumption of a magical salmon rich in source essence, Ian quickly detected the presence of source essence within his body, as well as the virtual source seed. For a moment, he heard a faint swoosh, reminiscent of waves crashing. Ian understood that this was the sensation brought about by the fragments of source essence flowing through his bloodstream, permeating every corner of his body and subtly enhancing his physical prowess. Today, the flow of source essence was notably swifter, affirming the efficacy of his afternoon practice. However, the true essence lay within the virtual source seed situated at his heart. A multitude of source essence fragments surged into it, being absorbed and compressed by the autonomously functioning seed, coalescing into properly organized source essence. Drawing from his professional experience and observations over the past few days, he had developed a considerable understanding of the structure of the source seed, stripping away all ornate adjectives and cultural connotations. The source seed could be simply described as a storage and conversion device. Its structure resembled that of a turbocharger, operating on the force generated by the heartbeat and breath. The source essence produced from digested food would enter the bloodstream, subsequently collected, refined, and stored by the source seed, ready to be released when needed. The essence of source matter is a unique form of life energy. Even a small quantity of source matter fragments circulating within the bloodstream can significantly enhance an individual's physical prowess. High-purity source matter, released by the source species, enters the organs of the body and can dramatically elevate physical attributes in a remarkably short span of time. This enhancement encompasses absolute strength, neural reflexes, endurance, regenerative capacity, and overall resilience, resulting in a comprehensive improvement. In the world of Terra, an ordinary individual leading a normal lifestyle, when pushed to the brink of life and death, may unleash the dormant source matter within their being, temporarily exhibiting strength far beyond their usual limits. A mother, in a moment of crisis, might single-handedly push away a wagon or kick aside a boulder to protect her child. Such occurrences are not extraordinary but rather commonplace in Terra, making it more unusual for them not to happen. If ordinary people can achieve such feats, one can only imagine the capabilities of the sublimators in reserve who possess source matter. Take Ian as an example. After consuming a beastly salmon, despite his inherent frailty and being merely an 8-year-old child, should he fully unleash the source matter accumulated within his essence, he could muster strength comparable to that of an adult man within mere minutes. However, the true potential of source matter is certainly not to be squandered as a mere consumable. As the essence of life itself, sublimators accumulate source matter to forge sublimation organs. If source matter merely facilitated a temporary enhancement, reverting to normalcy upon depletion and even exhausting one's energy, then sublimation organs would inherently possess strength akin to that experienced during a source matter eruption, and in most cases, even surpass it. Hence, absent genuine peril, Ian believes that no sublimator would recklessly expend their stored source matter. Chapter 46. Blood red. The commencement of the condensation of the sublimation organ marks the initial step for an apprentice sublimator to truly embark on the path of bloodline manifestation. Ian shook his head slightly, proclaiming that it was still too early for such endeavors. What he required now was to concentrate on creating a high-quality source seed, relying on it to rapidly accumulate source essence and nurture his body. Despite Ian's extensive knowledge of turbocharger structures from his previous life as a mechanical engineer, where, given the right materials and tools, he could even fabricate one by hand, the source seed, while reminiscent of a turbocharger, was not identical. Even though he suspected that certain structures within the virtual source seed could be modified to significantly enhance the efficiency and quality of source essence extraction without disrupting its overall function, such notions remained mere conjectures. Who would dare risk their own body and life in such an experiment? The vast majority, even the most gifted individuals, would invariably opt for caution in the process of condensing source seeds rather than striving for perfection. After all, efficiency could be amassed through resources. One's life, however, is singular and irreplaceable. Yet, Ian was somewhat of an exception. Let me see, he murmured softly, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he activated his precognitive vision. As his cerulean eyes opened, the surroundings transformed into clusters of mist, interwoven with shades of gray, white, and blue, forming this extraordinary realm. Upon opening his eyes to gaze upon himself, Ian, as in each prior instance, could not discern the colors or the composition of the mist that enveloped him. In truth, he had only glimpsed the colors of his own being once, during the awakening of his psychic abilities. Whether it was the hue of youthful Ian or his own essence remained a matter for debate, as a seer cannot foresee their own fate. Yet, in the vicinity of what he surmised to be his heart, the boy could perceive a flicker of golden radiance. The virtual source seed, composed of helioid essence, currently revolved in an expanse shrouded by mist, its golden form akin to a star, drawing in countless minute white pinpricks of light and coalescing them into delicate, chip-like particles of pale blue dust, which collected within. The fine points of light represented shards of source essence, while the chip-like particles embodied the essence itself. The shards were classified as white tier, and the essence as blue tier. Since the virtual source seed was a foreign object bestowed by his mentors, Ian could observe it through his precognitive vision. Intriguingly, source essence also possessed tiers of quality. As he watched the process of source essence condensing within his being, Ian found himself deep in thought, directing his gaze towards the external golden virtual source seed, his mind already surmising. Indeed, the quality of the source essence varies. Merely by observing the color of the essence, I can discern the strength of the sublimator. Most importantly, raising his gaze, Ian looked in the direction of his younger brother Elon. The silver-haired child was peacefully slumbering after consuming a potion and applying medicinal clay. The residual effects of the sleep powder were evidently not something that could be alleviated with a single treatment. Restoring Elon to normalcy might require several months of careful nurturing. The mist surrounding Elon was a pale gray intermingled with hints of blue and white, likely a result of the concentration potion's influence. Not merely that. Elon's fate is intertwined with mine. My actions will inevitably alter the mist surrounding him. This time, Ian has conceived a bold idea. Could he, through introspective contemplation of the structural changes in the source seed, assist in the transformation of the mist's color enveloping Elon, thereby discerning whether his subtle adjustments to the source seed structure are successful and beneficial? In simpler terms, can he, through Elon, indirectly forecast the success or failure of his source seed modification? The feasibility appears significant, although the underlying principles remain elusive. His ability to foresee the future within a certain scope renders such an application entirely reasonable. The more refined the source seed I can gather, the brighter my brother's future will shine. Conversely, the opposite holds true. Thus, I shall proceed. With this thought in mind, Ian promptly closed his eyes and delved into contemplation. During his initial attempt, Ian chose not to optimize. Instead, he randomly degraded the source seed structure in his mind, simplifying it significantly, albeit at the cost of efficiency. Upon opening his eyes, he gazed at Elon, his eyes widening in astonishment. A deep crimson, the dense mist, reminiscent of blood, coiled around the child, leaving Ian momentarily stunned. Is it truly this dire? Is he all but doomed? Although he anticipated that carelessly condensing a subpar source seed could yield catastrophic results, the severity of the outcome left Ian perplexed. If the source seed I condensed is of such poor quality, there is a considerable chance that Master Hiliad will abandon me. After all, if I lack potential, remaining with him would only hasten my demise. Though bewildered, Ian recognized the futility of such ruminations and closed his eyes once more. Embarking on a second attempt. This time, he still refrained from optimization, adhering closely to Hiliad's guidance to attempt a standard condensation of the source seed. Upon opening his eyes again, Ian looked at Elon. The mist enveloping his brother remained a vivid red. Although it was slightly less tainted by darkness compared to the first attempt, it was still undeniably perilous at a certain depth level. How perplexing. Rising to his feet, Ian furrowed his brow, deactivating his foresight and taking a moment to rest and recover his strength. After a deep breath, he turned to gaze out the window. Following my teacher's prescribed method for condensing the source seed, I am confident in achieving perfection. This would ensure stability and enhance my capabilities under his tutelage, yet the mist remains crimson. This indicates that the crisis does not lie with my teacher or even with myself. A thought stirred within Ian, leading to another deduction. Without uttering a word, he closed his eyes again and activated his foresight for the second time. This time, he contemplated the source seed structure template, the optimized model that had been meticulously determined. Ian then summoned the source material and attempted once more to condense the source seed. For the third time, he looked upon Elon. The scarlet mist still lingered, though its density seemed to have diminished slightly. The cloud that once enveloped Elon like a blood-stained shroud now bore hints of soft pink at the edges. Yet its core remained a sanguine halo. I understand now. Thus, Ian found himself enlightened, his brow furrowing slightly. So, the natives have chosen me as their target, have they? They have infiltrated Harrisonport? No matter how he concentrated the source species, the outcome remained perilously unchanged. This could only indicate that entities or forces far more formidable than Ian were conspiring against him, thus rendering any progress he made futile against the imminent danger he faced. Nevertheless, Ian's endeavors could still slightly defy fate. Clearly, Ian's optimization was a success. The quality of his version of the source species surpassed that of the Hilliard variant. Although it lacked stability, its efficiency was indeed superior. Consequently, each time he beheld the mist enveloping Elon, its color and the associated peril seemed to diminish slightly. The effect was minimal, yet it was indeed progress. Wait. Although he had begun to grasp the situation, before he could feel any satisfaction from his successful optimization, a thought emerged that instilled a sense of crisis, even fear, within him. Realizing this, Ian furrowed his brow tightly. I am not so arrogant or self-important. Who am I? Am I truly worthy of such focused hostility from the natives? Is there really such urgency to eliminate me? The aftermath of a catastrophe could easily claim the lives of a few children, regardless of my genius. It remains so. Of course, most crucially, the assassination attempts targeting Ian, who was still a child, could never plunge the already formidable Ian into a blood-soaked, fatal predicament. It was not that simple. Muttering to himself, Ian suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine. Perhaps I am not the primary target. But then, who could it be? His teacher, or perhaps... He promptly stepped forward to the window and activated his foresight, gazing at the rain-soaked streets of Harrison Port. Outside, beneath the darkened heavens, the port shone brightly in the center, while the surrounding residential areas were dimly lit, each home flickering with a hazy light. Shadows of people could be seen moving behind the windows, engaging in laughter and conversation, exuding warmth and harmony. Children were frolicking, playing games with their parents, their shadows elongated by the light. Elders were chattering, and a gust of wind passed through the half-open windows, causing the flames to flicker, slightly distorting the glow within. Silence also lingered, with the light within flickering, yet one could faintly catch the aroma of food wafting through the wind and rain. Ian's water-colored eyes swept across the city, glimmering with a pale azure brilliance. However, within their depths, the only reflection was that of crimson, vivid scarlet, blood red, the color of death. At this moment, the red mist swirling around each individual seemed to converge into a river, transforming into a sea of blood. And then, it surged tumultuously throughout Harrison Port. Chapter 47, Awareness Buzz. As Ian beheld the streets awash in crimson, an overwhelming shock seized him. And he suddenly felt an inexplicable pain deep within his brain, an organ that seemed to exist independently of his very body, yet undeniably belonged to him. This acute torment was akin to having a sea urchin, laden with salt water and venom, thrust into his mind and shaken violently, rendering him breathless and causing him to collapse to the ground without uttering a sound. Gasping Ian was certainly not the ultimate stoic who could suppress a scream even in solitude. Rather, he lacked the strength to voice his agony, especially with his brother nearby. Trembling as he leaned against the wall, Ian slowly regained his footing and, shaken from his precognitive vision, cautiously lifted his gaze to the window. It seemed, my psychic ability cannot bear the weight of observing targets that are either too vast or too numerous. Just moments ago, while surveying the street, he had felt his energy drain away like a dam bursting, nearly rendering him faint and on the brink of unconsciousness. Thus, the limitations of his foresight had manifested. It could indeed predict the future in a confined scope, ascertain the value of objects, and even guide Ian towards better choices. Yet, all things have their limits. He could at most glimpse the fates and future trends of a mere handful of individuals. When the number swelled, he risked exhausting himself. However, this exhaustion was merely a physical strain and did not imply impossibility. Should Ian's stamina be sufficient, he surmised that he could transcend this limitation. Foreseeing the future of a group of people, a street, a city, or even an entire port, what had just transpired? Rising slowly, Ian wore a perplexed expression. What peril looms over the port shrouded in bloodshed? Harrison Port, what must it confront? Though lacking concrete evidence, his psychic instincts suggested that nearly all individuals within Harrison Port were ensnared in a certain death predicament. Was it a storm? A tsunami? Or perhaps a thunderstorm or an earthquake? The nearby Bison Mountains could also be the source of landslides and mud flows triggered by torrential rains. Rushing to the backyard, Ian gazed skyward at the heavens above Harrison Port and the surrounding terrain. Murmuring to himself, the only occurrences capable of claiming so many lives simultaneously must be these. Of course, there exists another possibility, a massive invasion by the natives. Indeed, the direst scenario would involve several of the aforementioned calamities occurring concurrently. The Sequoia natives, with dozens of tribes both great and small, would set aside their disputes to offer their finest tributes to the nominal overlord of the Sequoia clans, the Great Shaman. Ian himself had nearly become a sacrificial offering. Generally speaking, the pure sacrifice occurs once every decade, with each instance producing potions capable of crafting several first-tier ascenders. This method remains the most prevalent and straightforward means of generating ascenders among the various tribes. However, the ascenders thus created possess significant flaws. Moreover, when foreseeing a grave danger, the Redwood natives also engage in the pure sacrifice to seek the protection of the spirits, temporarily bolstering the tribe's strength. The last occurrence of such a sacrifice was 8 years ago, coinciding with the super typhoon that ravaged the southern coastal regions of the empire. Ian gazed up at the dark, roiling clouds above, the relentless rain and distant thunder failing to instill fear within him. Rather, they sparked contemplation. His father had perished in that very storm, a calamity so fierce that even ascenders struggled to survive. The initiation of another sacrifice by the natives suggests a high probability that a similarly intense, if not more ferocious, typhoon is imminent. Additionally, the arrival of Master Hilliard in Harrison Port seems to be linked to this anomaly. The clues are converging. Ian turned his gaze towards the coastline, where the surging waves crashed against the rocks, the beach, and the stone foundations of the port, creating a muffled roar akin to thunder. In the sea, he murmured, staring into the profound shadows beneath the surface. At this moment, Ian found it difficult to resist the urge to activate his foresight and gaze into the ocean. He harbored a strong intuition that doing so would reveal significant omens and clues. Yet, an equally potent, if not more intense, intuition warned him against it. To try would be to perish. After nearly collapsing from merely observing the streets, how could I dare to look at the sea? This is not merely boldness. It borders on madness. Nevertheless, having a premonition is better than having none, as it at least confirms the existence of something far beyond his current capacity for foresight lurking within the ocean. The lives of the entire city are at stake. This is not something that can be concealed. Returning to his dwelling, Ian took a deep breath to calm his mind. He then approached his younger brother, Island. Resuming his previous training, he continued to condense the source seed, regardless of what the future holds or what omens may arise. Condensing the source seed and enhancing his own power is, at the very least, a means to alter the futures of both himself and his brother. The prior foresight validated that his course of modification was indeed correct, and he could rely on the mist surrounding Island to gauge the accuracy of his decisions. Though Ian himself did not understand why mere thoughts in his mind could manifest changes in the future reality, perhaps this is precisely the unique nature of foresight. There is no need to dwell on matters without answers. With a tranquil spirit, Ian closed his eyes. Amidst the storm and thunder, as lightning streaked across the sky outside his window, he resumed his training. Meanwhile, at the Elder Hall of the White Folk, near the central avenue in the eastern part of the city, the square old house, constructed from white stones and entwined with climbing vines, is situated beside the town's energy furnace, with the Evoque River, a tributary flowing through the city, in front. Behind the house lies a modest yard, where various commonly used herbs are cultivated for the free treatment of the white people by the physicians in the Elder Hall. This location serves as a meeting place for the higher-ups of the white people, and Elder Pewd often conducts his work and takes respite here. However, in the absence of pressing matters, few would venture to disturb the elder, rendering the place quite serene. Yet today, a stealthy figure navigated through the torrential rain and hastened into the hall. Elder, the herbalist Bryn, who had previously loitered suspiciously at Ian's doorstep, now appeared flustered as he urgently addressed the elder's guards. I possess crucial intelligence to report to the elder. The guards, positioned on either side, had already grasped Bryn by the shoulders, prepared to eject him. However, a weary voice from upstairs interrupted. Let him come up. The guards complied, releasing Bryn, who exhaled in relief, before adjusting his appearance and anxiously ascending the stairs. Have your inquiries yielded results? In the study on the second floor, Elder Pewd set aside the documents and reports in his hands regarding Bryn, who was bowing respectfully before him, with an indifferent gaze. Your expression confirms my suspicions. Ian has indeed discovered you, has he not? Chapter 48. Glory indeed. Elder, you are most perceptive. Bryn, still somewhat shaken, knelt before Elder Pewd's desk, reporting. I merely wandered around the Osner residence, contemplating how to gain entry and observe the situation. To my astonishment, Ian, he simply opened the window and commanded me to keep my distance. His pride, naturally, left him feeling utterly humiliated when caught in the act of peering. Yet, who could blame him for his fleeting greed, attempting to seize the sleeping powder from Ian? Subsequently, Elder Pewd summoned him, assigning him the task of gathering intelligence regarding Ian. This is both punishment and a chance for redemption. No, I must insist, Bryn fervently argued. I was particularly attentive while observing from the window. You know my keen eyesight. I can even spot the Indar moss hidden among the underbrush. Ian was certainly not by the window. He simply discerned my presence out of thin air, approached directly, and reprimanded me for my intrusion. Oh? Elder Pewd regarded Bryn with an enigmatic smile. As Bryn, filled with trepidation, lowered his gaze once more, the elder slowly spoke. You must have surmised why I have requested you undertake this task. I had thought that, having offended Ian, you would wish to deny his abilities as a seer. Elder, I was merely momentarily greedy. I am not truly foolish. Bryn implored, half kneeling before the elder's desk. If Ian truly possesses such abilities, does it matter whether I acknowledge it or not? Can I deceive myself or others? I only hope you might speak kindly of me in the future, that Ian may hold no grudge and refrain from exacting revenge upon me. I also hope you can forgive my foolishness. Had I known Ian might be a seer, I would never have dared entertain such thoughts. Elder Bude seldom made promises lightly. But having already acquiesced, he would undoubtedly assist in mending the relationship in the future. He recalled some rare herbs he had in his possession, although costly. They paled in comparison to the potential wrath of a seer. Indeed, he realized how foolish he had been. As a neighbor, he was well aware of Ostner's character. Even in a moment of rage, slaying 1 or 2 native hunters would be the extent of it. How could he possibly have killed 4? Surely he had assistance. Someone capable of unraveling the hidden stealth techniques of the natives. Bryn, a seasoned herbalist, frequently interacted with the natives and even engaged in combat. He understood the capabilities of the Red Cedar tribe in the woods, and while others may have deemed it trivial, he could easily perceive the strange nuances in Ian's words. All of these peculiarities could be explained by the notion that Ian has awakened his abilities as a seer, an 8-year-old seer, even among the white folk. Such youth is astonishingly rare. Continue to observe Ian. Just as Bryn was engulfed in a mix of regret and fear, Elder Bude's voice resonated once more. Do not let this information slip. Let us not forget that everyone is aware of your attempts to usurp Ian's sleeping powder. Even as you loitered around his home with ulterior motives. Should others become aware of Ian's status as a psychic, how might they manipulate the situation to curry favor with one another? Squinting, Elder Bude fixed his gaze upon the bowed figure of Bruin, and in a measured tone, he declared, Now, you may take your leave. Bruin, I hope this time you will learn your lesson. We are all kin of the same bloodline. To betray family invites retribution and punishment. When Ian is prepared to reveal his identity as a psychic, I shall explain the entirety of this matter to him. I trust that the boy will find it within himself to forgive you. Depart now. Yes, Elder. Bruin, contemplating the repercussions he might face upon Ian's revelation, trembled involuntarily. Refraining from uttering another word, he offered a deep bow, wiping the sweat from his brow as he exited. Once Bruin staggered out of the elder's chamber, Elder Bude did not resume his work on the documents. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the window. The night had deepened, and heavy rain poured down. Yet the heart of Harrison Port remained brilliantly illuminated. The entirety of the white people in Harrison Port descended from 2 sources. One was a prominent family that had been exiled here from the imperial capital, and the other comprised the scattered remnants of the white people who had wandered from the southern lands. The latter, having been unified, now formed a singular clan. Elder Bude himself was once merely a lesser scion of that esteemed family. Despite inheriting the legacy of the white people, he bore the characteristics of the dwarves, as well as some heritage from his father's side. During the family's former glory, he was but an unremarkable and overlooked descendant. However, due to a grave misstep during a significant endeavor, the entire family was exiled to this remote southern territory by the man now known as the Black Tyrant, stripped of their history, surname, and all their legacy. All exalted beings were either executed or imprisoned in distant frontiers, completely severing their ties to their heritage. By virtue of his status as an exalted being, he unexpectedly became the sole authority and elder of the southern lands following the family's migration to Harrison Port. Alas, so many years have passed. Bude, promise me, do not harbor resentment toward His Majesty. Indeed, we committed a grave error and deserve our fate. But the child is innocent. I implore you, do not leave. You are the only exalted one among us. Lead the children to establish roots in the southern lands. Only you possess the ability to achieve this. The frail, aged woman, confined to her bed, expressed a vulnerability she had never shown him before, issuing what might be her singular request in this lifetime. He could not refuse, nor did he wish to. Eagerly, he yearned to demonstrate his abilities to her, to prove that he was not inferior to anyone, perhaps even surpassing the other white people. Decades have passed, mother. Opening his eyes, he gazed into the dark night as the torrential rain fell. This diminutive yet formidable elder sighed softly, revealing a rare moment of fragility. At last, I have awaited an opportunity, and with it, a glimmer of hope. Generations have passed, and all members of our tribe have begun to forget our past. Though it may seem somewhat unjust to that child, it is a necessity we must face. Meanwhile, outside the Elder Hall, on the western side of Harrison Port, there lies a steep cliff to the south. Countless lightning strikes converge at this site. Known to all locals as Sign Cliff, a tall man, resembling an iron tower with his gray hair, stands at the edge of the precipice. He steps firmly onto a massive rock, his gaze solemnly fixed upon the distant depths of the sea. Chapter 49. The Tyrant. The torrential rain descended from the heavens, striking the rocks with a cacophony of sound, while torrents cascaded down the cliffs like waterfalls, converging into formidable streams upon the rugged surface of the sighing cliff. The low rumble of thunder resounded like a great drum, intertwining with the howling winds, as if they sought to rend the very sky apart. Hilliard Lessee gazed into the distant, undulating sea, where a vast, imposing, yet profoundly dark shadow lurked within the ocean's depths, mirroring the tumultuous waves of his own emotions. The air was thick with an oddly charged humidity, and bolts of lightning cascaded from the churning clouds above. Striking the summit of the cliff that had withstood countless thunderous onslaughts, its rocky facade stripped away to reveal a delicate metallic skeleton of iron and gold. Astonishingly, this obsidian metal framework remained impervious to the fury of the storms. No matter how powerful the currents, they were silently absorbed into its essence. With a deafening roar, a brilliantly bright bolt of lightning illuminated everything atop the cliff, casting a fleeting azure glow across the sighing cliff's interior and exterior. Hilliard lifted his gaze and beheld a section of cloud collapsing, the heavy gray rain clouds pressing down, descending towards the earth with an overwhelming force alongside the dazzling lightning. The old knight remained unfazed, allowing his form to be enveloped by the rain cloud, infused with a multitude of ethereal energies and charges. In the brilliance of the lightning, he could faintly discern the ancient inscriptions on the metallic framework, which had lain hidden beneath the rocky exterior for an untold span of time. The ladder to heaven, IICO. The Heavenly Father strides across the realms in 7 steps, suspended among the stars, his footprints marking the so-called ladder to ascend to the heavens, the very steps by which we, the exalted, elevate ourselves. He murmured to himself, the labyrinth is taking shape, and the maze upon which it is founded, once fully constructed. Hilliard shook his head. It was precisely to prevent this event from occurring that he had ventured to this place. The thunder-hunting jellyfish. At this moment, Hilliard sensed that as the thunderbolts continued to strike the sighing cliff, a myriad of azure luminescence began to stir within the nearby waters, resembling a shower of glowing motes upon a dark canvas. Soon, accompanied by deep, resonant hums, hundreds, nearly 1,000, jellyfish with azure umbrellas emerged from the sea, their translucent, gelatinous forms pulsating with brilliant blue cores that spun rapidly. The jellyfish emitted currents of electricity, intertwining and seemingly communicating, and after a brief conversation, they converged into a collective, transforming into a swirling azure cloud that danced around the thunder at the base of the sighing cliff. From a distance, the storm clouds above and those upon the sea mirrored one another, with terrifying arcs of electricity and flashes of lightning weaving a net of electric confinement between them. Any one of these arcs, should it strike, would suffice to reduce an entire ship's crew to ashes. As the congregation of thunder-hunting jellyfish materialized, Hilliard had already begun to withdraw discreetly. The most perilous aspect of the cluster of beasts lies in their defense, which escalates exponentially with their numbers. Individually, they may be feeble lower-tier monsters, yet when hundreds, even thousands, unite, they become the unequivocal sovereigns of the surrounding area of the Cliff of Sighs, dominating within 100 miles. The current count of the thunder jellyfish far surpasses the numbers witnessed by Hilliard 8 and 15 years ago, increasing by 7 to 8 or even dozens of times. Remarkably, 55 years prior, this region was devoid of such creatures. Even within the labyrinth, this surge is exceedingly unusual. There must be some unforeseen factor contributing to their rapid proliferation over the past decade and a half. This factor is also the reason for the drastic increase in monster numbers around the waters near Harrison Port, as they have progressively become more ferocious. At this moment, it was the latter half of the second night, yet he was astonished to discover lights flickering within his home upon his return. What is this, Ian? Why are you not asleep? Stepping inside, Hilliard cast a puzzled glance at the white-haired boy seated at the table, who appeared quite fatigued. The boy shook his head. A regular schedule is part of cultivation, especially at your age. Only with ample sleep can one possess sufficient energy and room for growth. I understand, teacher. My psychic energy informs me that the entire city is on the brink of destruction. This premonition prevents me from sleeping. He exchanged a steady gaze with the astonished Hilliard and calmly stated, Teacher, I seek an answer. Even a vague response would suffice. What precisely is the nature of Ian's psychic abilities? This was a question even Ian found challenging to articulate. His foresight allowed him to predict future trends within a certain time frame, discern objects, and detect the essence of spiritual energy, encompassing a remarkably comprehensive observational supportability. Such powers are rare on the continent of Terra. Perhaps the prophets of the major churches possess abilities akin to Ian's, but that remains speculative, as throughout history. Even considering the obscure accounts of the pre-era, few psychics have conclusively been proven capable of genuinely and accurately foreseeing the future. Even Ian himself cannot be entirely certain whether his abilities filter for the most probable possibilities or glimpse the developments of an alternate parallel world. However, if it merely involves foreseeing danger, then the majority of psychics might experience such moments of inspiration, suddenly sensing specific crises pertaining to themselves. Is that so? You can actively sense that the entire Harrison port will encounter an unusually terrifying crisis, affecting everyone almost without exception. To avoid drawing the neighbor's attention, Hilliard extinguished the light. In a dimly lit chamber, the old knight furrowed his brow, contemplating the prophetic words that Ian had previously conveyed to him. He spoke softly. It is entirely normal to feel an immense drain on your stamina after such foresight, whether intentional or not. The ability to foresee is typically an omen found only among transcended beings of the third tier or higher. Even they experience considerable fatigue, let alone you. Remarkably, the fact that you can still articulate your thoughts is astonishing. It indicates that your spiritual essence is of considerable quality. Perhaps, you may even possess a soul. A sound of surprise escaped Ian. The notion of a soul was unexpected. He had assumed that in this magical realm, where spiritual potential and paths of transcendence flourished, everyone possessed a soul. Moreover, having traversed into this alternate world and awakened memories of his past life led him to believe that the concept of a soul was universally applicable. Yet it appeared that such a phenomenon was indeed quite rare. "Are you astonished?" observed Hilliard, noting Ian's expression, and he smiled gently. "Wisdom does not necessitate a soul. It is a gift inherent to humanity, a blessing born of intellectual fruit. In contrast, magical beasts possess innate transcendent power but lack inherent wisdom. They must reach the second tier, congealed radiance, to begin nurturing a soul and, consequently, wisdom. I understand that you young ones often hear tales of souls as if everyone possesses one. However, this is a rather precious rarity. Even those born with spiritual abilities may awaken only a faint shadow of it. Yet, you might be an exception." Patting Ian on the head, Hilliard furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Your spiritual energy is remarkably rare, a foresight type, allowing you to actively perceive the trends of the future. If you are not jesting, it is no wonder you were able to locate me." At that moment, the old knight appeared somewhat anxious. "This is akin to being a seer. The path most suited for you should lie within the esoteric spiritual legacies of the great churches. Yet acquiring such legacies is no trivial task. That may not necessarily be the most fitting for me," Ian interjected, sensing that his mentor was deeply engrossed in pondering how to procure the prophetic legacies held by various churches. "It is merely the legacy that aligns with my spiritual abilities." He shifted the topic abruptly. "Master, what exactly is about to transpire in Harrison Port? Why is such great danger looming?" "Ah, it is a lengthy tale," Hilliard sighed. Recognizing that Ian had already sensed the impending peril, he saw no reason to conceal the truth. Motioning for the boy to take a seat, he began. "This matter is even tied to the establishment of Harrison Port. As one of the farthest frontiers of the human realm, Harrison Port in the southern lands was able to withstand the assaults of numerous Sequoia natives, remaining steadfast amidst the mountain jungles, primarily due to the clandestine support of the late Emperor, Inagatu." When Ian heard the name Inagatu, a flurry of whispers from the past flickered through his mind. In the clandestine exchanges that circulated among the populace, the reputation of the late Emperor, known as the Black King, was evoked. He could not help but murmur softly, uttering the moniker that followed the Emperor's demise. Indeed, this was a rather mild epithet, for among those who harbored little reverence for the imperial family, the true appellation of Inagatu was none other than the Black Tyrant. Chapter 50, Instruction. The Emperor, renowned for his extensive conscription and grandiose constructions, indulged in opulence without restraint. It is said that during his reign, every man over the age of 16 in the empire was conscripted into service, and he erected colossal palaces in the imperial capital that had never before been seen or heard of among the nations. Moreover, he engaged in relentless militarization, amassing over 1 million troops at strategic locations such as Junling Fort, Fian, the Ushadaraf Mountains, and the Kalen Mountains, compelling the Eastern Celestial Court to retreat to the Zhuxing Plains. This display of might instilled not only dread among the populace but also terror in rival nations, overshadowing an entire era like a black sun. Upon hearing this epithet, Hilliard fell silent for a moment. He then sighed softly. He was neither the Black King nor a tyrant. Yet, that was of little consequence. The old knight moved beyond this point and calmly stated that the Imperial exploration team had discovered remnants of pre-epic civilizations in the South Sea, with Harrison Port originally designated as the forefront base for the development of these ruins. However, as other sites were found more accessible, and given the primitive conditions of the Southern Ridge Province along with the troublesome local indigenous people, the development of Harrison Port, the first established site, progressed slowly. Thankfully, the Empire had not forgotten its commitment, continuously transporting resources to stabilize the situation. At this juncture, Hilliard's expression turned somewhat bitter. Were it not for Ian's awakened psychic abilities allowing him to see amidst the dim, rain-soaked night, the truth might have remained concealed. He gently remarked that shortly thereafter, the Dark Moon Rebellion erupted, the previous emperor passed away, and the intended heir fell victim to treachery, leaving 3 princes and a princess vying for the throne, bringing the empire to the brink of civil strife. After much struggle to regain stability, the new emperor ascended, yet the empire was gravely weakened, with all frontier expansions, including Harrison Port, facing resource depletion. Only recently did support from the empire begin to resume, but not for the purpose of developing the ruins. Rather, it was to facilitate trade with Canaan Moor and Whale Song Cliff, positioning Harrison Port as a pivotal relay point for a new commercial route. Upon hearing this, Ian felt a flicker of understanding. It seemed that Master Hilliard might have been part of the faction that failed during the Dark Moon coup. However, this was not of paramount importance. His attention was captivated by another key term. Pre-epic? Ian earnestly repeated the phrase, gazing intently at the old knight. Master, what are the remnants of the pre-epic? He inquired. To his surprise, Hilliard responded, have you not read any history books? Yet, he quickly reassured himself, indeed. Cultural enlightenment lasted merely 30 years before being abolished in the aftermath of the Dark Moon Rebellion. You have missed a golden age. Extending a hand. With a touch of sympathy, Hilliard briefly elucidated to the boy. This world has once endured an extraordinary natural calamity, widely believed by scholars to have been precipitated by the fall of a colossal meteorite. This cataclysm obliterated the entire pre-epic, utterly annihilating all ancient civilizations and extinguishing the era that existed solely in legend. We are the descendants of the surviving ancestors, offspring who have emerged anew upon the land after the disaster. Amidst the cosmos, traces of the pre-epic can still be discerned, and those remnants that are larger and more intact are termed relics. Relics are predominantly perilous, with a high likelihood of transforming into labyrinths, ecosystems saturated with immense spiritual energy, encircled by numerous monstrous beasts. Raising his gaze towards the tumultuous sky outside, Hilliard contemplated the swirling thunder. These phenomena, the storms, the thunder, and the sudden downpours are harbingers of an impending labyrinth's birth. Currently, we are merely in a period of sedimentation. It will take 7 to 10 years for it to fully manifest. Yet even in this preliminary phase, it will incite a proliferation of magical beasts and meteorological upheavals. I surmise that the crisis about to befall Harrison Port is intrinsically linked to that labyrinth, as the nascent core will draw countless beasts, monsters, and aberrations from the surrounding seas and lands. This is somewhat manageable, as these creatures possess intellect and value their lives. As long as they do not succumb to madness, they will refrain from assaulting human cities. However, should any indigenous being seek to harness the power of the gathered beasts or even attempt to exploit the labyrinth's strength, then Harrison Port would indeed be in grave peril. Shaking his head slightly, Hilliard's expression reflected concern. He did not disclose the entirety of the truth, yet the external circumstances painted a clear picture. That relic is not an object to be trifled with at will. It is time to rest, regardless of how events unfold. Ensuring one's stamina and the smoothness of one's training is paramount. Hilliard's counsel has always been heeded by Ian. However, this time, the boy gently shook his head. I may find it difficult to sleep, he remarked. HM? Hilliard looked at the boy with curiosity. He certainly did not perceive Ian as one susceptible to insomnia or fear-induced wakefulness. A child who could grasp breathing techniques in a single night could not be so fragile. The old knight scrutinized the boy's condition earnestly, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, your virtual source is remarkably active. He contemplated a possibility. Astonished, could it be that you have already comprehended the structure of the source and can now operate it normally? To be able to operate a virtual source signifies that the aspirant has entered the threshold of their path, ready to commence the endeavor of condensing a true source. Generally, Those with talent can achieve this within a month, while prodigies may attempt the condensation in a matter of weeks. Now, only 3 days have passed since Ian embarked on the path of transcendence. Hilliard observed solemnly, yet he understood the reason behind Ian's sleeplessness. The energy provided by the activated source seed was far beyond what a child could expend. Even an adult man could go 3 days and nights without sleep as a norm. In response to Hilliard's incredulous expression, Ian nodded earnestly. Yes, I am aware of the structure of the source seed. Although I lack sufficient source quality to condense a true source seed, I have modified a portion of the virtual source seed structure to enhance its operational efficiency. Nonsense. Before Ian could finish his sentence, Hilliard raised his voice, sternly rebuking him. Modifying the structure of the source seed in secret? That is far too dangerous. How could you act so recklessly? The source seed is the very essence of a transcender's life. What is needed is not efficiency, but safety and stability. The structure of the source seed I selected for you, while not the most efficient, is comparatively the safest and most stable. You should not tamper with it. Even before he could finish his words, Hilliard had already stepped forward decisively. He raised his right hand, infused with a surge of intense energy, and pressed it against Ian's chest. He certainly understood efficient source seed structures, but what use was speed for an 8-year-old child? As long as no mistakes were made. Ian's 6 or 7 years of advanced training would afford him a significant advantage over others. Moreover, the source seed structure could be altered in the future. Each time a transcender ascended the celestial ladder and advanced their energy level, there would be an opportunity to optimize their source seed structure. With Ian's talent, it would not be too late to make changes then. A student who is too clever can have its drawbacks. At least, somewhat duller students are more obedient and less likely to engage in such perilous actions. With a sigh in his heart, Hilliard attempted to use his psychic energy to perceive the operation of the virtual source seed within Ian. He had resolved that if there were even a slight error, he would immediately dismantle the virtual source seed within Ian and wait a month for him to recover before bestowing it upon him again. He had no other students or disciples. The old knight would not allow his final successor to be marred by such a trivial accident. However, at the moment he detected the state of Ian's virtual source seed, Hilliard's brow furrowed, yet his expression became exceedingly peculiar. How is this possible? He was astonished to discover that, at this very moment, the operation of Ian's virtual source seed was exceptionally perfect, operating at remarkable speed, and the overall structure, after optimization, even possessed a certain mechanical elegance. It seemed that within Ian, what was more akin to a virtual engine than a virtual heart was seamlessly drawing upon the scattered source quality within him, rapidly coalescing into high-quality source quality crystals, accumulating within him, awaiting future shaping and eruption. A genius. The old knight couldn't help but murmur to himself, a chosen one. Is this what it means to be a chosen one? For an apprentice who is yet to truly embark on the path of transcendence, this already represented the highest level. A flawless source seed structure. It is inconceivable, even for those chosen ones who are born with innate knowledge. Teacher, this is indeed good news, is it not? Upon hearing Ian's voice, laced with mirth, Hilliard turned his gaze towards his disciple's visage. The silver-haired boy smiled gently. Akin to a sprite emerged from the pages of a fairy tale, momentarily leaving Hilliard in a daze, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Yet soon, he regained his composure, fixing a profound gaze upon Ian. Hope, he whispered within himself. After all these years, I have finally borne witness. After a brief silence, a smirk crept onto the lips of the gray-haired knight, his expression shifting from complexity to sharpness in an instant. Raising his chin slightly, Hilliard looked at Ian, causing the latter to shudder suddenly, as he intently declared, I have truly underestimated you, my disciple. His tone bore an unprecedented solemnity, imbued with unwavering resolve. Since your capabilities surpass my wildest imaginings, I cannot train you in the conventional manner suited for ordinary prodigies. The current you is by no means your limit. Await, young Ian, do not presume that this level signifies the conclusion. Commencing tomorrow, we shall halt the process of source crystallization, while simultaneously doubling your training regimen. Academic courses will also commence. I shall personally guide you through subjects ranging from advanced knowledge to historical awareness, from experiential insights to practical applications, imparting all my accumulated wisdom unto you. Only after you have acquired knowledge on par with that of a typical knight shall you be permitted to condense your source under my supervision. Trust me, you are undoubtedly capable of achieving even greater heights. Ian's smile momentarily faltered, faced with Hilliard's earnest and grave demeanor, coupled with the subtle pressure emanating from him. He suddenly realized that exhibiting too much brilliance might not entirely be a boon. Am I perhaps overdoing it? Chapter 51. The tide in the year 766 of the Terra calendar, during the latter half of the month of July. Ian awoke on the seventh day with memories of his past life. For the inhabitants of the borderlands, excluding the nobility, the common folk of the empire were largely oblivious to the specific date. They could only discern the rough period of the month through notifications from the church and city hall, distinguishing whether it was the first or latter half. Ian found this ambiguity unsettling, as he had always preferred a precise scheduling of time. Regrettably, he remained unaware of the exact date, only deducing that it was the latter half of July, one of the months with the most significant tides, for someone with an obsessive need for order. This sensation was akin to consuming yogurt without thoroughly savoring the creamy top or having wet sleeves clinging uncomfortably during hand-washing. However, Ian had no time to dwell on trivialities, for he had been attending class since 4 days prior, when Ian demonstrated a fraction of his true psychic capabilities and his innate talent for source condensation. Hilliard, resolute in his intention to impose the highest standards upon Ian, began to meticulously instruct the boy on all matters pertaining to the sublimated, alongside essential courses encompassing history, geography, and the arts, the history of the empire, the chronicles of the Terra continent, the laws of the empire, the topography of the southern ridge province, the spheres of influence within the empire, and the distribution of power among various nations, the ancient myths of Terra, the folklore of the empire, the classifications of the indigenous peoples of the southern ridge, and the unique customs and sensitivities to be mindful of, proper etiquette, the secret language of the sublimated, foundational knowledge of various magical beasts and their weaknesses, and finally, numerous tips regarding cultivation. Without a doubt, Hilliard excelled in the art of immersive teaching. Over these 4 days, he inundated Ian with a wealth of invaluable knowledge, striving to equip him with a comprehensive understanding of the path to sublimation and beyond, transforming him into a competent sublimated. This was all derived from Hilliard's prior experiences teaching the noble youths knowledge deemed essential and inescapable. Mastering it would render Ian's intellectual reservoir indistinguishable from that of the bloodline aristocrats, if not superior. The old knight expressed his satisfaction, noting that few of his past students had shown the same dedication to these mundane subjects. Those unruly and impatient youngsters were eager to embark on the path of sublimation in the shortest time possible, often dismissing cultural studies as tedious and uninteresting. Conversely, Ian, despite his commoner status, grasped the significance of this seemingly dull knowledge, absorbing every piece of information like a sponge, even lamenting that the material was too condensed and lacking in detail. What teacher would not cherish such an eager student? Hilliard was naturally delighted to gradually impart the lessons of his decades-long experience into the curriculum, aiming to ensure that the boy could navigate his future with fewer missteps. Yet, Ian felt no sense of pride in this regard. Merely attending classes holds little significance for someone like Ian, who in his previous life was a professional engineer and faced the annual challenge of obtaining 3 certifications. It is, in fact, rather effortless. Moreover, who claims it to be tedious? This pertains to knowledge of another world. For Ian, a seeker of the unknown and the extraordinary, merely absorbing the common knowledge of this foreign realm is exhilarating enough to inspire him to clasp his hands tightly and listen intently during each session. It is akin to a devoted enthusiast acquiring a long-awaited compendium of lore. How could one ever find the content dull or uninteresting? He yearns to memorize every word articulated by Hilliard. Furthermore, this knowledge, in a society where advancement is stunted, is evidently a privilege reserved for the nobility, inaccessible to commoners. Only the grand families and powerful factions can partake in such esoteric learning. Mastering this knowledge would bridge the gap between him and those aristocrats who have ascended before him, leaving aside resources as the only discernible disparity. For days are insufficient for Ian to catch up with the genuine ascendants and nobles who have been educated from a tender age. Even the accumulation from consuming quality sustenance cannot be compared. However, at the very least, Ian is no longer the boy who was once bewildered by the path of ascendance, nearly devoid of knowledge. Surrounding Harrison Port, along the coastal marshes, a warm, humid breeze sweeps across the beach from the sea, carrying the scent of an impending downpour. For the coastal inhabitants of the southern realms, the name of this month may seem somewhat misleading, for from July through the sweltering summer and into the deep autumn, abundant rainfall and frequent typhoons will repeatedly scour this land, with only the most resilient of giant trees and stone-built homes enduring such trials. Beneath the ominous clouds, as the sea winds howl, a white-haired boy jogs along the tidal demarcation of the beach, carrying a small bucket. Ian is engaged in his daily afternoon training routine. After he has begun to grasp the technique of breath guidance during meditation, Hilliard has instructed him to apply this method of breathing in all his physical activities, adjusting the flow of source matter within him. After all, during exercise, the circulation of blood accelerates, if one can channel this energy effectively. Maintaining an active body while cultivating inner tranquility can significantly enhance the condensation of source matter. This is a fundamental quality required of an ascendant. Those who can maintain stable source matter circulation even amidst vigorous movement are more likely to secure an advantage in combat. According to the Season Knight, once Ian officially becomes an ascendant and acquires his first source organ, he will impart to Ian a specialized training technique along with a complementary unique guidance method. Utilizing such a method allows ascendants to swiftly replenish their source reserves, albeit at a considerable cost to their bodies. For ordinary individuals, it offers no benefits and instead depletes their life potential, posing a threat to their existence. In comparison to that remarkable method, while the training techniques from Earth are certainly detailed and comprehensive, they do not entirely suit the extraordinary powers of Terra. As Ian jogged, his breath remained steady, and his complexion appeared markedly improved, with a hint of color gracing his previously pale skin. This transformation was the result of several days of consuming an abundant diet of fish and meat, complemented by medicinal herbs, vegetables, and rigorous exercise. It was also a manifestation of the activation of the Terra people's exceptional physical prowess through the infusion of energy. Having maintained this leisurely jog for 3 hours, Ian felt no diminishment of his stamina. On the contrary, he found himself increasingly invigorated. The circulation of blood throughout his body was remarkably fluid, and he could even discern the subtle sound of blood flowing within his ears. For those who had transcended to a higher state of being, the sustenance of ordinary mortals was often insufficient to replenish the expended essence. However, the efficiency of this nourishment was not as lacking as Ian had initially surmised. Perhaps it was due to the superior photosynthetic efficiency of Terra's flora, as even the most commonplace berries contained far more nutrients than their earthly counterparts. The staple foods were exceptionally plump, of high quality, and imbued with an intoxicating aroma that seemed incongruous with the current era's standards. For advanced transcenders, the sustenance of ordinary humans held little value, necessitating extraordinary ingredients of blue mist quality to replenish the toll of combat. Yet, for Ian, a nascent virtual essence transcender still nurturing his body, an ample intake was entirely sufficient. With his continuous rhythmic breathing, Ian still possessed the energy to activate his precognitive vision, extending a radius of 100 meters around him. Numerous wisps of fog, both white and gray, materialized in the marshy terrain. Ah, there lies a razor clam. With a glimmering gaze and a soft smile, Ian pinpointed his target. Chapter 52. Assassination slowing his pace. Ian arrived at a shallow area exposed by the receding tide. His gaze traversed the breathing holes in the mud, directly spotting a clam lurking within the sandy seabed. A bivalve resembling a bamboo tube. This delicacy, rich in nutrients and exquisite in flavor, dwells in the soft intertidal zones, burrowing into the substrate and swiftly escaping at the slightest disturbance. Thus, despite its delectable nature, capturing it poses a challenge for the inexperienced. Although one might lure the clam out by sprinkling salt into its burrow, in the realm of Terra during this era, high-purity salt is far more precious than the readily available seafood. The clam, which Ian had set his sights upon, emitted a dense white mist, categorizing it among the finest of ordinary culinary ingredients, measuring over 30 centimeters in length and remarkably plump. Drawing forth a small spade, Ian proceeded to excavate the clam's hiding place. Sensing the impending threat, the clam attempted to burrow deeper. Yet Ian's swift and precise movements allowed him to unearth it in the blink of an eye, without even losing the siphon. Casually tossing the clam into his small bucket, which already contained several shells, crabs, and smaller clams, Ian reflected on the nature of seafood. While devoid of fats, it is abundant in high-quality proteins, making it an excellent choice for a nourishing diet when paired with meat. Utilizing his precognitive vision to perceive the ocean's treasures, Ian had several times glimpsed blue mists, indicative of rare sublimation materials fleeting through the waters, often invoking a sense of wistfulness within him. If only he were a bit older, able to swim into the sea and pursue the fish, these materials would serve as invaluable resources for his advancement. There was no need for haste. Raising his head, Ian spotted a fish composed of deep blue mist gliding through the coastal waters. Thanks to the recent intensive training sessions with Hilliard, he could discern that this sizable fish, approximately half a meter long, was none other than the monstrous tidefish king, required for the advancement to the low-level true-form wavebreaker. The tidefish king, leader of the tidefish school, is a mutated beast-class sardine. Unlike ordinary sardine schools, Each tidefish school invariably hosts a beast-class fish king. By grinding the king's brain and bones into a powder and consuming it while submerged in the tides, one could attain entry into the simplest of sublimated true forms, wave breaker, stepping into the realm of sublimators. Consequently, an ordinary fisherman could transform into the captain of a grand vessel, receiving the respect and admiration of every port and seafarer. Given the simplicity of this progression method, the fish king's prowess is not significantly different from that of a large herring. Thus, capturing the fish king is not an insurmountable challenge, but rather a coveted aspiration for every fisherman. The tide was about to rise. Assessing his catch in the bucket, he nodded in satisfaction. Today's haul was commendable, sufficient for a pot of clam soup. Reflecting on seafood, Ian found himself quite contemplative. In the present realm of Terra, a myriad of seafood options lacking in fat proves inadequate for providing the necessary caloric sustenance for laborers, such as fishermen and farmers. Thus, these delicacies have become somewhat of an awkward culinary choice, with only the fatty salmon enjoying any considerable popularity. Pausing momentarily, Ian became acutely aware that his entire body was drenched in sweat and the moisture from the sea breeze. The results of his recent exertion were decidedly successful. He could feel a gentle tingling sensation coursing through the muscles of his body, from his core to his limbs, while his chest, back, legs, and arms radiated a mild warmth. A subtle yet persistent energy emanated from within, supporting the boy through hours of vigorous activity. Ian sensed the virtual source operating at his heart, tirelessly transporting a continuous stream of essence throughout his bloodstream, mending injuries and fortifying his physique. Although his physical form had not undergone any noticeable transformation, Ian was acutely aware that the density of his body was increasing. He believed that he now met Professor Hilliard's expectations. Approaching the shore, he gazed toward the distant Harrison port, adjacent to the oyster farm of the white folk, where a patrol of guards ensured a sense of security. His physical prowess was now sufficient to execute a complete breathing technique, enabling him to sculpt the source perfectly. However, the complexity of this source required considerable time to coalesce. In the very act of condensing it was intensely vigorous, necessitating the mobilization of blood and essence throughout his body. Given Ian's previous physical condition, success was not impossible. Yet the likelihood of collapsing midway was substantial. Professor Hilliard would never allow Ian to take such risks, which accounted for the recent days of training. Feeling a marked improvement in his stamina, Ian felt a surge of joy. Spotting a palm tree growing along the coast, he felt an impulsive urge and effortlessly climbed to the top, even with a bucket in one hand. At the pinnacle, he gazed at the setting sun, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Although his former body had undergone genetic enhancement, rendering it far superior to that of the current child, Ian had spent years in space, surrounded by massive engineering machinery and colossal spaceship engines, where human strength seemed insignificant in comparison to the forces at play. Now, he savored a profound connection with nature. However, before Ian could contemplate resting atop the tree and enjoying the rising tides, he sensed an unsettling disturbance nearby. In the coastal woods, there appeared to be an unsettling movement. For an ordinary person, even an experienced hunter might struggle to discern whether it was merely the sea breeze or the stirrings of a wild beast. Yet, harboring doubts, Ian activated his precognitive vision for a closer observation. Instantly, a familiar figure emerged, shrouded in white mist. Bryn? Why was it him again? Ian felt no immediate threat from the other, merely a sense of absurdity. If he truly sought sleeping powder, he should have gone home instead. Did he assume Ian would carry sleeping powder on his person? Of course, in reality, he did possess a bag of sleeping powder as a protective measure. But who would ever think to suspect such a thing? Ian found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to ascertain whether the other party was on the second floor or in the basement, given that Bryn had not made any proactive moves. Ian felt disinclined to concern himself with the situation. Even if Bryn was a robust adult, he doubted that he could match Ian's current physical prowess in either combat or speed. Since that fateful day when he sensed Bryn observing him, Ian had sought out Elder Pugh to discuss the matter, subtly alluding to the sense of impending danger he had experienced. Elder Pugh listened attentively and assured Ian that he would advise Bryn to temper his misguided thoughts. However, when it came to the latter, Pugh merely smiled and indicated that they had long anticipated the indigenous people would soon engage in significant actions, urging Ian to exercise caution as they were already prepared. Ian harbored serious doubts about this, while he was confident that Elder Pugh and the local governor had devised measures to address the indigenous threats. He believed that their preparations and the imminent challenges were fundamentally different. Alas, he was merely an 8-year-old child, and despite his claims of being a psychic, one must wonder if true foresight existed in this world. Sighing, he lamented the relentless stream of troubling events. At that moment, however, a layer of urgent crimson enveloped Bryn, shrouding him in a white mist. Moreover, as Ian's psychic abilities remained activated for several seconds, the range of his foresight expanded, revealing three shadowy figures of a grayish-red hue lurking in the jungle, silently converging upon Bryn and himself. Indigenous people? Feeling the approach of danger, Ian's heart raced. When did they arrive, and who was their target? He had no time to contemplate how the indigenous had managed to infiltrate so close to Harrison Port without being detected by the guards. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Bryn, there are indigenous people 20 meters behind you." In the thicket, concealed among the trunks and underbrush, Bryn was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Ian's voice. He had not anticipated that Ian could perceive him from such a distance, suggesting that the latter's psychic abilities were even more formidable than he had imagined. However, as the meaning of Ian's words sank in, a chill rushed down his spine, and his scalp tingled. Indigenous people? Behind me. Realizing that his ambush had been thwarted, the indigenous figure silently advanced with a knife, swiftly closing the distance of several meters. In that instant, the man could even see the rusted short knife in the assailant's hand, stained with unclean blood. The stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood assaulted his senses. Chapter 53. The hunting party. The herbalists are those who seize sustenance from the indigenous people. Due to the humid and sultry climate, coupled with the dense jungle terrain, the native inhabitants of the southern lands are not particularly adept at agriculture, even if they stumble upon an exceedingly beneficial herb. Finding a suitable location for transplantation proves to be a daunting task, and even when transplanted, survival is often not guaranteed. Thus, they have grown accustomed to scattering seeds haphazardly. After paying homage to the spirit of the tree sea, the denizens of the southern lands cast seeds wherever they deem fit, allowing nature to determine whether the seeds will germinate and flourish. This practice has persisted for nearly a millennium. In other words, in a certain sense, all the herbs and sublime plants within the coastal redwood forests, from the unremarkable, yet filling, red nuts to the exceedingly rare foreseeing twin leaves that can enhance spiritual prowess, are the fruits of the labors of these indigenous sowers. Consequently, the empire's herbalists are, by nature, despicable thieves who pilfer these fruits from the hands of the natives. Blinn finds this indigenous logic rather intriguing and concedes that they are indeed correct. After all, if it were not for the relentless sowing by the natives over the centuries, the myriad sublime plants and herbs of the south would not exist in such abundance today. But what of it? He will seize them. The speed of the indigenous hunters far surpasses that of ordinary folk, though not elevated to the level of sublimation. Their lithe and agile forms render them more nimble within the jungle. At this moment, it is an ambush. In Blinn's eyes, they appear as shadows flitting through the trees, silently closing in, until a venomous strike is unleashed. Clang! A resounding metallic clash suddenly reverberates as Blinn, in a mere breath's time, draws forth his short knife for herb gathering from behind him, deftly countering the assault. He even possesses the strength to let out a furious roar, pressing forward to force the attacking native back, and seizing the opportunity, he rolls sideways to evade another native's blow dart. However, Blinn, who frequently interacts with the indigenous people, knows all too well that this is far from the conclusion. For there are three of them. Ian, run. Drawing upon his honed instincts, just as Blinn completes his roll, he narrowly escapes a dim glimmer that whizzes past him, trailing a scent of wood. It is the poison blow dart, a common weapon among the natives. Although it lacks the lethal effectiveness against larger creatures like the Terra people compared to smaller prey like wild geese or grass rabbits, being struck by such a dart during these moments effectively seals one's fate, despite Blinn carrying an antidote. Blinn's fluid evasion momentarily stuns the hunter, who had anticipated an easy strike. In the blink of an eye, after shouting his warning, the herbalist slips behind a cottonwood tree, retreating into a blind spot. Even Ian, who is gazing intently into the distance, furrowing his brow, cannot help but be astonished by the prowess displayed. This is hardly surprising. To become a herbalist thief requires considerable skill, and to forcibly seize herbs and sublime plants from the indigenous stronghold demands an exceptional level of ability. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere sacrificial offering, watering flowers for the indigenous people with one's own blood, nourishing them with one's own flesh. Perhaps this is the earliest form of the courier service on the continent of Terra. Do not be deceived by the sight of Bruin being knocked down by Elderpude with a mere slap. After all, who is Elderpude? He stands among the top 3 transcendents in Harrison Port, bearing the prestigious bloodline of the Fuyuan bear lizard, capable of reaching the 3rd level of transcendence. Furthermore, given his status as an elder, Bruin had no means to evade him. It appeared that death awaited him today, in just a few breaths. Evading the indigenous people's relentless assaults, Bruin barely had time for cold sweat to trickle down his spine. He reflected on his solitary combat prowess. Considering himself fortunate to contend against a single indigenous hunter, yet now faced with three, escape was no longer an option. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "Run, Ian. Go to the nearby breeding facility and summon help. The two brothers from the Aubrey family should still be there. Urge them to arm themselves with bows and shields for my vengeance." This marshy area was already under the care of the white folk, with an oyster and shellfish breeding facility nearby. If Bruin recalled accurately, there would typically be 7 or 8 guards stationed there, including several skilled fighters. Yet, Ian required no such reminder. He had already resolved to seek assistance at the breeding facility before Bruin cautioned him against ambush. However, the situation now appeared dire. The breeding facility was engulfed in flames. It was dusk, and the sun gradually descended into the ocean, casting a dim orange-red halo. Yet, near the shore, a brilliant conflagration of gold and crimson flames was spreading, sending forth a scorching column of heat and smoke, with countless embers soaring skyward, illuminating the surrounding waters. The fire consumed the wooden houses where the station personnel resided, the flickering light elongating Ian's shadow behind him. However, the boy did not linger on the chaotic scene at the breeding facility. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a more distant expanse of sea. The crimson light distorted the air, and the black smoke billowed upward. Further afield, a fishing village was also ablaze, centered around Harrison Port. The Imperial settlers had established numerous small villages, originally built as outposts and fortifications during battles against the indigenous people, now transformed into clusters of settlements. Presently, scattered flames ignited in various locations, and in the blink of an eye, Ian could see 5 such fires. The indigenous people had not merely attacked them. They were assaulting all the peripheral villages of Harrison Port. Had the indigenous people launched an offensive? Far swifter than I anticipated. A heaviness settled in Ian's heart. Despite having remained vigilant over the past week, rendering the indigenous assault unsurprising, he still pondered, how could they possibly breach the port's defenses? There was no time for further contemplation, as Bruin had just issued a second warning, urging Ian to seek help, yet he showed no intention of retreating. Thus, his next course of action was straightforward. "I am merely an engineer." Turning his head, Ian observed the 3 indigenous hunters closing in on Bruin, intent on neutralizing this perceived threat before dealing with him, a mere child, devoid of any combat skills. Thus, one must resort to a more cunning approach. At this moment, Bruin is desperately enduring as he tumbles and climbs through the jungle, darting left and right, occasionally brandishing his small knife, not to parry the enemy, but to sever the vines and aerial roots obstructing his escape. A counterattack? If he could truly turn the tables against 3 assailants, why bother with being a mere herbalist? He might as well assume the role of a captain in the city guard. Bruin possesses a modicum of talent, yet it is insufficient. He finds himself ensnared in a limbo of inadequacy, unwilling to accept the life of a farmer but lacking the prowess to ascend beyond. In this predicament, he can only muddle through as a herbalist. However, amidst the frantic chase, he has discerned that the 3 indigenous hunters pursuing him consist of one wielding a knife and a short gun, another with a blowgun, and the last equipped with both a blowgun and a bow, a quintessential team for hunting medium to large game. Their coordination is remarkably adept, indicative of the backbone of a tribe. But why? The number of core indigenous hunters is scarce. Within a 1,000-strong tribe, there are merely a handful. What brings 3 of them to assail him here? Bruin cannot fathom the reason, nor does he wish to engage in combat. Alas, his towering stature renders him unable to traverse the jungle with the swiftness of the indigenous hunters. This time, he feels as if a blade is truly poised to pierce his flesh. In this moment of utmost peril, Bruin unexpectedly pivots. Gritting his teeth, he halts, then spreads his arms wide, turning to embrace the advancing indigenous knife wielder. Chapter 54. The answer is psychic energy. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. Even the seasoned hunter was momentarily caught off guard, colliding forcefully with Bruin. The dagger, initially aimed at the hunter's back, merely penetrated the lower left lung, ensnared by the rib cage and the robust musculature of the indigenous man. A towering figure, muscular and formidable, the sheer force of the collision was overwhelming. The diminutive knife wielder, scarcely 5 feet tall, instinctively held his breath, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, causing him to relinquish his grip on the small blade. However, Bruin could not rely solely on this impact to vanquish his adversary. as the herbalist clasped his hands together. Attempting to constrict the indigenous man's throat and choke him to death, the experienced hunter swiftly retaliated with a knee strike, forcefully impacting Bruin's lower body. Seizing the opportunity presented by Bruin's momentary pain-induced misalignment, the hunter adeptly knelt, extricating himself from Bruin's grasp. At this juncture, 2 more indigenous hunters had caught up. Having narrowly escaped death, the knife wielder, still shaken, unleashed a torrent of curses in his native tongue while retrieving a short firearm. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Bruin, who was half-kneeling and grimacing in agony, a water barrel suddenly hurtled towards him with astonishing speed. In a typical scenario, the knife wielder would have evaded such an attack effortlessly. However, consumed by rage and excitement, he had already raised his hand to strike. By the time he noticed the approaching barrel, it was too late. He could only instinctively attempt to block. Upon realizing it was merely a barrel, he felt a momentary sense of relief, convinced that a mere container posed no real threat. Yet, the knife wielder, lacking knowledge of physics, failed to consider what might be contained within the barrel or the force required to launch it with such a direct trajectory, devoid of any roll. Bang! In an instant. Amidst the astonished gazes of the arriving archer and blowgun wielder, the knife wielder was propelled backward upon being struck by the barrel, his body momentarily suspended in the air. Accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing, his right hand, raised in defense, contorted at an unnatural angle, and he fell headfirst towards the ground. The short firearm slipping from his grasp and spinning through the air. Before the falling gun could land and embed itself in the earth, the barrel exploded upon impact, releasing a cloud of water-saturated mud infused with a briny scent that drenched the archer and blowgun wielder. This display of martial prowess was a coastal adaptation of lime powder. Half kneeling on the ground, Bruin recognized the barrel that had saved his life. It was filled with seafood by Ian. But how had he managed to aim so precisely in the dark jungle? Was it psychic energy? Furthermore, how could that boy possess such immense strength? There was no time for further contemplation. Bruin caught sight of a boy racing across the moss-covered roots and vines, hastening towards the indigenous man who was shaking off the mud. Having narrowly escaped death, he was still reeling from the pain of the wound in his chest and lungs. And he shouted in alarm, "What are you doing? Get back." Yet the question loomed, what courage could a mere 8 or 9-year-old child possess to charge headlong at a seasoned indigenous hunter? As anticipated, the beleaguered Bryn, struggling to rise, beheld with anguish the bowman, whose face was smeared with mud, yet bore an expression of fierce determination as he drew back his short bow, his vision undeterred by the muck. At such a close range, it was inconceivable that the native could miss. However, before the bowman could release his arrow, a damp clod of mud hurtled towards Bryn's face. Within a span of 7 paces, the projectile was both swift and accurate. Ian, poised for action, moved with greater speed than the ambushed native, sending mud flying, which mingled with the bowman's eyes and mouth, the saline sea water, and various marine secretions, inciting a torrent of tears. The impact of the mud ball caused the bowman to stagger, his arrow loosed to an unknown destination. Yet, despite this, he remained undaunted. Discarding his short bow and drawing forth a rusted dagger from his waist, charging toward Ian. The blade, imbued with poison and still bearing the stains of blood, indicated that this band of hunters had previously claimed other ill-fated victims. However, this time, their endeavor was destined to be in vain. On the other side, driven by fear, fury, and adrenaline, Bryn forced himself to stand, roaring as he withdrew the small knife that had been thrust into him earlier, hurling it towards the blowgunner, who, though alert to Ian's sudden appearance, did not lower his guard against Bryn. With a deft movement, he evaded the attack. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, he was unable to coordinate with the bowman against Ian, dismissing the notion that a mere child could pose a genuine threat. Yet, before he could fully contemplate this thought, he was stunned to hear the piercing scream of his old comrade, a wail reminiscent of someone whose lower half had been brutally shattered. A glance revealed that the native who had charged at Ian now lay in shock, his lower body drenched in blood, utterly mangled. Thanks to the native's height, Ian did not need to leap to strike a critical blow. Such martial prowess exemplified human biomechanics. How could it be that such a child wielded such formidable strength? The blowgunner, grappling with his disbelief, had always prided himself on agility rather than brute force, and he could scarcely fathom how his partner could emit such a dreadful cry. Nor could he comprehend the current predicament in which he found himself. Yet, confronted with Ian, who had decisively crushed the bowman's throat beneath his foot and was now poised to ensure the native's demise, the blowgunner realized escape was futile. He could see the faint azure glow emanating from Ian's arms and fists. a manifestation of the force that had so easily vanquished the bowman, an occurrence he had only witnessed in the most formidable of beasts in the elite warriors and chieftains of his tribe. There was no time for reflection. As Ian advanced toward him, the blowgunner swiftly drew a sharp, poisoned wooden knife from his cloak. Intent on using this perilous weapon to fend off his adversary, perhaps even to slay him, the valiant hunter, undeterred even by the ferocious onslaught of the blade-clawed tiger, wielded his knife with unwavering courage, instilling hope of victory among his kin. No matter how formidable the adversary, how could they possibly compare? Suddenly, a pouch of sleeping powder struck his face. A delightful floral scent enveloped him, rendering the blowpipe marksman dazed. In the next moment, a gust of fierce wind brushed against him, knocking the poisoned dagger from his grasp while another hand lunged toward his face, fingers piercing into his eye sockets. Almost instantaneously, a forceful inward tug ensued. All transpired in the blink of an eye. He was dead. The battle had come to an end. How foolish. Ian, drenched in blood, set down the lifeless body of the blowpipe marksman, who had just ceased his struggles, and let out a deep sigh. These natives truly lack intelligence. And I owe much to Uncle Bryn's assistance. Without your distraction, I would have found it quite challenging to eliminate them. Unfortunately, last time there wasn't enough time. And now is not the moment for dissection. Damn it. Just then, Bryn, who had only just straightened up, stared wide-eyed at Ian. His expression more one of horror than astonishment, as if gazing upon an exceptionally strong fool. Did you just hurl an entire pouch of sleeping powder as a projectile? He barely had time to be shocked that a mere child, no more than 8 or 9 years old, could so effortlessly slay 2 native hunters. The agonizing pain made it difficult for him to breathe. That was worth dozens of dollars. He coughed up a bloody phlegm. The wound inflicted by the natives affecting his chest and lungs. Do not be overly agitated, Uncle Bryn. The rib cage of the Terran people has a bony structure in front of the lungs and heart. If the knife did not penetrate deeply, it would at most pierce the rib plate, sparing the internal organs. It's nothing. The knife was that deep. It did not fully breach my ribs. Accepting Ian's aid, Bryn took a moment to recover, his breathing gradually stabilizing. At this juncture, he finally had the energy to observe Ian, who appeared lost in thought. The herbalist incredulously remarked, "Am I dreaming? Ian, how could you possess such immense strength?" The answer lies in psychic energy. Chapter 55, The Soma Fruit Core. The answer lies in psychic energy. Ian had no intention of continuing to conceal his abilities. With the breeding facility and the surrounding villages under attack, the indigenous people were undoubtedly plotting something dangerously unknown to all. Rather than hiding his talents, he resolved to showcase his potential, hoping to acquire some resources for protection before calamity struck. Indeed, it was at that moment that he awakened his psychic powers. What astonished him even more was the fact that the adversary could effortlessly hurl the super sleep powder, an item not particularly valuable to the natives, as a projectile. Without a moment's hesitation, such a waste. If one were to use sleep powder as a weapon, it could easily be mixed with powdered pest-repellent herbs and bark debris from incense wood, yielding the same effectiveness at merely 1/10 of the cost. Although a bag of confusion powder could befuddle someone for 5 or 6 seconds and would cost several dollars, it still offered a far superior cost-performance ratio as a weapon. But those considerations were for another time. Survival took precedence. The indigenous knife wielder, who had already succumbed to shock from the severe injury inflicted by Ian's forceful throw of a bucket, had sustained a broken arm and possibly damage to his spine. Ian, despite not being taller than the native hunter and possessing a lean physique that, coupled with his handsome features, made him appear more suited for a ballroom than a battlefield, exhibited strength that far surpassed his size. He effortlessly lifted the native, who was likely heavier than himself, and tossed him before Bruin. What now? Nothing. Ian's response was succinct and assured. Bruin, recalling the adversary's ability to effortlessly locate him and the natives in the dark with their psychic powers, chose to remain silent. Very well, but I need to rest a bit longer to staunch the bleeding. That quickly? Ian raised his head in surprise, no longer concealing himself. A water-like aura shimmered in his eyes as he examined Bruin's wound. In his precognitive vision, Bruin appeared as a figure of deep white, with a faint crimson hue clinging to him, as if he had just emerged from a denser shade. The most vivid blood-red area corresponded to the site where the knife wielder had stabbed him in the lower lung. All done. Bruin unsteadily rose to his feet, his towering figure resonating with the gravelly voice. It is still bleeding inside, but it won't impede movement before dawn. I'll handle this knife wielder. With that, he seized the contorted body of the indigenous knife wielder with one hand, tucking it under his arm. The physical resilience of the Talarians was indeed astonishing. Bruin, like the natives, had endured significant injuries and yet remained alive against all odds. Witnessing this, Ian could not help but reflect on the remarkable capacity for damage resistance and self-healing exhibited by the Talarians. Each time he observed it, he found it incredulous. Were it not for my own dissections, I might truly believe they were not human at all. Let us not rush. Setting aside his contemplations, Ian gestured for Bruin to continue resting. I shall search the bodies of those natives for any items. Perhaps there are clues regarding their attacks, or I may find something of value. Whatever you say. Blinn nodded, having fully comprehended through the recent skirmish that Ian was far stronger, more astute, and even more mature than he had initially perceived. The plans and insights of Ian undoubtedly surpassed his own. Ian turned his gaze, keeping the foresight active, as he observed the lifeless forms of the two indigenous hunters. To swiftly overcome the natives, he had harnessed the essence stored within his virtual source seed, enhancing his physical prowess. The pale blue halo emanating from him was a manifestation of the source essence chip coursing through his veins, pulsating within his capillaries and muscles. Surprisingly, a faint blue mist was also emanating from the corpses. Indeed, there were rewards to be found. Approaching, Ian discovered that the mist was contained within a small pouch at the waist of one of the indigenous hunters. He opened it to reveal large seeds of a light brown hue. The seeds exuded a sensation of intense vitality, coupled with an underlying danger. Merely inhaling their aroma was both intoxicating and overwhelming, akin to a fragrance that, while initially pleasant, could become unbearable if too strong, a reminder that not all that is alluring is safe for consumption. The coexistence of peril and reward was palpable. Subsequently, Blinn's astonished exclamation confirmed Ian's intuition. The core of the soma tree fruit? Fortunately, they lacked the time to consume such a thing. Otherwise, it was highly probable that they would not survive to leave. The soma tree, renowned as the wine tree, produces a sap that contains natural alcohol, and its fruit is prized for brewing fruit wines, rich in easily absorbable source essence and capable of functioning as a stimulant without adverse effects. In Harrison Port, there exists an upscale winery that specializes in soma wine, catering to affluent merchants and nobles, as it is reputed to possess exhilarating properties, leading to its perpetual scarcity. However, the core of the soma fruit is markedly different. The stimulating substances and impurities it harbors are so pronounced that they verge on toxicity. Chewing and swallowing it can result in a rapid intoxication that causes a significant loss of source essence and stimulating substances to seep into the bloodstream, leading to cerebral hypoxia and death. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the imbiber would unleash their utmost physical potential, impervious to pain, even if half their head were to be severed. Those who had intoxicated themselves would continue to fight until their demise. Nevertheless, the refined extract of the soma fruit's core remains a crucial material for the selfless warrior legacy. It embodies the principle of sacrificing oneself to achieve gradual destruction while swiftly annihilating the enemy. Such primitive suicide potions may prove hazardous. Although the indigenous tribe numbers in plenty, their hunters are not expendable. Moreover, these core hunters are the very backbone of the tribe, capable of reaching such extremes only under the influence of the revered great shaman of the Red Cedar Forest tribe. Shaking his head, Ian resolved to cease pondering these matters. Aside from the soma fruit core, the only valuable item on the natives was a blow dart smeared with poison from the arrow tree, yet this was exceedingly perilous. Without expertise, one could easily succumb to its toxicity. Ian had no intention of utilizing it, thus he shattered it with a stone to destroy it on the spot. 3 indigenous hunters possessed a total of 9 soma tree seeds, of which Ian handed 3 to Bryn. After all, without Bryn to divert attention and restrain the enemies, he would find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate all the hunters effortlessly. Out of pride and the need to maintain a sense of dignity, the herbalist contemplated refusing the offering. For it was Ian who had saved his life. How could he possibly accept such a gift? Moreover, taking spoils from a child seemed exceedingly peculiar, and he could not bring himself to accept it. Yet, the generosity of Ian's gift was undeniably overwhelming. Chapter 56. The blood of the father. The fruit pit still retains its freshness. Do not sell it to the apothecary on Central Avenue. It was already apparent that the individual who would think to seize a child's possessions possessed a rather low moral compass. With a brazen demeanor, Bryn accepted the soma fruit pit and cleared his throat, imparting to Ian a piece of insider knowledge. Sell it to the distillery owned by the Gill family, as they are endeavoring to cultivate wine trees. Selling medicinal items as poison, what profit is there in selling seeds? Indeed, it is a simple yet profound truth. Ian nodded slightly, grasping the implication. It was nearly time to depart. Observing that Bryn had regained considerable strength, Ian resolved to set out under the cover of darkness while the latter's injuries had yet to worsen. You can see. Lead the way. Bryn nodded and hoisted the unconscious native knife wielder, following closely behind Ian. The journey was uneventful. The forests along the northeastern coast of Harrison Port had been completely deforested, leaving behind a barren expanse deliberately treated with saline to prevent the natives from communicating with the spirits of the tree sea, and thus summoning the living tree totems for an assault. The port's agricultural lands were primarily situated around the northern official road, flanking both banks of the Ivok River. From this saline wasteland, a stone path led directly to the nearby village of Byre, which the guard patrols regularly traversed while inspecting various villages and breeding farms. Alongside the path stood watchtowers, their torches illuminating the earth in the dark of night. Ian and Bryn followed the glow of the watchtowers, remaining vigilant despite not encountering any native patrols. Upon reaching the bright watchtower, they finally exhaled, feeling a slight relaxation as they caught sight of the towering walls of Harrison Port. Simultaneously, they observed a throng of people, some solitary and others in groups, converging from all directions to gather beneath the city gate's tower. Most bore expressions of fear, their clothing disheveled, and many were grievously injured, their bodies stained with blood. Ian immediately recognized them as lumberjacks or fishermen from the surrounding villages, all having survived native assaults like himself. Do not panic, form an orderly line, and present your identification before entering the city. A squad of city defense soldiers was maintaining order. These typically lax soldiers had rarely donned half armor and helmets, now poised with light crossbows in a state of readiness. The captain's grave voice emanated from beneath his helmet. Lord Viscount Grant has established a free porridge distribution point. Upon entering the city, everyone will receive porridge and a place to rest, but do not raise your voices or incite disorder. Those who stir unrest will be regarded as native spies and detained. Resistance will be met with death. Hearing this succinct yet forceful admonition, the anxious crowd gradually calmed. Yet Ian and Bryn did not join the throng. We have captured a prisoner. As Bryn's long injury prevented him from speaking, Ian took on the role, his youthful voice catching the captain's attention. The captain noticed the contorted form of the native in Bryn's grasp, still clinging to life due to the resilience of the Terra people, and his eyes brightened. What? Bryn? You are quite fortunate. The heavy footsteps, resonant as if boulders were crashing to the ground, heralded the appearance of Elder Pewd at the city gate. His appearance immediately prompted the commander of the city guard to take a respectful step back, yet the elder paid no heed to this display of reverence. Instead, he hastily approached, his eyes sparkling with delight as he assessed Ian's condition. Indeed, he appeared unharmed. The elder of the white folk shook his beard, scrutinizing Ian's state while casting a glance at the injured and apologetic Bruin, and exclaimed with hearty laughter, "Well done, Bruin." Ian, was it your doing? His inquiry was succinct yet powerful, his gaze burning with intensity as it fixed upon the young boy. I suppose so. Ian did not deny it, for he keenly observed the chainmail hidden beneath the Elder Pewd's loose robe, and noted the war hammer strapped to his waist. Clearly, he was in battle readiness. Furthermore, behind the city gate, he spotted several of Elder Pewd's usual guards clad in leather armor, fully armed and poised for action. It dawned on Ian that the elder intended to venture outside the city. He realized, with clarity, that aside from himself, there was no compelling reason for Elder Pewd to risk leaving the city, even if the white folk's breeding farm had been devastated. The potential gains paled in comparison to the risks involved. The elder sought to rescue him. Ah, how intriguing, Ian mused. It seems my identity as a psychic is perhaps of greater significance than I had imagined. Nevertheless, the mere fact that the elder was prepared to embark on a rescue mission for a child of merely 8, who, under normal circumstances, would likely be deemed lost to an attack by indigenous foes, was enough for Ian to feel a sense of gratitude, regardless of the circumstances. Even if it were solely due to his identity as a psychic, the close-knit ties of the white folk community were evidently commendable. Please summon a healer. Bruin requires medical attention. After patting Ian on the back, Elder Pewd nodded to the commander of the city guard and led the two of them into the city. He addressed his guards. I have just received a message via carrier pigeon. The breeding farm has been attacked. The Aubrey brothers were overwhelmed and fled into the sea with the surviving kin. You two, along with Sign-In and Davy-In, must go to the Mazeweed Sea to assist them. Ian, I regret that we overlooked your premonition. Come with me, and tell me what transpired outside the city. Not now, Elder. Yet, he felt no anger, rather. He was curiously awaiting the reason behind the refusal. Why? The captives are right there, Elder. If there are indeed matters to discuss, You surely possess methods to extract the information. Furthermore, a gentle, crystalline glow flickered in his azure eyes, soft and fleeting like a firefly. This inner radiance, though it lasted only a few seconds, vanished like an illusion. Yet, that momentary burst of color was undeniably real. What is this narrowing his eyes? Elder Pude gazed deeply into Ian's eyes, clearly perceiving the halo. He spoke softly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his tone imbued with an unusual nostalgia, yet predominantly filled with reassurance. Very well, Ian. Stay safe. You must now understand just how perilous it is beyond the city walls. After a brief pause, the elder extended his hand, forcefully ruffling the boy's hair, his tone laden with reproach. Moreover, you promised me you wouldn't venture out alone. Failing to uphold your promises is not the behavior of a good child. Ian attempted to charm his way out of the situation. With his appearance, any ordinary person would likely soften for a moment, perhaps even feel a protective instinct. However, it was evident that Elder Pude was not easily swayed. Soon, Elder Pude departed with Bruin and the indigenous captive. Their objective, aside from locating Ian, was to lead a patrol out of the city, attempting to capture a few tongues to discern the reason behind the indigenous people's sudden madness, breaking years of tacit understanding to launch a large-scale assault on their civilians. Thanks to Ian, they already had a captive, but inspecting several key entrances and watchtowers remained imperative. Ian gazed in the direction of their departure, his previously carefree demeanor gradually turning serious. What could have provoked the indigenous people's sudden frenzy? Under the dim light of the algae oil lamps, villagers, bearing expressions of terror and stained with blood, either wept or trembled as they entered the city. Several soldiers silently poured a large bucket of water over them, transforming them into drenched figures while washing away the mud, blood, and any potential contagions or pests the indigenous might have attempted to smuggle in with them. After the cleansing, some families reunited, bewildered yet maintaining a semblance of composure as they were guided into the makeshift tent area that had been cleared. Others fled in panic, only realizing, once they reached a place of safety, that they might have lost several of their dearest family members, collapsing to the ground in despair, wailing and beating the earth in sorrow. "No, don't wash it away. That's my father's blood," he heard a young boy crying out loudly. This would typically draw reprimands, but in the end, it was merely an acquaintance forcing a smile, covering the child's mouth as they left. The soldiers could only observe in silence. Watching these scenes unfold, Ian murmured to himself, is all of this connected to what the teacher spoke of? If not, then what could be the reason? And what is Teacher Hilliard doing at this very moment? At the same time, outside the residence of Viscount Grant, a gray sparrow silently descended from the wind, landing before the waiting guards. The leader of the guards let out a sigh of relief upon finally spotting the target, hastily removing the note tied to the bird's leg. "Sir, the message has arrived from over there." At that moment, the Viscount was engrossed in signing authorization letters, preparing to mobilize the resources of various trading companies within Harrisonport to assist in accommodating the refugees caused by the indigenous attacks, alongside drafting a war preparedness report. Regardless of whether the imperial capital would heed it or not, as a nominal royal direct jurisdiction, every action taken by the governor of Harrisonport necessitated a report for record-keeping, especially when mobilizing military reserves for battle readiness. Upon hearing the steward's words, the furious Viscount raised his head, crushing the pen in his hand with a snap. "Incompetent fools! The indigenous have already come upon us, shattering our teeth. And only now do I receive word. What use are these lurking spies to me? They have wasted so much of my money. Alarm, alarm, alarm. Just a few days ago, I was warned by Perd to remain vigilant against the unexpected actions of the natives. I laughed and assured him that I was well aware of the situation long before he was, urging him not to worry. And yet, what was the outcome? After a furious outburst, Grant, the Viscount, took a deep breath, managing to regain his composure, his face devoid of emotion as he unfolded the note. His brow furrowed, and his expression transformed into one of uncertainty. Was the pure sacrifice not intended to increase the number of transcenders within the tribe, nor to seek refuge in the forest during the great tempest? He gasped, realizing that this pure sacrifice was the most unadulterated blood offering. Contemplating a possibility, Viscount Grant lifted his gaze, and indeed, the old steward's countenance had grown exceedingly grave. This elder, who had witnessed the entirety of Harrisonport's history from its inception to the present, evidently shared the same ominous thought. The Viscount stood up, incredulously murmuring to himself, "Their assault on the village is not a precursor to a siege, but rather an effort to capture sufficient blood offerings for the sacrifice? Are they? Intending to awaken the Mountain Lord with the blood offering? Chapter 57. The Meeting in Truth. The estate of Viscount Grant is the very heart of the city. A solemn middle-aged man arrived at the Viscount's residence, surrendering the twin swords and a pistol that hung at his waist, before being escorted to the conference room on the second floor by a servant. This man, with graying hair and clad in lightweight leather armor, presented an imposing figure. However, his weathered face bore the marks of time, including a subtle scar that traversed his right eye down to the corner of his mouth. Sir Yam, the city's defense officer and sheriff of Harrisonport, had once been an apprentice knight under the late Viscount Grant. His master had perished during a battle with the indigenous people, struck down by the poisoned sting of a totem spirit while protecting the old Viscount. He had grown alongside the current Viscount Grant, training in martial arts, and with the Viscount's support, he ascended to become an exalted one. Their relationship was one of both lord and vassal, childhood friends, and comrades who had fought side by side. Meanwhile, Elder Pewd of the White People and Emer, the leader of the Harrisonport Merchant Alliance, were engaged in a discussion. Pointing at a map of the southern ridge that hung on the wall, their conversation shrouded in mystery. The spacious hall was suffused with the invigorating aroma of a refreshing incense, an expensive spice whose primary purpose was not to energize but to repel mosquitoes, suppress contagions, and effectively dispel the myriad shamanic curses of the indigenous people, as well as the malign enchantments invoked by their spirit conjurers, including himself. These 5 individuals constituted the most powerful figures in Harrisonport today, with the true core being the Viscount himself. Yam, you have arrived? Upon seeing his loyal aide and friend, the Viscount Grant's stern expression softened slightly. It pertains to the pure sacrifice. Sir Yam, however, did not take a seat. While the Viscount might be indifferent to decorum, as a knight of propriety, he would not relax until he had reported the intelligence. He approached the conference table and, with precision, conveyed, thanks to Elder Pewd's capture of a live informant, the information he provided corroborates our own sources. This indigenous raid was primarily aimed at the abduction of people. An alarming number of women and children have been taken, sent into the marshes of the redwood forest beside Elephant Bone Mountain. Typically, a pure sacrifice requires merely a dozen individuals, and even a large-scale one only necessitates 32, as they can easily muster the numbers through their internal strife. However, this time, the scale of the pure sacrifice is exceptionally large. It is estimated that over 150 individuals have been abducted, with 110 from the village of Onpu near the Brown Elm Forest, half killed and half taken, leading to the village's annihilation. Sir Yam's tone was dry and devoid of emotion, yet every individual present, including Viscount Grant, visibly shifted in countenance, clearly startled by the news. Indeed, beyond the anger, there was a tinge of shame. The Viscount Grant was not known for his benevolence toward the populace, yet he possessed a fundamental sense of honor and disgrace. He felt as if he had been dealt a stinging blow by the indigenous people and remarked incredulously, "But to awaken the Mountain Lord, they need not kill so many. They do not desire conflict," Sir Yam stated, as he extracted a rather substantial leaf of brown elm from his bosom, offering it to Viscount Grant. The 12 tribes inclined toward us expressed their utter ignorance regarding this matter prior to the Grand Shaman's summons. The indigenous people felt this undertaking was both sudden and incredulous, even harboring considerable resentment, for they had grown accustomed to the various goods, tools, and fine salt we traded, and could hardly bear the interruption of commerce. Yet, the edict of the Grand Shaman is absolute. "How is that old wretch still alive?" muttered Viscount Grant under his breath as he accepted the indigenous letter crafted from leaf paper. Upon reading its contents, his brow furrowed. "All shamans gathering at Elephant Bone Mountain? The Tree Sea is in an uproar? Are they preparing for total war?" "No, it is merely a gathering of shamans. The chieftains have yet to be summoned. It appears to be a ritual." The Viscount lifted his gaze, pondering. That ancient creature has slumbered for over 40 years and is indeed nearing the recovery of its injuries. But did it not briefly awaken 8 years prior to shield the indigenous from a storm? Its wounds must have surely worsened. This might explain the unusually vast number of offerings required for this pure sacrifice. Yam proposed a possibility. While the Viscount fell into contemplation, could it be that the old wretch desires to awaken the Mountain Lord while simultaneously advancing further? The Mountain Lord, also known as the Spirit of the Mountain Tide, along with the spirits of the Rising Tide, the Roaring Wave, and the Tree Sea, constitutes one of the principal totemic spirits revered by the Redwood natives. Of course, from the imperial perspective, these totemic spirits are merely rare, intelligent magical beasts, weak at the first tier and formidable only at the second tier, nothing particularly extraordinary. They are merely troublesome due to their intelligence, allowing for communication with humans. However, unlike ordinary totemic spirits, those totemic beasts worshipped under titles like Mountain Lord possess strength far exceeding that of their counterparts. They are not only cunning and troublesome, but also exhibit longevity and immense vitality, with significant potential to ascend to the third tier, becoming named abominations and lords of the lair, which ravage the land and are difficult to eradicate even by military forces. Viscount Grant's contemplation stemmed from this perilous possibility. The Mountain Lord and several other totemic spirits had once been vanquished by his father, the old Viscount who led the imperial settlers to this land and established Harrisonport, along with a band of knights, even managing to slay one of them at great cost. To think one could pile lives to ascend to the third tier? A fanciful notion indeed. Recalling the aged visage of his father as he entrusted Harrisonport to him, Viscount Grant let out a cold laugh and addressed the knights. Yam. Prepare the escort and alchemical artillery for tomorrow, ensuring those cooperating tribes keep their distance. By the day after, I want to see the outer tribes of the indigenous reduced to ashes, all the way to the foot of Elephant Bone Mountain. The bounty and compensation are well within the budget. With his crimson mid-length hair and gentle features, the young financial officer cradled a stack of documents and spoke softly. Appearing somewhat bashful, the consumption of the alchemical artillery, the gap is rather significant. Since crystal sand and gunpowder dust are strategic materials, the capital city imposes stringent controls. We won't be able to sustain ourselves for long before the aid arrives from the capital. His red-hued eyes exuded a peculiar warmth. And although he possessed a mild demeanor, none dared to underestimate him. Instead, everyone listened intently to the young man's remarks. Leave the gap to me, declared Amur, a robustly built man with a balding head and a thick beard. Upon hearing Lamar's words, he adeptly rose, thumping his chest as he took on the responsibility for the consumption. To strike the natives is to secure a clear trade route. They have dared to annihilate villages this time. What else might they attempt next? The thought is almost too daunting to entertain. I shall handle the maintenance. Elder Pugh chimed in, equally familiar with the discussion. It is currently the rainy season. We must ensure the shells remain dry. We can also add a bit more combustible agent to the loading mixture so that the forest can ignite even amidst the rain. The alchemical artillery had been modified by Elder Pugh using dwarf craftsmanship, allowing it to exhibit varied effects based on the different alchemical agents loaded. This was indeed the primary endeavor of the white folk at Harrisonport. Let it be thus, the Viscount Grant expressed his satisfaction. Among those present, aside from Lamar, who was the newcomer having joined in the past decade, all were seasoned partners with over 30 years of collaborative experience. Though they did not always share a common purpose, they stood united when confronting the natives. This time, their approach was not a surprise attack. Rather, it was a forceful assault under the natives' watchful eyes, necessitating thorough preparations. Once the corresponding processes were established, the meeting concluded, and everyone departed in succession, ready to attend to their respective tasks. However, as Elder Pugh was about to leave, he was called back by Viscount Grant. Chapter 58. Ominous signs. The child named Ian has awakened his psychic abilities, has he not? Despite the interrogative phrasing, the tone of the Viscount was resolute. Old Pugh, this is my city, and you cannot conceal anything from me. My lord. The elder furrowed his brow and turned to explain. That child merely spoke of it. I have yet to confirm. Enough, Pugh. The Viscount Grant raised his hand, signaling for silence. We both know this is an excuse. After years of collaboration, do we really need to engage in such verbal games? I have summoned you today to discuss a singular matter. Ultimately, raising a finger, the Viscount said calmly, we are all subjects of the Empire. Aid from the capital is expected to arrive this autumn, and this indigenous attack presents both a crisis and an opportunity. If we can significantly weaken the indigenous forces in the South Ridge with the support of the capital, it would undoubtedly be a monumental success. We must seize this opportunity. The implications of the Viscount Grant's words were clear, and the elder understood. Elder Pugh gazed deeply at the Viscount, bowing his head respectfully. I comprehend, my lord. The white folk will spare no effort in supporting all your endeavors. I will instruct the craftsmen within the city on how to maintain the dwarven alchemical cannons. And not merely the white folk. Excellent. He clasped his hands over his abdomen, speaking with ease, according to imperial law. A self-awakened psychic will receive an ascension inheritance from the local lord or officer, guiding their advancement. You are well aware that this is the Empire's enforced recruitment. Ensuring that no civilian psychic or ascender is allowed to develop freely guaranteeing that all wild ascenders are subordinate to the Empire. In this time, I shall not contest you for it. Naturally, I lack the time to instruct a child. He may be taught by you in whatever manner you see fit. He belongs to you. But Pewd, remember this. At this moment, this noble, who appeared considerably younger than the elder despite being nearly his age, emphasized each word. Both you and that child are subjects of the Empire, my subjects. I have granted you enough leniency, so do not make it difficult for me. With that, he closed his eyes, signaling for dismissal. Go now, and when you next visit, do remember to bring that child along. I wish to see what sort of exceptional material the first self-awakened psychic in my domain truly is. Nodding silently, Elder Pewd bowed and departed from the Viscount's estate. Initially, he wore a solemn expression, but as he left the street of the Viscount's residence, his brow relaxed. To his surprise, the Viscount had been quite accommodating. He had expected that, in exchange for granting legitimate inheritance, he would have to relinquish not only the maintenance methods for the alchemical canons but also the nominal teaching rights over Ian, having prepared for a far worse outcome. He murmured to himself, it seems the indigenous actions are not so simple. They have struck a nerve with this noble. He no longer possesses the energy to engage in petty intrigues with us old companions. However, he was not entirely mistaken. This truly is an opportunity. Should one achieve notable merit? Shaking his head slightly, Pewd resolved not to dwell on this matter any further, deeming it futile. Instead, it would be far more prudent to ponder how to mentor Ian, reflecting on how his mother had guided him on the path of enlightenment. As he contemplated this, the silver-haired elder vanished into the distance, surrounded by his guards. Within the confines of the Duke's residence, a man stood by the window, gazing out at the distant sea. His expression, once relaxed and content, gradually shifted to one of solemnity. The word indigenous lingered on his lips as he mulled it over in solitude, closing his eyes and then reopening them. His pale blue gaze flickered with intensity as he spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, that tribe has learned of the existence of the submerged relics in the South Sea. Yet, they are destined to return empty-handed, for they lack the key. After a prolonged silence, Viscount Grant fixed his gaze upon the distant waters and let out a soft sigh. It was the relic-laden labyrinth from the bygone era that allowed the Duke of Mount Ridge to sever ties with the Empire and acquire the national treasure, the Apocalypse armament. My own labyrinth of relics. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, south of Harrison Harbor, at the juncture of shallow and deep waters, a shadow cleaved through the waves, racing across the darkened sea. Hilliard, his long sword at his side, gripped the reins while standing upon an indigenous wooden canoe. The vessel, lacking oars or sails, moved with remarkable speed, traversing hundreds of meters in mere breaths, plunging deeper into the ocean. The source of the canoe's propulsion was not of his making. One end of the reins plunged into the water, where a massive shadow swam with great haste. From its dorsal fin and the robust, armor-like scales covering its body, it was evident that the shadow was none other than a fully grown armored shark, a formidable predator of the surrounding waters. Commanding the armored shark, Hilliard deftly maneuvered the canoe as if it were a sled drawn by a dog. Swiftly reaching his destination, a profound shadow beneath the sea. Steady, halt, he whispered gently, and the armored shark obediently ceased its movements, sinking like a stone towards the ocean floor, prompting Hilliard to chuckle softly. Truly, a thick-headed creature. Swim around here for a while. I shall call for you shortly. With clear instructions. The shadow in the water writhed momentarily before gracefully departing, leaving the old knight alone in his vessel. Once the armored shark had distanced itself, Hilliard attentively observed the undulating surface of the sea, then extended his hand, palm facing downward. A golden luminescence began to coalesce in his palm, radiating with fervent heat akin to a miniature sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The brilliance was remarkably concentrated, penetrating into the depths of the ocean, aiming to illuminate the ancient, vast, and enigmatic entity concealed within. In an instant, the schools of fish drifting in the sea, the floating jellyfish, and various bizarre creatures were irresistibly drawn to the radiant light, instinctively yearning to draw near. However, an invisible force deterred these mindless beings from approaching recklessly, leaving them to wander in place, gazing up at the brilliance above the ocean with a mix of reverence and trepidation. Yet, the brilliance had its limits. The source of Hilliard's primal light penetrated nearly 1,000 meters deep into the water, still failing to illuminate the ocean's depths. Nonetheless, this was not his intention. Then, in the next moment, as the golden source light receded, a series of fiery golden-red spots suddenly ignited within the vast, square shadow at the seabed, releasing a terrifying heat and intense luminosity. They radiated such fervor and brightness, shimmering in the surrounding waters like myriad stars illuminating the dark, profound ocean veil. At the instant the spots flared to life, schools of fish and various marine creatures fled in utter panic, as if evading the imminent specter of death. Even the previously indomitable armored shark hastily retreated, only daring to glance back from a great distance. Trembling as it fixed its gaze upon the waters that were beginning to boil, some sea beasts, unable to escape in time, were silently stripped of flesh under the light's glare, their innards thoroughly boiled away, leaving only brittle bones that gradually sank towards the ocean's depths. Above the waters, vast clouds of white mist had already risen, with faint flashes of lightning weaving through the fog in a chaotic dance. The flames of coastal villages and watchtowers blazed fiercely, while deep within the dark central mountains of the ocean, another fire ascended, fervent and consuming. Indeed, gazing at this fire within the water, amidst the colossal bubbles and the white clouds of steam rising from the ocean, Hilliard murmured gravely, "The ruins are undergoing a transformation. If this continues, unimaginable disaster will sweep across the entire southern ridge and even the coastal regions of Terra's southern seas." Yet, the more pressing concern lies in whose hands possess the 4 keys that can unlock the labyrinth and reset the ruins. At this moment, within Harrisonport, Ian had returned home and sat on his bed, breathing slowly. He adjusted the flow of the primal energy within him, gradually congregating it around his heart, intertwining with the virtual source that birthed various structures. The flame within the boy was also ablaze. Chapter 59, the activated source matter. Once somewhat clumsy in his breathing technique, Ian now manipulated the source matter with remarkable ease and fluidity. It was akin to soaking in a hot spring. His body, previously sore from vigorous exercise, swiftly rejuvenated, regaining vitality amidst the soothing warmth. Truth be told, Ian could not fathom why his once rudimentary grasp of the breathing method had suddenly become so effortless. However, upon reflection, he discerned the reason: application. Today marked the first occasion on which he consciously employed the source matter to enhance his corporeal form, utilizing this augmented strength to vanquish and eliminate foes. For the first time, he extracted the source matter stored within the source seed and channeled it into his arms, fortifying them. Source matter is meant to be expended. With this realization, Ian experienced a moment of enlightenment. The act of condensing the source matter was merely a fraction of its true efficacy. Its genuine purpose lay in extracting the stored essence to forge and elevate one's organs, thus enhancing oneself and transcending the very essence of life. Refining source matter and elevating the self constituted a complete practice. Merely condensing without application could never lead to true transcendence. How naive I was, he mused. I had been overly cautious, akin to a hoarder reluctant to utilize the source matter. This mindset was fundamentally flawed. Opening his eyes, Ian came to a profound understanding. This application of source matter to strengthen my physique was but a temporary enhancement, devoid of any lasting effects. Yet, my body had become more attuned to the source matter. Should I choose to continue reinforcing the strength of my arms, the requisite amount of source matter would diminish, and the process would accelerate. This utilization process represented the most thorough form of internal cultivation. While ordinary individuals may exercise their bodies, they typically engage only certain muscle groups, requiring highly scientific methods to ensure balanced physiques. In contrast, employing source matter penetrates and fortifies every single cell. Although the source matter dissipates and the body returns to its original state, the human form retains the sensation, significantly enhancing proficiency. Nobles and affluent transcenders can continuously deplete source matter to adapt and strengthen their bodies, thus gaining a competitive edge in future cultivation and combat. Conversely, for ordinary transcenders, the source matter required to condense transcendent organs is often painfully scarce, necessitating meticulous planning. They cannot be compared to those nobles who consume transcendent materials as casually as one might a meal. This underscores the importance of wealth and resources. Fortuitously, Ian possessed a method to swiftly acquire a variety of resources. By effectively condensing the source seed, he could, through his foresight, continuously obtain an array of rare resources. This would enable him to prepare the source matter needed for condensing transcendent organs while simultaneously reinforcing his physique in subtle ways. As the treatment progressed, his brother Elon's gaze grew increasingly luminous, clearly indicating that the after-effects of the sleeping powder had improved significantly. Upon seeing Ian, he would emit soft sounds and could even vaguely repeat a few phrases that Ian had uttered. Had it not been for the indigenous attacks, life would have been quite serene and pleasant. There would be no worries regarding sustenance. Daily progress would be evident, and there were teachers to guide one's studies. revealing the myriad secrets of this unknown world. His younger brother was also making strides in his recovery. It was akin to paradise. Yet, alas, Harrison Port was a city besieged by natives. He vividly recalled the blood, the tears, and the soiled garments, the grotesque wounds. The cries of a child at the city gate, and the sight of a father's blood staining his child, merging into the frigid waters. Ian was not benevolent. His empathy was scarce. He was far from what one might traditionally consider a good person, often contemplating in a near-pedantic manner. If the Empire had not encroached upon the indigenous lands, none of this would have transpired. In any case, the unfamiliar world of Terra did not evoke any sense of belonging in Ian. He did not perceive himself as an imperial citizen or a member of the so-called white race. He was merely intrigued by this realm, imbued with psychic abilities and pathways to transcendence, which were foreign to his past existence, pondering the secrets that lay hidden beneath its surface. Naturally, he would not consider himself one of the natives, nor would he ever regard the practice of human blood sacrifice as even remotely justified. What did it matter? He was not foolish. Opening his eyes, Ian lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering, yet his expression remained indifferent, at the very least. It was the natives who had sought to take his life, and not just once. This group was indeed perilous. For the sake of his safety, they must perish. That was the answer. 40 minutes later, the old knight, holding a box in his hand, quickly discerned that Ian was still awake and bore no external injuries. His mental state remarkably vibrant. It seemed all was well. Nevertheless, the old knight remained puzzled. Why were the Sequoia natives so aggressive? Soon, he learned of Ian's safe return. Prompting him to reflect on the audacity of the boy who had dared to confront his bullying uncle, he handled the natives with the same decisiveness. The foundational teachings of his mentor had indeed proven invaluable. Are you ready to condense the source seed now? Placing the materials on the table, Hilliard squinted, scrutinizing them for a moment before comprehension dawned upon him. He remarked, "It appears you have fully grasped the essence of source energy manipulation. Condensation and utilization constitute a complete practice. Today is indeed the day for you to condense the source seed." Noticing Ian's gaze shift toward the box on the table, the old knight elaborated, "I encountered the elder guardian on my way, who mentioned that these resources are for you, although I did not inspect them. The aroma resembles that of mountain cow jerky. While not a magical beast, its value and effects are quite remarkable, making it rather rare." He then turned his gaze back to Ian with a smile, asking, "Did he say anything?" "Yes," Ian replied. Chapter 60, The Void. "It is time." Hilliard nodded slightly. Fully aware that this was inevitable, soon you would formally embark on the path of the sublimator, a journey fraught with numerous dangers and even life-threatening crises. Yet, in this world, becoming a sublimator is undoubtedly preferable to remaining an ordinary person. Indeed, the silver-haired boy turned his gaze towards the window. In the starless, dark night, only the moonlight shone brilliantly, rendering the sky both profound and ominous, as if it could consume everything. He stared at the heavens and murmured, "I must possess power to fulfill my desires." The old knight nodded slowly and asked softly, "Have you chosen the first organ to enhance?" Lowering his head, Ian gazed at his own body and replied, "I have made my choice. I choose the liver." Between ordinary individuals and sublimator apprentices lies the distinction of virtual source seeds and source seeds. The transformation from apprentice to true sublimator is not an instantaneous process. For instance, one must cultivate an organ within oneself into a sublimated organ that is far more formidable than that of an average person, even beyond imagination. The moment the source seed is condensed, the apprentice must determine which organ they will first elevate. Naturally, the initial organ chosen for sublimation will dictate the future path of the sublimator. Although it is true that regardless of which organ is selected as the initial target, the overall effect will be similar once all organs are sublimated. The first organ of cultivation will represent a domain that the sublimator is most familiar with and adept at mastering. After all, even with the same bloodline heritage, such as the sea dragon bloodline, different sublimators specializing in tail, claw, and breath organ will undoubtedly have their unique paths of specialization and distinct combat styles. Now, Ian's choice of the liver signifies the domain of vitality. For the average human, the liver's primary functions include metabolism, the production of various vitamins, the storage of sugars, and the creation of bile to aid in fat digestion. The liver also plays a critical role in detoxifying the myriad toxins humans consume or encounter, primarily processing these substances to expel them post-detoxification. In simpler terms, Ian has opted for enhancements in detoxification, bolstered sugar reserves, increased metabolic activity, and improved caloric absorption, attributes synonymous with endurance. This is a carefully considered choice. In the southern ridge, the natives are adept at using poisons. Various toxins from insects, plants, and creatures serve as their weapons, to say nothing of Ian's own use of sleep powder, a common hunting tool among the natives. Furthermore, even outside the southern ridge, traversing the continent of Terra necessitates vigilance against other adventurers, brigands, and the traps laid by unscrupulous merchants, which often involve diverse and peculiar toxins. Moreover, the various emergency foods available in the wild invariably contain certain toxins, albeit in varying degrees. As for other aspects, such as glycogen reserves, enhanced metabolism, and physical fortification, they are merely ancillary. My psychic foresight will also mobilize the blood to deliver nutrients, although I am uncertain whether retinol has any connection to my psychic abilities. It is always prudent to fortify the liver. Ian felt that his choices were rather astute, and Hilliard concurred. An excellent decision, the old knight nodded in agreement, stating, within the framework of the unmoving stronghold, the liver is responsible for secreting petrification fluid, a sublime substance that circulates through the bloodstream and precipitates at the capillary network's extremities. This is also the core ability of the rock-casting knights at the second level. The sooner one achieves sublimation, the more swiftly one can master the advancement. If one begins too young, strengthening muscles, bones, and skin may hinder physical growth, maintaining the form of a child. However, this pathway has now been discarded, as those capable of reaching the third level of sublimation do not lack such resources. Let us begin. After Hilliard's examination, Ian will condense the source seed in the most perfect state. The 5 levels of sublimators are said to originate from the 7-tiered ladder in the ancient mythology of Terra, with the first level named Awakening Spirit, which signifies initiating the primordial spirit, or the source seed, allowing oneself to gradually undergo sublimation. Upon reaching a certain degree of sublimation, one's entire being becomes a sublimated organ, until even the brain is elevated, beginning to coalesce the brilliance of spirit within mind and body, at which point one may attempt to advance to the second level, radiant essence. This realm, known as Heartlight, represents the third level of the ladder, where the unity of spirit and flesh marks a crucial sublimation in the exaltation of the self. Currently, Ian has merely taken the first step upon the ladder. Yet it is the most pivotal initial step. Ian had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Both the mobilization of source matter and the structure of the source seed were second nature to him, were it not for the sake of caution. To prevent himself from becoming too weak after the advancement and possibly fainting from exhaustion, he would not have needed Hilliard. He could accomplish this sublimation alone. Yet, evidently, he had overlooked the significance of a good teacher within an ancient tradition. As the rhythmic heartbeat resonated with a slight humming undertone, the source matter within the virtual source seed was refined and circulated throughout his body, ultimately converging once more at the heart. The white-haired boy was enveloped in faint blue luminescent patterns. These intricate and orderly lines interwove, ultimately forming a ring that coalesced at his heart, creating a complex and exquisite design. The dense source matter chips, through their arrangement and combination, constructed a unique structure within Ian's circulatory system, revealing a significant overlap with the human vascular distribution. Light flickered within the darkened room as the golden virtual source seed from Hilliard was gradually dismantled, a brand new. Uniquely Ian's pale azure source seed was taking shape. Although pale azure, when viewed through the lens of foresight, it still retained a certain essence of Hilliard's power. Surrounded by a mist of deep azure hue that was distinctly his own. Ian, the words I am about to speak must be etched in your memory. As Ian gradually found his footing in the arduous journey of source cultivation, Hilliard unexpectedly interjected, "Continue your cultivation. Do not pause, yet simultaneously heed my words." Indeed, Ian was acutely aware of Hilliard's profound knowledge and formidable strength. Having experienced them firsthand, he understood well that the latter's discourse was succinct and impactful, devoid of any superfluous remarks, marking him as an unexpectedly commendable manner. Within a matter of days, the seasoned knight had gently unfolded the complexities of the entire Terra continent before him, and the points of knowledge he emphasized were certainly worthy of earnest remembrance. However, even with his mind steeled for what was to come, Hilliard's next utterance left Ian momentarily stunned, to the extent that he questioned his own auditory perception. In truth, the source species does not exist. Chapter 61. Borrowing illusions for true cultivation. In truth, the concept of the source seed is but a fabrication. As he spoke, the old knight's words left the boy astounded. Hilliard gazed intently at Ian, who was in the throes of consolidating the source seed, and calmly remarked, "It is an illusion, a mere figment of our imagination." An illusion? But, Master, did you not emphasize repeatedly that the foundation of sublimation is the source seed? Am I not in the process of consolidating it now? Confusion washed over Ian, prompting him to question with an expression of perplexity. How does one explain this? Ian, focus on my face. In response to the boy's bewilderment, the elder simply raised his hand and pointed to his own visage. As Ian concentrated, the muscles and skin of the elder's face began to shift, swiftly morphing back into the form of Orsina. This is both real and unreal. My skin, muscles, and blood can manifest a myriad of different appearances. If others perceive this as the truth, they shall never uncover my true self, the old knight stated nonchalantly. Before raising his hand again, gesturing towards the tides outside the window, do you see those waves in the moonlight? Ian lifted his gaze, witnessing the deep blue waves frothing under the silver moonlight, and he began to grasp the essence. I see. Hilliard smiled. Those are indeed real, yet they are also illusory. Living by the sea, you understand that the color of the water is influenced by sunlight, the sediment suspended within it, and the abundance of seaweed. If one were to isolate the seawater or distill pure water, it would be devoid of color. That is the more fundamental reality. The sky reflects the ocean's hue, while the radiance of the sun and the twin moons is composed of numerous spectra, a rainbow serving as evidence. Yet superficially, it appears merely as golden or crimson, silver or white light. Turning his head towards the sea, the elder sighed. Consider, for instance, the whirlpool in the ocean. Does it genuinely exist in its essence? It is merely a manifestation of the water's movement, a dynamic flow that happens to ensnare fish in vessels, causing the ocean to churn. Much like the source seed. It is simply the motion of the source essence. Does it truly need to be anchored at the heart? As if the whirlpool must reside at the center of the sea? The answer is undoubtedly in the negative. Ian's eyes widened. After a brief moment of astonishment, he suddenly experienced a profound epiphany. I understand now, he murmured, and his tone shifted to one of immense joy. Indeed, if I can deftly manipulate the source essence, is it truly necessary to fix the source seed at my heart? While that may be the most convenient approach overall, if I were to relocate the source seed to my gastrointestinal tract after consuming food, wouldn't the absorption efficiency of the source essence be exponentially higher? Precisely. The source seed is not an organ that must perpetually exist in one fixed location. The initial consolidation may pose some difficulty, but with practice, I will be able to effortlessly reconsolidate it in a single breath. Not only that, but soon. Ian grasped the true secret Hilliard wished to impart. The crux lies in the dialectics of reality and illusion. The source type is illusory, yet it undeniably exists. It is merely a fluid essence, yet it holds effects akin to a second heart. Indeed, my child, it is so. Hilliard gazed with satisfaction upon Ian, whose face radiated joy, clearly having grasped the crucial insights. He spoke softly, elucidating ancient secrets passed down through generations of ascendants and their disciples. Whether it be psychic energy or ascendance, the first step in the journey is to observe the world, to distill its patterns, and to seek the truth. But is the world we observe truly real? It is not. What our eyes perceive, our appearances, the hues of the sea and sky, the whirlpools of the ocean, and the brilliance of the celestial bodies are merely superficial phenomena. Without delving into the intrinsic principles, merely observing these facades will yield no progress. The old knight and Ian exchanged glances, smiling at this, perhaps, the most astute pupil he had ever taught. He calmly stated, just as you dissected your uncle, how can one approach the truth without examining it? Humanity is not a species capable of directly perceiving truth. Our vision is akin to seeing through a mirror, cloaked in illusion. Thus, he continued, let us boldly commence from the false imagination, dare to envision, yet exercise caution in evidence. From the false, we shall reach the real. We begin with the imagined source type, and ultimately elevate the essence of our lives into genuine reality. That is the essence of the ascendant. Ian, you are still young. I do not expect you to comprehend this fully now, but this is the shared, profound secret of all ascendants. Whether by bloodline or true form, to transform the false into the real, to create truth from illusion. Ian listened intently, filled with reverence and curiosity as he absorbed all knowledge previously unknown to him. The wisdom of a single phrase can surpass the understanding gleaned from countless tomes. Though Hilliard's words were simple, they shattered the boy's preconceived notions about the path of ascendance. It was not an ancient, decaying system obscured by cryptic riddles and esoteric jargon. Rather, it was an acknowledgement of one's ignorance of truth, thus embarking on a quest for enlightenment and elevation. The path of practice in this world may not be as simple as I had envisioned. Ian mused internally. Yet his heart ignited with an even fiercer flame. The world of Terra possesses its own philosophy and logic to elucidate their existence, to explain psychic energy, and the relationship between reality and self, culminating in a remarkably scientific framework. I understand now. I must diligently study. Gently closing his eyes, Ian pondered earnestly. To transform the false into the real, to create truth from illusion, I need not confine myself to a single location. My body is an ocean of essence, and the source type is the ubiquitous whirlpool within this ocean. At that moment, the pale blue patterns reflecting on the boy's skin began to blur gradually, and the circular geometric shapes intertwining at his heart melted away like snow and ice. Yet, the pale blue light of the source material did not dissipate. Gradually, it transformed from distinct, etched patterns into flowing water, into mist, into ethereal and fluid lines. Where's the ring? The mist danced, the clouds unfurled. The ring was omnipresent. Time flowed inexorably. At the center of his chest, a faint azure light flickered, visible only to the enlightened. Success. The boy seamlessly completed the process, substituting his own source material for the virtual essence crafted by Hilliard. Raising his head, Ian gazed at the old knight, and as Hilliard raised his hand to applaud, he merely smiled. In the next moment, accompanied by a gentle radiance, the source material within Ian dispersed completely, leaving no trace of its former structure. Oh! Hilliard's eyes widened. He was initially astonished, but soon his expression transformed into one of profound delight. For, moments later, another wave of source light flowed, and Ian successfully condensed the source material for the second time. This time, the speed, the proficiency, and even the structure of the source material exhibited remarkable advancement compared to the first attempt. Source material requires both condensation and utilization. Rising to his feet, Ian felt not a hint of weakness from expending his energy and source material. Instead, he felt his body buoyant, infused with an intangible strength. Lowering his gaze, he examined his hands. His delicate, pale palms seemed fragile, yet now, they could deliver a punch that even an adult would struggle to muster. The source material mirrored this transformation. He lifted his head and addressed his teacher, smiling. Source material requires both condensation and dissolution. With a thought, he caused the source material within him to disperse once more, and within 5 breaths, he condensed it in a location other than his heart, his liver. In that instant, Ian unlocked his precognitive vision. He could no longer see his source material, for after several cycles of dispersal and reconsolidation, Hilliard's golden essence had been fully assimilated, not only becoming no hindrance to his condensation, but also replenishing his energy, leaving him vibrant. Nevertheless, the boy could still perceive the fragments of source material coalescing around him, alongside the renewed source material operating within his liver. Ultimately, through the unseen processing of the source material, it transformed into delicate, refined azure crystals. These were, in his precognitive vision, the essence surrounded by golden mist, one of the highest grades of source material. The intertwining of azure and golden light merged into the liver, imbuing this unremarkable organ with a radiant glow from within. The process of sublimation had commenced. Ian raised his head and met Hilliard's approving gaze. "Congratulations," his teacher exclaimed, clapping his hands with genuine joy and anticipation in his eyes. "It couldn't be better, Ian. From this day forth, you have officially embarked on the path of sublimation." Chapter 62. Surprise. On the following morning, Ian awoke and ventured to the backyard to chop wood, preparing the fire for breakfast. After culminating the source essence the previous night, Hilliard urged Ian to seize the moment and practice the breath guidance technique, stabilizing the hyperactive source matter within him while familiarizing himself with the true power of the source essence. This endeavor proved to be quite arduous. The boy realized that calming the source matter was far more challenging than mobilizing it. A vehicle can accelerate within seconds, relying on the engine, which is akin to the quality of the source essence. However, bringing a vehicle that is already at full speed to a sudden halt within mere seconds requires something entirely different from the engine's prowess. The source matter embodies the essence of life. While the source essence serves as a whirlpool of vitality, it can indeed bestow strength upon the transcender. Yet if it operates at full throttle continuously, it will hasten the consumption of life itself. This principle was simple, and the old knight did not elaborate further. To put it plainly, one cannot halt the pulsation of the source matter, expect no sleep for the weak, as it would be detrimental to one's health. Indeed, denying an 8-year-old child sleep for an entire week is akin to committing a grievous offense. After spending half the night, Ian finally managed to calm the source matter within him and fell into a tranquil slumber. The sensation was truly delightful. Awakening from a dreamless, deep sleep, Ian felt invigorated and full of energy. Although he had only slept for approximately 3 hours, he felt more refreshed than after a full night's rest. Moreover, as he settled his mind, he could distinctly sense the changes occurring within his body. At this moment, Ian needed only to focus slightly to effortlessly perceive his respiratory rate, heartbeat, pulse, and even the subtle tremors of his muscles as well as the unconscious movements of his internal organs. This perception, akin to introspection, allowed him to easily identify any discord within his body. While it may seem trivial, the true marvel of such awareness is only realized upon experiencing it firsthand. Ian had a premonition that should he incur an injury, he could directly control the affected area, even in a scenario akin to Bryn's, where he was pierced in the lung by a native's weapon. He could temporarily regulate the flow of blood, circumventing the injury site to prevent internal hemorrhaging and the deterioration of his condition. Indeed, I have grown stronger. With a hammer in hand, everything appears to be a nail. Riding the wave of enthusiasm, upon waking, Ian proceeded to chop wood in the yard. He hefted the axe, gauged its weight, then raised it, aimed, and swung his arm down decisively. Crack, crack, crack. With a series of swift blows, Ian seamlessly split a log into a pile of firewood. After pausing, he marveled at his own prowess, murmuring while holding the axe, "How is this possible? My strength has not increased significantly. Yet the sensation is entirely different from just a few days ago. It felt fluid, effortless." The virtual source essence and the true source essence bore no substantive disparity. There were even instances where apprentices, due to the poor quality of the source essence they condensed themselves, experienced a decline in physical strength upon departing from the teacher's bestowed virtual source essence. Of course, this enhancement in physicality was merely slight, considering it had been less than a few hours. No matter how powerful the source essence, it could not yield substantial fortification. Such a modest improvement, when manifested in reality, astonishes the observer. For it is your innate potential, a force you can fully command and operate with fluidity. However, upon witnessing Ian's prowess in chopping wood, the elder could not help but smile. One could distinctly perceive the grain of the wood. Master the angle of the axe as it descends, and adeptly adjust the force applied, making the task of chopping both effortless and enjoyable. He approached his student's side, adjusting Ian's grip and stance, signaling him to continue with his task. The sound of wood splitting became increasingly smooth and natural. "Well done," the old knight remarked objectively as he observed Ian's movements. "Though your physical strength may not rival that of a mature male from the Empire, you possess a distinct advantage over the indigenous people. Having ascended to the status of an apprentice, your control over your body is exceptional, rendering you largely impervious to the threats posed by ordinary adults. Coupled with your psychic abilities and the potential for a temporary surge in strength, you are capable of vanquishing the majority of indigenous groups and wild beasts in the southern ridge, thus ensuring your self-preservation on this land." Yet, he mused, maintaining such a level of visibility would prove challenging. Without pausing, Ian persisted in chopping wood, and after Hilliard's adjustments, his technique became more natural and fluid, increasing his efficiency by another 20%. Amidst the continuous sound of cracking timber, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. "While I can explain my psychic abilities, should I exhibit extraordinary physical prowess in the future, it would be evident to all that something is amiss." He refrained from voicing the notion of concealment. There was no need for secrecy. However, Hilliard shook his head, taking the chopping axe from Ian's grasp, signaling him to prepare the already chopped firewood for cooking. While he resumed chopping himself, the elder wielded the axe with a casual grace, his speed not remarkable, yet rendering it nearly impossible for Ian to discern the trajectory of the axe's blade. The wood remained largely unyielding, and had it not been for the continuous splintering of the logs, Ian might have found it difficult to recognize that the wood was indeed being chopped. If his mentor were to strike not wood, but flesh, Ian shook his head, focusing his mind, sensing his student's apprehension. Hilliard smiled as he swung the axe and began to speak. "Based on my understanding of the current state of the Empire, whether it be that elder from the white folk or the local lord, upon learning of your status as a psychic, they will undoubtedly seek to recruit you, offering you the inheritance of true bloodline cultivation. Though it may only encompass a fraction, perhaps merely the initial tier of capabilities, they will dangle subsequent advancements to ensure your loyalty. Regardless, they will be inclined to nurture your potential. This is one of the few commendable traditions that the Empire has managed to preserve." Halting his axe, Hilliard pointed to Ian's chest and reassured the still doubtful youth. "Rest assured, the Empire is neither lenient nor excessively harsh. For those of value, they act with remarkable swiftness. The existence of a psychic alone signifies worth, and you have already demonstrated your value. They will assuredly provide you with the inheritance. Is it truly that swift? Ian did not doubt the veracity of Hilliard's words, yet he found it hard to believe such efficiency could flourish within a non-modernized aristocratic system. He harbored some skepticism. Do not underestimate others. Hilliard shook his head and remarked, Grant is a second-tier sublimator. He does not require sleep. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, the old knight turned to Ian, who had already turned away, and said, Go check your room. There is a surprise awaiting you. Chapter 63. The gift. Ian's ears perked up as he turned to observe Hilliard's feigned mysterious expression, momentarily perplexed by the surprise his mentor seemed to be concealing. A black shirt. This. Ian approached, somewhat astonished, and picked it up for closer inspection. Is this made for me? The shirt was not entirely new, rather. It had been crafted from Ian's previous set of worn garments, meticulously repaired with materials that were not immediately discernible to him. However, to be candid, this so-called repair was hardly distinguishable from a completely new garment, as nearly every crucial area, including the damaged and connected parts, had been sewn with fresh leather. Although it appeared to be patched up, similar to the patched clothing worn by other children, the texture was remarkably resilient. Ian felt certain that even a knife would struggle to pierce it. Yet, it was also incredibly lightweight, as soft as cashmere. Was this the fabric of his mentor's cloak? To his surprise, Hilliard had indeed repurposed it to mend his clothing. With a subtle shift in expression, Ian silently gazed at the black shirt in his hands. It was somewhat oversized, even a bit baggy, but this was not due to Hilliard's lack of skill. Rather, it was a result of Osner's initial hasty alterations when he had fashioned the shirt from his own old clothes. After modifications, while it still did not fit perfectly, it could be easily bundled up. It was evident that the repairer had put considerable thought into it. Teacher, Ian murmured softly, a smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, it was quite a surprise. After a brief moment of contemplation, he set aside his myriad emotions. The boy turned and stepped outside, sincerely expressing his gratitude before earnestly declaring his intention to showcase his culinary skills and prepare several delightful meals in return. Haha, I've indulged in all sorts of delicacies. I shall see what you can create. Just wait. Hilliard's words proved prophetic. He possessed a deep understanding of the Empire. That very afternoon, clad in his new attire, Ian prepared a pot of beef porridge using the mountain beef jerky he had acquired the previous day, sharing a hearty bowl with Hilliard. As he was poised to seize the moment, diligently training to enhance his control over his powers and his grasp of the source material, two of Elder Pude's guards arrived at his doorstep. These guards were summoned to invite Ian to the Viscount's estate to accompany Elder Pude in visiting Viscount Grant. Most of Elder Pude's guards were young men in their early 20s, in a sense. All the young individuals among the white folk with martial prowess had served as his guards and had benefited from his guidance. The exceptional ones would be recommended by the elder to join the port guard at Harrison Harbor or the city defense forces. Ian's father, Ernesto, had taken this path and risen to the rank of captain in the guard. As for those less distinguished, like Bryn, they became scavengers, taking risks to procure medicinal herbs, a common fate for many white folk hunters. As for those who fared even worse, they were simply unsuited for a life of martial pursuits and were better off as fishermen, farmers, or laborers. However, this time, the two guards who came to invite Ian were both formidable male warriors in their 30s, at the peak of their physical prowess. Standing at the entrance, clad in sturdy antler hide armor, their expressions were resolute, and their gaze towards Ian held a hint of curiosity. Please, follow us, young Ian. Your father and I were once comrades in the same battalion, having jointly eradicated several den of swamp wolves. They were trusted confidants of Elder Pude. Fully aware of Ian's identity as a psychic, hence their tone was exceptionally gentle, and their eyes sparkled with admiration as they regarded the boy. The standing of the white people in Harrison Port relied entirely on Elder Pude. He was a transcendent, well-versed in the alchemical and craftsmanship skills of dwarfs. And due to his noble lineage and early aristocratic life, he had also mastered the art of runes. Such a versatile transcendent was worthy of being a guest of honor in the grandest noble mansions. Indeed, it was how Viscount Grant treated Elder Pude. Consequently, the white people became a significant part of Harrison Port, no longer mere exiles of inconsequence. However, should Elder Pude pass away, what fate awaits the white people? With no second transcendent possessing such multifaceted talents and camaraderie with local nobility, the white people would inevitably struggle to maintain their current influence. The Viscount's estate might cease to support them if they lost their value. Of course, it was premature to dwell on such matters. Elder Bude had at least 2 or 3 decades left to live, given the current pace of development for the white people in Harrisonport. That span of time would suffice to cultivate another transcendent. Yet, how could future possibilities compare to the tangible presence of Ian, such a young psychic right before their eyes? As if shielded by the 2 guards, Ian finally felt a sense of relief as he extricated himself from their protective grasp. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Elder Bude waiting for him at the grand entrance. Although it was somewhat unexpected, there was no cause for concern. The elder, adorned with a flourishing beard, was dressed quite formally today. Even his previously tousled beard was neatly arranged. Clad in a pristine white robe with pale red trimming, he took Ian's hand and, guided by attendants, led him into the Viscount's mansion. Viscount Grant wishes to meet you and, as per tradition, grant you the opportunity to cultivate your bloodline's true form. Elder Bude's voice, though soft, was remarkably clear. This is typically a rather formal procedure, but due to yesterday's indigenous attack, everything has been simplified. There's no need to be anxious. Essentially, it involves asking your name, familiarizing ourselves with your visage, and registering you in the roster of transcendent beings in Harrisonport. Ian naturally felt no anxiety, yet he feigned a demeanor of considerable restraint and caution. They arrived at the door of the Viscount's study on the 2nd floor, only to hear raised voices from within. The outpost on the east coast was ambushed, and you claim not to have seen the distress signal? The Viscount's voice was low, evidently filled with anger. The entire watchtower was reduced to ashes, visible from 5 miles away, and you tell me you did not see the distress signal? The scolding continued for a while longer until a dark-skinned man with red hair expressionlessly lowered his head and exited the study. He exchanged a fleeting glance with Ian and Elder Bude, revealing only a pair of hauntingly green eyes set within deep sockets. Unfortunate, indeed. Elbeck, the mercenary leader. Elder Bude seemed to mutter softly to himself. He hails from the northern mountain tribes of the southern ridge, having sworn fealty to the Empire just 2 decades ago, rendering him a semi-native. Many years prior, his child was taken by the indigenous people of the Redwood region as a sacrificial offering, and he has lingered in Harrisonport for vengeance for the past 15 years. Oddly, Elder Bude furrowed his brow. How could Elbeck commit such a grave error? He is a master among masters, and there are scarcely more than 5 individuals in Harrisonport who could rival him. Yet Ian astutely observed the signs of battle etched upon his demeanor and leather armor. It was evident that he had fought the previous night, rather than having evaded conflict. This mercenary leader concealed his actions from the night before. If Ian could discern this, then surely the Viscount and Elder Bude were not blind. Hence the Viscount Grant's fury. The other party's insincerity was far too blatant and dismissive. It is also possible that Elbeck's intellect is rather simplistic. But the outcome remains unchanged. This was not a matter of great significance. Soon, with the now calm Viscount Grant's summons, Ian, under Elder Bude's guidance, entered the study. Chapter 64. The Viscount Grant. In an instant, Ian's gaze was drawn to the Viscount Grant, who stood at the center of the study. This nobleman, with his deep brown hair, was 58 years old, yet his skin remained smooth, and his bright eyes showed neither wrinkles nor signs of aging. The pale blue of his eyes rippled like gentle waves, a manifestation of the Grant family's inherited power, the abyssal lizard whale, allowing him to control the moisture within and around him, thereby staving off the ravages of time and wielding it as a weapon against foes. You must be Ian. The Viscount exchanged a brief glance with Elder Bude, nodding slightly. Now composed, he regarded Ian with keen interest before breaking into an appreciative smile. Indeed, a striking young man. Show me your psychic abilities. Without further ado, Ian activated his precognitive vision, and a faint azure glow illuminated his eyes. Noticing this, the Viscount's expression shifted slightly. So soon? Your control is remarkable. Did you truly awaken only a few days ago? Their direct eye contact prepared the Viscount for the subtle sensation of being observed. He nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, you possess observational psychic abilities. Quite impressive. Absent the combat-oriented psychic powers, one could not attain martial prowess prematurely. Given the constraints on advancement materials and heritage, an observer-type psychic posed no threat to his authority. Conversely, such abilities were highly coveted by the formidable, as the foresight and warnings they provided greatly benefited any team. Regrettably, Ian was too young for rigorous training at this juncture. Turning to Bude, the Viscount declared, I entrust the inheritance to you. It is your responsibility to determine the timing of the instruction. He then turned back to Ian with a smile. Ian, do not forget that you are a citizen of the Empire. Should Elder Bude be unable to continue your education, feel free to seek my counsel. As he spoke, he casually picked up a brass pocket watch from the table, clearly a premeditated gesture. A small gift in celebration of Harrison Port's first naturally awakened psychic. You must contribute to the Empire in the future to honor the grace of your upbringing and protection. What a clever maneuver, seizing the opportunity and establishing dominance. Typically, an ordinary person would wait until after puberty to embark on the path of sublimation, and by the time one reached a preliminary level of mastery, coalescing the source seed and refining their bloodline form, they would be nearly 20. At that stage, should Ian wish to advance further, he would need to approach Viscount Grant for guidance. By the time Ian reaches his 20s, Elder Bude would have aged, and as a vigorous psychic, he would gradually become the new core of the white populace in Harrison Port. However, unlike Elder Bude, he would need to closely align himself with Viscount Grant to progress further along the path of sublimation and gain power. Thus, in a decade or so, the white citizens of Harrison Port would effectively become the Viscount's private force. This situation is neither inherently good nor bad in the Empire. Many aspire to be assimilated and yet are deemed unworthy. The crux of the matter is that Ian sensed an unusual expression from Elder Bude, one not reflective of the resigned acceptance of an unwelcome fate, but rather tinged with an unexpected glimmer of joy. At first, Ian could not comprehend the situation. But as he politely expressed his gratitude and reached for the brass pocket watch from the hands of the Viscount Grant, the boy suddenly grasped the reality. The Viscount Grant has bestowed the inheritance upon the white tribe? Yet this time it is different. At the cost of my future and my ties to the white tribe, Elder Bude has once again secured for them their rightful legacy from the hands of the Viscount Grant. Though merely the most rudimentary form of inheritance, it serves as the foundation for transcendence and extraordinary power. The Viscount entrusted the legacy to Elder Bude, who, in theory, could only impart it to Ian. But how could that be? Should a suitable candidate emerge, be it Bude or even Ian himself, they would surely endeavor to enable the other to learn, thereby augmenting the strength of their kin. In this feudal and archaic era, discussions of ideology are utterly superfluous. The shared bloodline itself constitutes the greatest cohesion, a truth that holds even in a more advanced future. Compared to the inheritance, the subservience to nobility is hardly a cost, but rather a benefit. Goodness, in this light, it seems the white tribe has indeed gained an advantage. The Viscount Grant appears remarkably generous. Having unraveled the entire matter, Ian maintained a facade of utmost politeness. He feigned profound gratitude for the gifts from the noble lord, extolling the Viscount Grant's majesty and capability, as well as his swift directives last night, which ensured that the panicked refugees entered the city without causing any disorder. The man indeed possesses genuine merit. How exaggerated! Now, with the opportunity to showcase his appreciation, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. With a nod of approval, the Viscount recorded Ian's name on the list of legitimate transcenders of Harrison Port, a document that would soon be dispatched to the provincial capital of Namling, ultimately contributing to vital strategic data for the Empire. From this moment forth, Ian would be recognized as an officially registered legitimate transcender, though still youthful. As he progresses in his training, he will receive preferential treatment across various regions, alleviating many bureaucratic hurdles, and numerous merchant caravans will seek to affiliate themselves with his name. The Viscount Grant was busy. After registering Ian, he engaged in further discussions with Elder Bude regarding the coordination and preparations for the artillery unit before bidding farewell. As they exited the estate, guided by a maid, Elder Bude, evidently relieved and smiling, placed a hand on Ian's shoulder. Well then, he inquired softly, "What are your thoughts on the Viscount Grant?" Ian pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow, responding earnestly, "If I were a bit older, he would undoubtedly take advantage of me. That old lecher's gaze is too direct. I find it quite intolerable." The elder halted, displaying a look of astonishment, as if hesitating to articulate his thoughts. After a long pause, Elder Bude chuckled softly and shook his head. "Indeed, the Viscount Grant shows no restraint in his affections. But you, young one, are thinking rather prematurely. Just a moment ago, when I took the pocket watch, he even held my hand." Ian, half-jokingly, discerned that Lord Grant indeed held a certain admiration for his appearance, although it was not overtly expressed. If one were to speculate, even if the Lord were genuinely driven by desire, it would likely pertain more to Ian's psychic abilities than to any carnal inclination. This was a man whose thirst for power and authority far surpassed any base desires, embodying the quintessential archetype of an imperial noble. While Lord Grant might not epitomize the virtues of a good man or a noble, he undeniably possessed audacious ambition, courage, and decisiveness. Such qualities, however, are exceedingly rare, representing something we can no longer lay claim to. Elder Bude fell silent for a moment, and Ian too refrained from speaking, enveloping them in stillness. After a considerable pause, the elder softly sighed and remarked, "We, the white folk, are the descendants of those who erred grievously in the past and were exiled to this place. As a people stripped of their heritage, power, and protectors, we ought to have withered away. Yet, because I still retain certain skills, unrelated to the white folk and derived from my dwarven lineage, I am able to continue safeguarding our kin after our exile." Oh. Although Ian had long suspected the reason for Elder Pude's existence as a transcendent among the exiled white folk, and that their unique status in Harrison Port stemmed from his exceptional skills, he did not observe any calluses akin to those of a blacksmith on the elder's hands, leaving him perplexed. It hardly seemed plausible dwarves are not solely defined by their blacksmiths, and it is now the year 766 of Terra. Such antiquated biases should be obsolete. Noticing Ian's gaze, Elder Pude smiled. "What I excel in is, in fact, alchemy and runes, the ancient art of dwarven symbolism, which is why I am able to serve as the Lord's aid." "You are quite astute, Ian, far more so than I had anticipated." After a moment's contemplation, the elder twitched his beard and resolutely declared, "Thus, beginning tomorrow, I shall conduct classes every afternoon for the blacksmiths and alchemists of Harrison Port, selecting those with potential to impart the art of runes. You should come and attend the lessons, absorb as much as you can. After all, we are starting from scratch, and you should be able to keep pace." The opportunity to learn the alchemy and runes of Terra was undeniably enticing. It would be an understatement to say he was uninterested, as his heart soared with excitement. Yet, Ian couldn't help but reflect on the cultural lessons he would be receiving each night from Professor Hilliard, alongside the rune classes commencing the following afternoon. He felt a twinge of uncertainty and a familiar sensation. How is it that in this reincarnation to another world I still have to study and take exams daily? Chapter 65, The Flames of Conflict in the year 766 of Terra, on July 23rd. A full-scale confrontation erupted between the indigenous people of the Redwood Forest and the port of Harrison under exceedingly sudden circumstances. The Redwood Forest faction mobilized over 150 elite hunters to launch a surprise assault on more than 17 coastal fishing villages, incinerating fishing grounds and over 20 shellfish farms, led by 7 shamans and a high shaman. They utterly annihilated 2 frontier villages located in the Brown Elm Forest and Rain Creek Forest, resulting in the deaths of over 200 innocent villagers. In an instant, all hunting and foraging activities around Harrison Port came to a halt, with surrounding villages adopting a defensive posture. Conversely, all indigenous tribes relocated to the northwest near the Bison Mountains, where sporadic yet fierce skirmishes erupted over the upstream strongholds and settlements along the Ivok River, with both sides suffering casualties. Without the intervention of the Totem Master, the naval forces of Harrison Port maintained an absolute advantage, preventing the indigenous from disrupting the fishing industry. Thus, the situation within the city remained relatively stable, with residents accustomed to the cyclical large-scale conflicts that transpired every decade or so. Historically, disputes between the indigenous and Harrison Port often arose from the pursuit of exceedingly rare potions or the ownership of unique monster materials. Occasionally, conflicts ignited following the unexpected demise of key figures from either side. In essence, past confrontations had clear motivations. However, this time, the reason behind the indigenous assault remained shrouded in mystery. Rumors circulated within the city that the indigenous people's sacred tree was on the verge of bearing fruit, necessitating the infusion of blood as nourishment. Others speculated that the indigenous had thrived too well in recent years, leading to an unsustainable population that warranted a conflict to cull their numbers. There were even whispers that the shamans had foretold an impending disaster, suggesting that the current battles and losses were merely a means to avert catastrophe. Such topics fascinated many, particularly the idle townsfolk who engaged frequently with the indigenous, including hunters and herbalists. Even among those conscripted into the guard to confront the indigenous, many remained behind, spending their days discussing these rumors. Ian, however, was different. He was not so leisurely occupied. Beyond the mundane chores of grocery shopping and cooking, Ian dedicated his mornings to physical training, further honing his physical fitness and flexibility after breakfast, followed by lunch and the refinement of source materials. Common folk in Terra typically subsisted on 2 meals a day. Only those with ample resources could afford 3. However, aside from the inheritance left by Osnara, both Elder Hilliard and Elder Pude had generously bestowed upon Ian substantial wealth and resources, ensuring his sustenance was amply provided for. In tandem with his nourishing diet, Ian's commitment to learning was equally intense. After extracting the source materials from his meals, He would proceed to a building affiliated with the town hall around 3 in the afternoon, where he would attend classes on alchemy and inscriptions alongside local blacksmiths, alchemists, and some members of the white folk. As the youngest scholar, Ian initially drew considerable attention. However, none would deride the sentiment of what do children understand? As Ian's identity as a psychic had been publicly announced by Viscount Grant and Elder Bude. In fact, many believed that this lesson was tailored specifically for Ian, with others merely basking in the reflected glory. Consequently, rather than mockery, all were surprisingly gentle towards him. Furthermore, Ian's pace of learning deepened the misconception that this class was indeed designed for him. While everyone else was still reciting and attempting to memorize the numerous foundational principles of alchemical matrices and inscriptions, Ian was already capable of performing simple matrix extractions under Elder Bude's guidance. This was merely a basic separation and purification process, akin to elementary school chemistry experiments. Alchemy may have been straightforward, yet inscriptions demanded practical skills, requiring the engraving of intricate patterns onto wood, stone, and metal using a carving tool. Ian did exhibit certain deficiencies in practical application, but thanks to his mastery of source condensation and breath guidance techniques, his physical control allowed him to at least not be among the least proficient. By day's end, Ian felt more fulfilled than when he initially pursued his engineering certification. The intensity of this life experience was akin to thrice the rigors of postgraduate entrance examinations. Even with his mental fortitude, there was little room for contemplation of other matters. Yet, he did not perceive this as arduous labor. Ian had once aspired to become an engineer to journey into space, and every piece of knowledge he acquired was a step closer to that dream. Now, in this otherworldly realm, every subject, be it alchemy, inscriptions, or sublimation, was a delightful revelation of the unknown, something he had never encountered on Earth. Merely possessing this knowledge brought him immense joy. Let alone the prospect of delving deeper into these topics he inherently cherished, it was nothing short of a pleasure. Most importantly, these courses posed no significant challenge for him. The fundamentals of alchemy were essentially chemistry, albeit with additional catalytic and synthetic elements unfamiliar on Earth. Accepting this premise, the difficulty level was akin to elementary school. At most early secondary education, inscriptions were a tad more complex, resembling integrated circuits, a craft requiring exceptional skill and hand-eye coordination. Without such proficiency, one could never etch the intricate circuitry onto materials. As for the knowledge of sublimation, mere memorization sufficed, rendering it the simplest for him. Perhaps due to his rebirth, possessing a soul, or simply the advantageous condition of his current body, Ian's cognitive abilities surpassed those of his classmates, who had yet to achieve soul condensation, by several significant levels. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit impatience, nor did he request Elder Bude to expedite his learning pace. For what he lacked was not time, but rather stability. Ian understood that the stronger the potential he displayed, the greater the privileges he would receive. Following the revelation of his aptitude in alchemy and inscriptions, Viscount Grant even visited the class to inquire about his recent foundational studies. Since then, Ian had refrained from showcasing any further brilliance. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. In Harrisonport, being an ordinary genius suffices, exceeding that threshold may prove perilous. Rather than striving for excellence, it is preferable to maintain a semblance of mediocrity for the sake of comfort. Meanwhile, as Ian diligently immersed himself in his studies, the conflict between the Empire's forces and the indigenous peoples intensified just beyond the city, yet neither side's core remained threatened. The Red Cedar natives' hinterland remained undisturbed, continually replenished with resources and manpower, while the official road from Harrisonport was meticulously safeguarded, receiving a steady influx of supplies from the provincial capital and even the Empire's heart. It was rumored that, at the onset of autumn, a fresh batch of support from the imperial capital would arrive. According to the propaganda from the Viscount's estate, the moment the merchant convoy arrived would mark Harrisonport's breakthrough, shattering the equilibrium and vanquishing the natives. In summary, Ian, in this present moment, possessed ample time to acclimate to this unfamiliar yet increasingly familiar realm of Terra. Everything was falling into place, and he embarked on an intensive period of study amidst the flames of conflict that lasted over a month. During this time, numerous students, having merely grasped the rudiments of gunpowder crystal dust production and the inscription repairs for alchemical artillery, were hastily dispatched to the front lines. And this was precisely the outcome that Viscount Grant desired. Uniquely, Ian completed the entirety of this accelerated course in its full duration. As the tides ebbed and flowed, time slipped away. Now, it was the 19th of September in the year 766 of the Terra calendar. Chapter 66. Inscriptions and Patterns in the year 766 of the Terra calendar. During the mid-autumn of the season of crimson leaves, the afternoon found the lecture hall nearly deserted. Almost all the students had departed, and even Elder Pewd had recently concluded his examination of Ian on several topics, receiving satisfactory responses before proceeding to the front lines outside the city to negotiate the distribution of supplies for the imperial capital with the Viscount. However, Ian remained in the classroom, engrossed in contemplation over a question regarding inscriptions, unwilling to disrupt his train of thought. Inscriptions, also known as runes, originated from the dwarves and eventually became a widespread craft among the various races of Terra. The essence of inscriptions, as the name implies, is rooted in text. To master this art, one must first learn to read and write, a challenge that often perplexes beginners in the field of inscriptions. On the continent of Terra, aside from the dialects of various races and nations, a single language, commonly referred to as the common tongue, is predominantly spoken. It is said that this language was in use during the pre-epic civilization, allowing the ancestors of diverse nations to communicate effectively upon meeting, despite their geographical dispersal. Even the indigenous dialects, in essence, are mere distortions, extreme dialectical variants and abbreviations of the common tongue, with at least a few words remaining intelligible. The script of the common tongue comprises an array of geometric shapes. Rather than symbols, it resembles art, and rather than a natural script, it appears akin to a special code, based on the fact that this language was utilized during the pre-epic civilization. Ian harbored a bold hypothesis. The pre-epic civilization of Terra was a highly advanced, unified society that had eradicated various primitive natural languages. The common tongue was, in essence, the world language created by this civilization. The foundation of inscriptions lies upon this universal language. Specific etching patterns, raised structural lines, and a myriad of orderly yet complex geometric shapes can evoke fluctuations in the natural energy field, a phenomenon substantiated by numerous scholars. Moreover, the peculiar supernatural phenomena elicited by the flesh and skeletal structures of magical beasts serve as compelling evidence. Inscriptions, therefore, are the craft of learning to replicate these patterns and artificially reproduce natural phenomena and the extraordinary powers inherent in magical creatures across various materials. Inscriptions myths and scholars of inscriptions represent a sophisticated profession that demands both skilled craftsmanship and extensive knowledge for advancement. Coincidentally, the script of the common tongue bears a striking resemblance to the overall structure of inscriptions, or perhaps the common tongue itself is a highly simplified version of inscriptions, having omitted all complex elements. Authentic inscriptions impose stringent requirements regarding the depth and width of patterns. Concave and convex textures represent two distinct research avenues. Some advanced inscriptions even embody three-dimensional structures, necessitating intricate hollow designs and minute engravings, making it challenging for those lacking spatial imagination to replicate them accurately. Furthermore, special inscriptions require specific luminescent inks for activation. Ian closed his notebook, lost in thought. The essence of inscriptions lies in the replication, utilization, and study of diverse extraordinary constructs, with only those possessing a strong memory serving as a foundation for mastering this art. Fortunately, Ian possesses an exceptional memory. Over the course of more than a month, he has adeptly mastered the reading and writing of the Terra common tongue, a feat made possible by the nurturing influence of his mother in this lifetime, a wise and literate woman who laid the groundwork during his formative years, allowing him to learn with remarkable ease, without the need for an adjustment period. He has committed to memory the 103 fundamental styles of runes, ensuring that they will never fade from his recollection. However, the ability to read and write the common language, alongside an understanding of a few rune structures, merely scratches the surface of true runic mastery. It is akin to having just learned how to write the numbers 1 to 10 and being tasked with composing a poem in 7 steps, or having grasped basic arithmetic only to be asked to unravel the Riemann hypothesis. To speak of other matters, the study of light ink presents a considerable challenge. If we liken runes to engines, then light ink serves as the fuel, while runes can indeed initiate changes within the natural energy fields. They lack inherent power and require the infusion of light ink to yield genuine effects. The original light ink is derived from the blood of various magical beasts, a liquid imbued with primal energies. Yet, much like how firewood suffices for cooking, it is inadequate for propelling a rocket. The fuel necessary for such a task is of a vastly superior quality. Merely understanding the effects of runes, replicating and depicting them, relegates one to the status of a runic craftsman. It is only those who grasp the foundational structures of runes, learn how to reorganize them to create novel effects, and can even formulate specific light ink, who may be deemed true scholars of the runic arts. However, in Harrisonport, there are only craftsmen, not scholars. After a month of study, Ian has acquired some foundational knowledge in rune construction. With extensive practical training, he could join his fellow former blacksmith classmates on the front lines, maintaining alchemical artillery and various runic machinery. This knowledge can barely be considered as that of an apprentice. Even Elderpude, his instructor, merely possesses a broader repertoire of runes and greater proficiency in their engraving and maintenance, rendering them fundamentally indistinguishable, just an apprentice versus a skilled worker. Yet, this is sufficient to earn the respect of the nobility. With the course nearing its conclusion, and merely 2 weeks of lessons remaining, Ian feels he has exhausted his learning potential. Nodding slightly, he rises to depart the small building. Although he has only covered the basics, Elderpude's teachings have indeed laid a solid foundation. At the very least, he is no longer entirely ignorant of alchemy and runes, enabling him to pursue self-directed study should he encounter relevant literature or materials in the future. The accumulation of source seeds and primal energies demands patient diligence. As both runes and alchemy require extensive time to develop, he has reached a plateau in his progress. Since completing the condensation of source seeds, Ian's previous physical deficiencies have been rapidly rectified. Sustained by food rich in primal energies, he enjoys an unprecedented level of health. Over the past month of training, he feels as though his body has undergone a complete metamorphosis. His pores have become refined, his skin appears fair and delicate yet is remarkably resilient, and his internal organs have been fortified, greatly enhancing his digestive capabilities. Many previously unattainable complex movements have now become effortless, and an ordinary person attempting to bind him with ropes or shackles would find themselves easily thwarted. Due to his tender age, it is unwise to recklessly enhance his muscles. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, Ian's strength and endurance have been remarkably fortified owing to ample nutrition. If he were to confront the 3 indigenous hunters who once attacked him in Bryn, he would no longer require Bryn to divert their attention for a sneak attack. He could subdue them head-on and possibly even slay 1 or 2. However, this level of prowess is merely his limit. The elevation of his liver has commenced on the right path, but it will not be fully realized until the year's end. Only then will Ian possess the fundamental qualification to consume potions. Otherwise, many potion ingredients, upon mere contact, could prove fatal to ordinary individuals and novices like himself. It is worth noting that typical practitioners often invest several years to refine their internal organs before contemplating the consumption of potions for their ultimate transformation. Ian's ability to advance so significantly ahead of schedule is entirely attributable to the meticulous planning by Hilliard. It is now time to prepare for hunting or to scavenge some magical beast materials, laying the groundwork for the future. Chapter 67. The Apocalypse Forecast. As Ian departed from the small building, he raised his gaze to the somber sky, where dark clouds billowed ominously, foretelling another possible thunderstorm that night. Recently, the storms in Harrisonport had been unexpectedly mild, even slightly weaker compared to previous years, leaving many fishermen both puzzled and grateful, perceiving it as a blessing from the heavens. After all, with the ongoing conflict outside, if a tempest were to prevent them from venturing out to fish, the supply of provisions would undoubtedly face dire complications. Gazing at the twilight sky, which gradually transformed into a deep purple-black canvas as the sun descended, Ian murmured to himself. Yet, with the natives and the port still at war, even the most mindless beast would have fled long ago. Where then would I find a place to hunt? The true form inheritance bestowed by the Viscount's estate, known as the Ballad of the Waves, is a remarkable ability that allows one to manipulate seawater, enabling effortless breathing and movement within the ocean's depths. It is a fusion derived from the mid-tier bloodline inheritances of the siren and fairy, yet it lacks the siren's hypnotic powers that ensnare minds into illusions, as well as the fairy's adeptness in elemental manipulation and transformation. Conversely, it specializes in the control of liquids, capable of summoning waves without wind, propelling small vessels across the sea. With mere sound vibrations, it incites the ocean into ripples. This is the essence of the Ballad of the Waves. According to Iliad's assessment, this inheritance was primarily suited for those destined to labor as crew members. For oceanic vessels navigating the windless zones, several singers of the ballad would often be required to take shifts, singing throughout the day. A demanding task that could be quite tormenting for their companions if the melodies were not pleasing. Even if, in the future, he were to transition from the ballad to the bloodlines of the siren or fairy, the resultant power would remain modest, merely serving as an auxiliary enhancement, only slightly superior to the wave breaker, which could swim a tad faster. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The potion for the ballad would surely be prepared by Elder Pewd, regardless of whether the boy mentioned it. Yet, while the facade sufficed, his true aspiration remained the cultivation of the highest true form, the unyielding fortress, imparted by Iliad. The materials required for this inheritance could only be gathered by himself. The designated hunting target, the reef-eating sea otter, had its lair's location confirmed. Had it not been for the unforeseen war, he might have already completed the task. Patience was necessary. Barring any unforeseen occurrences, this standoff would likely conclude before winter's arrival. Theoretically, Ian did not possess an urgent need for power. Within Harrison Port, he was safeguarded by the forces of Elder Pewd and Viscount Grant. With Iliad serving as a final assurance, as long as he remained within the city, his personal safety was assured. Yet, he could not shake the memory of the blood-red mist that had engulfed Harrison Port 2 months prior. The war between the natives and the port may indeed align with foreseen omens, but it hardly justified a complete shrouding of the port in crimson. Ian remained uncertain of how events would unfold in the future or whether the currently tranquil situation within the city could persist. Yet an ever-present sense of foreboding warned him that the worst was yet to come. The true crisis had yet to commence. It is merely the calm before the storm. With such apprehensions, Ian traversed the streets, gradually approaching his coastal abode. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted ahead, prompting him to lift his gaze. The first sight that met his eyes was a searing bolt of lightning that cleaved through the darkened clouds, illuminating the entire sky. Boom! Rumble! Following the blinding flash, a thunderous roar ensued, overpowering all other noises. What is happening? Squinting, having long acclimated to the capricious weather of the coast, Ian was not startled. Instead, he focused intently, discerning that the tumult originated from the harbor. Accompanied by the resounding thunder from above, the frantic shouts of fishermen and sailors, swept by the damp sea breeze, reached Ian's ears. Sea monsters. Countless sea monsters. An anomaly had arisen in the deep sea. Who knows how many creatures were seeking refuge? They were coming. Hurry, summon the guard. We must defend the dock. Vessels of varying sizes hastily returned from all directions. And closely behind them were vast shadows undulating in the waters. The black clouds churned, and torrential rain began to pour. After a momentary pause, Ian tucked his notebook into his coat, hastening towards a higher vantage point to gaze upon the dock. The notebook was merely for the elders and others. All its contents were etched in his memory, yet this was not the time for pretense as a diligent student. Wetness was of little concern. Harrison Port was not flat. To be precise, the entire southern coastline was less land than a portion of the Bison Mountains that had sunk due to geological movements. With layers of sediment covering the uneven peaks of Ian quickly reached the elevated platform and peered into the distance. Instinctively holding his breath, he beheld a seething expanse of ocean. From the center of Harrison Port, as far as the eye could see, pillars of pure white smoke suddenly rose at the horizon's edge, their bases aglow with crimson spots, resembling molten lava churning beneath the sea. The scalding heat causing the ocean to steam and rise to the heavens. They were so vast, akin to volcanic clouds birthed from an eruption. Yet this was no precursor to a volcanic explosion, for there was no scent of sulfur, only sheer heat accumulating beneath the waves, boiling the cerulean sea. Above the roiling waters, dozens, if not hundreds, of smoke pillars converged, forming a terrifying wall of clouds spanning several dozen kilometers. The violent hot winds propelled immense amounts of water vapor into the sky, with the sprawling clouds continuously expanding in concentric circles. At their apex, the last vestiges of the sunset bathed them in a deep crimson hue. Lightning danced among the cloud columns, causing them to swell and disperse in a play of light and shadow. Amidst the incessant thunder, swirling winds generated over a dozen tornadoes, unleashing their furious might. All of this transpired within 5 seconds. An apocalyptic scene was unfolding. My heavens! In the midst of the downpour, Ian was seldom taken aback. Yet this time he could not help but draw a sharp breath, attempting to steady his racing heart. What kind of calamity is this? A great tempest is upon us. 8 years ago, following that terrifying tempest, the residents of Harrison Port fortified their homes against the ravages of nature. In times of dire need, they had even excavated waterproof basements. Meanwhile, citizens residing farther from their abodes hurried towards the Central Chamber of Commerce and the Town Hall, both of which served as temporary sanctuaries. No matter the destination, it was certainly safer than remaining outside in the elements. Yet, the situation was far graver. Above, the sky, resembling a vast tide, was swiftly enveloped by dark rain clouds that blanketed the entire expanse of the South Sea. At sea, in a desperate bid to evade the relentless columns of clouds and the swirling tornadoes, countless marine creatures and schools of fish were fleeing in every direction. Among them were certain sea beasts capable of reaching land, hastening towards Harrison Port and the surrounding shoreline. Chapter 68. The Great Storm is this. The resurgence of that great storm? The very tempest that coincided with his birth, which annihilated the entire garrison of Harrison Port 8 years ago, shattered the harbor's walls, and swept away half of the ancestral altar at Elephant Bone Mountain, leaving both the indigenous people and the imperial settlers in a state of disarray, even to this day. Ian suppressed the rapid thumping of his heart, holding his breath as he observed the movements of the sea beasts, feeling a sense of relief. There was no grave danger. In recent years, breakwaters had been erected on both sides of Harrison Port, preventing ordinary schools of fish and sea creatures from breaching their defenses. Seemingly a lesson learned from the past. Moreover, the sea beasts were not foolish. To them, human fishing vessels and great ships appeared as formidable monsters, resulting in a scarcity of sea beasts directly assaulting the harbor's docks. Even the predators among the fish lacked the opportunity to prey upon the easily accessible quarry around them, merely lingering in the shallow waters, trembling with apprehension. Strangely enough, there was an unexpected dearth of sea creatures this time. Certainly fewer than the salmon runs in the Ivork River during the months of March and April that Ian remembered. At this moment, the situation was perilous. Gazing into the distance at the storm, Ian was acutely aware of its implications, although the reason remained elusive. The terrifying heat capable of boiling the entire sea might very well emanate from the ruins labyrinth spoken of by Master Hilliard. Its power was so immense that even the residual energy could conjure a tempest exceeding a force of 16, not to mention the treacherous lightning that coursed through it, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, amidst this impending storm, thunder, and torrential rain, Ian felt his heart racing not merely from fear or tension, but rather from a profound excitement and a genuine yearning. He relished this spectacle. He held his breath, fixated on the howling winds in the distance, entranced by the fiery crimson glimmers beneath the sea, greedily absorbing the sight of the lightning weaving through the clouds. It was a rare scene, a perilous circumstance that most would never encounter in a lifetime, and it thrilled him. Ian found beauty in volcanic eruptions, marveling at their lethal splendor. He was awed by the grandeur of typhoons forming, and he clenched his fists in exhilaration at the solar flares erupting in the cosmos. He was not a mere enthusiast of natural disasters, but a curious observer of the extraordinary phenomena and landscapes seldom witnessed on Earth. He longed to witness the incredible vistas that were rarely seen by ordinary eyes. Thus, he had always yearned for the starry sky, for everything that had transpired was transpiring, and would transpire amidst the infinite stars of the universe. Yet, it was undeniable that life held paramount importance. Hobbies are but fleeting joys. Without life, how could one continue to witness the future and its wonders? He had merely lost himself for a moment, a reflection of his still maturing character. Thankfully, he had long been prepared. In the past 2 months, Master Hilliard had been reinforcing the house and establishing a shelter, and Ian had lent considerable assistance. Do not be misled by the apparent terror of the distant tempest. In truth, its core will not directly target Harrison Port, for the nearby Bison Mountain Range serves as a natural barrier. The storm's trajectory is likely to follow the contours of the mountains, continuing southwest, skirting past the Sighing Cliff before surging towards the Sea of Despondency. This is precisely why the Sea of Despondency bears such a name, as it serves as the final resting place for the majority of typhoons in the southwestern seas. The very breath of the heavens stirs in this forsaken realm, where ordinary vessels, once entangled in its grasp, seldom return. This tempest, spawned from the ancient relics of the far-off ocean, is no exception. Yet, even the remnants of such a colossal storm possess the capacity to rattle homes and send both people and livestock flying. In the aftermath of the storm, tranquility is expected to return, coinciding with the inevitable wounding of numerous magical beasts, thus presenting a prime opportunity for my hunting endeavors. With such thoughts coursing through his mind, Ian ceased to linger and, like other passers-by, sprinted towards home. However, amid his frantic dash, a flicker of doubt surfaced within him. Something was amiss. Ian murmured to himself. Whether among the natives or the Grant Viscounts, they must have long been aware of the impending tempest, albeit perhaps unaware of its precise timing. Yet, they proceeded to instigate war, seemingly without a thought towards preemptive disaster preparedness. If the natives were already well prepared, without a moment's hesitation, Ian activated his foresight. It was as if the distant, roiling sea mist had drawn near to the port, a thin veil of rain and fog enveloping the robust stone structures and streets of Harrisonport. The rain could not wash it away, and the fierce winds could only cause it to ripple slightly. This pale azure mist was an anomaly manifested from the violent fluctuations of the psychic energy field, signifying nature's wrath and heralding the advent of calamity. Yet now, all these phenomena dissipated within the fog that was rising before Ian's eyes. Stripped of all defining features, the foresight could discern the auspiciousness or peril of all things, as well as glimpses of the future, relying solely on color and the density of the mist. In an instant, the rain-soaked Harrisonport transformed into a nebulous mass of gray and white, while in Ian's vicinity, several crimson mists were swiftly advancing. Indeed, one was rapidly approaching his direction. It was a native. Coming towards me? No, merely passing through. The familiarity of the mist surrounding the figure made it easy for Ian, having encountered the natives on several occasions, to identify the crimson mists. He instinctively believed that the individual might be approaching him, yet upon deeper reflection, he swiftly dismissed that notion. Harrisonport is fundamentally a fortified military harbor on the frontier. Just ahead of his current position stood a tower manned by the city guard, typically garrisoned by 2 to 4 crossbowmen. With a mix of intent and instinct, he resolved to intercept them. Ian quickly arrived at a decision. The natives' invasion plan was meticulously orchestrated, and the defenders of Harrisonport were ill-prepared. Amidst the storm, they would likely suffer significant losses. Without the oversight of the tower, whatever subsequent plans the natives had would surely proceed with great success. Moreover, that tower was responsible for the defense surrounding his home. Aiding others was tantamount to aiding oneself. Yet, he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of the Terra world. The crimson mist surged through the storm, seemingly employing some arcane method to defy the resistance of the howling winds. These elite hunters raced with unparalleled speed toward the towers nestled within the harbor's inner sanctum. Their singular objective was to annihilate the internal defenses of Harrisonport at any cost, even if only for a fleeting moment. Along their perilous journey, they displayed no hesitation in taking lives. A cacophony of sharp whistles erupted. Some emanated from the taut strings of bows, others from the swift darts of blowpipes, and perhaps some were the whistling of flying knives and stones. Regardless of their origin, the inhabitants of Harrisonport fell like straw before the advance of these skilled hunters. Amidst the screams and the splatter of crimson, a diminutive shadow flitted between the buildings, leaping and shifting, harvesting lives with ruthless efficiency. As the elite hunters approached the eastern coastal towers of the harbor, one of them discarded his blowpipe, gliding past an imperial man who lay beside him, clutching at his neck in shock, his body gradually succumbing to the effects of poison. He felt invigorated, having yet to miss a single shot. The blessing of the wind spirit bestowed by the Grand Shaman allowed him to disregard the influence of external winds, though it lasted less than an hour. It was ample time to fulfill his mission and deliver a resounding blow to these arrogant and loathsome outsiders. He did not dwell on such thoughts. The instincts of a hunter compelled him to raise his blowpipe with practiced swiftness, anticipating the wind's direction. Then, he released a toxic dart aimed at the child. Chapter 69. In the midst of turmoil in an instant, the wooden thorn, saturated with a sinister green venom, hurtled toward its target. At such a close range, even the most adept knight would be hard-pressed to evade this stealthy strike, let alone a mere child. Yet, an unforeseen event transpired. The trembling child, seemingly attuned to the hunter's presence, raised his left hand at the very moment the poisoned thorn was launched. A faint azure glow flickered, and an invisible force intercepted the lethal projectile, which was then captured between 2 alabaster fingers. The child by the roadside was not to be overlooked. Ian, who was still grappling with the indigenous people's peculiar methods, was filled with confusion. The preceding attack had startled him. After all, he had anticipated a sneak attack, not a counterstrike. Rising to his feet, he realized that while he had thwarted the enemy's assault, a direct confrontation loomed ahead. Had this been Ian from 2 months prior, he would have chosen retreat in the absence of an opportunity for ambush, relying on his foresight to find a chance to strike. After all, there was no urgency in combat. Even if the enemy pursued, the intricate alleys of Harrisonport would afford him ample opportunity to outmaneuver the indigenous adversaries with his clairvoyance. However, he now found himself unwilling to squander time. Casting aside the venomous thorn ensnared in his left hand, he noted the faint green residue that had begun to spread on his fingers. Yet, the toxin from the poison would pose no threat to Ian, whose liver had already begun its ascension. In his right hand, he held a shard of stone, pried from a nearby building. Weapons are not mere trifles. One must not underestimate the power of throwing stones, It is a fundamental tool by which humanity has triumphed over beasts, and all weapons, past and future, are essentially an evolution of this act. With only his head exposed, Ian's gaze fixed upon the indigenous hunter, who had momentarily faltered in shock. In an instant, the azure luminescence of his source material flickered in his right hand. The next moment, he leaned forward, nearly kneeling, and with maximum force hurled the nearly half-kilogram stone shard. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the spinning stone cleaved through the rain-soaked air, akin to a knife, unaffected by the winds, and struck straight toward the indigenous hunter. What manner of creature is this? The elite hunter gasped, his instinct honed by countless battles prompting him to instinctively sidestep. Yet, the high-velocity stone still grazed his left cheek, tearing away flesh and exposing stark, white bone and teeth. The moment was too brief for him to register pain or to bleed, which would diminish his combat effectiveness. Yet he had no time to be astonished, for the white shadow had already begun its furious charge, rapidly closing in against the storm. In that moment, he struggled to discern the figure's form. Finally, when his sight focused, the hunter was struck by the image of an immature, lithe razor-paw tiger, delicate yet fierce and swift. Ian would not afford the hunter a moment to react. He sensed that this opponent was far superior to those he had faced alongside Bruin, a true elite among the indigenous people. Thus, he resolved that he must not allow the hunter the luxury of calling for reinforcements. Instilling the essence of the source, shattering the stones in his grasp, in a fleeting breath, Ian leaped forward with an urgent momentum, casting the fragments of rock towards his adversary like a torrential downpour. The hunter, in a moment of haste, could only raise his rain cloak, woven from the leaves of the brown elm and steeped in shamanic potions. A garment both supple and robust, akin to fine leather armor, capable of withstanding the blows of ordinary blades. Yet, when faced with the barrage of stones, it ultimately could not shield him entirely. He was struck on his right leg and forehead, the pain and numbness causing him to stagger back a step, completely losing the initiative. However, he was a true elite. In that brief moment, the hunter suppressed all shock and disbelief, perceiving the pale-skinned boy before him as a smaller, adult razor-claw tiger. In close proximity to this beast, he had no choice but to fight for his life. He let out a sharp cry, raised his elbow, and charged forward to collide head-on. Though he had not systematically trained in martial skills, his years of hunting magical beasts and clashing with the Empire's forces honed the combat prowess of the Redwood natives to a formidable level. This was a desperate maneuver against a monstrous foe, sacrificing the use of one arm, channeling all his strength into this impact, knowing that if he landed a hit, even a large creature like a swamp bear could be momentarily repelled, let alone a human. As long as he could momentarily push back, he could summon reinforcements. Yet, while Ian may not have possessed extensive combat experience, he had systematically studied fighting techniques under a skilled mentor. As the native's elbow surged towards him, and with no energy left to evade, Ian nimbly pushed off his foot, dodging to the left to avoid the strike. This was not a retreat forced by the native. As he sidestepped, his right fist, which had been aimed at the native's head, naturally loosened and instinctively grasped something. It was the very cloak the native had used to shield himself from the elements. A sense of foreboding engulfed the hunter, but in that moment of exhaustion, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the cloak. Thus, before losing consciousness, he could only witness Ian's light exclamation followed by a surge of power. Following his mentor's teachings, the silver-haired boy twisted his wrist, his legs, waist, and arms, all moving in unison, using the cloak as a fulcrum to forcibly lift the hunter's body off the ground. The world spun around him. In an instant, the hunter's vision shifted rapidly from the streets of Harrisonport to a realm of gray and black beneath a torrential sky. The earth was plummeting towards him. This was the last thought that flickered through his mind before darkness enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of his skull shattering. With a sharp crack, he was yanked by his clothing and thrown over the shoulder with brute force, his head striking the ground, resulting in the native elite's inevitable demise. He nearly lost his balance, such was the hunter's steadiness. Exhaling deeply, Ian, having unleashed his strength, felt a weariness in his arm. He clapped his palms together, using the rain to wash away the blood splattered on himself and his hands, before swiftly beginning to search the corpse. Just moments ago, he found it perplexing that even a transcendent apprentice like himself struggled to navigate the treacherous environment wrought by calamity, while the indigenous people moved with remarkable agility atop rooftops, treating the ferocious 16-level winds as if they were mere whispers. This was evidently abnormal. One must understand that the force of a gale, irrespective of one's weight or strength, could easily send even the most robust individual soaring into the skies. Though his punches could incapacitate an average adult, a fierce wind would render such strength inconsequential. The indigenous individuals, only slightly larger than him, seemed to defy the tempest without effort. At the moment he grasped the edge of a native's rain-cloak, Ian realized the secret lay within the dark green garment. As he swiftly unfastened the cloak, narrowing his eyes, he perceived through his precognitive vision that it radiated a dense white hue, indicating it was a superior quality item, though not extraordinary. Yet, on the inner side of the cloak, a faint blue ancient inscription flickered dimly. This inscription, though fluctuating and weakening by the moment, granted its bearer the ability to disregard the wind's ferocity as long as it continued to emit light. It bore the totemic patterns of the natives. Rooted in primitive inscription artistry, Ian, having immersed himself in the lore of the Terra continent over the past 2 months, possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the sublimatas around the southern ridge, while not overly complex. The existence of dozens of such temporary windbreak cloaks represented a significant expenditure for the natives. Without hesitation, he donned the bloody cloak, still stained with the remnants of a hunter's brain matter and blood, and hastened towards his home. What grand scheme did this individual harbor? To breach Harrison Port with such a meager force was utterly implausible. What was their true objective? Enveloped by the windbreak totem patterns, even the torrential rain lost its intensity. And Ian felt his steps become remarkably light. With each stride, he experienced an exhilarating sensation of levitation, propelling himself forward several meters in an instant. At that moment, the city was rife with disarray. Natives. There were natives. The cries of terror and anguish fragmented amidst the storm, as those still traversing the streets faced inevitable doom. Within mere breaths, Ian heard the agonized wails of more than 5 souls on the brink of death. Though he felt sympathy, he knew he could not extend his aid. Instead, he needed to procure a weapon. Had he possessed a sharp instrument, he could have dispatched the natives with ease. The outline of his home was now visible. Although his heart raced, Ian's thoughts sharpened. The only weapon available at home was a seasoned chopping knife, and he contemplated whether to remain sheltered indoors or assist others, depending on the unfolding circumstances. Should the natives be intent on slaughtering innocents as a sacrificial rite, he could not stand idly by, for once the natives descended upon him, there would be no one left to offer assistance. The nature of the power the successful sacrificial natives might acquire remained an enigma. Yet, it was evident that the natives' plans were far grander than Ian had anticipated. Boom! A sudden roar erupted, causing the earth to tremble slightly, more startling than thunder itself. Even Ian instinctively turned his head toward the direction of the explosion. His eyes widened as he beheld a dark column of smoke rising rapidly, only to be violently torn apart by the fierce winds emanating from the heart of the city. Was that the Viscount's estate? Ian exclaimed in shock. They have blown up the Viscount's estate? Chapter 70. Intertwined at the horizon's edge, a pure white column of smoke ascends into the heavens. The rain clouds, inverted like mountains, cast a vast canopy that spreads in all directions. Dark purple lightning flickers among the clouds, while deep within the waves, a golden-red glow rolls and churns. These two hues intertwine in the air, rendering the distant tempest, which has already begun to take shape, a vessel of flame and thunder. Torrential rain descends upon the southern coastal region of Bison. Within the city, the pitch-black smoke from explosions dissipates with the fierce winds, allowing even Ian, situated on the eastern coastal streets, to catch a whiff of gunpowder. It seems the true target lies over there. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Ian quickly regained his composure. The natives' objective is the Viscount's residence. This is not difficult to comprehend. Whether they seek to undermine the prestige of Viscount Grant, humiliate him, or seize treasures and resources, all motivations seem entirely reasonable. After all, the Viscount's estate is the only place in Harrison Port where Ian can perceive the purple mist. However, the defenses of the estate are formidable. He and Elder Pewd had noted its structure during their previous visit. Though it appears to be an ordinary noble residence, it is, in fact, highly suitable for defense, constructed with solid materials. Even with Viscount Grant himself leading troops on the front lines, it would be quite challenging for the natives to conquer the estate. The natives' resolve must be reassessed. Shaking his head, Ian sensed the winds intensifying around him. Handcarts began to roll down the streets as various debris, stones, and wooden fragments whirled through the air. Although the tempest had shifted southward, its aftermath was about to sweep across all of Harrison Port. At that very moment, they commenced their actions. Northeast of Harrison Port. This was once the abode of Osna and Ian, an area still in disrepair from the ravages of the tempest 8 years prior. Now, alongside the ruins wrought by that past storm, a new fire-ravaged ruin added to the desolation. in a seemingly half-destroyed building, yet internally reinforced. The red-haired mercenary leader lowered the mangled body of a native hunter. Addressing his fully armed, lightly armored subordinates, he remarked, as we uncovered previously, "This group of natives intends to assault the Viscount's estate when the storm arrives." The mercenary leader, Lubeck, possessed dark skin and a somewhat sickly slender form. Yet, his pair of eerie green eyes bore an air of ruthless indifference, a reflection of his reputation as an exceedingly dangerous and bloodthirsty man. The blood dripping from his hands and the battered body of the elite hunter served as undeniable evidence of this. However, to his battle-hardened subordinates, Lubeck's tone remained remarkably calm. "Today presents a rare opportunity. You will go to the Viscount's estate to assist the gentleman in defending his garden. Do not follow me. As long as you hold back these redwoods, Lord Grant will reward you handsomely, affording you the means to establish a prosperous life in Harrisonport." Fully armed, the mercenaries who had learned of the impending indigenous assault days earlier exchanged glances, and one audacious soul could no longer contain himself. "Boss, what about you? Where are you headed?" After a moment's pause, he replied calmly, "It's none of your concern." His haunting green eyes fixed upon the dimly lit street, shrouded in rain and wind, as he murmured to himself, "What follows next will be a matter of personal vendetta. What treasures does that grand fellow possess?" In the city center, just a few streets away from the residence of the Viscount, stood the Chamber of Commerce. The president, Emir, stood half-hidden by the window, cautiously observing the movements outside. "The entire Redwood tribe has mobilized. To create a wind totem requires a cup of blood from a winged tail monkey. To produce dozens of them in a short span, we would need to slay at least 7 or 8. He lamented, "Such a waste." The guards stationed at the window, armed with crossbows, exchanged glances and shrugged. They were accustomed to their superiors' lamentations over resources that did not belong to them. The alchemical firearm was immensely powerful, capable of collapsing stone walls with a single shot, yet it was misnamed a small cannon due to its limitations. Unlike cannons with abundant energy components, it was difficult to power, had insufficient endurance, and could not fire continuously. Although the City of Knowledge had long since developed simple gunpowder firearms and projectiles capable of unleashing dozens of shots, the compact revolvers were particularly favored by the elderly and noble women. However, given the physical constitution of all beings on the Terra continent, relying solely on gunpowder as a propellant proved insufficiently lethal. To hunt colossal beasts and monsters, one must augment the ammunition with alchemical modules to inflict significant damage. "Oh, it must be something valuable that old Grant seized from the natives back in the day," Emir mused after much contemplation, unable to fathom what treasure could provoke such a grand display from the Redwood tribe. He shook his head. "Let us focus on our own duties. Safeguarding the chamber from losses amidst the invasion of the Southridge natives would be a commendable achievement. Gentlemen, our promotions and year-end bonuses hinge on this battle." At the mention of year-end bonuses, an uproar of cheers erupted from all the guards, in stark contrast to the light-hearted atmosphere at the Chamber of Commerce. The situation at the Viscount's residence in the city center was dire. "Fall back, retreat into the premises, ascend the stairs." The financial officer, Lamar, bellowed orders amid the chaos, commanding the disarrayed guards to withdraw and fortify their positions within the estate. A hunter charged forward with murderous intent, seeking to behead him. The delicate-looking red-haired civil official's gaze sharpened. Wielding a longsword, he executed a swift horizontal slash, sacrificing his right shoulder to the hunter's poisoned blade, cleaving the attacker in two. Blood, mingled with the foul stench of viscera, splattered over him, and Lamar coughed up a mouthful of blood as he retreated. As he fell back, he noticed several hunters attempting to coordinate an assault, likely aiming to pursue him, yet they were repelled by the crossbow bolts fired by the guards behind him. "Well done." Upon returning to the Viscount's estate, his expression brightened slightly as he commended the anxious guards. Rest assured, the Viscount's residence was originally designed as a small fortress, with its outer walls and supporting columns inscribed with protective runes. The indigenous people cannot possibly gather enough explosives to breach this stronghold. Although he had previously dispatched a hunter with remarkable efficiency, Lamar's physique was notably slender, rendering him diminutive compared to the towering guards surrounding him. His soft, crimson hair hung limply over his shoulders, and were it not for the sinister glint in his scarlet eyes, his fair complexion and pearly white teeth would have made him appear almost like a delicate beauty. It was no wonder the indigenous warriors had aimed to behead this seemingly unimposing commander. "First, we must staunch the bleeding." The guards, well acquainted with the treasurer, rushed to procure bandages upon seeing Lamar's injured shoulder. However, the red-haired beauty shook his head. "No need for that. Have you forgotten I am of the Crimson People? He tilted his head to examine his wounded shoulder, and for reasons unknown, the gash that had been inflicted moments ago had already healed. Only a purplish abscess remained, seeping with toxic blood. Purple thorn venom? Lamar furrowed his brow and retrieved a small knife from his waist, slicing open the blood-filled abscess to let the foul, decaying toxin drain away. Miraculously, the laceration began to close rapidly, healing before their very eyes, leaving no trace of a scar within mere breaths. The surrounding guards gasped. The purple thorn poison was renowned for its capacity to corrode the blood and flesh of ordinary individuals. Even if healed, the affected area would typically sink, creating ghastly scars that were difficult to fully recover from. Many guards who had previously engaged with the indigenous elite had retired due to this toxin. Although they could lead normal lives, they had lost their ability to fight. Yet, such was the regenerative prowess of the Crimson People. Chalk, crimson blood, black iron, and gold, these were the four human factions devoid of distinctive physical traits, yet each harbored unique latent potentials. The Chalk people excelled in psychic abilities. The Crimson Blood were formidable in regeneration, the Black Iron possessed robust physiques, and the Gold people demonstrated remarkable adaptability. The so-called Redwood indigenous tribes, despite their brutish reputation, were merely the Gold people fully adapted to the jungle environment. Scholars had conducted experiments that revealed when a jungle native was relocated to the plains without interbreeding. Within 3 generations, their descendants bore an uncanny resemblance to the typical plains folk, making distinctions virtually impossible. Similarly, the mountain dwellers and sea folk were fundamentally Gold people or, in part, Iron people. The Iron and Gold peoples represented what could be considered ordinary humanity in the world of Terra. Nevertheless, even among the Crimson people, Lamar's self-healing abilities and detoxification speed were remarkably extraordinary. After tending to his wound, Lamar resumed issuing commands. Most guards complied with his instructions. Yet those assigned to the second-floor terrace appeared apprehensive. But there are the Viscount's favorite flowers and the sublimation plants. Do not concern yourselves with that. Those are my cultivation, Lamar replied without hesitation. At all costs, do you understand? Feel free to trample them. If you believe consuming a few of those tranquil herbs will help you withstand the onslaught, then by all means, indulge. Without further ado, he led the team to ascend to the uppermost level, where Lamar received the binoculars from the hands of other guards. The tempest raged fiercely. Had they not been clad in iron armor, they might have been swept away. The distant view remained hazy, yet they could discern the general situation around the nearby streets. Had the surrounding towers been seized? The lights of the neighboring towers had dimmed, causing the red-haired treasurer to furrow his brow. Although he had anticipated such an outcome, he was taken aback by the natives' boldness, as they had resorted to using crystalline gunpowder. Those scoundrels had been warned countless times against smuggling strategic materials, and if caught again, they would face hanging. It was a prudent decision, yet now was not the time to ponder the future gallows list. Through the lens of the binoculars, amidst the howling winds, several figures clad in cloaks emerged atop the surrounding buildings, standing in stark opposition to them across the tempestuous storm. Meanwhile, clad in armor, the Viscount Grant, stationed outside the city, gazed in astonishment towards the southern seas. A storm? At such a time? Chapter 71. The master of tactical transformations. The riverside jungle of the western city is damp and intricate, with its internal passages fragmented and intermittent. Known only to the indigenous people and wild beasts who navigate this narrow and shadowy environment. However, as the forces of Harrison Port advance, every stretch of jungle along their path is felled and set ablaze. In a mere 2 months, the 10-mile stretch along both banks of the Ivok River is stripped of any semblance of forest, with even the wooden stumps corroded by alchemical agents. Soil erosion is a concern for the future. During wartime, the Earl of Grant, even in a state of frenzy, would never allow the natives the opportunity to ambush him using the jungle's terrain. It is precisely this unobstructed view that enables the Earl, still stationed at the front lines, to immediately discern the sudden tempest brewing in the distance. How can it be at this moment? Gazing upwards at the torrential rain that has begun to descend, the astonished Earl, although previously aware, based on various coastal reports, that a great storm was expected to occur on some day in September or October, theoretically, there should have been some forewarning before the storm's arrival. For instance, exceedingly high rain clouds, an unusually resplendent sunset, or abnormal monsoons. The continent of Terra is prone to natural disasters, and such signs have long been compiled into manuals, which the Earl, as the Lord of the land, knows by heart. Yet, recently, none of these phenomena have manifested, which emboldened him to lead an assault to intercept the primary force of the natives attempting to sabotage the official roads. The entire southern Ridge province is not solely represented by Harrison Port. To the north lie the significant cities of Sanha and the provincial capital, Nauman City. Additionally, in the northwest mountainous region, several indigenous tribes and mercenary leaders, such as Lu Beek, the warrior of the mountain district, have pledged allegiance to the empire. As the front line against the indigenous forces of the southern Ridge giant sequoia forest, Harrison Port has absorbed the majority of the pressure. Thus, upon learning of the war's commencement, a continuous stream of supply caravans has made their way along the imperial roads to provide provisions. Indeed, even the capital is aware of this fact. And the originally departing support caravans have been augmented with additional combat supplies and enhancement materials, backed by the entire empire. Even if a considerable portion of these supplies is likely to be embezzled along the way, it is still preferable to having no support at all against the natives. The indigenous forces are not oblivious to this reality. Therefore, for the past half-month, they have been incessantly harassing the official roads, either attacking scattered small caravans or directly sabotaging the roadbed by dislodging boulders to obstruct passage, ensuring that the supplies from Harrison Port do not arrive comfortably. Today, they even audaciously attempted to blow apart a cliff to completely block a narrow pass. Fortunately, the Earl had anticipated this and personally led a team to intercept the native squad armed with a significant cache of crystal sand explosives. However, this was merely a feint. According to the intelligence gathered from recent interrogations, the bulk of the native forces had already crossed the pass and were heading toward a supply transfer town situated between Sanha City and Harrison Port. Their intent was to utterly destroy that transfer town, cutting off all support to Harrison Port. Of course, a retreat was necessary. Even if that group of indigenous people manages to seize a more town, it would only delay our supplies for about a month. Even without any supplies, victory remains within our grasp. Viscount Grant gazed at the distant sea, where mountains of white clouds loomed like imposing barriers. His tone settling into a calm yet contemplative cadence. Their luck is indeed remarkable, launching an assault on this very day. Were it not for the tempest, we, alongside the militia of a more town, would have encircled their main force, inflicting significant damage and ensuring relative peace for the next 7 or 8 years. At this point, the auburn-haired noble expressed a tinge of regret. We have missed the opportunity to utterly vanquish this band of savages. With the Viscount's decision made, the Port's guard units began their methodical retreat, disassembling the alchemical artillery and placing it into crates with precision and care. The blacksmiths and alchemists trained by Elder Pute, despite their other shortcomings, displayed commendable proficiency in these basic tasks. Upon hearing the elder's words, Viscount Grant turned his head to listen intently to his insights. The elder used a single term that caused the Viscount's eyes to widen, foreseeing the twin leaves, the sacred tree of the redwood indigenous people, rumored to possess the ability to briefly glimpse into the future, enhancing one's spiritual vision and powers. The armored elder met the noble's gaze, his tone grave, though we have never encountered it and have always regarded it as mere legend. What if it truly exists? What if it can indeed grant a fleeting foresight of the future? What if that ancient shaman utilized such an artifact to foresee the arrival of the tempest, thus orchestrating this series of plans? The Viscount stood in stunned silence. Yet merely foreseeing the onset of a storm was not entirely implausible. Attention! Cease all operations. Drawing a sharp breath, Viscount Grant decisively commanded the troops to halt their march. Immediately thereafter, this middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, radiated brilliant azure light from his being, akin to 3 concentric rings of stars swirling around him, drawing in the moisture from the torrential downpour. The 3 water rings beneath the Viscount's feet formed a rotating disc, where high-speed friction generated intense heat, propelling steam downward in a powerful surge. As the steam billowed, Viscount Grant ascended, surveying the rain-drenched forest ahead of his troops from a lofty vantage point. Then, he unsheathed his sword, striking downward from the air with a single, fluid motion. The moisture in the atmosphere coalesced with the swing of his blade, manifesting as a translucent water blade that surged towards the dense thicket below. In an instant, a cacophony erupted as trees, vines, shrubs, and underbrush toppled in the path of the water blade, while the projectiles of water, lethal in their own right, pierced through the resilient leaves of the elms. A series of deep, resonant thuds echoed, and in mere moments, a vibrant cloud of toxic miasma erupted from the forest, only to be dispersed by the tempest. Traps? The path ahead is impassable. With a heavy sigh, he realized that all his resources were at stake. The mere exposure of these toxic traps would require over half a month for a seasoned shaman to gather them properly. A radiant blue luminescence, reminiscent of flowing water, flickered around him, and the expression on Viscount Grant's face grew exceedingly solemn. The advanced bloodline, abyssal lizard whale, bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate water and steam. Much like the lizard whale that exhales mist, capable of enveloping an island with its breath. He had already mastered the art of harnessing steam propulsion for flight at the second tier, cleaving through the air with blades of scalding steam that could sever colossal trees. However, even he could not evade every trap along the way. Nor did he possess an abundance of source essence to continuously wield his sublimation techniques and carve a secure path. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated. Initially, Viscount Grant mistook it for thunder, but soon he sensed something amiss. He looked up from midair towards the distant Harrison port and was struck with disbelief. My estate. A dark plume of smoke spiraled upwards, quickly dissipating, yet the keen eyes of a sublimator could discern that the point of the explosion was alarmingly close to his home. The natives had invaded. Damn it. We must pursue those scoundrels and take advantage of this tempest to annihilate the native forces in Amore Town. Chapter 72. Spirit of the Mountain Tide. All tactical transformers share an immutable truth. Before them stands a second-tier transcendent, demonstrating a formidable influence on the strategic battlefield, surpassing mere personal power. With a solemn expression, Lord Grant raised his hands, accompanied by a sudden surge of rapid heartbeat. Something hard began to emerge from his shoulders, elbows, and forehead. These were crystalline gems radiating a deep blue luminescence. Their shape and distribution mirrored the elemental crystals enveloping the abyssal lizard whale, bestowing upon him the ability to manipulate water and steam. A low, resonant hum arose, akin to a whale's song. Layer upon layer of translucent ripples emanated from these crystals, as a powerful psychic field began to extend through the atmosphere, affecting the surrounding rain and air currents, drawing them into his dominion. Centered around the Viscount, a semicircular water shield with a diameter of several hundred meters was taking form. It enveloped all the guards and supplies, offering sanctuary within its realm. Each third-tier transcendent was a powerful psychic adept forged through rigorous cultivation. Outside the water shield, the wind and rain raged violently. Yet within its confines, the rain grew sparse and the winds diminished, resembling the gentle drizzles familiar to the denizens of the southern ridge. The force of the abyssal leviathan, capable of conjuring fog and even storms with a mere breath, now manifested before all as an extension of the transcendent's will. The winds remained too fierce to be entirely quelled. The elemental crystals upon his forehead and arms flickered with brilliance, as Lord Grant gauged his expenditure, succinctly commanding, "Advance. Pursue them, tear them apart, annihilate them." In a chorus of confident affirmations, the troops reversed their direction and resumed their march. However, unlike the soldiers who were nearly ready to cheer at the sight of their leader's formidable transcendent power, infused with a sense of invincibility, Lord Grant harbored a tinge of unease. Though it was termed a transformation, was it truly that simple? What if the Grand Shaman had anticipated this shift? If the main forces at Anmore Town were not entirely engaged, and the natives' true elite were all converging upon the city, then this transformation could lead to severe losses. Unless he turned back to head towards the Bone Mountain after eliminating the native forces at Anmore Town, perhaps that would ensure he did not incur losses. Aware that these were futile speculations, mere sources of self-induced anxiety, Lord Grant could not help but feel troubled. Yet, this anxiety was not overwhelming. The legacy passed down from his ancestors, the clan's totem. Shaking his head slightly, the Viscount expelled these distractions. It should not be difficult. Just as the main force of the port guard set off towards the north, preparing to engage with the natives at Harrison Port on the western side of the city. 5 city gates stood, 2 facing north and 2 westward, with military and civilian forces stationed in considerable numbers. Prepare for battle. The natives had infiltrated the city. Beware of being attacked from behind. At the northwest city gate, the boisterous captain with a red nose and a black beard bellowed orders for the soldiers to prepare. Although he typically sheltered smugglers trading with the natives at designated spots, when the time for battle arrived, he promptly raised the original trading posts and reconstructed the fortifications. To be candid, the sight of black smoke billowing from the city center nearly sent Blackbeard's soul fleeing in terror. Though he had never permitted the smuggling of military supplies, an allowance granted solely by the Viscount himself, he was undoubtedly accountable for the incident where the natives used crystal powder explosives against the Viscount's manor. Now, his only path to survival lay in valiantly fighting the enemy and earning military merit, ensuring that, even if he were to face dire consequences. His family might receive some form of compensation. "Captain, the enemy approaches," exclaimed a lookout from the tower. "Their numbers are fewer than 30. It appears to be a probing attack." The observer added, perplexed, "Strangely, they are not clad in armor and carry no bows. Only totems hang from their belts." "Captain, they are drawing nearer." Initially, Blackbeard dismissed the notion that unarmed natives could pose a threat. It seemed nothing short of suicidal. However, as he noted their advance, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. He quickly ascended the city walls to survey the approaching native group. Indeed, there were barely 30 of them, not only lacking armor but also clothed in little more than their skin, resembling naked chickens amid the storm, a comical sight. Yet oddly, each of these nearly bare warriors was remarkably tall, towering over even the imperial soldiers at over 6 feet 3 inches. Their bodies adorned with intricate black tattoos and war paint that obscured their original skin tones. This was perplexing. Blackbeard pondered. Such robust physiques were typically the hallmark of chieftain warriors, although exceptionally gifted natives raised under the care of shamans with special nourishment could possess similar stature. However, these men were guardians of their ancestral lands, seldom straying from the symbolic Bone Mountain. How could they dare to assault a city and expend themselves against a barrage of arrows? Their weapons were short blades and claw hooks. Were they preparing for a physical assault on the city? As they drew closer, Blackbeard discerned their weapons more clearly. They wielded the most unremarkable climbing claws, rendering any attempt to attack the 10-meter-high walls of Harrison Port utterly ludicrous, if not tragic. Yet, inexplicably, his heart tightened. An intense wave of unease compelled him to issue an immediate command. "Loosen the arrows. Pierce them through." With a whoosh, the city guards, long prepared, drew their bows and unleashed a volley. Yet, due to the ferocity of the wind and rain, most arrows missed their mark. However, a few of the most accurate struck the leading native warriors in their chests, shoulders, and thighs. They should have perished. Yet, to his horror, the wounded natives showed no signs of slowing. Instead, they emitted varying roars of fury and accelerated their charge. Despite their injuries, they surged forward with even greater speed. The essence of our ancestors flows through our veins. Battle is our destiny, and that destiny culminates in death. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the faces of these indigenous warriors. Their eyes, bloodshot and frantically spinning, conveyed a haunting madness, while their bodies, muscular and sinewy, pulsated with an unsettling vigor. These warriors, rather than being merely robust, seemed as if something terrifying within them yearned to break free. The foremost among them, despite being struck by arrows, began to sing an ancient, primal song tinged with a profound desolation and heroism. "Death is blood. Blood is life. It is the seed of the soma fruit. They have already perished." In Blackbeard's mind, terrifying legends circulated among the people of the Southridge Empire, tales of fearless warriors who fought with their fists when blades broke, and with their teeth when hands were severed. An instinctive tremor seized him as he gasped, "We are doomed, regardless of the circumstances." When these doomed berserkers are unleashed, the inevitable outcome is mutual annihilation. Life is rage, rage is combat. Having consumed the seeds of the soma tree, their bodies coursed with an intense concoction of stimulants and toxins, rendering their minds nearly insensible, nearly devoid of all cognitive function. Yet, due to their rigorous training and specially adapted diets from a young age, they managed to retain a semblance of battle instinct. Instinctively, they raised their battle cries, seemingly oblivious to the arrows embedded in them. The leaders among them hurled grappling hooks, and in an instant, propelled by immense strength, soared over the city walls, brandishing their daggers as they plunged into the ranks of the city guards. These berserkers, already towering in stature, now liberated from all constraints by their intoxicated state, trampled over the city guards. They required no weapons, mere fists sufficed to crush and rend the imperial soldiers apart. Within mere moments, they carved out a safe zone at the walls, allowing a relentless stream of berserkers to ascend. Faced with such monstrosities, the city guards, armed with shields and long spears, found their efforts utterly futile. The frenzied warriors, even when pierced by spears, remained undeterred in their actions. They emitted roars of fury, clamping down on the spearheads embedded within them, then seized the shafts to lift the unsuspecting guards and hurl them to the ground, crushing their skulls underfoot. In his despair, Captain Blackbeard raised his long spear, aiming to pierce the head of the berserker before him, the sole means to swiftly end their terror. Yet the berserker merely erupted into maniacal laughter, then lunged at him, jaws clamping around the spearhead. Even as Blackbeard's long spear pierced through the mouth and penetrated the enemy's skull, blood gushing from the newly opened wound at the back of the head. The berserker, already intoxicated to death, still clung to life. With teeth that had loosened and mostly shattered, he bit down fiercely, crushing the spear shaft with sheer determination. Before extending a hand, muscles and veins bulging, dark and foreboding, grasping Blackbeard's neck. A crack echoed at the city gate as bones were ground to dust. In less than 10 breaths, the northwest gate was breached, and the defending forces were annihilated. Meanwhile, at the southwestern gate, facing the Ivok River and the Redwood Forest, the defenses of Harrison Port were most formidable. The enemy approached. The soldiers stationed there could faintly hear the battle songs and the dying wails carried by the wind. Yet they had no strength to spare for their comrades. Where are the cannons? Alchemical cannons. Fire immediately. The commanding officer rasped his orders. But all fell silent in a deathly hush, save for the sound of teeth clattering from fear. For the monstrosity they faced was more terrifying than the berserker. Night had fully descended, and even the rosy hues above the storm clouds had vanished, with thunder and lightning intertwining in the darkness, filling the air with a cacophony of tempestuous noise. Yet amidst this gloom, a far more profound and colossal shadow gradually approached, its deep footfalls causing the very earth to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. 3 pairs of crimson eyes flickered ominously in the stormy night, streaking through the air, leaving trails of scarlet light. With a resounding crash, thunder erupted, and a bolt of lightning illuminated the true form of the shadow. What a magnificent and fearsome beast it was. 6 eyes, 6 legs, its body covered in scales and armored with sharp, sturdy spines. Its long tail brushing against the ground, shaking the surrounding rocks and soil. The elongated crocodilian snout further revealed its true identity. The totem worshipped by the natives for 150 years, the spirit of the mountain. The nightmare of the early inhabitants of Harrison Port, the colossal beast said to be but a step away from the infamous creature. The mountain lord, the swamp crocodile dragon, with blood-red eyes, coldly regarded the low city gate, towering before it, even more imposing than the gate itself. Then, the giant crocodile opened its maw filled with jagged teeth, a thick, corrosive drool emanating a noxious stench. Amidst the terrified wails of the guards at the southwestern gate, despair spread like wildfire. For the crocodile had opened its mouth only to slowly close it again. A crack echoed as rocks were pulverized, followed by the thunderous roar of collapsing walls. Crushing the gatehouse and toppling it down, the magnificent beast raised its head, 6 eyes gazing at the prosperous city amidst the tempest, as if it could see the lush jungles of a century past. The ruler of the Great Marsh had once again set foot upon this land it had dominated for 100 years. Chapter 73, The Key of the Sea Hush. This is no longer your domain. Oh, Mountain Lord, do not act out of hasty anger. Just as the colossal crocodile dragon was about to topple the city gates, its gaze penetrating into the city, a frail voice emerged from above. Between the 2 prominent spines on the dragon's brow, a vague figure was faintly breathing, as if seated upon a throne fashioned from the flesh and blood of the great beast. The indigenous Grand Shaman, Animus Deep Marsh, breathed softly. His lower body transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh, embedded atop the spirit of the mountain tide, amidst a crown of numerous hardened spines. Half of his form leaned against a thick stone thorn, his eyes devoid of pupils, leaving only deep, hollow sockets. He simply let out a low growl, and the invisible field of spiritual energy reverberated outward, causing the surrounding city walls to tremble and gradually collapse, resembling a sandcastle melting in the tide. Simultaneously, the earth below began to defy gravity, the soil swirling as if under the will of the great beast, while the mud coalesced into a sturdy earthen road. The muddy waters, mixed with numerous impurities, washed away all debris from the surface. Proceed, the Grand Shaman commanded softly, as the enormous beast stepped onto the path it had created. Close behind, several young shamans and warriors, accompanied by a modest number of indigenous people, surged into the city. Animus was very old, having been one of the most esteemed shamans among the tribes of the Great Red Cedar long before. Decades ago, when the first generation of imperial settlers arrived at the southern ridge bay under the escort of the noble Sir Grant's knights to establish Harrison Port, he had already held significant prestige. As other respected shamans fell in battle against the imperial forces, succumbing to Sir Grant's crystal sword and airblade, he, through fortunate survival, gradually became the last remaining Grand Shaman. Then, he bore the weight of responsibility alone, continuously battling, killing, sacrificing, and ultimately negotiating peace with the Empire. Truth be told, Animus harbored no particular hatred for the Empire. To him, The empire was merely an immensely large tribe upon the land of Terra, complete with its own chieftains, warriors, shamans, and hunters. Their incursions into his territory mirrored the internecine conflicts and plundering of sacrifices among his own people. He even felt a tinge of envy towards the empire, which possessed its own unique power of transcendence without the need to appease various mountain lords or sea spirits. At the very least, they did not go hungry, nor resort to cannibalism. Wasn't that quite splendid? If given the choice, he would have liked to be one of them. Akin to those northern mountain dwellers who, after defeat, accepted invitations and willingly joined the empire, forsaking their ancestors' teachings to learn agriculture, husbandry, and settlement. The once valiant hunters even became the backbone of the Southern Legion. Alas, we are not them. The Red Cedar people carry their own mission and secrets. Animus lifted his head, his hollow eye sockets gazing towards the storm-ravaged lands to the south, while the crocodile dragon beneath the Grand Shaman also turned its gaze. Its 6 crimson eyes glistening like gemstones as they peered into the distance. In that place lies the sacred ground of the Redwood people, along with the heritage passed down from their ancestors. This is not a misfortune. For humanity, if it desires unity, must possess a common adversary. As it stands, the 4 great tribes of the indigenous people have united, while the many smaller factions have long been consolidated under the threat of the imperial forces. The Redwood people remain as united as they were a millennium ago, had it not been for the Great Tempest 8 years prior, which caused the loss of one of the keys of inheritance. Perhaps they would have been gathered by now. It is there, waiting. The colossal crocodile let out a thunderous roar, sensing the conflicting emotions of excitement and calm emanating from the human above it. This dissonance was unbearable, provoking a desire to unleash destruction and vent its fury. Yet, the great beast was utterly unable to escape the mental manipulation of the human above. It could only obediently follow the commands and advance. The crimson tendrils of blood extending from the great shaman's form bore a striking resemblance to the scarlet ink he had offered in a pure sacrifice 2 months prior. These roots, a chaotic intertwining of veins and nerves, delved deep into the crocodile's brain, capable, if necessary, of commandeering its thoughts and actions. These tendrils were pure life essence, distilled from the lives of dozens, even hundreds of individuals. Such was their power that it enabled the venerable great shaman to take root atop the spirit of the mountain tide and command its every movement. If the mountain master seeks a sacrifice of life, then life must be given. However, the cost is clear. Your life becomes my life. In hushed murmurs, the great shaman distinctly felt a mysterious resonance guiding him from the Viscount's estate. It was the tremor of one of the Redwood people's 4 sacred artifacts. The key of the sea. The sacred ground was in turmoil, stirring up towering waves and storms, and the key, too, was in agitation. Oh, vile imperialists! You shall not conceal the ancestral relics you have seized from our Redwood sanctum. Having pinpointed the target, the elder let out a cold snicker. This was why he was willing to expend over a decade's worth of the essence of the spirit of the tree sea, to consume the foresight of the dual leaves and predict the date of the southern sea storm and the actions of Viscount Grant. Only during an anomaly at the sacred ground would the key likewise manifest an aberration, one that could only be sensed by the Redwood people, who share the bloodline of the primordial key. Those of imperial blood could never fathom it. Advance then. The great shaman issued the command. Thus, the mountain master moved forward. Terrifying tremors erupted from beneath the feet of the crocodile. Ordinary marsh crocodiles typically belong to the first energy level, with a few in the second, standing at an average height of 1.5 meters and rarely exceeding 8 meters in length. However, a first-level crocodile can contend with a fully fledged knight. Even the smallest individual of a second-level marsh crocodile exceeds 15 meters in length, towering over the average person. Over a long span of time, normal individuals can grow to heights of 5 to 6 meters and lengths of over 20 meters, necessitating the leadership of elite practitioners for any chance of victory. However, to be revered as a totem spirit and mountain lord, to endure for over 150 years, and to possess a fundamental field of spiritual energy, the swamp crocodile dragon, approaching the 3rd energy level, cannot simply be judged by its species. This colossal beast, towering over 10 meters, and, when rearing its head, surpassing even the height of city walls or 5-story towers, with a length exceeding 70 meters, is infinitely close to being a high-level magical beast, lacking only the near-human intelligence and skills that such creatures possess. Yet, at present, it is not the crocodile dragon that harnesses this formidable body, but rather the great redwood shaman Animus. As the crocodile dragon took a step, the violent tremors caused the nearby buildings to shudder violently, glass shattering, doors and windows twisting. with the more fragile structures collapsing outright. The fierce winds swept the debris of the buildings into the air, turning stones and wooden fragments into dangerous projectiles that shattered the windows and dislodged the doors of surrounding houses. Fortunately, there were no pedestrians on the streets at that moment. Otherwise, it would have been nothing short of a massacre. Even the resilient cobblestone roads could not withstand the weight of the giant beast, beginning to sink under its mass. However, with the will of the great shaman, the surrounding land seemed to come alive, rising up to support its master-esque form. This process, however, left the streets of Harrison Port utterly devastated, as a ragged path of muddy earth emerged in the wake of the crocodile dragon, resembling a wound. At this moment, all remaining defensive towers in Harrison Port had detected the presence of this magnificent behemoth, and after a brief moment of shock, they launched a coordinated assault. Boom! A blinding light burst forth, trailing a 2-meter-long electric tongue of flame, as a sonic barrier materialized, the tempestuous rain and fierce winds parting instantaneously to reveal a cylindrical void. Continuous blasts from alchemical cannons erupted like a series of thunderclaps reverberating through the earth, with shells speeding toward the crocodile dragon-esque form at a velocity too rapid for sound to follow. Yet, the crocodile dragon merely closed its eyelids. Long before its advance, its abilities had activated, as the earthy yellow sludge surged from the ground, seemingly alive, creeping up the giant beast's exterior. One could faintly discern that tiny yellowish crystals flickered with light at the center of its scales and the tips of its spines, their myriad lights intertwining to form an extraordinarily complex network of luminous patterns. It was a magnetic field, and so much more than just that. An invisible domain spread forth, with a viscous layer of non-Newtonian liquid armor, measured in meters, meeting the alchemical cannonballs capable of shattering city walls. Then came the explosions. Boom. 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 The powerful shockwaves manifested as translucent rings, driving away the surrounding rain while kicking up clouds of dust and steam, causing the closest rows of houses to collapse. Yet, as the dust settled, all the gunners in the towers were astounded to discover that although the layers of mud shields covering the crocodile dragon's body had been obliterated, the semi-metallic scale armor beneath had also begun to ooze blood. They had indeed injured their foe, but such damage, to a second-level magical beast, was akin to merely pricking a fingertip on a thorn. Pain, though it may hinder, does not impede the battle. Rather, it serves to accumulate fury and enhance strength. Moreover, their positions become exposed due to the onslaught. Chapter 74. Ethereal Armament. Go, subdue them. Affirmative, Great Shaman. With a cough, the beleaguered Animus issued a hushed command, his voice resonating like an oracle, stirring fervent excitement among the young shamans and indigenous hunters who followed him. Perhaps for the first time in history, the natives were elated to invade Harrison Port, sprinting at full speed towards the towers that had previously unleashed cannon fire, still brimming with combat capability. Yet, for the totemic spirits at the pinnacle of the second level, all of this was utterly futile. Not a single arrow could breach the defenses of the mud shields. Even when striking the exposed scales, they merely ricocheted. Those who had transcended to the first level, Spirit Awakening, had undergone a complete metamorphosis of their internal organs, rendering them akin to minor superheroes. They could run tirelessly throughout the day, capable of crushing the arms of beasts with sheer strength, shattering skulls with a single blow. Their fists could penetrate stone walls, and iron swords would splinter under their might. A slope of less than 10 meters was mere flat ground to them, and greater heights merely required a higher leap or a modest climb. Conversely, those who had reached the second level, luminous condensation, had begun to refine their bloodline's true form, gradually harnessing the power of sublimation and exhibiting various supernatural abilities. Such exalted beings could not be hindered by mere mortals. They possessed the capacity to navigate effortlessly through a common army, rivaling a fully armored battalion of no more than 1,000 men. Even the speed of alchemical artillery was but a slightly swifter projectile to them. If the first level represented ordinary practitioners and warriors, then the second level epitomized elite mentors and valiant generals. Without alchemical artillery, ordinary individuals could not inflict meaningful harm upon those of the second level. Yet, in the current tempestuous environment, the mud was virtually inexhaustible, rendering any artillery within the city ineffectual if it could not strike vital points. The crocodile dragon advanced steadily, its mud shield continuously shattering under the bombardment of the alchemical cannons, only to be replenished from the earth. The storm could not sway it in the slightest. Yet the soldiers of Harrison Port could not disregard its presence. They may not have fallen in battle, but in the short term, the defending forces could not impede its advance. Boom, boom, boom. The towering beast, 6 stories high, moved forward, causing buildings to collapse and roads to overturn, while bodies and debris sank slowly into the mud. An unmistakable earthen scar began at the southwestern city gate, slicing through half the city, directly reaching the front of the Viscount's residence. At this moment, whether it was Lamar and the others stationed at the Viscount's residence or the group of Amur who had intended to intervene, all were rendered silent, staring in stunned fear at the colossal creature, ensconced in mud yet retaining its menacing and terrifying visage. It was an instinctual suppression born of life itself, coupled with the dread of impending death. To the east of the city, Ian squinted from the second-floor window, gazing at the monstrous beast in the city center. What manner of beings inhabit this terra continent? The torrential rain washed over the earth, plunging the city into an unspeakable silence. Without the slightest hesitation and devoid of any superfluous words, the Grand Shaman commanded the crocodile dragon, striding purposefully towards the Viscount's estate. Its gaping maw, lined with an array of razor-sharp teeth resembling a file, was capable of grinding even the sturdiest subterranean rocks into mere sand. Yet, a light emerged from the heavens. This light was not blinding. Rather, it was a serene aquamarine, which, under the daylight, would surely be obscured by the azure sky. However, on this overcast, rain-soaked night, a blue star had ascended silently, suspended at the horizon, capturing the attention of all. Even the Grand Shaman instinctively widened his eyes, his hollow sockets focused sharply, as the crocodile dragon's crimson gaze swiftly locked onto the meteor that appeared to drift slowly through the sky, yet was, in truth, plummeting rapidly towards the earth. Impossible! The elder clenched his fists, roaring in fury. Was it not already destroyed? Though the knight had vanquished the spirit of the mist nest, he too had perished, and both his armor and sword lay utterly shattered. Yet, a roar could resolve nothing. Boom! Like a blue lightning bolt illuminating the sky, the torrential rain and fierce winds were instantaneously pierced by that radiant point. It streaked across the darkened canopy of clouds, resembling a cannonball, arcing with alarming speed towards the Viscount's estate. Then, it abruptly halted, buzzing, as if all the light of the rainy night converged upon the figure that had suddenly stopped. Behind him, Lamar, who was leading the guards to protect the Viscount's estate, widened his eyes, revealing a liberated smile. In front of him, even the Grand Shaman, now almost fused with the crocodile dragon, wore a grave expression, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Before them stood a towering figure clad in full metallic armor. Sleek and robust, it enveloped the entire form, with layers of pale blue plates adorned with a crystalline coating, etched with the emblem of the Grant family, a lizard whale. As this armor operated at full capacity, the previously dim, deep blue etchings began to glow radiantly, while the etheric core positioned on the back emitted a low, buzzing vibration. The elemental crystal within shining brilliantly against the dark backdrop, capturing the attention of all. The overlapping plates clicked together to dissipate heat, releasing plumes of white steam that did not disperse but swirled around the metallic armor, gradually transforming into solid blades of water, vibrating the air and howling sharply. It's broken. It can be repaired. The low voice of the Viscount Grant resonated from within the armor, a cyan blue luminescence spilling forth from the observation port. Though this city lacks runesmiths, if it were merely a matter of repair, a familiar craftsman could accomplish it in a decade or so. He drew his sword from his waist, the smooth, ice crystal-like blade slicing through the darkness, casting a glimmering arc. My father did not eliminate this monster. This time, it shall be my task. Without a moment's delay, the fully armed Viscount Grant charged towards the Grand Shaman and the crocodile dragon. The fierce battle among the second-tier sublimators has commenced. Good heavens! At this very moment, unable to contain his curiosity, Ian activated his foresight, gazing intently at the battlefield. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his mind was devoid of superfluous words, leaving only the most straightforward exclamation, "Good heavens! Surely, I am not mistaken?" Overwhelmed by shock, the boy could only marvel in disbelief. Fully armed power armor? What other bewildering contraptions might exist upon this earth? Chapter 75. Odell Reef. From the outset, Ian harbored no concerns about whether he was a reincarnation or a time traveler. He felt no aversion to the notion of an extraordinary world imbued with spiritual energy. As an engineer and a staunch materialist, he did not ponder, "This is unscientific," upon witnessing the manifestations of spiritual energy and magic. Rather, he contemplated, what new framework is required to elucidate this spiritual energy? Thus, when he observed the humans of Terra Continent endowed with innate protective carapaces, encountered colossal sea serpents stretching dozens of meters, and learned of the existence of giant wild boars towering a man's height, as well as bears reaching the stature of 2 stories, and most recently, The enormous swamp crocodile dragon, nearly 20 meters long and 6 or 7 stories tall, he felt no astonishment whatsoever. In a fantastical realm such as this, the presence of colossal beasts seemed entirely reasonable to him. Existence begets rationality. This was his unwavering conviction. Even witnessing a colossal creature nesting and laying eggs at the ocean's depths would elicit no frown from him. However, this calm and rational demeanor shattered entirely when Ian laid eyes upon the suit of fully armored combat power armor adorning the figure of Count Grant. What on earth? There exists technology capable of fabricating power armor, yet productivity remains so abysmally low. Initially, he scoffed, and though the productivity of Terra Continent was by no means negligible, Ian quickly conjured no less than 7 or 8 possibilities. Perhaps this apparatus was fundamentally an advanced handcrafted armor, reserved for nobility and devoid of a large-scale industrial system. Or perhaps it merely appeared to be powered armor, when in fact it was a magical spiritual energy device, or it might even be a relic of a bygone civilization, with contemporary Terrans only capable of maintenance and repair, but utterly incapable of reproduction. Yes, inscriptions? A realization dawned upon him. This world indeed possesses technological systems involving inscriptions and alchemy. The notion of power armor realized through inscriptions across epochs was, after all, not beyond comprehension. Yet, now was not the time to ponder whether the juxtaposition of power armor and colossal beasts was peculiar. Outside the window, the battle between Count Grant and the High Shaman had intensified to a fever pitch. Both sides unleashed attacks capable of effortlessly dismantling streets and obliterating buildings within mere seconds. The city center square had been reduced to ruins. No wonder the Count, who had only commenced his cultivation 2 months prior, found himself facing an adversary 2 ranks above him, a transcendent being already nurturing the elevation of their soul. Ian beheld the enormous crocodile dragon, its 3 pairs of eyes sweeping its surroundings under the High Shaman's command, ensuring no blind spots. Even the Count, clad in power armor and endowed with augmented agility, struggled to best his opponent through sheer speed. The Count had indeed noticed the High Shaman, shielded by a canopy of crocodile spines. But discussing the futility of the shaman's humanoid form was premature. His consciousness had already fused with that of the crocodile dragon, making it exceedingly difficult to strike accurately. Even if that spot were indeed a vulnerability, the aged humanoid chuckled mockingly, deriding the enemy's decisiveness. Where are your troops? The soldiers you abandoned are likely weeping as they are encircled by my kin's warriors. Have you forgotten Bishop Huiguang? The Viscount could certainly perceive the mocking taunts of his adversaries, understanding their intent to disrupt his movements and seize an opportunity. Yet, have you forgotten that I am merely a Viscount of the Empire, not a paramount leader like yourself? A fortnight ago, I petitioned the capital for assistance. Although they cannot reach Harrison Port, subduing the colonies in the mountains is well within their grasp. The escaping bishop fortuitously arrived, aware of your incitement of a massacre against the civilians, and he is unusually poised to take action, commanding the troops in a Moray town on my behalf. Baron Grant, reveling in schadenfreude, remarked that 7 shamans and the mightiest chieftain are present, while your followers are merely novices. Those ancient beings may suffice against others, but they stand no chance against the bishop. Noticing the slight hesitation of the crocodile dragon, the Viscount swiftly controlled his armor to emit a mist of water. Positioning himself advantageously, he swung his sword, unleashing a blade of water towards the side of the crocodile's abdomen. The high-temperature steam expanded and exploded, resembling a bomb propelling from behind. The sharp liquid blade, driven by such force, was capable of effortlessly severing thick metal columns. However, the quick-thinking High Shaman directed the crocodile dragon to turn its head and confronted the water blade with its formidable spiked crown, dissipating the attack instantaneously. Infuriatingly, the Viscount furrowed his brow at this sight. The Redwood natives revered 4 totem spirits: the mountain tide, the drumming wave, the rising tide, and the tree sea. Alongside the fog nest, the 5th totem spirit, the spirit of the mountain tide, manifests as the swamp crocodile before him, while the drumming wave and rising tide spirits are represented by 2 deep-sea giant eels dwelling in the depths of Odell Reef, considered as one entity. The tree sea spirit embodies the great redwood forest itself. The fog nest spirit, a colossal corrupted shadow spider, resides deep within the miasma of the redwood forest and is the only totem spirit slain by his father, the late Baron Grant, during the Empire's pioneering endeavors. However, the elder Grant suffered grievous wounds from battling multiple totem spirits simultaneously, leading to the significant damage of his armor and the complete corrosion of his accompanying sublimation weapon. The crystal blade, by the toxic gas of the fog nest spirit. Consequently, the current Viscount lacks weaponry, unable to condense his water blade into spiritual ice, thus diminishing its lethality. Furthermore, his combat skills are indeed inferior to those of his father, who emerged from the blood-soaked seas of Misty Harbor. Nonetheless, despite such adversities, Viscount Grant remains confident regarding the outcome of this battle. Clad in the ethereal Armor Conqueror's wave, which boasts a multitude of functionalities and armaments, he activated an accelerator that enhances his destructive capabilities by channeling source essence, prompting the etheric core to accelerate. The mist of water surrounding him was absorbed by the armor, erupting forcefully from the jet port located at the center of his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The high-speed water cannons, under the influence of the source essence, were not evaporated by the intense heat, but instead struck the crocodile dragon and the street with unyielding force, blasting away all mud and rocks within a 7 to 8 meter radius. The tremendous impact inflicted pain upon the crocodile dragon, which, despite the high shaman's exertion to suppress it, instinctively emitted a pained howl. However, mere water cannons are insufficient to inflict fatal damage upon the crocodile dragon, and the accelerated mode also depletes the ethereal armament. The battle has devolved into a contest of endurance, determining whether the crocodile dragon's stamina or the energy of the armored figure and Viscount Grant prevails. The tempest rages on. With the pale blue ethereal armament entangled in combat with the colossal beast, only the Sublimers can join the fray amid such severe disturbances. The teacher is absent, presumably occupied with matters of greater importance. Frowning deeply, Ian turned his gaze toward the tumultuous offshore waters, where massive columns of cloud have begun to drift southwest. Yet the conclusion of the storm remains a distant prospect. Although wielding an axe designed for chopping wood, capable of easily severing the heads of ordinary natives, he now finds the weapon remarkably ineffective. Slaying a few natives is trivial, but how does one contend with such a formidable creature? At this moment, in the distant southern waters of Harrison Port, near the Odell Reef, Hilliard stands upon the glassy surface, enveloped in a subtle golden radiance of source material, his form encased in a layer of translucent crystal, unyielding and impervious. Chapter 76. A stalemate. The old knight did not exert himself deliberately to activate the flow of his source essence. In the vicinity of several dozen meters around him, the sea remained tranquil. Neither wind nor rain could stir even a ripple in the waters enveloped by a soft golden glow. If Ian were present, employing his foresight to observe, he would be astonished to discover that beneath his teacher's seemingly aged skin lay a resilient and dense muscular structure akin to a crystalline metal, while the old man's bones, organs, and mysterious sublime patterns generated an immense vitality, the purest essence of source material. Even when merely coalesced within him, it was sufficient to evoke a visible field of spiritual energy that swirled around him, casting ethereal shadows reminiscent of metallic peaks. Before him loomed two colossal sea eels, each nearly 100 meters long, if not exceeding that. They radiated arcs of deep azure lightning, and merely by thrashing their tails, they conjured massive whirlpools in the surrounding waters. The towering waves stirred by the tempest seemed no more threatening than a child splashing in a bathtub when faced with these behemoths. Yet, before the man, who stood immovable like a mountain that could advance not a single inch, emitting high-pitched, ear-piercing roars that were scarcely perceptible to human ears. Did the natives send you to command the sea beasts to attack Harrison Port? Hilliard sighed as he regarded the two monstrous creatures that obstructed the majority of sea beasts in the two totem spirits. The totem spirits of the Redwood Forest natives were formidable creatures nearing the third energy level, previously considered a sign of profound heritage. He now speculated it was likely linked to the energy leakage from the ruins. I cannot allow you to pass. A silvery brilliance ignited in the old knight's eyes as myriad scenes flashed before him. Although he had lost nearly all of his sublimated powers, and his physical strength had dwindled to less than a tenth, he was not in immediate danger from the two eels that had yet to reach the third energy level. Is Ian safe now? Hilliard even managed to turn his head slightly, his concern directed towards the continuous explosions emanating from Harrison Port. The silver halo seemed capable of transcending distant time and space to ascertain information, and he shook his head gently. He should be fine. He is so clever. He will surely protect himself. Indeed, the old knight's thoughts were not unfounded. However, Ian now sought not only to safeguard himself, but also to protect others. At the very least, he aimed to preserve his own home. They cannot continue this way. My house will be demolished. In his foresight, the crimson mist enveloping Elon was quite prominent, yet it was far less dense than it had been 2 months prior. For Ian, This indicated both safety and growth in his own abilities. Nevertheless, there was a discernible trend of the mist thickening. There was little recourse. The underground shelter had once been exceedingly safe, even capable of preventing rainwater from seeping in. However, according to the current script of power-armored battles against gigantic monsters, by the time the conflict concluded, it was likely that half of Harrison Port would be in ruins, and Ian's home would not be spared. In the present day, the direction of the malevolent dragon and the armored machinery aligns ominously with the refugee zone formed 2 months prior, as indigenous forces attacked villages across the land, gathering numerous survivors at the port. Most of these displaced individuals constructed makeshift shelters beside the original public square, seeking refuge in the sanctuaries built by the town hall and the Chamber of Commerce when storms arrived, situated perilously close to the Viscount's estate and teeming with inhabitants. This area lies precisely within the most perilous combat zone. Viscount Grant continues to engage in a fierce struggle with the crocodile dragon. The dragon, impervious to the aerial prowess of the etheric weaponry, finds itself at a disadvantage, yet the Viscount cannot prevent the dragon from wreaking havoc upon the city, let alone vanquish it. Both parties remain locked in a relentless battle, and the outcome will determine the power dynamics for the next several decades. Should the Empire emerge victorious, it could effectively confine the Redwood indigenous people to the narrow expanse south of Elephant Bone Mountain. A mere wedge is all that is needed to tip the scales of victory. The predicament is that there exists no other transcendent being within the city capable of intervening in their conflict. Who could serve as that wedge? Only the alchemical artillery. Ian's gaze shifts towards the tower near his home. Having dispatched the elite indigenous hunters who attempted to raid that tower, it remains unaffected. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to its distance, the tower did not engage during the incursion of the spirit of the mountain tide, thus managing to survive the subsequent wave of indigenous attacks. Narrowing his eyes, Ian inhales deeply, recalling the anguished cries of the civilians slaughtered by the indigenous hunters not long ago, as well as the sobs of a boy slightly younger than himself from 2 months past. Perhaps there still exists an intact alchemical artillery piece. This is the crux of the matter. He resolves firmly. It is time to depart. Thus, Ian rises and sets forth. However, despite having established an exceedingly tight defensive network, Viscount Grant has expended considerable resources constructing independent watchtowers throughout various districts of the city. These fortifications are meant to provide firepower support for the garrison troops in anticipation of potential indigenous incursions. Such precautionary measures cannot be deemed wasteful, as anyone can surmise that if the Empire had not negotiated with the Redwood people at that time, the inevitable outcome would be the Redwood tribes rallying their factions and all totem spirits, determined to raise what was then merely a wooden fortress village of Harrison Port. As long as the Imperial forces can hold the town and gradually erect fortifications, establishing a genuine stronghold and castle, the indigenous plan to expel outsiders would be irrevocably thwarted. Based on this understanding of the decisive battle, nearly all residents of Harrison Port support the construction of these defensive structures, even personally transporting bricks and timber to aid in the earthworks. After more than 30 years of peace, the defenses of the towers within the city had become lax, allowing for frequent indigenous incursions for smuggling or establishing networks. However, in response to the sudden attack 2 months ago, the besieged Harrison Port has not only revitalized the defenses of the city towers, but has also equipped several key towers with expensive alchemical artillery. The watchtower along the coastal boulevard to the east is one such fortified structure, fitted with alchemical artillery. Yet curiously, whether it was the prior assault by the indigenous elite hunters or the subsequent breach of the city walls by the crocodile dragon, the tower remained utterly unresponsive. It stood resolute amidst the raging tempest, devoid of cannon fire or arrows, and even the lights remained unlit, silent as if it had succumbed to death. There could be numerous explanations, yet the truth is remarkably simple. The alchemical cannon had malfunctioned. Alas, it was immovable, completely inoperable. A city guard clad in leather armor was already drenched in sweat, frantically exploring a cylindrical cannon, thick as the upper body of an average man and measuring over 3 meters in length. He intermittently wiped the inscriptions on the circular base with a piece of burlap, occasionally peering into the cannon's mouth in a futile search for the source of the problem. Utterly at a loss for what to do. Chapter 77, Alchemical Artillery. Calm. Scott opened his mouth, striving to inhale deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Yet, with that breath came a heavy stench of blood. In the dim light, several corpses were sprawled at the base of the tower, their half-coagulated blood pooling on the ground. Indeed, the elite hunters originally tasked with assaulting this tower had been thwarted, But those who had attacked other towers, upon realizing their comrades were missing, had come to investigate this unexpected target, intending to eliminate it with ease. As time dragged on, the natives had exhausted their stamina, and the wind-resistant cloaks they wore were on the verge of failure, thus allowing Scott and his comrades to exploit their moment of carelessness and successfully counterattack. The cost was steep. Among the four-man squad, only Scott remained alive. He had to succeed in launching the artillery. The scent of his fallen comrades and the natives' blood filled his nostrils, and the distant roar of the crocodile dragon echoed in his ears. At this moment, Scott's hands trembled so violently that he could barely grasp the cloth he usually used to clean the cannon's barrel and interior. He could only repeat the short phrase that consumed his thoughts. Yet, he was not a gunner, while he had seen much in his time. He could only manage to aim and fire the artillery. How could he repair a broken cannon? He had no idea. Was it wise to sincerely pray for the irate machine spirit to regain its tranquility? Perhaps, but the cult of mechanized spirits was likely a minority in the Empire. His thoughts began to spiral chaotically into the distance, and time was running out for Scott. As the ground trembled violently, the entire tower began to sway slightly, with scattered lime debris cascading down. The roar of the crocodile dragon and the shrill cry of the etheric weapon piercing the air grew ever closer. The battle between Viscount Grant and the Grand Shaman could cross half the city in mere minutes, by chance or design. The battlefield was visibly shifting towards the tumultuous and nearly boiling near shore. This tower stood perilously close to their path. No, he had to leave. When a falling stone struck his head, he groggily reached up, only to find his hand smeared with a mixture of dust and blood. At that moment, Scott fully grasped his dire situation. He was utterly ignorant of the alchemical artillery. He was merely forcing himself to fiddle with these incomprehensible inscribed devices, not wanting his comrades' sacrifices to be in vain. Yet, the current circumstances would not change even if he were to perish, for inscriptions, like mathematics, were absolute. Ignorance would not suffice. If he wished to avoid joining his fallen comrades and the natives in death, he had to escape. Though he thought this. When Scott stumbled to the base of the tower and attempted to unbar the door to leave, he was shocked to discover that due to the earlier tremors, the entire structure had undergone slight deformation. The sturdy wooden door had become jammed in the frame, and no matter how he pushed or struck, it would not budge an inch. It seems that death is truly imminent. Regrettably, I did not bid farewell to my mother this morning. Exhausted, Scott, upon realizing that he had been declared dead, sat amidst the pool of blood, torn between laughter and tears. He cared little for whether the corpse beside him belonged to a comrade or a native. Soon enough, when the tower collapses, they would all be reduced to a mere indistinguishable mass. In this moment, he became acutely aware that the soldier clad in light armor of the city guard was merely a young lad, barely 14 or 15 years of age, yet to fully sprout facial hair. However, just as Scott had wholly relinquished his struggle, the gusty winds outside the tower seemed to pause momentarily. The resigned young guard suddenly lifted his head, astonished, and gazed toward the tower's entrance. For, just moments ago, he had seemingly heard the sound of someone pushing against the door. Indeed, it was locked. Straining to listen, Scott caught a faint yet unnaturally calm whisper amidst the cacophony of the external winds. It appears I can only kick it open. Kick it open? In his state of fatigue, blood loss, and despair-induced stupor, Scott momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of this kick open. Yet, in the next instant, understanding dawned upon him. Boom. Accompanied by a powerful kick, the door burst open with a resounding crash. The peculiar warmth of the wind and rain from outside swept past the dazed Scott, colliding with the inner wall of the tower. The sound of rain became suddenly vivid. Dazed, he turned his head to gaze at the door, then, still in a stupor, looked toward the entrance. Torrential rain poured down, accompanied by flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, as a figure clad in a native's poncho stood at the threshold. Before Scott could fully comprehend the situation, he recognized the boy's face beneath the poncho and was momentarily stunned. Ian? Although this news had not been widely disseminated, the emergence of a young psychic from Harrison Port had been significant news. Scott, not being one of the white folk, was unfamiliar with the boy's appearance but could hardly fail to recognize him face to face. You remember me? Well, that simplifies matters. Turning around, Ian beheld a city guard ensconced in blood, face smeared with dirt. He merely glanced at the corpse beside him and quickly deduced what had transpired. Remarkable. They managed to withstand the native assault, but the alchemical cannon must have encountered issues. Can you take me to assess the situation? In theory, at this juncture, Scott ought to have raised an alarm. informing Ian that the tower was structurally unsound and could collapse at any moment, urging him to flee. The cannon was above, untouched by the natives, yet it could not be fired. But for reasons unknown, as Ian issued his directive, Scott found himself inexplicably nodding, struggling to rise from the bloodied ground, and then leading Ian up to the gun tower, succinctly explaining the current situation. The barrel structure and crystal dust are intact. The gunpowder is quite dry, but I suspect the igniter is malfunctioning. Damn it, how did I come to articulate such things? Scott was entirely oblivious to the implications of his actions. After leading Ian to the alchemical cannon, his initial intention was to flee immediately. The roars of the monstrous beast outside grew increasingly vivid, and the tower trembled more violently. His role as a guide had already reached its limit. Why linger, wasting precious moments discussing such superficial and absurd notions? Yet, in a moment of disorientation, the faces of his fallen comrades surfaced in his mind. Those brave souls who had shielded him merely because of his youth, who had ensured his survival despite his ineptitude, their visages haunted him. He could not bear the thought of betraying their sacrifice. Thank you, it is indeed invaluable. Removing his cloak, Ian immediately focused his attention on the colossal alchemical creation before him, his gaze fervent and pure. He had never had the opportunity to engage with it before, and now he could thoroughly analyze its structure. Chapter 78. Disrupting the balance. The essence of the alchemical cannon is embodied in a hollow metallic cylinder, supported by 3 metallic prisms that form a sturdy framework. This structure is positioned upon a rotating base, resembling a grinding wheel, adorned with an intricate tapestry of dense inscriptions. To the untrained eye, these inscriptions appear as perplexing as advanced calculus, inducing a sense of dizziness and disorientation, akin to gazing upon an ineffable entity that threatens to drive one to madness. However, for those who comprehend their meaning, the inscriptions of the alchemical canon are relatively straightforward. Upon inspection, it became evident that the city guard's assessment was accurate. The cannon's structural integrity was intact, the gunpowder was dry, and the crystalline sand was of exceptional purity. Indeed, the problem lay with the ignition inscriptions. What could have taken several minutes to diagnose was swiftly identified by Ian, thanks to Scott's guidance. In the midst of the ongoing battle between the Viscount Grant and the native monstrosities, every moment was as precious as gold. Ian meticulously scrutinized the inscriptions to ascertain their flaw. It turns out the ignition was relying on the 6th inscription. While stable, it proved ineffective in damp environments or underwater. Who was responsible for such negligence? The ignition mechanism of the alchemical cannon is not overly complex, typically employing the highly thermal 12 inscription as its core. Yet, this approach is somewhat intricate and prone to rapid failure. Evidently, the previous maintainer had opted for the simpler, albeit less versatile, 6th inscription for ease of use. Ian produced a small knife from his pocket, although it was not a professional engraving tool. The requirements for low-level inscriptions below the 20th sequence were not particularly stringent, especially since he was not aiming to meet the Imperial firearm standards. He merely needed it to function adequately for a few uses. With the physical prowess of an apprentice transcender and the refined control honed over the past 2 months, Ian inscribed an almost flawless rendition of the required inscription. Buzz. As the 12th inscription was restored and connected to the luminous ink cartridge, a brilliant white light erupted, the inscription array radiating brilliance. And a surge of heat generated a gust that struck Ian and Scott's faces. Success. Wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling a sigh of relief, Ian experienced maintenance in a manner he had never before encountered. Despite his academic excellence, his youth and the protection of Elder Pewd had kept him from the front line. Achieving success on his first attempt attested to the solidity of his foundational skills. In this moment, aided by the insights gained during his examination and repair, Ian had begun to grasp the operational principles of the alchemical cannon. The cannon itself was merely an ordinary metal barrel, resilient and robust, while the true intricacies lay within the structure of the base and the unique ignition process. This involved igniting gunpowder dust with high thermal inscriptions, which then propelled the heated gas flow to impact the crystalline sand, instantaneously generating a substantial quantity of charged dust for a secondary detonation. The crystalline sand, a finely crafted alchemical material, appeared pale white with a delicate, viscous texture. Under conditions of high heat and pressure, it would rapidly sublime, transforming into superheated plasma at extreme pressures, thereby releasing an intensely powerful current that accelerated the cannonball. This is also the principle behind crystalline explosive, a terrifying lightning-based explosive. If it were to serve as the propellant for artillery shells, this is not merely artillery, this is an electromagnetic cannon. Realizing this, Ian was once again taken aback. He truly struggled to fully comprehend the workings of the alchemical cannon. After all, in a world infused with psychic energy and alchemy, earthly scientific reasoning only scratches the surface, yet certain physical phenomena could still be grasped. To propel a projectile directly with high-pressure plasma? How utterly insane. The potential for harm is beyond measure. However, the boy was acutely aware that the Terra world harbored monstrous beings against which conventional artillery would be utterly ineffective. The colossal crocodile outside the tower served as a prime example. Even an electromagnetic cannon, if it failed to strike a vital point, would only inflict minor injuries. As for the armored suit of Viscount Grant, it would likely evade a shell with the ease of a game. Never mind. There would be ample opportunities to study the principles later. Despite a tinge of reluctance, Ian suppressed his curiosity and refrained from further investigation into the structure of the alchemical cannon. He turned the cannon's base, initiating this formidable weapon, aiming it towards the shadowy depths of Harrison Port, shrouded in a tempest of rain and wind. Can you see? Scott, at that moment, lifted the door panel from downstairs, shielding Ian's head from the incessantly falling debris, and peered through the cannon's firing window, only to be met with a curtain of rain, even if it hit. He paused, his tone turning solemn. I can absolutely strike a vital point. Concentrating intently, Ian raised his brows slightly, the aura of psychic energy in his eyes glowing like ethereal moonlight. This was his first time controlling the cannon, and also the first occasion he actively pushed his psychic energy to the limits he could currently wield. In an instant, the entire eastern region of Harrison Port was enveloped in a premonitory vision, transforming into a realm of mist, radiating various hues of light. Among the most prominent figures were the ether-armed Viscount Grant and the great shaman commanding the swamp crocodile, both within the scope of his observation. Ian's brain felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer. The scene before him erupted like a bomb, showering him with countless sparks. Vivid crimson blood trickled from the corners of his eyes and nose, and he felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving him utterly drained. As if he had endured hours of grueling training demanded by Heliod. This was the price of forcibly peering into a vast area and confronting beings far stronger than himself. Conversely, in Ian's eyes, two massive purple mists materialized, entangled in a fierce struggle, clashing and wielding their powers, employing water, steam, mud, and rock for offense and defense. Additionally, in the direction of the Viscount's estate, there glimmered a hint of purple mist. The second energy level, is it indeed purple? It seems the Viscount's estate truly harbors treasures. Taking a deep breath, Ian employed the art of breath control, drawing upon the essence stored within the source seed and the glycogen preserved in his liver to alleviate his current fatigue. The smaller yet more solid figure of the Viscount was of no concern to him. His focus remained on the crocodile dragon. As he spoke, the misty aura representing the crocodile dragon grew increasingly dense, resonating with his will. Soon, the purple haze reflected in Ian's azure eyes transformed into a continuously shifting mass, resembling an image formed by thermal energy. However, the most critical observation was the conspicuous vulnerable zone on the crocodile dragon's side, characterized by a strikingly thin mist. Such an evident weakness? Ian was taken aback. While he had indeed sought the dragon's weakness, he had anticipated it to be in its eyes, tail, or soft underbelly. To his surprise, this ancient creature bore an old wound that appeared to have been inflicted by a sharp blade, penetrating deep into its innards. Who could possess such skill? He dismissed the thought, directing the cannon to pivot, an action typically requiring the strength of two men. Under Ian's influence, it slowly turned. Then came the firing. With a crack, a brilliant white light erupted as the high-temperature gunpowder mixed thoroughly with the crystalline sand, causing an instantaneous sublimation. A dull thunderclap resonated from the base of the alchemical cannon as it propelled the projectile, unleashing a 2-meter-long arc of fiery electricity at speeds surpassing sound. Aimed at the crocodile dragon still engaged in combat with Viscount Grant. Boom. With a long-absent roar of cannon fire, the muddy shield on the dragon's left foot shattered, causing the colossal beast to stagger in pain. Yet, that was all. In its fury, the crocodile dragon turned its head, 6 crimson eyes locking onto the now slightly tilted tower in the distance. It had an effect, but it did not strike the vital point. The creature resembled a mobile, self-repairing hill. Without a continuous barrage from an entire artillery unit, inflicting fatal damage would prove exceedingly difficult. Ian, in silence, sought to reload. Since the first shot had missed its mark, he resolved to fire again. At that moment, Scott approached, carrying a cannonball. He had already retrieved a round from the nearby stockpile while Ian was aiming, ready to assist in the second shot. "Thank you." Surprised by the resolute expression of this young city guard, Ian nodded and swiftly teamed up with Scott to reload the cannon. Then, facing the crocodile dragon, which disregarded Viscount Grant's attacks and insisted on charging towards the tower, Ian calmly activated his foresight once more, correcting the errors from his previous shot in his mind. He aimed once again. Then came the second firing. Boom. The fiery tongue flared, and the speeding cannonball soared like a meteor, tearing through the dark night. Simultaneously, accompanied by the sound of tearing leather, a massive gash erupted from the crocodile dragon's flank. In an instant, everyone, including Viscount Grant, was astounded to witness the colossal beast emit a thunderous, anguished roar, filled with fury and pain, as scalding blood erupted forth like a volcano, with large chunks of flesh and gore spilling out in a chaotic display. The balance of the battle was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 79. Victory, a splendid opportunity. The thought flashed through the mind of Viscount Grant, who had been hovering in the air, exerting dominance over the crocodile dragon from above. Immediately, he grasped his sword with both hands, and as the plates of his ether-armored gauntlet opened and closed, a torrent of steam erupted forth. The core of his back intensified its operation, emitting a deep, resonant hum. As the steam coalesced, a white, high-pressure water blade took shape upon the crystalline sword, extending several meters and vibrating violently. With a shriek that tore through the air, the Viscount swung his sword, and the water blade shot forth towards the crocodile dragon's flank. As this fleeting blade sliced through the curtain of rain, debris and splinters from the surrounding structures shattered in its wake. Sizzle. The sound was akin to iron-rending leather, yet 100-fold louder, as a massive gash was carved into the crocodile dragon's flesh, erupting a wave of orange-red blood. The already staggering creature let out a piercing roar of agony, revealing a ghastly white wound where its left leg connected to its body. A deep injury that laid bare the bone. Victory. Elation surged within Viscount Grant. He recognized that the tides of battle had turned in his favor. Thus, even as he witnessed the crocodile dragon furiously lash its tail, charging towards him with an overload of etheric power, he remained unperturbed, laughing heartily as he was sent flying by the force of the tail, crashing onto the distant street. Defeat. At that moment, the Grand Shaman exerted every ounce of his strength to suppress the crocodile dragon's pain, fury, and overwhelming fear that drove it to the brink of retreat. This elder, who had intertwined his consciousness with that of the crocodile dragon, felt his heart sink like a stone. Is this fate? How can someone strike at an old wound with such precision? He raised his gaze to the surging ocean waves. The spirits of the rising tide and the roaring waves had yet to arrive. Were they encountering troubles? Or was the sacrifice insufficient? Alas, this was the only path to survival. Yet, just as the Grand Shaman resolved to withdraw, a profound and colossal, albeit somewhat chaotic, will penetrated his consciousness. Kill. Life. Plunder. Restore. Kill. Stay calm. The Grand Shaman sighed, recognizing that this was the will of the crocodile dragon, and that he, merged with its essence, would inevitably become part of this disordered and bewildered intent. But for now, he still held overwhelming control. Let us depart, Mountain Lord. We have failed once again. The Grand Shaman understood that if he did not retreat, even in his severely wounded state, he could easily devastate half of Harrison Port. Even if he relinquished control and allowed the crocodile dragon to unleash its fury, he could take countless lives before his demise. But what would that accomplish? He had successors, whereas the Mountain Lord did not. By the time Viscount Grant regained his composure, there would be no opportunity to escape. The Grand Shaman soothed the crocodile dragon and imposed his will upon it. Instantly, the once howling beast ceased all instinctive reactions. In a moment, the creature moved with a mechanical precision, seemingly unfamiliar with its own body, yet remarkably swift, as it lunged towards the nearby shores of Harrison Port. The earth churned with torrents of mud, causing the structures flanking the crocodile dragon to sway and collapse like trees in a tempest, crumbling into ruins and clearing a path for the colossal beast to escape. Yet, beyond this, it remained inactive, even with the tower in close proximity that had unleashed the devastating artillery shell upon it, altering the course of battle. The crocodile dragon exhibited no inclination to veer off its path in vengeance. Instead, it plunged resolutely into the sea with an unstoppable momentum, stirring the tides into a frenzy. Orange-red blood spread through the water, extending far into the distance. Ready for a third shot, waiting for the crocodile dragon to seek retribution, Ian was momentarily taken aback. It was difficult to fathom that an enraged beast would choose flight over revenge. Theoretically, when faced with an adversary easily within reach for retaliation, one would seize the opportunity to strike back, wouldn't one? To his astonishment, the creature displayed such remarkable rationality, refraining even from a casual retaliation. Truly formidable. Well, at least victory was secured. Ian felt no regret. Avoiding the peril of a life-and-death struggle with the crocodile dragon was indeed a blessing. He turned to Scott, who was visibly shocked, even incredulous at the prospect of altering the battlefield alongside him, and said, "The tower is about to collapse. We should leave at once." The foundation of Harrisonport had once been remarkably solid, yet under the tremors wrought by the crocodile dragon, the bedrock split, and the compacted earth turned to sludge. The entire port resembled a wild artist's brushstroke, tainted with earthy hues, spreading decay and ruin in its wake. The tower's foundation lay within the affected area, and Ian estimated that the topography of Harrisonport had likely shifted, necessitating the reconstruction of a third of the urban area. However, the loss of the indigenous elite within the city would leave the Redwood tribes gasping for breath for years, not to mention the potential battlefield beyond the city limits. There was no time to waste. They had to leap from the window. Ian sensed the tower's tilt accelerating. Although the situation appeared manageable for now, it would collapse within 10 seconds. Without hesitation, and seeing the ground below inundated with water and mud, he kicked the dazed and incredulous Scott out the window before following suit, diving into the mire. Scott fell hard, gulping down mouthfuls of mud, and took a while to gather himself, groggily crawling to the side to catch his breath, while Ian merely rolled and effortlessly absorbed the impact. Meanwhile, the tower behind them predictably succumbed to its precarious tilt, accompanied by a deep explosive sound. Likely, the remnants of gunpowder within the base had ignited from the residual heat of the artillery. Truth be told, Ian's initial sensation was not one of relief or joy after repelling a great foe, but rather an overwhelming feeling of being swept away. The wind was ferocious. The windbreaker was on the verge of failing, and Ian clung tightly to a protruding rock on the ground, barely managing to avoid being whisked away by the gale. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where he beheld a tapestry of violet lightning intersecting in a chaotic dance. With each passing second, several bolts of electricity descended, and the visible rain clouds spiraled ominously, gradually advancing towards the southwestern Bishan mountain range. As they collided, they unleashed a myriad of electric flashes, while simultaneously collapsing into a torrential deluge. In the distance, the towering columns of cloud, rising from the surging sea, showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, they continued to swell, transforming into a vast wall of mist that bridged the sky and the ocean. The impact of the rain clouds against the mountains caused a slight reduction in wind intensity, yet the rainfall surged with even greater ferocity. What was once merely a downpour now resembled an entire sky cascading like a waterfall. The tempest had only just begun. Chapter 80. The Lost Materials. Fortunately, Harrisonport is situated at a relatively elevated altitude. Otherwise, it would have long been submerged beneath a sea of clouds. The phrase "a sea of clouds" is indeed apt, as it evokes the image of a considerable expanse of ocean transformed into vapor. With a sardonic remark, Ian glanced at the young city guard beside him, who, despite being sprawled on the ground, covered in mud and in a state of utter disarray, was, paradoxically, not in immediate danger of being swept away by the tempest. Consequently, he too decided to lie flat, pressing himself closely to the earth. Ian. At that moment, Ian heard a somewhat muffled voice behind him. He turned to see the young guard struggling to lift his head against the storm, his eyes reflecting a complexity that compelled the boy to wait for Ian to clear his throat before continuing. I am Scott, and I must report to the Viscount's residence." After a moment's hesitation, the young man gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you truly wish for the Viscount to be informed of this matter?" Scott was not dim-witted. He perceived the peculiarities surrounding Ian. From the indigenous cloak he had donned upon entering the tower to the extraordinary strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary child his age. All these elements hinted at Ian's uniqueness. Initially, Scott had marveled at how such a young individual could have inherited the legacy of Elder Pud. But he soon came to realize that Ian harbored secrets far more profound. "Well, I was indifferent at first." Ian pondered for a moment, having contemplated the implications of revealing his powers to others. The conclusion was far from favorable. Setting aside the fact that he had only exhibited physical strength. Given the current dilapidated state of Harrisonport, the Viscount Grant would undoubtedly treat a talent with significantly more favor. Ian believed that showcasing his abilities at this juncture would be a prudent decision. However, Scott's inquiry suddenly conjured another possibility in his mind. Thus, Ian smiled and said, "Scott, I shall remember that. As for the Viscount, let him be informed. But why not consider claiming that we accomplished this together? I repaired the cannon and assisted you in aiming and firing. Your comrades surely require additional compensation, do they not? To make the narrative more compelling. We could even include their names. I wouldn't mind. In fact, I would be quite pleased." Saying this, Ian endured the dizziness swirling in his head. Activating his precognitive vision to scrutinize the young man, who was likewise prostrate in the mud and water. "Of course, this is merely a suggestion," he murmured, laced with a hint of temptation. "What do you propose we do?" Scott paused for an extended moment, not out of contemplation or deliberation, but simply because his mind was not processing swiftly. However, the inclement weather was ill-suited for deep thought. And upon realizing that the downpour had intensified to the point of hindering his ability to breathe, he grit his teeth and resolved, "I believe we should conceal a bit. They indeed require more compensation." The latter part of his statement was barely audible, yet Ian caught every word. Simultaneously, the mist enveloping Scott began to take shape in Ian's gaze. As Ian slightly raised his lashes, he was taken aback, for he beheld a hue he had never encountered before. Green? This color manifested itself upon Scott, first appearing as a pale white aura, signifying that although Scott had undergone training, he was still no match for the robust adults. Yet, swiftly, a shade reminiscent of friendliness enveloped him. At this moment, Ian had yet to fully comprehend the extent and implications of his psychic abilities. It was not unusual, as many individuals on the Terra continent live their entire lives without grasping the true nature of their powers, which does not deter them from utilizing them. Nevertheless, Ian speculated that his abilities, apart from foreseeing future fortunes in the value of items, also allowed him to glimpse into the realms of danger and affinity. The green mist surrounding Scott was evidently a stark contrast to the red hostility emanating from the natives, representing a color of goodwill. This fellow genuinely wished to assist him. Understanding this, Ian chose not to elaborate further. "Then go ahead, just think of what to say beforehand. And do not stutter. I shall inspect other matters." "I understand," Scott replied with a solemn nod, leaning against the alley wall as he gradually made his way towards the city center. He was aware that Ian had further actions to undertake, perhaps shrouded in secrecy, and thus chose not to linger and spoil the atmosphere. As Ian observed Scott's retreating figure, he contemplated, truly, a perceptive and kind-hearted individual. Having such a friend within the city guard was undeniably advantageous. In this light, the fewer enemies there were in this place, the better, and naturally, the more friends, the merrier. With a slight shake of his head, Ian remained indifferent to the exposure of his powers. To ordinary folk, his displayed prowess was indeed astonishing. However, to someone of the caliber of Viscount Grant, it was merely a manifestation of the virtual source level, akin to an apprentice's burst of energy. He could only lament the impatience of Elder Pewd, who had urged him to adapt to the virtual source so early without any doubts. As for Elder Pewd, his performance only served to emphasize that the more talented one is, the better. At this moment, the colors of the world were remarkably vibrant. Due to the grievous wounds inflicted on the crocodile dragon, its blood and various fragments danced and scattered amidst the storm in Harrisonport. To Ian, who had activated his foresight, it appeared as an expanse of violet and deep blue mist, continuously dispersing with the wind, gradually transforming into shades of blue, light blue, and pure white. This process was extraordinarily resplendent, akin to the dawn's glow-shifting colors and refracting as the sun ascends. However, what truly captured Ian's attention were not these phenomena. Indeed, there was a bounty to be found. With focused scrutiny, he finally discerned amidst the ever-changing colors the most substantial purple, that from which he had unleashed a cannon blast upon the crocodile dragon's vital point, resulting in an outpouring of purple sublimation material. While aiming, Ian had contemplated that as the mountain lord and totem spirit, this crocodile dragon before him might be the finest source of magical beast materials he could uncover throughout the southern ridge. Even if he could not procure the core materials, acquiring a fragment of flesh would still serve as a valuable addition. In the past 2 months, Ian has subsisted solely on fish, vegetables, and porridge. To be candid, for someone like him, who possesses a discerning palate, the variety of culinary ingredients has been rather scarce. However, slaying monsters does yield some materials, which is not entirely disadvantageous. With his sights set on the purple aura emanating from the mist, Ian moved stealthily, almost as if swimming, through the transformed Harrisonport, reaching his destination unimpeded. All ordinary citizens had retreated to their shelters and rooms, while the indigenous populace had long since fled. Before long, he spotted his objective. The relentless rain had diluted the orange-red blood of the crocodilian creature to the point of near invisibility, obscured by the deep murky waters. Yet, Ian's gaze penetrated the mundane surface, revealing the extraordinary crystal beneath. Without hesitation, Ian inhaled deeply and submerged himself in the muddy depths. Mere seconds later, the boy resurfaced, now clutching a peculiar chunk of flesh, roughly the size of his arm. This piece of meat, exhibiting a bluish-red hue, was both dense and pliable, seemingly a fragment of some internal organ. Its texture resembled that of fine rubber, impervious even to the most forceful blows of blade or sword. Yet, the essence lay not merely in the flesh, but in the intricate lattice of fine crystalline structures adorning its surface. The pale yellow hexagonal patterns resembled a honeycomb, emitting a soft luminescence akin to a dim algae lamp illuminating the night streets, endowing the chunk in the boy's grasp with an almost inanimate, alien quality and elevation of biological texture. Thud, thud, thud. Even amidst the tumultuous storm, Ian's gaze remained fixated on this extraordinary crystalline flesh. Hunger. His body was broadcasting a warning. The muscles, having expended a significant amount of glucose, contracted slightly, while his digestive system began to stir. Particularly, his liver, which had begun to undergo sublimation, seemed to communicate its desires to Ian in a remarkable manner. Hunger.